infiltrating the human system like a hacker and destroying tissues and organs like a virus. Qin Tianyuan woke up to find himself transported to the 22nd century, having awakened a peculiar system that only grows stronger through taking hits. Not only does it enhance his body, but it also grants him the ability to control the bodily functions of his targets. From blocking neuron signals to controlling muscle contractions, from lowering blood oxygen saturation to regulating organ functions, from damaging cells to manipulating the human body. Detected administrator with ruptured internal organs, concussion, and bone fractures. Energy collection progress is full, upgraded to LV9. Activating the following skills: neural signal control. By controlling biological potentials to block neuron signal transmission, immobilizing a person's body for 1 second can be upgraded. Suffocation expert. Lowering the target's blood oxygen saturation to cause suffocation. Comedy master. Controlling the opponent's reflex arc to distort their movements. Muscle master. Preventing a specific muscle of the opponent from contracting, halting their actions. Stench creator. Causing the opponent to lose control of their bladder. Humiliation expert. Controlling the target's stomach contractions to induce vomiting. Five senses manipulator. Depriving the target of sensory signals. Chapter 1. The system crashed at the start. Parallel universe. A certain galaxy, 2120, blue star. Monday, light rain, gentle breeze. The northern spring still carries a chill during the rainy season, with fine droplets being blown around by the wind, dancing for the holographic projections outside the skyscrapers and landing on the walls. The bright, giant advertisements on both sides of the street illuminated the originally dim environment, but the neon light reflecting on people's skin made them appear overly pale. Qin Tianyuan held a large black umbrella, his black trench coat speckled with raindrops, expressionless as he watched the projection screens on both sides of the street. From virtual to reality, ARC Technology creates the perfect that you envision, specializing in custom-made biorobots for 20 years. Contact info. Watching girls in JK, sailor uniforms bouncing on the screen, the fact that they were all biorobots made Qin Tianyuan feel a bit awkward. The transition from the second dimension to the third dimension. Today's otaku really know how to have fun. After the advertisement, a female news anchor dressed in formal wear appeared on the screen. Expressionless as she reported, the Medical Ethics Committee has officially passed Resolution 1331, considering anyone who maliciously infects 3 or more people with infectious disease viruses as a terrorist. A large crowd has gathered in front of the Federal Congress, protesting the mandatory vaccination bill. Some commentators point out that mandatory vaccinations will mark the beginning of the government's planned elimination of specific populations. A large number of social celebrities have jointly called for the government to legislate against artificial cultivation of crops, asserting that natural evolution of plants is the only scientific approach. Qin Tianyuan's mouth twitched a few times. The aesthetic of this sci-fi world was truly surreal. However, none of this concerned him. Cautiously weaving between the buildings, he glanced worriedly at the elevated bridge half suspended in the sky in the distance, where speeding cars splashed rainwater that scattered in the air, only to drift down to the street below. Thus, the originally light rain turned into moderate rain in some areas, which greatly displeased Qin Tianyuan. He thought, in this sci-fi world, why couldn't they artificially intervene in the weather? At that moment, a motorcycle zoomed past him, splashing water all over him. Fortunately, Qin Tianyuan was quick to react and jumped aside. The motorcyclist, however, did not speed away but slowed down to glance back at him, their colorful, punk-style hair particularly eye-catching, paired with avant-garde sunglasses. The rider showed no sign of apology, instead whistling proudly before accelerating away, drawing a string of curses behind them. Suppressing his anger and ignoring the rude punk, Qin Tianyuan continued on. After passing through a guarded gate, he stepped into a skyscraper, where people greeted him along the way, and he smiled back at each one. In truth, he felt very unhappy, extremely unhappy. He had crossed over, yes, the kind of legendary crossover, and it was the most ordinary kind he crossed over while sleeping. This matter dates back to a few days ago, when on Saturday, Qin Tianyuan woke up to find himself in an unfamiliar room, his head pounding, and sat up groggily. After pondering for a long time, he asked himself a thought-provoking question. Who am I? Where am I? It was an extremely spacious room. All he could see was a vast expanse of white. The smooth walls and ceiling had nothing but a soft white glow emanating from above. There were no decorations on the walls of the entire room, and it looked incredibly simple. The light panel bed beneath him also had simple lines, all exuding a strong sci-fi aesthetic. This made Qin Tianyuan feel very strange. He was just an office worker from the 21st century, usually living in a small rented room of about 10 square meters. And now he woke up to find the room transformed like this. He quickly found a mirror, and the image reflecting back was still his own face. Fragments of memories began flashing through his chaotic mind, leading him to finally understand what had happened. He had crossed over, and into another parallel universe, a world filled with futuristic technology. He was still Qin Tianyuan, but he was now a different version of himself in another universe. When something like crossing over happened to him, the feelings of panic and horror made it hard for Qin Tianyuan to adapt for a long time. Why'd he crossed over? Although his previous life was not great, it didn't mean he wanted to experience something like this. If he had to cross over, at least give him a powerful identity, like a rich heir, a noble, or a charming young man. But looking in the mirror, he found he was still himself, just a few years younger at most. System detecting host, matching in progress. Match successful, installing life management system. System installation complete. Is this the legendary system? Qin Tianyuan was a bit confused. Could it be that a system is standard equipment for crossers? It seems that crossers really are unique. I guess he'll reluctantly accept this reality. But how do I use this thing? Is there no user manual? Qin Tianyuan muttered, "System, come out." Great, no response. Then, Alibaba, come out. Still no response. Bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Qin Tianyuan was at his wit's end, realizing that this thing didn't respond to him at all. There was no explanation, not even a manual. In this day and age, does the system also have products without documentation? Just as Qin Tianyuan cursed the system, a row of bizarre text suddenly appeared in his vision. Welcome to use the life management system. System version 1.1.0 beta version administrator. Qin Tianyuan current system level LV.1 undying passive skill. Having this skill allows the system administrator to receive a daily forgetfulness from the Grim Reaper. The Death Messenger's disdain means the system host will not die from malicious harm. When suffering any fatal injury, they will enter a near-death state, becoming immune to all damage for 1 minute and possessing a slow regeneration effect. Neurocontroller active skill LV1. Not activated muscle master active skill LV1. Not activated comedy master active skill LV1. Not activated humiliation expert active skill LV1. Not activated suffocation expert active skill LV1. Not activated stench creator active skill LV1. Not activated warning. Multiple system functions detected as damaged. Warning. Missing system plugins detected. Warning system compatibility error. Detecting warning system encountered a 404 error warning. System loading encountered an unknown error with a risk of crash. Insufficient system energy shutting down. Energy recovery in progress. Point 1 tip. The administrator can speed up system charging by collecting energy. Whether the system has crashed or not, Qin Tianyuan did not know, but his mental state had already collapsed. Chapter 2. Hurry up. Qin Tianyuan looked at the system interface, showing a restart in silence, feeling as if he had been hit repeatedly. He fell asleep peacefully and crossed over to a future world, only to wake up in a bare room with nothing but a bed and a blanket. The system he had eagerly anticipated crashed and restarted right at the beginning. And now it asked him to charge Itho. Exactly. Was he supposed to do that? Was there anyone else who crossed over and ended up like him? Fortunately, the system left him a glimmer of hope. The skill panel had not crashed, showing a row of skills, with only one skill lit up. Muscle Master Active Skill LV1. Control a single target, rendering the specified muscle unable to contract. Cooldown time, 15 seconds. Consumes 100 energy points. Upgradable. Qin Tianyuan studied it for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to use this skill. Eventually, he couldn't find a target to use it on, so he temporarily gave up. He decided to ignore this troublesome system for now and focus on understanding his situation. He felt quite melancholic because he had crossed into a future world, from a 21st century to the 23rd century. Moreover, this was a world he completely did not recognize starting off. It could be said to be the worst situation imaginable. He had nothing. Everything here subverted his understanding, and all that he was familiar with had vanished. Luckily, when Qin Tianyuan crossed over, it was the weekend, so he didn't have to go to work and could isolate himself at home for 2 days. With these 2 days as a buffer, he worked hard to recall the memories of another self within him, trying to find something useful like savings or a girlfriend. Unfortunately, those things did not exist. The memories of his predecessor were fragmented and chaotic, and he could only barely find a few useful bits of information. Fortunately, this country called Huaxia was the same as before. The same language, the same customs, and the same rich food culture. This was the only thing that provided him comfort. At least he could still eat. During these 2 days, Qin Tianyuan didn't even have time to think clearly about his crossing. He had to carefully learn to use various tools from the 22nd century. After all, he needed to survive in this world, but he had no resources. After a laborious exploration, Qin Tianyuan finally found a wardrobe and a bathroom hidden behind a wall panel. Although the house was small, it was cleverly designed with a high utilization of space. He also had to familiarize himself with various tools in a highly advanced future society. A plethora of electronic products emerged, and the increasingly convenient smart facilities left him bewildered. After 2 days of exploration and experiments, he finally figured out how to use some basic daily necessities and learned how to order takeout and cook for himself. Although these things looked advanced, they were actually very easy to operate, even requiring just voice commands for remote control. After all, technological development aimed to make it easier for humans to use tools. The real challenge was how to survive in this unfamiliar society. In this world, he had a Job 9 to 5 office worker. This was different from staying at home, learning to use tools. He was going to face a complex society. There were familiar daily tasks, colleagues, and friends he would meet every day, but Qin Tianyuan could remember very little, which made him somewhat anxious about the situation, fearing that others would discover his abnormalities. It took Qin Tianyuan a long time to adapt to the headache brought by his chaotic memories. On Monday morning, he felt terrible because he had to get up for work. With nothing to fall back on, how could he not go to work? He had just crossed over and was still confused, knowing nothing and being unable to do anything. He reminded himself that in a strange place, the first thing to solve was the survival issue that was the most important. If he lost his job and was still unfamiliar with the environment, that would be disastrous. After a series of wash-ups, Qin Tianyuan had to brave the heavy rain and head out to start his work in this world. Sigh. Having crossed into the 22nd century, why did he still have to go to work like a corporate slave? In this world, Qin Tianyuan was a private detective, the kind that finds lost pets, follows and takes secret photos of mistresses, and seeks evidence of infidelity. Sigh. It seems that the social atmosphere in the 22nd century is just as degenerate. It seems that the development of human morality has nothing to do with the progress of society, civilization, or technology. But thinking about it, he was still a single dog. Worrying about this topic seemed a bit redundant. He was single in the 21st century, and he was still single now. Thinking about this made his mood even worse. The only comfort was that he had crossed over with a golden finger system for crossover individuals, which gave a nearly collapsing Qin Tianyuan a sliver of comfort. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to navigate this new world. However, this system was not what he had expected. It crashed from the moment he crossed over and had been silent ever since, with every check showing that it was still under repair. Fortunately, the progress bar was always moving forward, albeit very slowly, but it was still progressing. After the elevator, Qin Tianyuan was in reach the 15th floor. As soon as the door opened, he saw a familiar face standing not far from the door. A very tall young girl was clenching her fists, trying to make a fierce expression, but her body was shaking uncontrollably, and tears were about to spill. He recognized this girl. Her name was Yao Qi, the assistant assigned to him by the detective agency, a recent college graduate. Following Yao Qi's gaze, Qin Tianyuan's expression suddenly darkened. He recognized the other person as well, the one who had almost splashed him with water earlier on the road to Shamate. As soon as the Shamate heard the elevator ding, he turned around and saw Qin Tianyuan stepping out. Oh, isn't this Detective Qin? Did you just come back from a walk? So environmentally friendly. TSK. Look at your pathetic state. Haven't you opened for business in months? The Shamate had a mocking expression. Oh, I'm really worried for you. What if you go bankrupt tomorrow? Wouldn't you be out of a job? Do you want me to help you find work? Let me think about what job would suit you useless folks. How about being a mover? But unfortunately, no one would want someone like you. Then I guarantee you won't even be able to find a brick-moving job. Take a good look at this office. By then, you'll only be squatting in a run-down shack in the slums, eating dirt off the ground like a dog fighting over food. As for you, little girl, you still have some looks. Why don't you come work for our company serving tea and water, waiting on me every day? Yao Qi was so angry that she was trembling, pointing at the Shamate and saying, "You." Qin Tianyuan assessed the Shamate's colorful hair and realized there was a conflict between them. But he couldn't find any information on this person in his memories. He should be an unimportant minor character. Arguing with a minor character was pointless. So, he squeezed out a cold smile and casually asked Yao Qi, "Is this your pet? What breed is it? Why does it look so fierce?" This one sentence twisted the Shamate's expression. In an instant, blood rushed to his head. His veins bulged angrily, as if he were about to explode. Qin Tianyuan, you. Qin Tianyuan looked at the Shamate expressionlessly, trying to recall what grievances he had with him, which seemed to be deep. Shamate looked at Qin Tianyuan's disdainful expression and couldn't hold back any longer. He directly swung his fist and charged at Qin Tianyuan. Qin Tianyuan felt a rush of panic and instinctively took a few steps back, looking at Shamate's fierce appearance. A system prompt floated across his vision. Muscle Master skill activated. Thud. As Shamate charged with his fist raised, he stumbled slightly and ended up kneeling on one knee right in front of Qin Tianyuan. The entire scene instantly fell silent, with the three of them staring at each other in shock, unsure of what had just happened. Chapter 3. The first business. Qin Tianyuan was momentarily stunned, as if he had unconsciously used the Muscle Master skill just now, causing Shamate to kneel down immediately. This skill was too useful. Oh, please, get up. There's no need for such a grand gesture, Qin Tianyuan said, looking quite flustered. With his hands held out in a gesture of support. You're just a kid. There's no need to kneel to talk, especially not during the off-season. Yao Qi covered her mouth, almost bursting into laughter. What the hell? Shamate's face turned beet red, as if he was about to bleed, and he sprang up from the ground, shouting as he lunged at Qin Tianyuan. Qin Tianyuan took 2 steps back, activating the Muscle Master skill again. Thud. Shamate knelt on the ground once more. This time he was completely stunned, holding up his fist like a statue of the thinker, staring blankly for a moment before feeling all over himself, getting up with lingering fear. No matter how many times you kneel, I don't have any red envelopes for you, Qin Tianyuan said with a smile, looking at Shamate. Damn it. Shamate was furious, just about to lunge again, but suddenly stopped, suspiciously glancing around and then looking down at his legs. At this moment, Qin Tianyuan felt a bit guilty. He couldn't help but feel anxious. When Shamate was about to pounce, he tried to make him kneel again, only to find that the system indicated insufficient energy. This was frustrating. He had been so caught up in the moment that he forgot the skill required energy, and he still didn't know how to collect energy. What to do? Should he just back down? Fortunately, Shamate hesitated for a long time and did not dare to pounce again. He just glared at Qin Tianyuan fiercely. Don't be too arrogant. Qin Tianyuan. Shamate pretended to be fierce and said, you lowball your bids, willing to lose money just to grab jobs. That's ruining the industry rules. Just wait and see. You won't last long. My colleagues and I will definitely blacklist you. Oh, Shamate's words made Qin Tianyuan understand immediately. It turned out he was a rival. No wonder he looked so openly hostile. At this moment, Qin Tianyuan didn't show weakness, glancing sideways at Shamate. Is your business ability only used for making threats? No wonder you can't win at business. If you're feeling unbalanced, just go home and cry. No need to take it out on me here. Shamate clenched his fists, glaring angrily. Just as he was about to lunge, he saw Qin Tianyuan step back again. Qin Tianyuan gripped his umbrella tightly, watching Shamate calmly. But his mind was racing with thoughts of what to do if a fight broke out. Should he poke eyes or kick groins, or maybe spit? In the end, Shamate made a face for a long time, but didn't make a move. He snorted coldly. I can't be bothered to argue with you third-rate detectives. Let's see how long you can hold out. This matter isn't over. Don't forget, according to the rules, whoever gets the evidence first can bill the client. I'll make sure you earn not a single penny. Saying this, Shamate turned and entered a company across the street. Qin Tianyuan looked up at the sign above, which read Tianwei Business Investigation Service Company. Business across the street isn't easy, Qin Tianyuan sighed. He quickly put this matter behind him and pulled the fuming Yao Qi back into their detective agency, which didn't even have a sign. Upon entering the office, Qin Tianyuan carefully leaned the umbrella against the wall and hung up his trench coat. He glanced around the empty office and sighed. It seemed the agency was not doing well. What time was it? In a more than 100-square-meter office, there were only 2 people. Where is everyone? He turned around just in time to see Yao Qi pouting, holding a stack of documents as she approached. Where are the others? Qin Ge, you're acting strange today, Yao Qi said, quickly organizing the documents on her desk, where a briefing was placed. Maybe I didn't sleep well, Qin Tianyuan forced a smile, trying to respond. Today was his first day at work since crossing over, and he couldn't remember many things, making him feel anxious. How to pretend to be an experienced private detective? He was online, and it was quite urgent. Casually opening the paper briefing on the desk, he was surprised. Why were they still using paper in this day and age? Yao Qi paused, puzzled, and said, haven't we always done it this way? Besides, this was requested by you, saying writing on paper is safer than using electronic devices. Oh. Qin Tianyuan nodded. It seemed his former self was quite cautious. Looking at it, it was a case of catching a mistress. The client was named Huang Xinmei, who suspected her husband Wei Daiwei of keeping a mistress outside, so she commissioned the agency to follow and investigate. The request was to find out if Wei Daiwei had any other secret residences, whether he had had intimate contact with someone, whether he had spent a long time in a closed room with someone, or had secret conversations. Note, the gender of the person is not limited, and the number is unlimited. Compensation: 10,000 Huaxia coins for finding the address, 1,000 coins per valuable photo, 2,000 coins for 2,000 seconds of video. If you can provide information about the person, an additional 10,000 to 30,000 coins will be added, and 300,000 Huaxia coins will be paid in full for capturing the entire dating process. There are really a lot of rich people. One photo is worth 1,000 coins. If I take hundreds of photos of him, won't I be rich? Unfortunately, that won't work, because there are strict standards for what is considered valuable, including factors like image repetition, clarity, the position of the target, size, and whether the target's identifiable information can be discerned. Most importantly, Qin Tianyuan didn't know how to operate these professional devices, let alone the 22nd century, even in the 21st century. He had taken a bunch of blurry photos at comic conventions. Qin Tianyuan felt a bit dazed. What to do? Should he delay this case? After all, cases of marital disputes aren't urgent matters, and 1 lead to fatalities. It happened to be raining today, so why not just sit in the office with this little assistant, sipping tea and watching shows, and waste the day? Qin-gu, why are you going out yet? Yao Qi looked at Qin Tianyuan curiously. You fought hard to get this case. Didn't you say you had to finish it today? Qin Tianyuan was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. He quickly nodded. I know. I'll pack up my gear and head out right away. Yao Qi looked a bit sad, worriedly saying, Qin-gu, our agency hasn't had business for 3 months. Am I going to get laid off? Sigh. It's hard to find a job now. It shouldn't be. Qin Tianyuan forced a smile. He didn't know what to say at his level. He might also be unable to keep going. Qin-gu, take me with you. I'll help you. Yao Qi suddenly looked up, her expression firm. In this difficult time, I want to do my part. That won't be necessary. Just stay here and gather more information to send to me. Qin Tianyuan still had figured out the situation, so he naturally didn't dare to take Yao Qi around, fearing she would notice any flaws. Yao Qi let out a disappointed "oh," returning to her seat and starting to operate on the virtual screen. Qin Tianyuan sat down at his desk, looking at the smooth surface where a black briefcase was neatly placed. When he opened it, he saw several small electronic devices inside. Qin Tianyuan rummaged through the desk, but didn't find any manuals or anything like that, which made him quite frustrated. Taking a deep breath, he thought, don't panic. Just recall slowly. Department head, aren't you going out yet? You're going to be late. Yao Qi looked at the steady Qin Tianyuan with curiosity. Qin Tianyuan was momentarily stunned, casually reaching for his phone, but found nothing. When he raised his hand again, he discovered a simple watch on his wrist. However, the screen on it kept scrolling through a series of consulting news. After fiddling with it, he realized that this watch-like device actually had no time-telling function. What a situation. Just when he was about to hit a wall, a glimmer of hope appeared. But he wasn't worried at all, as long as he stayed calm. There shouldn't be any major issues. Yao Qi, what time is it now? Qin Tianyuan tried to steady his emotions, smiling as he asked. Yao Qi pointed to the wall, where a set of numbers clearly displayed the time, 9:30. At this point, he could no longer stay calm. The information showed that Wei Daiwei had a meeting at 10 o'clock at the company. This was the only time he could confirm his whereabouts today. After that, he had no idea where he would go. Qin Tianyuan jumped up, picked up his suitcase, and hurriedly walked out. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a row of lockers against the wall at the entrance. The top one had his name on it, Qin Tianyuan. This was his locker. And he stopped in his tracks, realizing it should contain things from his previous life. After unlocking it with his fingerprint, he carefully pulled open the locker door. Inside, stacked one on top of the other, were various electronic encrypted identification cards. He instinctively reached out to grab one, but unexpectedly saw another item, a leather strap. Pulling it out, he froze. It was a shoulder holster. Chapter 4. The Shame of a Traveler. My name is Qin Tianyuan, and I have traveled through time. But not in the usual sense. Others either travel back to the past or to another world, using knowledge or systems to thrive. But I have been reborn in a way that feels wrong. In this dazzlingly advanced technological era, I am confused and bewildered. I don't even know what advantages I can utilize. I know nothing about past history and am completely unaware of the current society, while others who have traveled through time are full of energy, ready to initiate a grand era, filled with ambition and inspiration. I could sum up my situation in one sentence. I was born with talent, but it's of no use, and no amount of wealth can bring me back. I am very aware of my own abilities. However, this is not important. The key question is, who am I? Taking a deep breath, I steadied myself. Let's sort this out. I, Qin Tianyuan, am 22 years old, a college graduate. I am single, from a happy family. My parents are healthy, and I have an older brother. I currently live in a rented studio apartment. My job is as a private detective who finds lost pets and tracks down mistresses. I have been working for 2 years, leading a mundane life. Everything seems normal, so where exactly is the issue? Qin Tianyuan looked at the pile of electronic encrypted identification cards in his hand, each bearing his name in a 1-inch photo. The occupation listed on each was different, and all had government-certified electronic stamps. Everything seemed fine. The IDs looked real, but why do I have so many different occupational IDs? And what on earth is this shoulder holster? 1,000 thoughts raced through Qin Tianyuan's mind. Why do I have this? Does a private detective even need a weapon? Taking a deep breath, I calmed myself. This must just be a decorative item. After all, a man should also pursue fashion. I can understand that. You know, it does look quite stylish when worn. Qin Tianyuan posed in front of the mirror, quite satisfied. Brother Qin, are you looking for something? Do you need my help? Yao Qi, noticing Qin Tianyuan seemed lost in thought, quickly reminded him. Oh no, I found it. Qin Tianyuan expressionlessly put the IDs and the holster back, picked up his jacket and trench coat, and pretended to be completely unfazed as he walked out of the office. Qin Tianyuan said nothing as he put on his coat and quickly exited the building. He felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on his heart, making it hard to breathe. The rain had stopped, and the sun was gradually breaking through the clouds, with the temperature starting to rise. After running and sweating, he felt hot and took off his trench coat. That run was completely instinctive. Ever since leaving the office, his mind had been in chaos. After this burst of running, his mood actually stabilized. Putting aside his chaotic identity for now, he should at least focus on getting his work done. It wasn't out of dedication. After all, if you're getting paid, you have to work, or you risk unemployment. In this world, he was still just a broke guy. Fortunately, he was lucky today. The place he needed to go wasn't far, and he arrived after taking just 2 bus stops. He casually entered a street-side coffee shop and found a seat by the window. As soon as Qin Tianyuan sat down, a humanoid robotic waiter approached him with a cold, stiff smile. How can I assist you today? No need. I'm just sitting for a while. Qin Tianyuan waved his hand, feeling uncomfortable at the sight of the robot's smile. The material technology in this world was already quite advanced, able to make the appearance of these robots very human-like. But underneath that human exterior, they were still driven by programs, with every action and expression pre-designed. Despite the efforts of the robotic manufacturing companies to improve, these robots still appeared to be soulless shells. After sending the robotic waiter away, Qin Tianyuan took out a rectangular box from his suitcase and pulled out a pair of glasses to put on. These were actually a tool with multiple zoom functions, capable of photography and video recording, as well as functioning as binoculars, much more useful than Google Glass. This was a tool Qin Tianyuan had just learned to use based on his remaining memories. It wasn't complicated, and the basic operations were user-friendly. So he temporarily set aside further research into its functions. Not long after he sat down, Wei Dawei's vehicle appeared in his line of sight. It was a black Mercedes, the most popular model among high-end business people. With its long and wide body, it offered top-notch safety and comfort, perfect for someone like Wei Dawei who enjoyed luxury. After the black Mercedes turned the corner, it stopped by the roadside. The door opened, and a middle-aged man in a gray suit emerged, followed closely by his secretary and bodyguards, who surrounded him as they walked toward the building across the street. Qin Tianyuan glanced at the information and confirmed that the middle-aged man in the gray suit was the target he was supposed to follow. Wei Dawei, 39 years old, born in Huaxia, later immigrated to the Mealy Federation, graduated from Harvard Business School. He is currently a senior executive in the R&D department of Eden Technology Group in Asia, earning over $100 million annually as a high-end business professional. Some of his life history had been glossed over by Qin Tianyuan. He was simply described as intelligent, with a high IQ, a Mensa Club member, and fond of sports, none of which were particularly useful. However, the information regarding his family situation was vague, only indicating that he was married. His wife is a Huaxia woman named Huang Xinmei, who is also the employer for this commission. There were no photos or additional information, just a note stating that the couple had no children. Qin Tianyuan furrowed his brows. The information was ridiculously sparse. There was no background on Wei Dawei's family or parents. Only his own. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the window glass Qin Tianyuan was leaning against was knocked on several times, startling him as he focused on reviewing the information. He looked up and was met with a colorful head of hair. Damn it, it's that punk. At that moment, the punk was grinning mischievously while riding a motorcycle, blocking the window and giving Qin Tianyuan the middle finger with a provocative expression. Are you not done yet? Qin Tianyuan's face darkened as he decisively stood up, activating his muscle master skill. Kneel before me. Insufficient energy. Skill cannot be used. I'll just observe from a different place. Unexpectedly, the punk suddenly made a waving gesture and accelerated away on the motorcycle. Qin Tianyuan was somewhat baffled by the punk's actions. What the hell is this idiot doing? Whatever. Just don't disturb me while I work. Damn it. As he pulled his gaze away from the punk, he turned to see that Wei Dawei's vehicle had already left. Chapter 5. System Upgrade. Qin Tianyuan hurriedly rushed out, flagging down a taxi. Before he could get in, Xianmate rode back on his motorcycle. Oh, Detective Qin. It's the first time I've seen someone tracking a target while taking a taxi, huh? Xianmate seemed to have encountered something amusing, laughing so hard he couldn't close his mouth. You might as well go home early. I want to hold back on this deal. Qin Tianyuan glared at Xianmate as he rode away on his motorcycle, quickly disappearing from sight. He turned to look at the robotic driver. Follow that Mercedes. I'm sorry, following a private vehicle requires authorization from that vehicle. Would you like to send an authorization request to the target vehicle? The robotic driver coldly rejected Qin Tianyuan's request. Qin Tianyuan's expression darkened further. He finally understood why Xianmate was laughing. This was no longer about tracking. He had no choice but to get out of the taxi, standing dejectedly by the roadside. This deal was done. Would his boss fire him when he returned? Getting fired on his first day of work would truly be a disgrace for a time traveler. Qin Tianyuan worriedly pondered his career prospects. What could he do if he became unemployed? He thought about pursuing a career in entertainment, but he was tone deaf and had no talent for painting, editing, or writing. Even after practicing for 2.5 years, he doubted he could manage even with 20 years of effort. Working a low-skill job was out of the question since robots took those positions, and he couldn't handle high-skill jobs either. He had only studied medicine for a few years, and with technology so advanced now, his medical skills from the early 21st century were useless. Besides, in the 22nd century, he was studying archaeology and couldn't even get a practicing physician's license. Qin Tianyuan rubbed his face, conflicted over a question. It would be a shame not to take advantage of his handsome face. He wondered if any wealthy girl would be interested in him. Maybe he should post something online to test the waters. The thought stirred him. Losing dignity was minor, but starving was serious. After all, he had a bad stomach and couldn't eat hard food. Just as Qin Tianyuan was lost in thought, a tall, stunning beauty walked past him, catching his eye. Her long legs and slender waist gave her an excellent figure, and she wore a sapphire blue women's suit that looked exceptionally sharp and capable. However, her beauty was what truly captivated him. With skin as white as jade, a delicate face, and elegantly arched eyebrows that complemented her phoenix eyes, she exuded both strength and charm. Her gaze was captivating, making Qin Tianyuan's heart race. The beauty had a dark blue trench coat draped over her left arm and was standing by the roadside, waiting for the green light, but she seemed a bit puzzled, frowning slightly as she stared at a person next to her, hesitating to speak. Before she could say anything, that person hurriedly crossed the street and walked away, inadvertently revealing half of his face. Hey, isn't that my target, Wei Dawei? Although the encounter was brief, Qin Tianyuan recognized Wei Dawei, who was now wearing an ordinary black suit, glasses, and a low hat, seemingly trying to avoid detection while walking quickly. Qin Tianyuan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly followed Wei Dawei, suppressing his excitement and carefully controlling the distance between them, staying neither too far nor too close. Afraid of making a mistake and being discovered, Wei Dawei appeared very alert, weaving between skyscrapers, even crossing malls a few times to change his appearance, using the dense crowd for cover. This surprised Qin Tianyuan. The man seemed to have a strong awareness of counter-surveillance and appeared to have received specialized training. Qin Tianyuan almost lost him several times. Finally, Wei Dawei passed through the back door of a mall and walked into a single apartment behind it. Watching the unit door slowly close, Qin Tianyuan hesitated but followed, only to be momentarily distracted, causing the door to shut completely. Feeling a headache coming on, Qin Tianyuan realized that such high-end single apartments required residents to use special electronic key cards for entry. After hesitating, he found himself locked outside and realized it would be difficult to get back in. These places had strict management, with dedicated security on duty, and all visitors were registered. Qin Tianyuan didn't want to leave his name and contact information during questioning at the door. While he was hesitating, a tall beauty approached, holding a large pile of items that covered half her face, humming a tune, seemingly just back from shopping. With long hair casually tied in a ponytail, she wore a dark blue trench coat over a sapphire blue women's suit. "Hey, isn't that the beauty I saw earlier?" The girl stopped at the door, trying to reach into her bag for her keys, but struggled to find them among the items she was holding. Qin Tianyuan's eyes brightened. He straightened his clothes and calmly walked over to her side, casually taking the items from her hands and standing by to wait for her to unlock the door. At that moment, the girl freed up a hand to pull out her keys and looked up at Qin Tianyuan with a slight smile of thanks. Qin Tianyuan felt as if the world had brightened. Her flawless oval face, with eyes gleaming slightly cold and complemented by slightly arched willow leaf eyebrows, exuded a heroic aura. In an instant, he felt as if the stars were shining and his mind went blank. Everything around him slowed down, and a series of strange characters appeared before his eyes. System reboot complete. Welcome to the Life Management System. System version 111. Administrator, Qin Tianyuan. System upgrade. Detection plugin detected. Loading. Loading complete. Warning. Detection plugin damaged. Some functions are unavailable. Please repair. Administrator. Name, Duan Hongyan. Age, 25. Race, human, female. System entering self-check state. Skill subsystem temporarily disabled. Qin Tianyuan was bewildered. He didn't know what had happened. Looking at the lines of text flashing before him, he felt no excitement or joy whatsoever. Taking a deep breath, he reassured himself that this was all normal operation. Moreover, this feature seemed useless, only allowing him to see others' names, which was akin to identification. But why was the skill system disabled? While Qin Tianyuan pondered this, Duan Hongyan, who was opening the door, glanced at him, finding him a bit strange. "Aren't you coming in?" "Oh, sorry." Qin Tianyuan apologized and stepped into the hallway. Duan Hongyan took the items from him, smiled slightly, and said nothing. Qin Tianyuan hurried toward the elevator and noticed one had just gone up. He silently watched as the elevator stopped on the 71st floor, suspecting that Wei Dawei was up there. At that moment, Duan Hongyan approached, took out an electronic card, and opened another elevator. Qin Tianyuan quickly followed her. When Duan Hongyan pressed the button for the 71st floor, her expression changed slightly. Could it be this coincidental? Did this woman have a connection to Wei Dawei? Qin Tianyuan stealthily observed Duan Hongyan and found that she was dressed ordinarily, without any expensive jewelry, appearing to be just an everyday office worker. As Qin Tianyuan was lost in thought, the elevator soon reached the 71st floor and both of them stepped out. Duan Hongyan turned left, while Qin Tianyuan spotted a familiar figure turning the corner to the right. Determined not to let Wei Dawei escape his sight again, Qin Tianyuan hurriedly followed. Just as he turned the corner, he encountered a plump and a thin person coming toward him. The hallway was already somewhat narrow, and the plump man swaggered down the middle, exuding an air of arrogance, clearly intending to bulldoze his way through without any regard for others. Chapter 6. I'm dead. Qin Tianyuan was caught off guard and was heavily bumped on the shoulder. The fat man's enormous weight nearly knocked Qin Tianyuan off balance, almost causing him to fall. After colliding with someone, the other party showed no reaction and walked straight out without even looking back. Qin Tianyuan carefully examined the two of them, but before he could see their faces clearly, the fat man turned his head and glared at him viciously. "What are you looking at?" With a face full of flesh and a scar, his thick eyebrows framed small eyes that bulged with malice. Qin Tianyuan's gaze sharpened as he instinctively reached into his pocket and felt the electric baton he carried for self-defense. If this fat man dared to say another word, he would definitely retort. The other tall, lanky man wearing a baseball cap pushed the fat man and continued toward the elevator without saying a word. The fat man swallowed his words and followed behind. As the tall man turned the corner, a sliver of light from outside revealed half of his face, and the sinister expression sent a chill down Qin Tianyuan's spine. Qin Tianyuan sighed regretfully after observing for a few moments and turned to continue inward. Unfortunately, he hadn't found an opportunity to act. After all, he was once the strongest in verbal battles in Zuan, known as the champion of the canyon. If only the fat man had dared to say one more word, he would have surely made him question his life choices. Qin Tianyuan walked down the corridor, only to find that the entire floor was arranged in a U shape. He turned around two corners and unexpectedly bumped into Duan Hongyan, whom he had just separated from. Duan Hongyan looked up to see Qin Tianyuan standing in front of her and couldn't help but feel puzzled. This person looked familiar. Why had he been following her? So she stopped to see what he would do. Qin Tianyuan didn't notice Duan Hongyan's apprehension, and since he had lost his way, he also came to a halt. Duan Hongyan noticed that Qin Tianyuan had stopped and abruptly took a few steps back, looking at him with vigilance while secretly reaching into her pocket, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, a loud crashing sound came from a room next to Qin Tianyuan, instantly capturing his attention. He then noticed that the door to the room from which the sound emerged was slightly ajar. Qin Tianyuan pushed the door open and found Wei Dawei curled up on the floor, struggling violently, his mouth wide open as if trying to say something. But no sound came out. The entire room seemed to be air-conditioned, a chill creeping out that made Qin Tianyuan shiver. He looked at the scene before him and felt an inexplicable unease, though he didn't know why. What on earth had happened? Wei Dawei's struggles intensified, his face turning pale, his tongue nearly protruding out, and his expression became terrifyingly distorted. Without thinking, Qin Tianyuan instinctively rushed into the room. The moment he crossed the threshold, he felt a slight pause, as if he had passed through a thin membrane. Immediately, an overwhelming chill enveloped Qin Tianyuan, making it feel as though he had stepped into a giant ice cellar, the surrounding temperature so cold it seemed capable of freezing his blood. Wei Dawei, who had been struggling just moments ago, lay motionless on the floor, his face contorted in a bizarre manner. Qin Tianyuan shivered and was about to check Wei Dawei's vital signs when, unexpectedly, before he could touch him, Wei Dawei suddenly flipped over and sat up. The lights in the room instantly dimmed, and Qin Tianyuan's pupils constricted. When he could finally see clearly, Wei Dawei's twisted face was right in front of him, almost touching him. His pale face looked ashen, devoid of any life, resembling that of a spirit. This sight terrified Qin Tianyuan to the point where he felt his heart might stop, and he instinctively stepped back. Unexpectedly, Wei Dawei opened his mouth and suddenly shouted, "Not here." A vague white shadow flashed past the corner of Qin Tianyuan's eye and lunged at Wei Dawei, who instantly collapsed back onto the ground, his eyes wide open, blood streaming from his orifices. Qin Tianyuan felt his hair stand on end, a chill running from his feet to the top of his head, penetrating his pores and chilling him to the bone. Then, Qin Tianyuan's vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground. Detected unknown damage. Energy 300. Administrator entered near-death state. Immune to all damage in this state. System absorbing energy. Entering repair mode. Qin Tianyuan felt as if his heart had been tightly squeezed, the pain jolting him awake as he sat up. The lights in the room flickered ominously. A wave of blue energy suddenly radiated from the center of the room, causing all electronic devices to spark and fail, including those on Qin Tianyuan's body. A humanoid shadow was swept by the blue energy wave, accompanied by a barely audible whisper, before disappearing into the wall. The commotion caught the attention of Duan Hongyan, who had been standing outside the door. She cautiously walked in to check the situation. However, she was unprepared for the horrifying scene before her. A corpse lay to one side, while Qin Tianyuan sat on the floor, his face pale. "Ah!" Duan Hongyan screamed. Frozen in place, her mind blank. But her scream jolted Qin Tianyuan awake. He didn't have time to think. He quickly got to his feet and forcefully pushed Duan Hongyan down, saying in a serious tone, "Call the police, don't just stand there." Before Qin Tianyuan could finish his words, a bright red light flashed before his eyes, and the system displayed a large warning, "Danger alert. High energy reaction detected. Beep beep beep. Beep beep." The short electronic sounds rang like the drums of death, pounding in Qin Tianyuan's heart. At this moment, Qin Tianyuan's body reacted faster than his mind, standing up, bending down, and turning to tackle the still-dazed Duan Hongyan to the ground. This sudden movement startled Duan Hongyan into a scream, and Qin Tianyuan swiftly covered her face with his trench coat. A massive blue electric flash erupted like a rising sun, expanding from a tiny point into a dazzling, scorching light, blinding Qin Tianyuan. Thick electric columns crackled like whips in the air, striking walls and floors, leaving behind charred marks and shattered dents. Moments later, countless electric columns seemed to come alive, converging together like a monstrous dragon, crashing against the corridor's wall, then rapidly spreading outwards. The door to the room instantly began to bulge outward before shattering into countless splinters, propelled by the shockwave into the opposite wall of the corridor. The splintered wood pierced into Qin Tianyuan's back, and he felt warm liquid flowing down his spine. The shockwave painfully rattled Qin Tianyuan's ears, almost drowning out all other sounds, as he felt a wave of scorching heat descending from above. The hair on the back of his head was singed, and the exposed skin on his body was burned by the high-temperature flames, causing blisters to form on his hands and face. The massive firestorm spread along the walls of the corridor, crashing into the far end with a tremendous explosion, shattering all the glass in the apartment building. The pulsating energy seemed to find its escape, rapidly dissipating through the broken windows, vanishing without a trace. Stunned and caught off guard, Qin Tianyuan raised his head to see the scorched corridor, struggling to prop himself up with his arms. His ears still buzzed, and just as he began to stand, a wave of dizziness knocked him back down to the floor. Qin Tianyuan was now facing Wei Dawei's room, the source of the earlier explosion. To his astonishment, looking inside from the doorway, he found the entire room almost intact. David Wei's body lay there, appearing completely normal, as if the explosion just moments ago had been an illusion. Chapter 7. In a narrow path, the fat one prevails. Faced with this bizarre scene, Qin Tianyuan could no longer maintain his composure. He leaned against the wall and slowly stood up, his trembling hand gripping the door frame, but he dared not step inside. Looking ahead, Qin Tianyuan's mind fell into chaos. What is this? Why was there a blurry afterimage just now? What did David Wei mean by what he said? What exploded? Isn't this supposed to be a futuristic sci-fi world? Taking a deep breath, he tried to steady himself. But wasn't everything normal when I first crossed over? Why are there such strange things here? Am I going crazy, or is this world going crazy? Qin Tianyuan felt that he must have gotten up the wrong way, clearly. He had crossed into a sci-fi world and become a small private detective. So why had the scene suddenly changed? There were dead bodies, ghostly shadows, and explosions. What the hell is going on? What made Qin Tianyuan even more distressed was that all the electronic devices he carried were charred black, emitting wisps of smoke. Clearly out of commission. These were all the property of the detective agency, and they looked expensive. The boss would definitely kill him. Well, it seems I've really resigned and gone into the sea. Just as he was reflecting, a thin figure suddenly turned at the door. Wearing a strange duckbill cap with a gloomy expression, looking somewhat familiar, it was one of the two people, fat and thin, that Qin Tianyuan had encountered in the corridor. The thin man was momentarily stunned by the chaotic scene, but he quickly reacted and rushed into the room. His sinister face seemed to be dripping with water. Without saying a word, he squatted down and reached out to touch David Wei's body. His hand faintly glimmered with a metallic sheen, as if he were wearing some kind of gloves. However, as soon as the thin man's fingers touched the body, an electric arc suddenly sprang out, knocking him back 2 steps and nearly causing him to fall. Damn it! The thin man scowled, gripping his right wrist. Gritting his teeth, he stared at the electric flash that had passed over the back of his hand. His fingers twisted and moved wildly for a moment, emitting a buzzing sound from the friction of metallic joints. At this moment, Qin Tianyuan could see clearly that the thin man's right hand was a mechanical bionic prosthesis. It seemed that the electric arc from David Wei's body had caused some trouble for the thin man's mechanical hand, but he clearly had no intention of giving up. Squinting, he took out a pair of black rubber gloves from his jacket pocket, put them on, and carefully resumed his search of the body. Qin Tianyuan silently protected Duan Hongyan behind him, squeezing her hand, only to find that her smooth skin was icy cold. Surprised, he turned to look. Duan Hongyan was trembling slightly from fear, but she still bit her lip, trying hard not to make a sound. Seeing her this way, Qin Tianyuan felt relieved. This woman hadn't panicked due to the shock, so now he only needed to focus on that sinister thin man. The thin man's movements in inspecting the body grew larger and seemed increasingly impatient. He meticulously searched through all of the deceased's clothing, nearly stripping David Wei bare. But he still came up empty-handed. Damn! The thin man suddenly jumped up, angrily kicking David Wei's body, his face twisted in rage. It seemed he hadn't found what he was looking for, and in a fit of rage, he kicked the body a few more times while cursing to vent his anger. Qin Tianyuan saw that the situation was not looking good, slowly straightened up, and while observing the movements, quietly protected Duan Hongyan as he edged toward the exit. Unfortunately, Qin Tianyuan's plan to reduce his presence failed. After the thin man calmed down, he turned his gaze toward the couple. The entire room was less than 40 square meters, with no obstructions, making it hard not to notice these two conspicuous targets, especially since the man was so handsome. The thin man suddenly drew a knife from his waist and shouted, "Where's the stuff? Hand it over." Qin Tianyuan was momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat confused. But he thought it best not to confront him directly, so he spoke in a more diplomatic tone. "Big brother, we were just passing by. We didn't see anything. If you want money, we can negotiate. If you want me to kneel and admit my mistake, That's also negotiable. Don't force me to drink the punishment wine instead of the celebratory wine. If you don't hand over the stuff, I'll send you both on your way. The thin man menacingly brandished his knife, advancing on Qin Tianyuan and Duan Hongyan. Duan Hongyan immediately felt a chill, fear surge in her heart, and she opened her mouth, trying to scream for help, but suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed her wrist, pulling her outward. However, he narrowly missed and stood in front of her instead. Stand back. Duan Hongyan saw the figure that had just saved her from the explosion, causing her icy body to instantly warm up. She looked up and saw the tall silhouette standing in front of her. Qin Tianyuan felt that he must have not checked the calendar before going out. How could he run into so many troublesome things? He looked toward the other end of the corridor and saw a large, rotund figure approaching, feeling quite familiar. Hey, isn't that the overbearing fat man from earlier? You dare to come back after I let you go? He reached down to touch his ribs and then cupped his hands toward the fat man, saying goodbye. He turned his head and pulled Duan Hongyan to leave, almost forgetting that his electric baton was already out of commission, nearly charging in. It's not that he's cowardly, as the saying goes, in a narrow path. The fat one prevails. There's no need to compare weights between himself and the fat man opposite him. His farewell left the fat man dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what was happening, while Qin Tianyuan had already led Duan Hongyan nearly to the thin man. The thin man shouted, "Charge him." The fat man jolted, suddenly taking big strides and charging directly over, his massive weight shaking the floor. Facing a mountain of flesh like this, Qin Tianyuan was helpless. He pulled Duan Hongyan aside, and the fat man rushed past them. Thud! The sound of the fat man hitting the door frame made Qin Tianyuan wince. However, the fat man's size, combined with that impact, was quite unbearable, and he got stuck in the doorway, while the thin man was already blocking the other side, leaving them with no way to retreat in the room. The fat man shook his head, turned around, and freed himself, grinning widely at the two. Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Tianyuan spotted a stick-like object leaning against the wall and immediately had an idea. He whispered, "In a moment, I'll hold him off. You take the opportunity to slip out through the gap." Seeing Duan Hongyan's pale face nodding, Qin Tianyuan felt relieved, fearing that this girl might suddenly say something like, "I'm not leaving," or "Let us go together," which would have been quite awkward. The fat man lowered his shoulders and charged at Qin Tianyuan. Qin Tianyuan pushed Duan Hongyan away and shouted, "Run!" Grabbing the stick-like object from the corner, he turned to face the fat man, ready to deliver a blow. However, to his shock, when he picked up that stick-like object, he found it to be soft and squishy. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a sponge rubber stick. Just at that moment, before Qin Tianyuan could react, he was directly knocked away by the fat man, crashing into the wall like a cannonball. He had been careless. Qin Tianyuan felt everything go black before him. Chapter 8. The Mindless and the Unhappy. Qin Tianyuan felt pain all over, his vision filled with stars, but the next scene was even more unexpected. Starting system detection, malicious attack detected, energy collection activated. Blunt damage, energy 32, bone fracture damage, energy 13, impact damage. Energy 45, 241 energy points needed for the next upgrade. Please continue to work hard. Malicious attack? Energy collection? Qin Tianyuan's worldview was about to shatter. What kind of system is this? Why is it collecting malicious damage? Are you trying to make me take hits? What does keep working hard even mean? Qin Tianyuan couldn't help but curse. What the hell? Who designed this damn system? He considered himself well-read, but had never seen such a terrible system. Then, a fat guy grabbed him from the wall, yanked him by the collar, lifted him high above his head, and shouted, "Let's go." He let go, throwing Qin Tianyuan to the ground. The force of the throw was tremendous, and it really made Qin Tianyuan spit blood. The floor shook, let alone himself. It felt like his internal organs were about to shatter, and he nearly fainted as his vision went dark. Impact damage, energy 90. Vibration damage, energy 60. Fracture damage, energy 150. Energy collection complete. Starting repair system. Partial system repair initiated. Repair progress 51555. Energy collection progress full, upgraded to level 2. Repair complete. Life enhancement system detected. Activating life enhancement function. Activating self-healing enhancement function. Activating protection function. Activating active muscle function. Nerve reflex enhancement. Protection function activation failed. Insufficient energy detected. Active muscle function activation failed. Insufficient energy detected. Self-healing enhancement function activation failed. Insufficient energy detected. Life enhancement function activation failed. Qin Tianyuan felt like this was life. When heaven closed a door, it welded the window shut too. Everything was failing to activate, so what exactly did he upgrade? Maybe his soul-searching question was too sharp, or maybe the system had some self-esteem. Post-upgrade, one-time healing of injuries granted. Please continue to collect more energy. Can I uninstall this piece of junk? A refreshing sensation began to flow through his body, quickly alleviating all pain. Qin Tianyuan's consciousness soon returned to clarity, and he felt strength returning to his body. The fat guy stepped toward Qin Tianyuan, bending down in an attempt to grab him again. Qin Tianyuan opened his eyes, raised his hands, and delivered a double fist strike to the fat guy's temples. The fat guy was caught off guard, and after taking the hit, he staggered back a few steps, nearly collapsing. At this moment, Qin Tianyuan was not about to miss the opportunity. He rolled up, got to his feet, and charged at the fat guy, delivering a heavy elbow strike to his chest. He then pushed down on the fat guy's neck and followed up with a knee strike to the head. This series of attacks was enough. The fat guy crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up dust. Qin Tianyuan wiped his sweat and turned to see Duan Hongyan still standing behind him. And he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Didn't I tell you to run?" Duan Hongyan's face was pale, and her eyes looked to the side. Following her gaze, he saw a thin figure blocking the doorway. It was the skinny guy wearing a baseball cap. Qin Tianyuan had a deep impression of his sinister expression and realized that he hadn't just been watching. He was holding a dagger and staring at Duan Hongyan. Almost forgot. These two were a duo. What a mistake. The skinny guy's dark face and wolf-like eyes were fixed on Qin Tianyuan, as if he wanted to devour him. And he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fatty." The fat guy shook his head and slowly got up from the ground. Now the match had turned from singles to doubles. Qin Tianyuan felt quite troubled. This situation was one he didn't want to face. With a large fat guy behind him grinning foolishly and a skinny guy with a dagger glaring at him from the front. This was a bit tricky. Qin Tianyuan glanced at Duan Hongyan and asked with a bitter smile, "Do you have any ideas?" Duan Hongyan trembled and pointed to a nearby apartment door. "That's my home. We can go in and hide." Qin Tianyuan thought for a moment, then pointed and said, "Go in, lock the door, call the police." Saying this, Qin Tianyuan charged at the fat and skinny duo again, and without hesitation, Duan Hongyan dashed in, locking the door with a click, seemingly bracing it with a chair. Very good. He liked this girl's obedient nature. She didn't hold him back at all. Now it was 1 against 2. Sigh, damn it. Cold sweat broke out as he looked at the two idiots, and he felt a bit anxious. The fat guy behind him took big strides, reaching out to grab him. Qin Tianyuan sidestepped, retreating 2 steps cautiously. Then, he crouched into a stance, raising his fist in a showy manner. No matter how his fighting ability was, he had to look cool first to intimidate the opponent. Clearly, Qin Tianyuan's opponent hesitated. The skinny guy nodded at the fat guy, indicating for him to go first. Without a second thought, the fat guy lunged at him again. Qin Tianyuan twisted his body, sprang forward, and darted in front of the skinny guy. The skinny guy, frightened, lunged at him with the dagger. Qin Tianyuan's reflexes were quick. He grabbed the dagger with his left hand, the sharp blade instantly cutting into his palm. Without thinking, he lifted his left hand, thrust his right elbow forward, and crashed into the skinny guy's embrace. The skinny guy let out a scream. The elbow strike nearly broke his ribs. Before he could catch his breath, Qin Tianyuan grabbed his throat with one hand and snatched the dagger with the other. "Don't move," Qin Tianyuan shouted, trying to control the situation. However, he underestimated the thick-headed fat guy. Although he had subdued the skinny guy, he also came to a halt. The fat guy was no longer afraid of missing. He charged at Qin Tianyuan. At that moment, Qin Tianyuan felt like he had been hit by a truck, crashing into the wall, and the dagger fell to the ground. Malicious damage detected. Energy collection initiated. Impact damage, energy 110. Sharp weapon damage, energy 10. Bleed damage, energy 1. Bleed damage, energy 1. Bleed damage, energy 1. 312 more energy needed for the next upgrade. Please continue to work hard. Qin Tianyuan flipped over and saw the fat guy trying to grab him with both hands. He steadied himself, stood firm, and dodged the fat guy's large hands by crouching. With a stomp, he swung his arm and punched directly at the fat guy's nose, instantly causing his face to swell. As the fat guy's vision blurred, Qin Tianyuan seized the opportunity, delivering a punch to his chest with his left hand, then following up with another elbow strike, forcing the fat guy to stagger back. The skinny guy, not expecting the situation to reverse so quickly, became furious and shouted, "Fatty, get out of the way." Suddenly, the skinny guy pulled out a breathing mask from his pocket and calmly put it over his mouth and nose. Qin Tianyuan felt something was off and looked up to see the skinny guy pulling out a round object with a metal ring attached, raising it toward him. The skinny guy grinned a hideous smile, his right hand shaking the object before abruptly pulling the metal ring, releasing a cloud of white smoke. Qin Tianyuan's face paled. What the hell was this? How could he pull out anything from his pocket? Is he Doryman? Even Qin Tianyuan, no matter how foolish, understood that this was bad. No matter what it was, he couldn't let the skinny guy use it. As soon as he took a step, Qin Tianyuan felt his feet go soft, as if he were stepping on cotton candy, and he staggered to maintain his balance. Looking up, he saw the skinny guy's previously sinister and triumphant smile was replaced by the mask. The surroundings seemed to blur, like being shrouded in mist, and the lights at the edges began to distort. Chapter 9. Turn around. His thoughts began to drift, swaying, and the entire corridor started to spin. The dizzying sensation almost made him vomit, and to prevent falling, he grabbed onto the wall. The skinny guy stepped forward and punched Qin Tianyuan on the head, cursing. You little brat, you're pretty good at dodging. Let me see you dodge this. As he spoke, he lifted his foot and kicked down hard. After kicking, he still felt unsatisfied and stepped on Qin Tianyuan's palm, grinding it forcefully. Aren't you pretty tough? Get up and fight again. Qin Tianyuan raised his head, forced a smile, and tried to make a 3-in-1 gesture with his mouth. The thin guy became furious and kicked a few more times, but Qin Tianyuan continued to sneer. That mocking smile completely infuriated the thin guy. He shouted, Fatty, break his hands and feet. I'll make him laugh again. The fat guy walked over, lifted his thick leg, and stomped down hard on Qin Tianyuan's arm. A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and Qin Tianyuan's pupils dilated sharply, his face contorted in pain. But there was no trace of suffering in his eyes. Fracture damage, energy 350, impact damage. Energy 210, energy collection complete. Repair system starting, partial system repair initiated. Repair progress 51. 555, energy collection progress full, upgraded to level 3. Repair completed. Life enhancement system detected online. Life enhancement function 50 repaired. Upgrade successful. Reward. Heal once. Acquired skill upgrade 0.1. Skill system upgraded. Skill subsystem activated. Muscle master. Active skill. 2. Causes the target's specific muscle group to lose contraction ability, rendering that part immobile for 1 second. Cooldown 10 seconds. Qin Tianyuan's mind instantly cleared. The dizziness and confusion gradually faded, and the broken area felt a wave of numbness accompanied by cracking sounds. His muscles bulged. A surge of power coursed through his muscle fibers, as if the pent-up energy was about to explode. The thin guy squatted down with a gloomy face. Looking at Qin Tianyuan, you're quite bold, huh? Fatty, go get that girl out. I'll cut that little bitch in front of you and see if you're still so bold. The fat guy answered and walked to Duan Hongyan's room, followed by the sound of the door being slammed. Target detected. Name, Dai Chang alias Dai Zili. Age, 29. Race, human, male. Qin Tianyuan raised his head and smiled. Dai Chang. The thin guy's expression froze. A flash of panic crossed his eyes, and he instinctively tried to back away, but lost his balance and fell over. Dai Chang. You think I wouldn't know just because you changed your name to Dai Zili? Qin Tianyuan propped himself up and slowly stood, brushing the dust off his clothes. Dai Chang looked like he had seen a ghost, struggling to crawl backward, trying to distance himself from Qin Tianyuan. You can't escape, Qin Tianyuan thought, filled with rage. Determined to take down this guy today. Dai Chang's limbs went weak. He couldn't stand anymore. Seeing Qin Tianyuan approaching, he gritted his teeth and lunged at him with a dagger once more. Qin Tianyuan grabbed his wrist with his left hand, twisting it outward, producing a crisp sound of bones dislocating. Dai Chang couldn't scream, his face covered in tears, looking at his wrist twisted like a pretzel, rolling his eyes and nearly passing out. Qin Tianyuan held Dai Chang's shoulder with his right hand, lifted and pulled, easily dislocating his joints, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. He then took the dagger and slashed it across Dai Chang's face to test its sharpness, then placed it against his carotid artery, signaling the fat guy to stop. Fatty, stop. Dai Chang screamed, now crying, his voice worse than a ghost's. The fat guy, confused, stopped banging on the door and turned around, looking at the thin guy in bewilderment. Qin Tianyuan took a closer look and broke into a cold sweat. The door to Duan Hongyan's room had been severely deformed from the impact, barely held shut by something inside. Otherwise, it would have been smashed open long ago. Fatty, get away from that door, or your friend will suffer, Qin Tianyuan warned, raising the dagger and stabbing it into Dai Chang's gluteus maximus, ensuring it wouldn't be fatal but would inflict enough pain. Dai Chang's eyes bulged, resembling a wild chicken being choked, as he struggled and screamed, nearly gasping for breath. "Fatty, come quick. Save me." The fat guy, initially dazed, snapped to attention at the thin guy's shout, eyes wide, and charged over with heavy steps. His massive body made a thundering sound as he ran, as if he were going to stomp through the floor. Seeing the fat guy charging at him without care, Qin Tianyuan dared not stand still. He pushed Dai Chong aside and jumped to the other side. Bang! The fat guy slammed into the wall again, managing to stop himself. Quickly turning around and charging at Qin Tianyuan once more. Qin Tianyuan was shocked. This guy was really tough, having crashed into walls multiple times without a scratch. Did he only know how to do this? Regardless of Qin Tianyuan's inner complaints, he certainly didn't dare to be hit by the fat guy again. He had been nearly killed by the last collision, but letting the fat guy charge recklessly like this wasn't feasible either. The corridor was too narrow for him to evade easily. As the fat guy's massive form drew closer, Qin Tianyuan activated his ultimate skill, Muscle Master. An invisible energy surged into the fat guy's leg muscles, instantly cutting off the biological electrical signals, causing his calf muscles to lose their contraction ability. The fat guy felt his legs go soft, almost losing all sensation in his calves, and his body tilted forward as he fell. Qin Tianyuan seized the opportunity, grabbing the fat guy by the collar and forcefully throwing him in the direction he was falling. The fat guy crashed into the wall uncontrollably, hitting his head hard. The loud impact made Qin Tianyuan wince, but unexpectedly, the fat guy got right back up. Qin Tianyuan was dumbfounded. He never expected the fat guy to have such high resistance. He looked down at the dagger in his hand and glanced around for anything else he could use. Just as he was lost in thought, the fat guy shook his head, staggered a couple of steps, and then fell to the ground with a thud. Qin Tianyuan finally let out a breath of relief, leaning weakly against the wall. The entire corridor was a mess. Not only was the wall blackened, but several rows of windows had shattered. The wind from outside rushed in through the broken windows, making Qin Tianyuan's exposed skin feel like it was being cut. Before he could get up to avoid the wind, he heard a series of booming sounds. Turning around, he saw a quadcopter police patrol helicopter outside the window, its dark blue metallic body glinting with a cold light. Suddenly, a swarm of buzzing sounds approached, and countless small metallic spheres flew in through the window, quickly scattering in all directions, scanning everything around with red lights, meticulously checking every corner. This was a hummingbird reconnaissance drone, and Qin Tianyuan's spirits lifted. The cabin door of the hovering patrol helicopter slowly opened, and 4 figures in metal exoskeleton armor leaped out, crashing through the window and jumping into the corridor. Before Qin Tianyuan could react, a dark gun barrel was pressed against his head. Everyone freeze. Police. Then Qin Tianyuan heard a cacophony of footsteps and Duan Hongyan's hoarse cries for help, followed by a loud commotion in the corridor. A large number of police officers rushed in from the end of the corridor. Chapter 10. Who is Qin Tianyuan? Name? Qin Tianyuan. Age? 25? 22? Is it 25 or 22? It should be 22. Occupation? Private detective. Now tell us what you just did. Sitting in the cramped mobile police vehicle. Looking at the stern-faced officer, Qin Tianyuan was somewhat dazed. What was with this interrogative tone? I'm the victim here. You're not suspecting that I killed the person, are you? I was just beaten half to death. Qin Tianyuan immediately protested. We'll get to the bottom of this. First, tell us why you were at the crime scene. The interrogator interrupted Qin Tianyuan. I was following the victim. Why were you following the victim? The police immediately showed interest. That's a client's personal privacy. I refuse to answer, Qin Tianyuan said seriously. I have an ethical private investigator. Mr. Qin Tianyuan, you are now involved in a murder case. The police reiterated the seriousness of the matter with a serious expression. We have the right to detain you for 48 hours for investigation. We will also charge you with trespassing, illegal stalking, illegal use of surveillance equipment, invasion of privacy, damage to personal property, illegal injury, fighting, and provoking trouble. Qin Tianyuan was dumbfounded. No, officer, I was just being reserved. Is it necessary to pile all these charges on me? Under the serious gaze of the police, Qin Tianyuan quickly explained the contents of the commission and the sequence of events, feeling he had nothing to hide. The police were not particularly interested in David Wei's private life and focused on the details surrounding his death, repeatedly questioning Qin Tianyuan. Naturally, Qin Tianyuan was forthcoming, except for the vague shadow and the faint whispers, which were too bizarre to explain. Such things, if spoken of, would seem unbelievable and hard to trust, even leading to doubts about Qin Tianyuan's mental state and possible hallucinations, significantly undermining the credibility of his testimony. However, throughout his statement, Qin Tianyuan cleverly shifted the blame onto the chubby and thin duo, constantly hinting that these two individuals had major issues. The police were not fools and would not take Qin Tianyuan's word for it. They conducted detailed inquiries, going from one-on-one questioning to team efforts. With one person playing good cop and the other bad cop, they repeatedly asked about details, occasionally throwing in unexpected questions on unrelated topics, chit-chatting, and mixing in soothing words with sudden surprises. This method of questioning almost caused Qin Tianyuan to break down on the spot, wondering why his day was so difficult. Fortunately, the questioning quickly concluded. Seeing that Qin Tianyuan's testimony had no flaws, and corroborating with Duan Hongyan's words, they essentially ruled him out as a suspect. However, the police still advised him to keep in touch and actively cooperate with any summons, leaving Qin Tianyuan with a headache. Ultimately, it was the people waiting outside who rescued Qin Tianyuan, banging on the car door and shouting, "Hurry up and let him out, the ambulance has arrived." After getting out of the police vehicle, Qin Tianyuan felt a bit unsteady on his feet. A person in a white coat impatiently showed Qin Tianyuan his wounds, carelessly applying a few makeshift bandages and then pulling out a bill. 13,005. Is it really that expensive to call an ambulance? Are you kidding me? Qin Tianyuan's eyes nearly popped out. Hurry up and pay, we need to go to the next place. The paramedic roughly shoved the bill into Qin Tianyuan's hand. Don't just stand there, sign it quickly. Next time just call a hearse, okay? Qin Tianyuan was so anxious he wanted to curse. But looking at the burly paramedic and the surrounding police, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and sign his name on the bill. Sorry, insufficient balance. Qin Tianyuan stared at the electronic bill notification, feeling dazed. It seemed his savings weren't enough to cover the bill. Was his life in this world so miserable? Are you paying with a credit card or in installments? The paramedic didn't care about Qin Tianyuan's embarrassment and kept urging him. I'll pay. At that moment, Duan Hongyan reached out from the side and took the bill, quickly signing her name. I'll pay you back later. Qin Tianyuan awkwardly tried to save face. Can you give me your contact information? What era is it? Is your way of flirting this old-fashioned? Duan Hongyan feigned annoyance and then smiled. I haven't thanked you for saving me today. Helping you with the bill doesn't express my gratitude enough. How about I treat you to dinner tonight if you're free? Qin Tianyuan, with a bitter face, looked at the few charred and useless electronic devices in his pocket, feeling like he wanted to cry. He had no idea how to explain this to his boss, let alone have the mood for dinner. No, I need to go back to the company to write a report. Sigh, the client is already cold. How am I supposed to write this report? Business had collapsed. The equipment was broken. Was he destined to go under? Qin Tianyuan sighed and sat down heavily on the steps in front of the apartment. His shirt was soaked with sweat, and the sweat trickled into his wounds, causing a burning pain. He still felt a bit dazed, his mind constantly recalling the terrifying scene from earlier. David Wei's death, the explosion's fireball, the human-shaped shadow, the blue ripples, and the fight with the chubby and thin duo. The world was more complicated than Qin Tianyuan had imagined, shattering his previously comfortable mood in an instant. He just wanted to make a living. Why was it like this? Other jobs consumed time, but this job consumed life. The entire apartment building was now filled with cars, with police cars and fire trucks everywhere, and uniformed personnel coming and going. At this moment, Duan Hongyan stood nearby, silently watching Qin Tianyuan with tears in her eyes, trying hard not to cry. Carefully tugging at Qin Tianyuan's suit jacket, trying to help him take it off. Qin Tianyuan turned to look at the tearful Duan Hongyan, feeling strange. This girl was being too dramatic. They had just been talking and laughing, and now she was crying. I'm not dead yet. Are you hurt? Duan Hongyan shook her head. Choked up as she said, you have a lot of blood on you. Huh? Qin Tianyuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly shook his head. That's not mine. Look, I don't have any wounds. Duan Hongyan refused to believe him and carefully checked Qin Tianyuan's body before feeling relieved. At that moment, a few police officers in white uniforms walked towards him. Qin Tianyuan sighed. This necessary procedure was unavoidable, so he stood up to meet them. The officer in front squinted his eyes, his whole body tense, like a cheetah ready to pounce on its prey. From the gray hair visible under his large-brimmed hat, it was clear he was quite old, but still exuded a strong aura. Who is Qin Tianyuan? Chapter 11. Making headlines I am, Qin Tianyuan said, taking out his identification and appearing very proactive. The leading officer nodded, took Qin Tianyuan's ID, and carefully examined it. Finding no flaws, he returned it to Qin Tianyuan. My name is Fang Shernan, the captain in charge of criminal cases at the precinct. May I ask you a few questions? Fang Shernan took out an electronic notepad and looked at Qin Tianyuan. Duan Hongyan frowned beside him, somewhat displeased. Haven't you already asked him? Why are you asking again? He has injuries. It's fine. I will cooperate with the investigation. It's my duty. Qin Tianyuan firmly held Duan Hongyan's arm to indicate it was okay and answered with righteous indignation, believing that no matter what, he needed to maintain the right demeanor. Fang Shinan glanced at Duan Hongyan, smiled, and said, I'll just ask a few questions. Can you tell me what happened earlier? Qin Tianyuan recalled for a moment and briefly described the situation of the explosion. There wasn't much to say, as he had already recounted it several times before. Apart from the bizarre scene he found inconvenient to discuss, all that was left was the explosion and the confrontation with the clueless and unhappy individuals. He thought it was better not to mention the strange things that had happened in the house before. He didn't want to bring it up. Although he didn't believe in ghosts or gods, it was indeed a bit unlucky. Fang Shinan frowned slightly, clearly uninterested in what Qin Tianyuan was saying. So he changed the subject. Do you know the person who lives in this room? Well, I know him by name. His name is Wei Dawei, and he's the subject I am investigating. Qin Tianyuan replied honestly, as there was nothing to hide. This was part of his job. Fang Shinan showed an obvious interest and asked, What are you investigating? Qin Tianyuan answered straightforwardly. Our firm has taken on a case commissioned by someone named Huang Xinmei to investigate Mr. Wei Dawei for any infidelity, as they are reportedly going to file for divorce. Oh, Fang Shinan nodded. Can you show me the commission details? My electronic devices were destroyed earlier, and the backup data is still at the office. If you want to see it, I can only go back and get it, Qin Tianyuan said, feeling a bit awkward. Fang Shinan nodded in understanding and asked with interest. How long have you been in this line of work? 2 or 3 years, Qin Tianyuan replied, recalling his memories. In this world, his career wasn't very long, and there didn't seem to be any memorable events. How's your income? Just SOSO, enough to support myself, barely making ends meet, Qin Tianyuan said in a plain tone, revealing a rather sad reality. After 3 years of work, he hadn't saved even 10,000, and he was still renting a cheap single apartment without any furniture. It could be said that Qin Tianyuan's career had been quite a failure. Have you ever thought about changing jobs? Fang Shinan, resembling a concerned elder, switched to a gentle tone. You're so young. You won't do this all your life, right? Qin Tianyuan was taken aback for a moment. He hadn't thought about changing careers yet. Even if he did, what could he do? He didn't know anything else. Fang Shinan was also surprised. What is your education? What did you study? I studied history in college, Qin Tianyuan replied silently, internally mocking himself. In this world, he had studied history, particularly modern history. This modern history was different from the concept in his previous life. It focused on the history of the 21st to 22nd centuries in this time and space. Qin Tianyuan felt even more confused, as he didn't have any memory of this part and didn't know what had happened. Fang Shinan looked at him with particular sympathy and suggested, Have you considered going to the construction site? I heard the pay is quite good, though it's tough work. You're young. You should be willing to endure hardships. Qin Tianyuan awkwardly declined the suggestion. His stomach wasn't good, and he couldn't eat hard food. He was already considering whether or not to enter the field. Fang Shinan didn't say anything further and casually asked a few more questions. After that, he asked Qin Tianyuan to leave his contact information and let him go. As soon as Qin Tianyuan left, Fang Shinan turned to his assistant and said, Keep a close eye on this kid. He has issues. What issues? The assistant was taken aback and hurriedly looked at the electronic documents to find Qin Tianyuan's information. He didn't tell the truth. Should we find an excuse to detain him? Forget it. We won't get anything else out of him. You check his social connections and family background, and also look into the detective agency he works for. Fang Shinan thought for a moment and added, It's best to check with the university he attended. See if you can find some of his classmates. The assistant paused, looking at the information in his hands. It stated he had a high school education and had never attended university. Fang Shinan seemed unsurprised, patted the assistant on the shoulder, and said, See? I told you this kid wasn't telling the truth. Start with checking his records. And remember, don't trust everything written in the documents. Standing in the yard, Fang Shinan looked at the chaotic scene and the busy people around him, took out a cigarette, and turned to another officer. Has the fire department checked? Yes, they checked. It's not a gas leak. They didn't dare enter the crime scene, but they checked the gas pipes and said there's no problem. Only then did Fang Shinan feel relieved. He lit the cigarette and took a deep drag. Let them withdraw. It's time for us to work. Several people with cameras were already prepared and quickly entered the building upon receiving the order, followed by a forensic expert carrying a case. Just as Fang Shernan was about to follow them in, a white enclosed truck drove into the yard. As the door opened, a tall man jumped out and called out loudly, "Which one of you is Officer Fang?" Fang Shernan looked up and immediately felt a sense of pressure. The person in front of him wasn't particularly muscular or robust, but his body appeared exceptionally solid. The sharp lines of his face seemed chiseled. And though he pressed his lips together in a somewhat shy manner, his gaze was extremely sharp. Fang Shernan approached with a frown and asked in confusion, "I am. May I ask who you are?" "We're from the Centers for Disease Control. According to the Medical Ethics Committee, we are here to clean the scene and conduct disinfection operations. Here is my authorization." The team leader handed Fang Shernan a tablet displaying an encrypted authorization document with an electronic seal. "Medical Ethics Committee? What are you doing here?" Fang Shernan was somewhat astonished. "We don't have what you're looking for. We are here on orders. According to the Global Medical Ethics Conventions, we have priority jurisdiction and confidentiality rights." The leader smiled warmly, revealing a row of neat teeth, but it looked somewhat insincere. Fang Shernan frowned, feeling quite displeased. Their presence severely disrupted his investigation. The crime scene hadn't even been examined yet, and they were forcing disinfection operations. What would be left of the scene? Fang Shernan was furious, but he felt helpless. In the end, he opened his mouth but didn't dare to refuse. He could only hold back his displeasure and nod. "Please don't disturb the scene. This is a crime scene, and we still need to find clues to catch the murderer. Rest assured, we are professionals." The team leader smiled and casually waved his hand, and a dozen people in full hazmat suits emerged, all wearing gas masks and tightly wrapped. Fang Shernan instinctively moved away from them, feeling a strange sensation as if the lenses on their masks were glinting coldly. Silently lighting a cigarette, Fang Shernan felt that something was off. This was an intuition developed over years of work, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Everything about this case felt bizarre. Fang Shernan's thoughts began to drift when he was interrupted by a noisy commotion. He stood up angrily, realizing that the source of the noise was a group of reporters. He felt that the saying "a great man can bend and stretch" was indeed profound and turned to leave. But the reporters weren't willing to let him go. No matter how fast he ran, could he outrun them? Fang Shernan was quickly surrounded by a group of reporters with notebooks and cameras, the flashing lights making it hard for him to see. It was possible to feel existential doubt from being photographed so much. With the clicking of shutters sounding like a chorus, cameras practically shoved in his face. Fang Shernan even suspected that these reporters were there to assassinate him rather than conduct an interview. "Officer, can you tell us what caused the explosion? Was it sabotage or a gas leak?" Our team has already checked and found no signs of a gas leak. The specific cause is still under investigation. So please don't listen to rumors." Fang Shernan wiped the sweat from his brow as reporters excitedly scribbled down notes. "Police have not denied the possibility of sabotage." "How many casualties were there in the explosion?" "It's said to be severe, and witnesses reported seeing many bodies being carried out." A reporter pressed on. Fang Shernan was taken aback and countered angrily, "I warn you not to spread rumors. No one has died. Where did you hear such ridiculous claims?" The reporter was excited, and the pen in his hand moved faster. Shocked, the sheriff threatened the reporter, warning him not to speak recklessly. In disbelief, there were ambulances everywhere at the scene. Yet they claimed there were no casualties. "So, Sheriff, are there any leads on suspects?" "The cause of the incident is still under investigation. The mention of suspects is only a way of speaking, and direct evidence has not yet been found." Fang Shernan carefully considered his words, stating that if citizens encounter or see any valuable clues, they can report them to us. The reporter's excited face twisted, and his handwriting was almost a blur. Shocked, the criminal's method was seamless, and the sheriff admitted there was no evidence. The police were at a loss and sought help from the citizens. Other officers were eager to silence Fang Shernan, fearing he would continue speaking, and rushed to pull him away from the crowd. The already ecstatic reporter would not let it go, directly chasing after him. "Sheriff, I heard this incident is related to a terrorist organization. That someone used a biological virus to cause it." Fang Shernan suddenly stopped, turned sharply, and glared at the female reporter who had just asked the question, angrily rebuking her. "Miss Reporter, I advise you to mind your words. In a city with good public security, there are such absurd statements. And as an educated person, how can you speak so recklessly?" The pen of the reporter at the scene seemed to almost fly out of his hand. The sheriff, embarrassed and angry, reprimanded the reporter but avoided discussing the possibility of a terrorist attack. Was he feeling guilty, or was there more to the story? The police could not deny the rumors of a terrorist attack and instead avoided interviews and left. Chapter 12. Something strange. Thanks to Captain Tai Sweki for the reward. after declining Duan Hongyan's kind invitation. Qin Tianyuan exchanged a few perfunctory words with her and directly boarded the maglev subway, dragging his battered body back to his detective agency. Today was also a day of unusual events, a thrilling day, and Qin Tianyuan still hadn't recovered from it. On the first day of crossing into another world's workplace, Qin Tianyuan completely failed. Not only did he get the target of the commission killed, but he also damaged a large amount of company equipment. He couldn't help but lament that even with the help of a cheat, he was still a total novice. After a whole day of setbacks, Qin Tianyuan, like a salted fish, shuffled back to his office and startled Yu Qi as soon as he entered. "Brother Qin, what happened to you? Did you get into a fight?" The young girl looked at Qin Tianyuan's tattered outfit, still stained with blood, and became a bit frantic. Yao Qi began rummaging through the first aid kit, pulling out a bunch of band-aids, looking at Qin Tianyuan with teary eyes. "I'm fine. Sigh. There were some unexpected incidents today, but I'm not injured." Qin Tianyuan slumped down at his workstation, saying, "The paramedics have already treated me." Sigh. "Why is calling an ambulance so expensive?" Upon hearing this, Yao Qi jumped up with an incredulous expression. "Brother Qin, you called an ambulance for such a minor injury? You really are wealthy." Qin Tianyuan was momentarily speechless, unsure how to explain to Yao Qi. Finally, he said indignantly, "It was Timmy who called. I don't know who set me up." Afterward, feeling annoyed, Qin Tianyuan changed into a coat to cover his tattered shirt, and as for his pants, he just pretended they were fashionably ripped. Then, Qin Tianyuan and the bewildered young girl stared at each other, both lost in thought. The young girl still didn't know what had happened. And Qin Tianyuan didn't have the heart to tell her the bad news that the client had died and that he would soon lose his position. So, Qin Tianyuan began to secretly browse job listings. He needed to find a backup plan quickly. "I can't go on like this. I am a proper traveler. The chosen one, a system user, a well-educated young man from the 21st century. Even in another world, I must strive hard and contribute to society." In this technologically backward otherworld, relying on his vast knowledge felt disheartening. Qin Tianyuan searched his knowledge reserves and asked himself a thought-provoking question. What can I do? It seemed he couldn't do anything. Unlike those who traveled to the past and could invent things, he had traveled to the future and didn't know anything. While browsing job listings, Qin Tianyuan felt quite discouraged. All physically demanding jobs had been replaced by robots, and other intellectual jobs required extremely specialized knowledge. The problem was, Qin Tianyuan didn't know anything. After 10 minutes of searching, he completely gave up. It seemed he had to consider the idea of diving into the job market. So, he, the salted fish, had to face reality. He didn't even know where to find a place that specialized in introducing wealthy women. In a state of despair, Qin Tianyuan resigned himself to scrolling through the news, flipping through the front page. He wanted to familiarize himself with this world and see if he could gain anything else. Our country calls on the Maria Federation and the Siberian Republic to stop their confrontation, to resolve differences through communication and dialogue, improve bilateral relations, and promote world peace and stability. Looking at this familiar wording and text, Qin Tianyuan felt much calmer and a bit warm inside. Seeing these things reminded him of his hometown. After taking a sip of tea, he flipped to the urban news section, and upon seeing the headline, he immediately spat out his tea. Qin Tianyuan couldn't help but exclaim how wonderful the world is. Even after crossing over, sensational headlines are everywhere. TSK. This writing is truly brilliant. It would definitely succeed in writing suspenseful thrillers. If he hadn't seen Fang Shernan's name, he wouldn't have recognized that the reporter was covering the explosion incident from this morning just from the plot alone. The writing was vivid with various so-called statements and eyewitness accounts. If he hadn't been at the scene himself, he might have almost believed it. Ordinary people have a curiosity, and it's understandable to have eye-catching headlines. But the fact that every line lacks truth and is full of misinterpretations is a bit excessive. Qin Tianyuan helplessly shook his head and was about to browse the next section when he suddenly noticed a title. Sheriff enraged, reprimands reporter. Yet avoids discussing biological terrorism. Is he feeling guilty, or is there more to the story? Upon seeing this title, Qin Tianyuan's heart stirred. He felt something strange about this world, but he couldn't pinpoint what was odd. For instance, why did the reporter use biological terrorism as a headline? This matter wasn't particularly eye-catching in the original timeline, yet he saw that this news was garnering immense views, continuously climbing. When he clicked in, he found the content utterly lacking in substance, merely discussing the possibility of biological terrorism. Even the editor didn't know. Qin Tianyuan felt particularly frustrated. But the comment section was lively. Opposing vaccines. This is the biological company conducting large-scale extermination of the remaining population. The idiot upstairs, you don't understand anything. The biological companies are just the lackeys of the government. They're playing a bigger game. Honestly, the Ethics and Morality Committee is the real mastermind behind the scenes. Qin Tianyuan was astonished to discover that the post discussing the Medical Ethics and Morality Committee had the highest engagement, with that term appearing in nearly every reply. Medical Ethics and Morality Committee? Why is such an organization attracting so much attention? No one has a good impression of it. It's all negative reviews. Like a rat crossing the street. Qin Tianyuan, being a clinical student, certainly knew what this committee was for. In short, it was to supervise on a moral level to prevent any scientific madmen and deranged biological companies from conducting unspeakable research. Of course, this committee was generally just a figurehead. Practically useless, it couldn't effectively supervise biological laboratories in universities and public hospitals, let alone those secret private labs, nor could it oversee biological pharmaceutical groups. However, how had the Medical Ethics and Morality Committee fallen to such a notorious level in this new world? Qin Tianyuan was just about to open the website to search for relevant information when the company's door was pushed open. A middle-aged man dressed in ordinary clothes walked in. He didn't look too old, but his hair was mostly white, and he had a slightly bronzed, square face. His eyes were sharp, scanning the entire office like a hawk, exuding an imposing aura without even being angry. Following the middle-aged man was a tall woman dressed in a common business suit, exuding a professional vibe. But she was hidden behind the middle-aged man, making it difficult for Qin Tianyuan to see her face. After surveying the room, the middle-aged man's gaze landed on Qin Tianyuan, staring at him intently with an expression that seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Chapter 13. The detective agency is closed. The middle-aged man's gaze made Qin Tianyuan extremely uncomfortable. However, guests are guests, and since he had just messed up a case, he needed to perform well to make up for his mistake. So, he mustered the courage to smile and greet him. "Welcome, sir. Our detective agency provides various services." But Qin Tianyuan's smile hit a wall. The middle-aged man didn't speak and just looked him up and down. "Our main services include civil and commercial investigations, as well as security services." Qin Tianyuan continued to promote the business. "We can help resolve business disputes, family disputes, and also provide market research. Whether it's infidelity or lost pets, we are professionals." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man clearly froze for a moment, his mouth twitching a few times, and his expression darkened. "Qin Tianyuan, are you pretending to be foolish with me?" The middle-aged man looked quite angry, his voice raised almost to a shout. Facing the middle-aged man, Qin Tianyuan was shaken by his strong words, startled. He was a bit dazed. It seemed this person knew him, but he couldn't tell if he was a creditor or an enemy. Yao Qi, who was lazily dozing in the corner, suddenly woke up, hurriedly wiped away her drool, and jumped up. "Welcome, boss. What brings you here?" Qin Tianyuan was stunned. He realized this person was his boss, leaving him bewildered. He felt as if his career in this new world had hit a new low. On his first day of work, he didn't even recognize his boss. Could anyone have a worse start than this? The middle-aged man's expression softened significantly upon seeing Yao Qi. He nodded. "Yao Qi, are you adapting to the job? Is there anything difficult? You can talk to Qin Tianyuan or come directly to me." Yao Qi seemed startled and quickly waved her hands. No, boss. I'm doing well here. Qin Gu takes good care of me." The middle-aged man's face darkened again as he turned back to Qin Tianyuan, angrily scolding him. "Qin Tianyuan, what did I tell you last week? Did you take my words as wind in your ears? You're disorganized and undisciplined. I repeatedly reminded you to focus your main energy on your primary work. It's harmless to dabble in side projects during your spare time, but it cannot affect your work." The middle-aged man looked heartbroken, and Qin Tianyuan stared at his boss in confusion. Something felt off. He felt he had been working hard, even if he messed things up. "Side projects? What side projects? I didn't even know I had any. How did you train a new employee? Did you submit the mid-year summary report? Did you fill out the financial reimbursement forms? Did you write the ideological report? What about your study notes? You do nothing serious all day, jumping around everywhere. I specifically told you last week to wrap up your current tasks, yet you went out again today." The boss's expression was one of disappointment, and a finger almost poked Qin Tianyuan in the face. "Look, something has gone wrong, right?" Qin Tianyuan was utterly confused. He couldn't understand a word his boss was saying. "What work report? What ideological report? Boss, aren't we a private detective agency? The client's target died. That was an accident. No one wanted this to happen." Qin Tianyuan hurriedly defended himself. I don't care if he is dead or alive. The boss shot Qin Tianyuan a glare. What I'm asking is why you didn't report the attack immediately. Why did you linger at the scene and get caught by the police? You've made such a significant work error, and you still have the nerve to act foolishly here. Can you do this job? If you can't, just submit a report and get transferred. I, Shen Weiman, can't afford to keep you around. Qin Tianyuan thought for a moment and decided it was best not to speak. Clearly, the two were not on the same wavelength. Shen Weiman's anger grew as Qin Tianyuan remained silent, and he started to scold him profusely, using the same rigid terms that left Qin Tianyuan utterly baffled. However, despite being scolded for a long time, Qin Tianyuan didn't dare to retort. After all, he was his boss. Sometimes, it's better to be humble. As someone who had been beaten down by society for years, he understood this well. As Shen Weiman was enjoying the scolding, suddenly his communicator on his wrist lit up. He frowned and stopped lecturing Qin Tianyuan, pulled out an earpiece, and began to answer the call. Yes, I've reached the investigator at the scene. He is the first eyewitness. Good, you've worked hard over there. After causing a mess, you still have to clean it up. Is there any other trouble? I heard that 2 people previously attacked our investigator. What are their backgrounds? Find out as soon as possible. And regarding the police, please try to keep our investigator out of it. What? Shen Weiman's expression changed. The Medical Ethics Committee? What are they doing there? Didn't we confirm there was no biological terrorist attack? Are they getting deeply involved? Is it because of the identity of the target? All right. I understand. We need to withdraw as soon as possible. There is no need to face them. It will be very troublesome. After hanging up, Shen Weiman's expression seemed quite grim. He glanced at the still-dazed Qin Tianyuan, shot him a glare, and said, What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and pack your things and leave. Leave? Where to? Qin Tianyuan was instantly alarmed, wishing he could rush up and grab his boss's leg. Boss, I know I was wrong. Give me a chance. Don't fire me. Shen Weiman paused for a moment, the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitching a few times, and with a stern face said, If I could fire you, I would have done it long ago to save myself the trouble. In Rome, help them pack up and send them to another safe house. The woman who had been silent behind Shen Weiman stepped forward, her fair face framed by black-rimmed glasses, exuding an intellectual aura, but her expression was cold and unyielding. You have 10 minutes to pack your personal belongings, In Rong said to Qin Tianyuan and Yao Qi in an authoritative tone, still unclear about the situation. Qin Tianyuan and the bewildered Yao Qi packed their things into boxes. In Rong quickly operated the control panel in the office, and the desks and chairs began to fold up and retract into the walls. In less than a minute, the entire office appeared empty. Qin Tianyuan looked at the scene in front of him, feeling a bit dazed, as if the detective agency had never existed. In Rong made a few more phone calls. The cleaning crew is coming up immediately to clean up and remove anything usable. Also, get us a car. I need to transport 2 people. Additionally, have the archives clear out an office on the 1st floor. I need to use it today. After arranging everything, In Rong looked at the still-dazed duo and waved. We're leaving now. Wait for the car downstairs. With blank expressions, Qin Tianyuan and Yao Qi could only silently carry their boxes, obediently following In Rong out, while Shen Weiman maintained a serious demeanor, silently smoking. Several people in gray work uniforms brushed past them, one of them directly removing the sign from outside the detective agency, while others pushed open the door and walked into the office. While waiting for the elevator, Qin Tianyuan looked back through the glass door and saw these people carefully cleaning every corner with their tools. My name is Qin Tianyuan, and I am a time traveler. On my first day at work in this world, I caused the company I was in to go bankrupt. Just as Qin Tianyuan was reflecting on his career path, a punk from next door heard the commotion and rushed out, jumping up and down excitedly after seeing the scene before him. I told you, you wouldn't last long. And yet you dared to act tough with me. Qin Tianyuan squinted his eyes and activated the Muscle Master's skill. The excited punk suddenly went weak in the knees and dropped to the ground in front of Qin Tianyuan, instantly silencing the scene. Qin Tianyuan looked at the other 3 people, who were all in shock, shrugged, and said, Oh, please, there's no need for such formalities. Last time you only knelt on one leg, but today you went straight for both legs. Chapter 14, System Functions. My name is Qin Tianyuan, and my first job after crossing into this world was as a private detective. On my first day, the detective agency went bankrupt. However, my boss, Mr. Shen Weiman, generously offered me another job, and now I am a staff member in the logistics department of the archives, officially employed. Qin Tianyuan and Yao Qi were directly taken to the archives by Shen Weiman and Yin Rong. Shen Weiman disappeared right away, and Yin Rong helped the two of them set up their office and apply for some items before leaving. Yao Qi, who had been in a daze the whole time, finally reacted and nervously asked, "Brother Qin, why does our company even have an archives? Is the boss unhappy with our work and assigning us here? Will they deduct our salaries?" Qin Tianyuan sighed and said, "It's precisely because we worked too hard that we ended up in this situation." Yao Qi, who was frowning, perked up again, saying, "As long as they don't fire me, it's all good. Is that all you aspire to?" Qin Tianyuan rolled his eyes, not mentioning how worried he had been initially. "Brother Qin, you don't know how hard it is to find a job. I searched for a long time, went through dozens of interviews, and waited half a year to get this job." Yao Qi pouted. "You're so talented, I can't compare to you. You can find another job quickly, but I might find it very hard." Qin Tianyuan awkwardly smiled, thinking that the girl was really overestimating him. He suddenly remembered a question. "Which university did you graduate from?" "Weiming University." Yao Qi blinked and asked, "What's wrong, Brother Qin?" Qin Tianyuan appeared a bit dazed. "Oh, nothing. Let us hurry up and start working. The work in the archives is quite busy." He was afraid Yao Qi would ask him which university he graduated from. He felt ashamed. People from Weiming University were worried about losing their jobs, while he, a graduate from a second-rate university, was slacking off. The work in the archives was indeed different from that at the detective agency. It was quite busy. He and Yao Qi just sat there, staring at each other, almost zoning out until it was nearly time to get off work, and he hadn't seen any work coming their way. He didn't really understand the archives department. In a high-tech future world that was highly networked and electronic, why was there still a place for storing physical paper files? Wouldn't it be better to scan and upload them to a database? In a city where land is so precious, it seemed inefficient to maintain an archives and employ many people for sorting and maintenance. It looked like a kind of nostalgia or perhaps a form of performance art. However, Qin Tianyuan only dared to think this in his heart after causing a major disaster by shutting down the detective agency. His boss hadn't held him accountable and even sent him here, which was already quite lenient. If he complained further and Bosch suddenly found his arguments reasonable and decided to close the archives as well, he would have nowhere to cry. So, one must not be idle. Idleness leads to overthinking. Qin Tianyuan glanced at the time. There was still half an hour until the end of work. Great. In half an hour, he could get through the most difficult day ever and finally be relieved. Why did he suddenly end up traveling through time? Others usually travel due to various accidents, but he traveled because he was sleeping. Generally speaking, such time travel should only occur under specific conditions. For instance, when two people from different timelines die simultaneously, one person's soul might cross into the other's body. That makes sense. But why was he different? He was healthy on Earth, with no issues, and there shouldn't have been a sudden death in his sleep. Could something have happened while he was asleep? But how did he die in this world? No. After he opened his eyes and crossed over, he didn't find anything unusual. No ghosts, no magic circles, and no strange antiques. He checked his body and found nothing wrong. How did he die? After thinking for a long time, Qin Tianyuan couldn't figure it out. So he decided to stop pondering and thought it was better to focus on something meaningful, like his troublesome system. He raised his head, looking at the dazed Yao Qi, and a series of text flashed in his eyes. Target detected. Name, Yao Qi. Age, 19. Race, human, female. It seems to be an active detection. Currently, I can only observe basic information like name and age. The value of this function is still a question mark. But what does this race mean? Can't I see what race the target is myself? Is this for showing off the information you can detect? At that moment, someone walked past in the corridor outside. Qin Tianyuan looked up, but nothing happened in front of him. He blinked, and there was still no display. Does this thing have a distance limitation? He stepped out the door, only to find it wasn't a distance issue. He was almost right in front of the person, yet there was still no effect. Then he realized this thing seemed to be broken. A system that was supposed to be useful turned out to be unreliable. Afterward, Qin Tianyuan returned to the office dejectedly, puzzled at how the system could be so difficult to use, far from what he expected. He furrowed his brow and opened his system panel, carefully studying his system. Welcome to the Life Management System. System version 110, Beta, Administrator, Qin Tianyuan, current system level 3, Undead, passive skill. This skill allows the system administrator to gain a death god's forgetfulness once a day. The Death Messenger's aversion. The system host will not suffer malicious harm that leads to death. When facing any fatal injury, they will enter a near-death state. Immune to all damage for 1 minute, and have a slow regeneration effect. Neural Controller, active skill, 1. Not activated. Muscle Master, active skill, 2. Causes a single muscle group, voluntary muscle, of the target to lose its contraction ability, rendering that body part unable to move, duration 1 second. Cooldown 10 seconds, activated. Comedic Master, active skill, 1. Not activated. Humiliation Expert, active skill, 1. Not activated. Choking Specialist, active skill, 1. Not activated. Foul Smell Creator, active skill, 1. Not activated. 5 Senses Manipulator, active skill, 1. Not activated. The first thing that caught his eye was a row of skill options, but the vast majority were gray, unable to be viewed. The only one he could check was the Muscle Master option, although this skill's current value was not very satisfactory. Given its low level, Qin Tianyuan was still looking forward to the effects improving with a higher level, such as an extended duration and reduced cooldown time. Then Qin Tianyuan noticed in the skill description that the effect of this skill seemed to only apply to voluntary muscles, with no effect on involuntary muscles. Muscles are structurally and functionally divided into 3 types: smooth muscle, cardiac muscle, and skeletal muscle. Smooth muscle mainly constitutes the internal organs and blood vessel walls, while cardiac muscle makes up the heart wall. Both contract involuntarily, hence they are referred to as involuntary muscles. Skeletal muscle, on the other hand, can contract at will, hence it is called voluntary muscle. Qin Tianyuan thought for a moment and suddenly understood that if this skill had no limitations, for instance, directly controlling the opponent's cardiac muscle, it would lead to invisible killings, which would be quite tyrannical. He also wondered if this limitation would be removed upon upgrading. It was nice to fantasize about it. After dreaming for a while, Qin Tianyuan ultimately gave up on this thought. He then turned to another page of skills, passive skills, where a row of gray options awaited him. Resilient muscle, not activated. Active cells, not activated. Rapid healing, not activated. Nerve reflex, not activated. Strong will, not activated. Guardian barrier, not activated. Chapter 15. You are surrounded by me. Part 1. Looking at that row of skill lists, Qin Tianyuan was directly shocked. It wasn't because of the multitude of system functions. His first reaction was to wonder how many beatings he would need to endure to activate these skills. Looking at the densely packed dozens of skills, each would require at least 1 beating to fully activate. The activation points for these skills were also different. For example, Jester Master required 3 points. Humiliation Expert required 5 points, and Stench Creator needed 6 points, which seemed quite challenging. The Nerve Signal Control and Choking Expert were even higher, reaching 15 to 20 points, which felt exaggerated. What annoyed Qin Tianyuan was that he still had no idea how the energy collection mechanism was determined, if it simply calculated the damage he received. That would be terrifying. Even more frustrating was the absence of a progress bar. He didn't even know his energy collection progress or the energy required for upgrades. His biggest concern was that the energy needed for upgrades would increase with level, whether in an arithmetic or geometric sequence. He couldn't accept any upward trends in future data. He wished people would stop saying things like just endure it, and it will be fine later. After all, it's not them who are getting beaten, so they should keep quiet. That row of skills wasn't the end. There was another row of passive skills. However, dear system, can you tell me what you need this energy for? Why do I feel like I have no purpose other than getting beaten? And I think your upgrade process is too slow. Energy collected by the administrator will be used for repairing damaged subsystems in addition to upgrades. Thank you for your active efforts. Please continue working hard. So how can I quickly upgrade your level? Please actively collect energy, and upon completion, it will automatically upgrade. Does that mean I have to keep getting beaten? Please continue collecting energy. The system appreciates your contributions. Can you give me a straight answer about what functions you have? Let me know in advance so that I have something to look forward to. Please continue collecting energy. After the system upgrades, it will provide you with more quality services. Qin Tianyuan truly had the impulse to uninstall the system. He felt that his connection with the system was completely a misunderstanding. Could they please let each other go? The answer was, of course, a rejection. The system went silent, showing no response, and Qin Tianyuan couldn't explode in anger. Otherwise, he would have jumped up and cursed. So you use the same energy for system repairs and upgrades, but have 2 progress bars? Can you at least give me a display panel so I can come to terms with it? Then the system directly closed the panel. Qin Tianyuan sighed, glanced at the time, and realized it was already time to get off work. He had been waiting impatiently, so he grabbed his clothes and umbrella and rushed outside. His shabby outfit stood out, drawing attention from passers-by, and Qin Tianyuan could only tough it out and pretend not to see. This outfit is a work injury, and the boss hasn't even offered to reimburse me. Qin Tianyuan looked at his torn pants and thin shirt, thinking they could still be salvaged. Though the shirt was almost reduced to a tank top, the evening temperature was still a bit low, and Qin Tianyuan, dressed in a wind-whipped outfit, was getting goosebumps while standing at the maglev train station platform, shivering from the occasional gust of wind. However, soon the crowd waiting for the train formed a human wall around him, blocking most of the wind, and he could even feel the warmth of the people around him, which brought him a slight comfort. Indeed, there is true warmth among people. Everyone can treat this down-and-out person kindly. At this moment, a maglev commuter train came to a stop, and just as Qin Tianyuan was marveling at the warmth of strangers, he was immediately swept up by the crowd, without a chance to catch his breath, and found himself next to the sliding doors. As soon as the doors opened, a group of well-dressed, refined office workers surged in aggressively, giving Qin Tianyuan no chance to resist. Before he could even react, he was pushed aside. After being jostled twice, Qin Tianyuan finally made it into the carriage, cornered by two burly men, shivering in the cramped space with barely any room to turn around. The normal temperature superconducting maglev train travels at a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour. Since this mode of transportation came into existence, the radiation range of a super metropolis has extended to hundreds or even thousands of kilometers, resulting in the emergence of large-scale super settlements across the vast territory. Naturally, the increasing population in cities brings more problems. Although everyone can live in residential satellite cities several hundred kilometers apart, the population density in the city center during the day can only be described as explosive. Consequently, municipal authorities had to implement a series of traffic restrictions to limit access to the central urban area in order to alleviate the daytime flow of people. But the results still showed little improvement. Qin Tianyuan watched as the brightly lit skyscrapers and neon lights of the central urban area rapidly receded into the night, leaving only a fading shadow within seconds. He could only see the beams of light shooting up into the sky, illuminating a patch of it. However, a few seconds later, that patch of sky also dimmed and disappeared. Finally, after 10 minutes of enduring the ride, the maglev train arrived at the first station, giving Qin Tianyuan a chance to catch his breath as he followed the crowd off the train. This was the closest satellite city, District 2, to the city center, with a population of over 8 million. In Qin Tianyuan's original world, it could be considered a second-tier city, but in this world, it was just one district within a super metropolis. Upon exiting the station, Qin Tianyuan looked up at the sky and found that he couldn't see the moon at all. Worried it might rain again, he hurriedly made his way to his apartment. After walking a few steps, Qin Tianyuan felt a chill behind him, as if someone was following him. His heart tightened, and he reached into his pocket, and unsurprisingly, there was nothing but holes. Qin Tianyuan thought he definitely needed to buy some self-defense tools in the future. Why was the public safety in this world so poor? A person died in the morning, and now he encountered a mugging at night. The group, led by Feng Shernan, didn't seem to be doing well either. Weren't they acting quite professional before? Qin Tianyuan secretly cursed while looking down, trying to find something like a brick to use as a weapon in case of a fight. At that moment, the roar of an engine came from above, and Qin Tianyuan looked up to see a blue and white police quadcopter patrol drone flying by. Before he could say anything, the patrol drone quickly flew away. Damn, wait for me. I need to call the police. Is your patrol this perfunctory? Qin Tianyuan was really eager to file a complaint. Sigh, it's better to rely on oneself than others. I should think of another way. Qin Tianyuan looked down and saw that there was a person standing on each side, surrounding him. His physical condition wasn't good, and the update was too late, but he would continue with double updates tonight. Once he's better, he would return to updating during the day and also make up for the chapter he owed. Chapter 16. You have already been surrounded by me, Part 2. Seeing this situation, Qin Tianyuan spread his legs apart, standing firm, his expression calm. Even though his legs were shaking like a sieve, his tone remained neither servile nor overbearing. Ladies and gentlemen, before you make a move, I have a few words to say. The people surrounding him wore matching hooded trench coats and glasses, their faces hidden in the shadows of their hoods, silently standing there without speaking. Please take a look. As Qin Tianyuan spoke, he opened his coat to reveal a strangely styled shirt underneath. I have no valuables on me. It's not worth your time to waste here, so please leave. The four people remained silent, not moving, the atmosphere unchanged. We all pretend this incident never happened. I will take my path, and you all take yours. The world is vast, and I won't delay your fortune. Qin Tianyuan noticed the atmosphere was off, so he said in a deep voice, Everyone, we're all out here for money. There's no need to spoil the harmony. If there's something to discuss, let's lay it out. I'm not someone to be trifled with. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. More enemies mean more walls. We have no grievances or grudges. And we won't interfere with each other. The response to Qin Tianyuan was still silence. His face turned ugly, his muscles twitched a few times. And his tone became stiff. It seems you are not after money, but rather, I must warn you, it's not too late to stop. Some people value their reputation more than their lives. The saying goes, it's a small matter to starve to death, but a big matter to lose one's integrity. If you scheme against me, then I will have to resist. As he spoke, Qin Tianyuan took a stance, and the person opposite him slowly raised his head. In the dim light, only a chin could be seen, with a faint metallic sheen. Mr. Qin, please cooperate a bit. The speaker's voice was slightly strange, as if echoing. Don't waste each other's time. Impossible. Qin Tianyuan resolutely refused. If you want me to cooperate, that's out of the question. Mr. Qin, why must it be this way? We actually don't want to cause trouble. The hooded person sounded somewhat regretful. Please don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Qin Tianyuan thought this sounded familiar but couldn't recall where he heard it. However, it didn't affect his response. What if I have drunk a forfeit? Come at me. The hooded person waved his hand. Go. Qin Tianyuan was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Go. Wait a second. Before he could finish his sentence, another person charged at him with the force of the wind, reaching out to grab Qin Tianyuan. This person moved extremely fast. Before Qin Tianyuan could react, he was already close. In the blink of an eye, Qin Tianyuan's body shrank back, barely avoiding the grab. He raised his left hand to block the opponent's arm, while his right hand launched a punch towards the opponent's heart. Real combat is different from what one sees in movies. There are no rounds of back-and-forth exchanges or dazzling skills that make the audience's blood boil. Those are for entertaining the public, while in reality, you can't use any of that. The duration of a fight is often very short, sometimes only a few seconds. What matters is each side's strength, speed, and reaction ability. At the end of the day, it's all about hard power. What good is Kung Fu? Kung Fu is fundamentally a killing technique. Removing the useless exterior, it is about how to quickly defeat an opponent. Skills are not just embellishments, they actually enhance your efficiency. Your killing efficiency. In life and death confrontations, where every moment counts, the means used are naturally extreme. Basic techniques target the body's weak points. In summary, strike the throat above, the groin below, hit the ribs from the side, and the heart from the middle. Any weak point like the temples, back of the head, throat, chest, armpits, lower abdomen, and joints, strike where it's weak. When the opponent lunged at him, Qin Tianyuan didn't think and threw a punch directly at the opponent's chest. As long as he found the right spot and used enough force, it could cause the opponent's heart to stop, knocking them unconscious, rendering them unable to fight back. Whether Qin Tianyuan's strength was enough was still unknown, but he definitely found the spot extremely accurately. This punch would surely make the opponent choke. Yet the opponent seemed unfazed, merely swaying slightly, and Qin Tianyuan felt his fist hit nothing but air, glancing off the opponent's clothing. Qin Tianyuan was taken aback. It felt like the opponent's chest was hollow. But looking at the opponent's baggy clothing, they certainly didn't seem like a person made of skin and bones. So why didn't he hit them? Even if it were a skin and bones person, they definitely wouldn't have this speed and strength. While he pondered, the opponent grabbed Qin Tianyuan's arms with both hands. Qin Tianyuan countered by grabbing the opponent's hands as well, then kicked up with a swift and fierce groin kick. However, as soon as Qin Tianyuan grabbed the opponent's arm, he felt something was off. He didn't feel any muscle, just as if he was grabbing onto bone. Bang! His groin kick hit something as hard as an iron plate, causing Qin Tianyuan to feel pain instantly, nearly bringing him to tears. He became numb for a moment, and within a few seconds, excruciating pain shot through him. Qin Tianyuan reacted quickly, not caring about the pain, switching from kicking to stomping, landing a kick to the opponent's lower abdomen, shaking his hands to break free from the opponent's grip. A few backflips created some distance between them. This series of actions surprised the other three onlookers. They had not expected such a turn of events. The first attempt to capture by Unit 9 had failed, recording the error with a deviation of under 10 centimeters. The data processing had not been corrected normally, and the server's delay time was adjusted to 3 milliseconds. They continued to make corrections. The evasive action was normal, requiring no adjustments. The other three were now each focusing on their tasks. One kept an eye on the fight between Qin Tianyuan and the opponent. Another pulled out some kind of device and pointed it at the fighting pair, while the last one waved his hands in the air, seemingly directing something, mumbling incantations. The movement system was normal. The power system was outputting at 70. The combat assistance system's data transmission was normal. Information processing was normal. Unit 9 was in good condition. The speaker sounded somewhat excited, stating that this test was very successful. The spectators nearby seemed to be in good spirits, nodding approvingly. Although applying for Unit 9 to conduct a field test was risky, it seemed to be worthwhile now. The three were chatting enthusiastically, the atmosphere lively. While Qin Tianyuan was jumping around, making quite a scene. Qin Tianyuan had already realized that his opponent was somewhat off and was trying hard to avoid any substantial contact. It wasn't cowardice, he simply couldn't beat them. The opponent was as tough as steel, and after several attempts, Qin Tianyuan felt he was hitting a steel plate. Given the opponent's speed and strength, he dared not let them hit him. Thus, he could only dodge desperately, hoping to find an opportunity to escape. While he was entangled with his opponent, the expressions of the three onlookers had turned sour. Just moments ago, they were all smiles, but now their expressions had fallen. Why couldn't we catch him? Did Unit 9 not exert enough force just now? Were there any data on the force exerted when catching the target's arm? Hurry and make corrections. Damn it, this kid is jumping around like a monkey. Unit 9 has never encountered such a situation. Immediately activate the behavior judgment system of Unit 9. This is a perfect testing opportunity. The behavior judgment system has been activated. Report. Behavior judgment data is abnormal. The opponent's behavior data is incomplete, making effective judgment impossible. How is this possible? The opponent is merely human. Can't we just use the general database? There is no data in the general database. Chapter 17. You are already surrounded by me. Part 2. On a gloomy night, under the dim light. Two figures were engaged in a fierce chase and fight on the narrow street. This should have been a classic scene from an action movie full of brutal beauty. But if this scene were shown to the audience, the director would definitely be laughed at. The action design of the two was extremely unappealing, lacking any aesthetic sense. One moved straightforwardly, and aside from speed, he fought worse than a street thug throwing wild punches. The other was even more ridiculous, jumping around and rolling like a donkey. Occasionally spitting, using every dirty trick from groin grabs to eye pokes, with most of his strikes aimed low. Unfortunately, Qin Tianyuan struggled for a long time. But his opponent gave him no chance, leaving him frustrated to the point of wanting to vomit blood. Although he couldn't hear the conversation of the trio nearby, he could clearly see that his opponent was different. Fast, fierce punches, precise movements, looking quite agile, but he always felt something was off. The opponent lacked a certain liveliness in his gestures, giving off a mechanical vibe. When Qin Tianyuan knocked off the opponent's hood, he confirmed the fact that the opponent was a robot. Under the hood was an oval-shaped head. Aside from a pair of eyes, the entire head was bald, lacking a nose, ears, or mouth. Qin Tianyuan even suspected that those eyes were merely decorative and not for observing the surroundings. The trio's discussion became increasingly intense, focusing on posture control, motion decision algorithms, and database updates. Each of them insisted that their respective parts were functioning correctly, claiming the problem lay in the opponent's system. Their tempers flaring as they argued. However, one person eventually calmed down and had a sudden revelation, saying, "Stop arguing. I think the issue isn't our fault. The problem lies with the target." The other two turned to look at the speaker in shock. The target? What is wrong with Qin Tianyuan? Have you observed his movements? The speaker adjusted his glasses, pretending to be mysterious. Of course we have. What is wrong with his movements? The other two, somewhat puzzled, watched Qin Tianyuan closely for a while. He seemed to be mimicking some kind of animal, perhaps a primate. What if it's not imitation? The glasses-wearing man revealed a profound smile. What do you mean? The others were momentarily stunned. I mean, this might not be imitation. His movements might just be like this. His daily behavior has always been like this. The glasses-wearing man said in a tone as if he had seen through everything. It's completely normal that his physical movements do not match our collected human motion database. What do you mean completely normal? The person holding the observation equipment frowned and asked, "You actually say it's normal that he doesn't match our database? What about your scientific literacy? All our deductions are based on the assumption that Qin Tianyuan is a normal human. But what if he is not a normal human?" The other two were stunned, looking at Qin Tianyuan in unison. "Everyone," the glasses-wearing man said with some excitement, "we may have encountered a genetically mutated individual. Although the probability is 1 in 100 million, or even 1 in 10 billion, such cases do exist, and it's right in front of us. No, this is not a genetically mutated individual. This is a form of atavism." The person with the observation equipment suddenly reacted and jumped up. Ancient anthropologists believed that humans evolved from monkeys, but they have never found evidence. I think we have found evidence, a living, breathing, perfect piece of evidence. Look at his movements. The previously silent person, who seemed to be a leader, took a deep breath, made up his mind, and ordered, "We must capture him alive. Stop talking nonsense. You're the one who is regressing. Your whole family is regressing." Qin Tianyuan cursed from the side. This is monkey boxing. While Qin Tianyuan was talking, he momentarily lost focus, and Unit 9 threw a punch at his head, barely causing him to tilt his head to dodge. Unit 9's iron fist grazed Qin Tianyuan's temple and smashed into the wall, creating a large dent. Debris flew across Qin Tianyuan's cheek, drawing a few streaks of blood and causing him to break out in a cold sweat, as if a fountain was gushing out. While Qin Tianyuan was terrified, the trio at the edge was also frightened and quickly restricted Unit 9. After all, this was a precious living specimen. If they accidentally killed it, everything would be over. They were counting on capturing Qin Tianyuan to claim a large reward, possibly relying on him for the rest of their lives. So they had to treat him with utmost care. On one side, Qin Tianyuan's 3 ungrateful children were delighted, while on the other side, the old father was sweating profusely, exhausted like a dead dog, panting heavily. However, Qin Tianyuan felt a bit smug inside. His physical fitness was quite decent, managing to evade for so long during the chase. But he couldn't keep dodging forever. He wasn't a robot and didn't have infinite stamina, while his opponent did. At this point, Qin Tianyuan was beginning to feel fatigued. It was like walking a tightrope, where he couldn't afford a single mistake. Taking a few hits was fine for the opponent, but one hit on him would mean going down. He couldn't afford any carelessness, as the energy expenditure was far greater than the physical expenditure. He couldn't continue like this. He needed to change tactics, or he would either be severely injured in the next second or slowly wear out. Qin Tianyuan's brain was racing. First, he needed to find a suitable weapon. Fighting barehanded was too disadvantageous. He couldn't inflict effective damage on the opponent. But he couldn't find anything useful at the moment. The entire street was exceptionally clean. Not even a brick or a piece of tile. Left with no choice, Qin Tianyuan turned his gaze to the streetlights on both sides. The silver metal poles, about the thickness of a child's arm and nearly 3 meters high, were the most ideal items he could find at the moment. So, Qin Tianyuan acted on impulse. After dodging Unit 9's straight punch again, he pushed off with his right foot, exerting force, and kicked directly at the base of the metal pole with his left leg. However, the metal pole didn't budge at all. Qin Tianyuan kicked it again, but there was still no reaction. He felt like his legs were going numb, and the metal pole showed no signs of damage. The trio nearby was somewhat puzzled. Qin Tianyuan had been jumping around, and suddenly he seemed to go crazy kicking the metal pole, which was indeed confusing. However, the glasses-wearing man quickly realized and shouted, "Mr. Qin, stop wasting your energy. All the surveillance signals on this street are under our control. Struggling like this won't trigger the alarm system." Qin Tianyuan was taken aback. He then realized that the metal pole actually had a security monitoring information collector on it. This thing belonged to the city's security alarm system. It was not just a surveillance camera. It could also collect information such as air temperature, humidity, virus content, and dust particles. The feedback data was uploaded to the municipal server, where intelligent robots analyzed the data to draw conclusions and arrange corresponding measures to respond. This was a public safety facility, and anyone who engaged in violent destruction would face fines ranging from 30,000 to 300,000. But Qin Tianyuan couldn't care less about that. His life was at stake, and besides, he didn't even know this thing was a monitor. At that moment, Unit 9 chased after him, delivering a powerful kick that directly struck the base of the metal pole. The connection point of the metal pole suddenly showed cracks, and after swaying for a moment, it broke directly, cutting off the cables inside, and sparks flew everywhere. Qin Tianyuan was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. If that kick had landed on him, it would have been mild to suffer broken bones, and he might have even died on the spot. The trio beside him was also startled because this metal pole was equipped with an alarm system that emitted a loud noise once damaged. Additionally, the situation of being cut off from the signal had a very high priority, which would immediately attract attention. Once they were spotted, it would take long before the surveillance network's security vulnerabilities would be discovered, revealing that someone was invading and tampering with the municipal surveillance system's feedback data, which was far more serious than just damaging the cameras. The glasses-wearing man panicked. "We only have 3 minutes at most. The mobile patrol team will arrive immediately. What do we do now?" The leader was also a bit flustered. They hadn't obtained the items yet, and Qin Tianyuan couldn't resolve the situation quickly. The police would arrive soon. This predicament left him somewhat indecisive, but he quickly made up his mind and chose between the two difficult options. It was a quick fight. The company's mission was the most important, and they had to retrieve the data. The leader gritted his teeth. The target was someone who couldn't be persuaded. So the most direct means were needed. He ordered the number 9 unit to kill without mercy. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianyuan saw number 9's eyes suddenly turn red. And its speed increased drastically, almost making him wet his pants as he turned and ran towards the 3 people. While running, he cursed angrily, "What the hell? You didn't even try to persuade me. Why do you say I can't be persuaded?" The leader frowned. "Mr. Qin, we told you from the beginning to cooperate a bit. You guys never said what I should cooperate with." Qin Tianyuan exploded with rage. "You didn't say anything. How could I cooperate?" As Qin Tianyuan was running happily, a gust of wind came from behind. Number 9 caught up and slapped him. Qin Tianyuan only had time to slightly adjust his body posture before being hit squarely. Thud. Qin Tianyuan was sent flying by the slap, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he fell heavily to the ground. Malicious attack detected. Energy collection activated. Impact damage. Energy 130. Bone fracture damage. Energy 70. Collision damage. Energy 45. Blood loss damage. Energy 15. Damage source detected as a pseudo-intelligent mechanical lifeform. Energy gain 50. 140 points of energy needed for the next upgrade. Please keep working hard. After landing a successful hit, number 9 jumped up abruptly, its entire body crashing down towards Qin Tianyuan. Qin Tianyuan rolled like a lazy donkey, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow, as the ground where he had been standing showed spiderweb-like cracks. Immediately afterward, number 9 jumped again, aiming to smash down on Qin Tianyuan once more. Qin Tianyuan didn't get up, he just lay on the ground, rolling around with his hands and feet. Thus, one chased while the other dodged. And in just 2 or 3 moves, they reached the feet of the trio. The trio was directly stunned, never expecting that the fight would reach them so quickly. After Qin Tianyuan got close to the 3, he showed no courtesy and kicked one of them in the knee while grabbing another person's ankle with one hand, pulling upward and shouting, "All of you lie down." The 2 attacked were caught off guard and fell over, and since the trio was standing too close, another person also got caught up in it, tumbling into a heap. Qin Tianyuan naturally blended into the pile of fallen people, while at that moment, no. 9 finally stopped its continuous jumping. The target mixed in with its own people naturally made number 9 hesitate. Its combat decision-making system needed to adjust its combat strategy again and come up with the optimal solution, which naturally took time. Although this process would be short, only 2 or 3 seconds before number 9 moved, it was already sufficient for Qin Tianyuan. He flipped over, seized one person by the throat, and shouted, "Don't move. You're surrounded. Surrender now." The person whose neck he grabbed ordered without hesitation, "Number 9, full power output. Attack." Qin Tianyuan was dumbfounded. "Dude, are you serious? Your life is still in my hands." Chapter 18. Street gunfight. Qin Tianyuan never expected the other side to be so fierce, commanding no. 9 to continue attacking while he held someone by the throat. Now it was his turn to hesitate, although he knew that if he squeezed lightly, the person in his hand would die immediately. He had never killed anyone. Qin Tianyuan only intended to control the situation by taking a hostage, not to kill. He was a professional killer and couldn't easily take a life. Just as he hesitated, no. 9's eyes suddenly lit up red and sprang up from the ground, delivering a flying kick aimed directly at Qin Tianyuan's head. At that moment, mixed in with the crowd, Qin Tianyuan fell to chill. He had no space to dodge and truly had trapped himself. Boom. Qin Tianyuan was kicked squarely in the head, flying out once again, rolling several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, instantly lifeless. However, at that moment, the clock had just passed midnight. Administrator entering near-death state, immune to all damage in this state. Impact damage detected, energy 1000, cervical spine fracture detected, energy 1000, nerve damage detected, energy 500, concussion detected. Energy 300, damage source detected as a pseudo-intelligent mechanical life form. Energy gain 50, system absorbing energy, repair mode activated. Upgrade complete. System current level is 4, gain 1 skill point. Upgrade complete. System current level is 5, gain 1 skill point. Current skill points, 3, repair complete. Life enhancement system online detected. Repairing life enhancement function. The administrator can consume 1 skill point to activate any life enhancement subsystem skill. If the administrator does not respond for more than 10 seconds, automatic selection will occur, nerve reflex, activated, nerve reflex. Slightly increases the administrator's nerve reflex speed. Administrator is an automatic repair status. The three people who had fallen to the ground slowly got up, glancing at each other with lingering fear, and no one spoke. After a few seconds of silence, the glasses-wearing man finally reacted and quickly said, "We need to leave quickly. The mobile patrol team will arrive in 1 minute, and we want to be able to escape then." The trio's leader remained silent, quickly walking to Qin Tianyuan's side and starting to search his body. But the more he searched, the worse his expression became. The items were not on him. The other two looked ashen. The thing they feared most had indeed happened. The glasses-wearing man frowned. Did it fall somewhere during the fight? He has so many holes in his clothes. It's inevitable. You think he would just randomly put something so important in his pocket? He must have hidden it somewhere. The leader suddenly cursed angrily. But now that he is dead, no one knows where it is hidden. Another person was also a bit frantic. "We're definitely going to get our bonuses docked for this. All our efforts went to waste." The glasses-wearing man anxiously glanced at the sky. "Let us hurry up and leave. Otherwise, we really want to be able to escape." The leader stood up angrily, spat on the ground. "Damn it. Wasting so much time on this useless person. Let us go." Just as he spoke, the trio's leader had just lifted his leg to leave when suddenly a foot was tightly grabbed. He was startled and quickly looked down to see a person who was supposed to be dead lying on the ground, gazing up at him with a cold smile on his face. The leader's pupils dilated instantly. A wave of extreme fear gripped his heart. And just as he opened his mouth to scream, no sound came out, and he was pulled down to the ground. The last two people hadn't clearly seen how the leader fell when they saw Qin Tianyuan stand up directly. This was too shocking on the midnight street. In the dim alley, a person who had just had their neck kicked and died suddenly crawled back to life, which looked like a horror movie. The bespectacled man rolled his eyes and fainted, while the person carrying the observation equipment broke down and cried out, "Oh my God, it's a ghost." Qin Tianyuan looked down and found that the fallen leader not only had passed out at this point, but had also wet his pants. Being so close made Qin Tianyuan nearly gag from the stench, and he quickly kicked the leader aside in disgust. Two were scared to faint, one was scared to cry. But the most threatening number 9 machine was completely unscathed. Qin Tianyuan touched his still sore neck, feeling a bit of lingering fear inside. The undead skill allowed him to have one chance to avoid death each day, but he had already died once today. Fortunately, when number 9 machine launched its deadly strike, it had just passed midnight, resetting the skill, allowing him to use it to avoid being killed on the spot. Now there were only two opponents left on the street. One was Qin Tianyuan, who had just fully revived, and the other was the number 9 machine, which had activated full power output. The number 9 machine was an artificial intelligence, so it wouldn't be frightened by the suddenly resurrected Qin Tianyuan. When it saw the target stand up again, the server began to reevaluate the situation. After just a few seconds of analysis, the No. 9 machine chose the simplest and most direct method. It pushed off the ground with its mechanical legs and shot towards Qin Tianyuan like a cannonball. At this moment, the number 9 machine appeared different in Qin Tianyuan's eyes. All its movements seemed to be in slow motion, as if the animation had frame dropped. Its mechanical legs began to bend and squat in segments. Then it launched again, leaping into the air. Qin Tianyuan turned his head to look around and found that not only the number 9 machine, but everything around him was in slow motion. The dust blown by the wind, the slowly falling raindrops, the taillights of distant cars, all became slow in Qin Tianyuan's eyes, allowing him to observe the trajectories of these objects more clearly and giving him enough time to think. Of course, seeing and thinking were one thing. But when it came to moving, he found that his own body had also become extremely slow, as if he were submerged in water, every movement feeling sluggish and uncomfortable. When the number 9 machine pounced, Qin Tianyuan naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to compete in a fistfight with a robot. He spotted the metal rod that the No. 9 machine had kicked and broken. With a side roll, he quickly grabbed the metal rod in his hand. 2 meters long, straight, hard, and resilient. Qin Tianyuan gripped the rod tightly, shook it violently, and thrust it towards the number 9 machine, which was still in the air. The number 9 machine did not dodge. It simply swatted at the metal rod, attempting to knock it aside. However, before its mechanical hand could touch the rod, Qin Tianyuan shook it again, drawing an arc in the air, sweeping it sideways to strike the number 9 machine. Bang! The metal rod hit the number 9 machine's body hard, sending the robot flying sideways through the air. Qin Tianyuan landed a hit but did not pursue. He stepped back a few paces, twirled the rod, rooted himself in a stance, and focused his gaze on the number 9 machine. After rolling a few times on the ground, the No. 9 machine pressed its hand against the ground and pushed itself up rapidly, charging towards Qin Tianyuan again. Qin Tianyuan retreated, shaking and thrusting the rod towards the No. 9 machine once more. The number 9 machine dodged to the side, and the metal rod again swept through the air, striking the number 9 machine aside. After several failed direct charges, the number 9 machine adapted quickly, suddenly crouching down, no longer running upright but moving on all fours like a beast, trying to evade the attack from below. Qin Tianyuan's expression remained unchanged. He raised the metal rod and swung it down forcefully, the speed creating a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. This time, the number 9 machine had no room to evade, and the metal rod smashed down from the air, forcefully pinning it to the ground, especially impacting the head, which bore the brunt of the force. The entire head caved in significantly, exposing its internal structure, and damaged areas occasionally sparked with electricity. The number 9 machine suffered severe damage, and its mechanical limbs attempted to stand up again but failed twice in a row. Qin Tianyuan was relentless, swinging the metal rod down hard. Clang, clang. The first hit. The number 9 machine's neck was twisted to one side, and apart from the connecting cables, the metal support structure was completely bent. The second hit. The No. 9 machine's right shoulder was completely blown off. The third hit. The number 9 machine's waist was smashed. The fourth hit. The fifth hit. The blows not only aimed to incapacitate the opponent's capabilities but also vented Qin Tianyuan's inner rage and fear, making his strikes both precise and fierce. The weak points of the number 9 machine's joints became the focus of Qin Tianyuan's attacks. After a few strikes, the joints were either broken or severely deformed. Qin Tianyuan slowly stepped back 2 paces as the rain in the night sky gradually intensified. In the distance, a buzzing sound approached, with countless agile metal spheres flying through the air, spreading outwards. Those were the police's hummingbird drones. The mobile patrol team had finally arrived. Qin Tianyuan couldn't help but silently complain. As expected, the police always showed up last. Why could they never make it in time for the main event? Just as Qin Tianyuan pondered this question that had troubled countless people, for bright blue orbs suddenly rose in the dim corners around him, causing the hummingbird drones to halt abruptly. Buzz! A shockwave suddenly spread from the orbs, and the hummingbirds that had just been in the air fell like raindrops. Qin Tianyuan, who had just let out a sigh of relief, was stunned. Chapter 19. You are under arrest watching the swarm of falling hummingbird drones. The surrounding streetlight information collection devices all went dark one by one, and even the slowest to react Qin Tianyuan understood. Damn it. The mobile patrol team had fallen into an ambush. Qin Tianyuan's mood instantly became a bit excited. It seemed that those who had set up an ambush for him were not just this group of people, but there were reinforcements behind them. Seeing the first group fail, the second group was coming to clean up. Soon, the second group of reinforcements would appear, and the mobile patrol team would also arrive. A clash between the two sides would surely be a big scene, and his vantage point was absolutely perfect, as he was right in the middle of the battlefield. But wait, something didn't seem right. Qin Tianyuan suddenly snapped back to reality, turned around, and tried to run. In fact, he had been looking forward to such a thing for a long time. If he weren't sandwiched between the two sides, he might have brought a small stool and snacks to watch. Now, though, he decided to let everyone continue their busy work and take his leave. Suddenly, several black shadows darted out of the darkness, all dressed in black, fully enclosed metal battle armor, wielding uniquely shaped long guns. These armored individuals were not only well-trained, but also had clear divisions of labor. 2 of them worked in pairs to drag away a trio, holding their arms and taking them away. The number 9 machine had a dedicated 4-person team to handle it, quickly tossing it onto a stretcher, ignoring the scattered parts, and turning to leave. When several individuals who were on guard on the periphery saw the recovery team retreat completely, one of them pointed at Qin Tianyuan, and immediately 2 people pounced on him, seemingly preparing to abduct him. Qin Tianyuan was unwilling to give them the opportunity. He had not put down the metal rod in his hand, shaking it to create a few gunflowers, advancing instead of retreating, looking for death. The black-clad assailants' eyes flashed with disdain, but before they could take a few steps, the metal rod suddenly jabbed right in front of them. They hadn't even reacted before being flipped to the ground. The black-clad person fell heavily, their metal armor crashing against the concrete ground with a dull thud. Emergency! Another dull sound echoed, and the second black-clad assailant was also knocked to the ground. On the rain-soaked street, Qin Tianyuan stood silently. 2 black-clad men who had attempted to get close lay at his feet. He gracefully twirled his gun a few times and slowly retreated into the shadows, simultaneously beckoning with his fingers towards the opposite side. The remaining black-clad men were furious and charged forward again, but a similar scene unfolded once more, within seconds. Both were also knocked down. Qin Tianyuan expressionlessly tucked the metal rod behind him, extended his finger to beckon again, and then pointed at his own mouth, forcefully mouthing, "Waste material." The entire scene fell into a dead silence. Neither side made any further moves, and the only sound that could be heard was the patter of raindrops. A flash of lightning streaked across the ink-black sky, and the rolling thunder followed a few seconds later, echoing continuously. Despite the loud thunder, it could not drown out the sound of the hovering aircraft's engines. The mobile patrol team's quadcopter was rushing in from a distance. Suddenly, one of the black-clad men stepped forward and said loudly, "Mr. Qin Tianyuan, time is short today. We will visit you another day. Please take care of yourself, Mr. Qin." The implication of this statement was clear as a threat. "I know your name and where you live. We don't have time to deal with you today, but we'll come back when we can." Qin Tianyuan felt a surge of anger. These people just wouldn't give up. Detection skill activated. Name: He Yuan Wei, alias Yuan Qing, age 33, race human, male. Qin Tianyuan was not someone who would take insults lying down. He immediately shot back, "He Yuan Wei, do you think I'm going to let you threaten me? You either kill me now or kneel down and call me dad right now. Otherwise, I will make sure you ascend to the heavens." He Yuan Wei was stunned when Qin Tianyuan called out his name, which had previously made him feel invincible. He was confused, wondering why the other party knew his real name, a name that even his teammates did not know. Only a few close friends were aware of it, and it was only written in files accessible to a few high-ranking officials in the company. Who betrayed me? Did someone at the top leak my information? Who could it be? He Yuan Hui's mind was in chaos as Qin Tianyuan seized the opportunity to unleash a torrent of insults, even cursing his ancestors for good measure, which made the others furious. However, as the leader, He Yuan Wei remained silent, and the others dared not act recklessly, instead looking at their captain, waiting for him to give the command. "He Yuan Wei, do you think changing your name will let you escape? Others may not know your background, but I know it all too well." He Yuan Hui's heart tightened. Could it be that Qin Tianyuan knew about that incident too? A wave of inexplicable fear gripped his heart, and he nervously swallowed, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Mr. Qin, you can't defeat us alone. What do you want?" The first half of his sentence was fine, but the second half revealed his insecurity. However, Qin Tianyuan himself felt insecure because he had no real ability apart from his sharp tongue. This question left him at a loss as well. "Mr. He, I bet you that I can make you kneel within 3 seconds. If I fail, I'll walk away with you right now. If I win, from now on, I'm your father. Do you dare to bet?" As soon as Qin Tianyuan said this, the previously tense atmosphere became even more bizarre. It was already strange that a well-planned operation had turned into this. What was this? A large group of people waiting all night just to gamble on who gets to call whom dad? Once again, the scene fell into silence. He Yuan Wei thought for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard the sound of engines getting closer, realizing they could not delay any longer. Otherwise, they would all be in danger when the police arrived. So, He Yuan Wei gritted his teeth and ordered, "All units retreat." "Want to leave?" Qin Tianyuan shouted. "Don't go. Everyone, bear witness. Today is the day the Qin family welcomes a new member. I'm going to be a dad." The black-clad men ran away quickly, especially He Yuan Wei, who ran the fastest as if he were being chased by a dog. He Yuan Wei kneeled down, originally running for his life. He Yuan Wei suddenly felt his legs go weak and fell to the ground with a thud. The black-clad men who were still running stopped in their tracks, looking at their captain with strange expressions as he knelt down in a very proper manner. Although He Yuan Wei was panicking inside, his mind was still clear. He shouted, "Quick! Carry me away." Immediately, 2 black-clad men from the team rushed forward, one on each side, and quickly retreated into the darkness while supporting He Yuan Wei. Qin Tianyuan watched them disappear into the shadows from a distance and spat angrily. Damn it, this fight was so absurd. Not only was he robbed on the road, but he was also threatened. When had he ever been threatened back on Earth? He was a little punk who resolved all disputes with his fists. Wait, isn't something off here? I'm no longer on Earth. Qin Tianyuan was a bit dazed. He had been so caught up in his words that he forgot one thing. The people he faced were not small-time thugs, and he was not the original Qin Tianyuan. He was just an ordinary person now. "Hey, wait. You guys come back. We have things to discuss." Qin Tianyuan sprinted after the direction the black-clad men had disappeared into. Before he could run 2 steps, the mobile patrol team's quadcopter flew overhead, its massive spotlight locking onto him. "We are the City Mobile Patrol Team. Put down your weapons and surrender immediately. Do not resist." As the cabin doors opened, fully armed patrol officers dropped down from the sides, quickly dispersing into a defensive search formation. Two of them quickly pinned Qin Tianyuan to the ground, loudly stating, "You are under arrest." Chapter 20, A Long Night, Part 1. Name, Qin Tianyuan. Age, 22. Occupation, private detective in the cramped interrogation room. Qin Tianyuan shifted uneasily in his seat to make himself more comfortable, hoping to ease his nervousness. The officer opposite him wore a relaxed expression, casually asking Qin Tianyuan some basic questions as part of the routine. After finishing, the officer looked up and sized up Qin Tianyuan. "Now, tell me why you destroyed public property?" Qin Tianyuan was taken aback and quickly defended. "Officer, I didn't destroy public property. That was someone else. Let me explain. On my way home from work, 4 people suddenly appeared. Well, actually, one of them was a robot, and then a bunch more people showed up." The officer remained silent, quietly listening to Qin Tianyuan's explanation, then nodded slightly, making a few notes on official paperwork. "So, you deny the charge of destroying public property, correct?" "Of course. That thing was broken by a robot. It's so sturdy that even if I wanted to break it, I wouldn't have the strength." Qin Tianyuan looked at the officer with an especially innocent expression. "This issue will be investigated thoroughly," the officer nodded. However, according to the patrol officer's report, when they arrived at the scene, they found you half-clothed, carrying a damaged information collection device, while trying to escape. "Can you explain that?" "I wasn't escaping. I was chasing the bad guys." Qin Tianyuan hurriedly explained. "Those guys were running away really fast. Chasing the bad guys is something the patrol officers can handle." The officer interrupted Qin Tianyuan, extending his hand. "Young man, you should explain why you were carrying that damaged information collection device." "I was attacked at that time, so naturally, I had to fight back. I couldn't beat them, so I had to grab something handy." Qin Tianyuan felt that the officer's focus was particularly baffling. "Officer, I'm discussing the attack I experienced tonight. Can you stop mentioning that metal rod?" The officer leisurely clicked a few times on the screen, smiled, and said, "Young man, do you know the price of that thing on the black market?" Qin Tianyuan was stunned for a few seconds and honestly shook his head. "I don't know. I don't go to the black market. The metal rod itself is a bit cheaper, just over 9,000, under 10,000, but the components inside are very expensive. They can sell for over 30,000, the officer kindly informed Qin Tianyuan. "Now you know, right?" "What?" Qin Tianyuan was astonished. "This thing is so expensive even as scrap. No wonder damaging municipal equipment is considered a serious crime." The officer nodded approvingly. "That's right. We are currently cracking down on such criminals. Unfortunately, the patrol team caught you at the crime scene." Qin Tianyuan hurriedly said, "Officer, I didn't do anything wrong, and I didn't intend to steal that thing. You have to believe me. You have to believe me. You have to believe me." All right. The officer gestured for Qin Tianyuan to calm down. "We know you didn't do it." Thinking he was going to be used for performance metrics, he was surprised that the police believed him so easily. "You don't suspect me anymore? Your record is clean. You have no criminal history, a legitimate job, and a stable income, with no records of alcoholism or substance abuse." The officer flipped over a file to show Qin Tianyuan. "We believe you wouldn't intentionally vandalize public property out of boredom. Just sign here and leave your contact information. We will notify you once our investigation is complete." Qin Tianyuan paused. "What about the attack I experienced?" "That matter will be investigated by the Information Security Department. We are the Public Security Department." The officer placed the document in front of Qin Tianyuan, guiding him to sign and fingerprint it. "Hacking into the municipal network is a far more serious offense than vandalism. That's a felony, and we don't have jurisdiction over it." "Hacking into the municipal network?" Qin Tianyuan suddenly recalled that the trio had cut off the street signals before attacking him and continuously uploaded repeated video signals. So this crime is indeed serious. If the police were focused on that, then those guys should be too busy to trouble him. "Hey, what's this fine about?" Qin Tianyuan suddenly noticed a fine of 3,000 yuan on the police document. "Oh, that's because you were running around the street without proper clothing," the officer explained. "Son, behaving indecently is under our jurisdiction." Qin Tianyuan was bewildered. "How is that possible?" "Officer, how was I indecent? My clothes were just a bit torn. It wasn't to the point of being indecent. Besides, my clothes were damaged by those thugs, and instead of catching the bad guys, you're finding me." Naturally, Qin Tianyuan was unhappy. He was currently broke, with a wallet cleaner than his record. He stubbornly refused to pay the fine, arguing fiercely with the officer, adamant about not paying. Just as the two were at an impasse, the interrogation room door opened. Qin Tianyuan, someone came to bail you out. Who is bailing me out? Qin Tianyuan was still angry, thinking he hadn't committed any crime. So what bail? Before he could finish, he was astonished to see a familiar figure standing at the door. The electric car in this high-tech world was designed in a very avant-garde style, with simple and smooth lines, exuding a sci-fi aesthetic, and the interior was extremely comfortable. Sitting in the car, Qin Tianyuan quietly looked out the window as the electric car sped along in autopilot mode, the buildings on both sides of the road quickly retreating, their bright neon lights casting rainbows on the car window. Sitting next to him, Rong was on a call, looking serious. Yes, I have picked him up. Okay. I'm taking him home now. After hanging up, Qin Tianyuan turned to Rong. Thank you for coming to pick me up so late tonight. Before he could finish his thanks, Rong suddenly questioned loudly, why didn't you answer your phone? I looked for you for 2 hours and even went to your apartment, but couldn't find you. Qin Tianyuan was taken aback, not expecting Rong, who had seemed cold and expressionless before, to suddenly be so angry. He trembled slightly. My phone broke this morning, and I haven't replaced it yet. Why didn't you tell me your phone was broken? Rong seemed very angry, almost shouting. This completely stunned Qin Tianyuan, and he didn't dare to speak. Fortunately, Rong quickly calmed herself, taking deep breaths, and her tone returned to a calmer state. I'm taking you home now. Don't run around. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, the director has something to discuss with you. Don't be late. I'll come to pick you up in the morning. During the ride, Rong didn't say another word. After dropping Qin Tianyuan off at his rented apartment, she turned and left. Back home, Qin Tianyuan, who was already very tired, found himself unable to sleep. This time it wasn't because of his injuries. He had healed completely, and the system's self-healing benefits left no scars, which was surprisingly effective. He kept replaying the events of the day in his mind. This kind of life was truly far from mundane. On his first day at work after crossing over, he had created quite a stir. There were explosions and murders. The company closed down on his first day, and then after work, he was ambushed on the street and beaten up. Why was this high-tech parallel world so chaotic? Chapter 21 Long Night, Part 2. How many times today did he almost lose his life? Fortunately, the system saved him every time at critical moments. Speaking of the system, Qin Tianyuan was particularly speechless. At first, he was extremely excited and hopeful, expecting to unlock a golden finger and have a fulfilling life. But his system was different from others. It was a product with no guarantees and, to make matters worse, a defective one. It was quite troublesome. There was only one skill, Muscle Master, which could be used to control the opponent's attack rhythm, but this skill was only effective against human muscle. It was useless against others. Tonight, he encountered robots, and that skill was completely useless. In the end, he had to rely on the martial arts he learned years ago to hold on. Even so, he almost got beaten to death, just a little bit away from it. Thinking back on this, Qin Tianyuan broke out in a cold sweat. Thankfully, the system's undying passive skill saved him. Otherwise, he would have truly died on the street tonight. Undying passive skill. Having this skill allows the system administrator to receive 1 instance of death's forgetfulness every day. The Death Messenger's aversion means the system host will not die from malicious harm. Any fatal injury will put the host in a near-death state, becoming immune to all damage for 1 minute, and have a slow regeneration effect. Looking at the skill that was cooling down, Qin Tianyuan sighed. Good skills indeed have long cooldowns. Look at the Muscle Master skill. Its cooldown is only 10 seconds, utterly useless. If only the Undying cooldown was also 10 seconds. Adjusting its daily effectiveness to 10 times would be great. Of course, these were just Qin Tianyuan's wishful thinking. He couldn't control this. It was all set by the troublesome system. He couldn't even complain about it. The system had labeled itself as a beta version, so any issues were considered normal. And it wouldn't take responsibility. If it could be fixed, that was already a conscience. So, as the system's administrator, listen, others are called hosts, in a symbiotic relationship. The system and humans coexist harmoniously and progress together. And what about him? He was merely an administrator, with only the right to be taken advantage of. In simple terms, he was a tool for using the system, specifically testing whether or not the system worked well. After today's turmoil, Qin Tianyuan seems to have grasped some insights about this system. This system is different from others. It appears to consist of many independent modules, and each time it is striving to repair different modules. For example, while repairing the life enhancement system, a series of related passive skills were unlocked. This suggests that the active system and passive system actually belong to different subsystems, with two sets of systems having different functions and directions. Active skills tend to focus on offense and control, while passive skills seem to all enhance the attributes of one's own body. However, it's unclear whether there are other subsystems besides the active and passive skill systems. The reconnaissance function is too minor. Qin Tianyuan feels it cannot be classified as a subsystem on its own, but he finds it strange, as it seems unrelated to other functions of the system. Almost like an independent identification reconnaissance module. Aside from being able to see others' names, ages, and races, it has no other use, and it appears randomly, not under his control. Fortunately, this thing can still be upgraded, which gives Qin Tianyuan some hope. Otherwise, he would really be cursing. If he can see more personal information in the future, then this lazy system would have some utility. It would be even more useful if he could see through things. After thinking for a long time, Qin Tianyuan felt a bit depressed. The system is still in a repair state, and his primary goal is to collect energy to complete the system's repairs. Regarding the method of energy collection, could it be any more humiliating? This is something he really can't help but complain about. Relying on self-harm to collect energy, are there any protagonists in web novels who have it worse than this? Moreover, this method of energy collection isn't clearly explained by the system. What is the standard for obtaining energy through damage? Does it mean that he must be harmed for the system to collect energy, and after gathering enough energy, it will automatically proceed with repairs? With this thought, Qin Tianyuan punched the wall, and his face turned pale from the pain, nearly rolling off the bed. Yet the system seemed to ignore what had happened, without even a prompt. Qin Tianyuan felt a bit dazed. If there was no system prompt for such a level of injury, what would it take to get a response? This question definitely needs to be clarified, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep. He turned over in bed, went to the kitchen, picked up a kitchen knife, and hesitated for a long time, unable to bring himself to make the cut. Finally, after much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and made a cut on his arm, and blood instantly gushed out. Sure enough, there was no prompt. Qin Tianyuan dejectedly put down the knife. This system is really bad. He believed it was evil, not getting a proper night's sleep and instead playing with a knife on himself. It seems that self-harm is not a viable path, so he can only seek help from others. How should he approach this? That's a big question. After all, he isn't a trembling mess. That night, lying in bed, Qin Tianyuan couldn't sleep. He tossed and turned, finding it hard to fall asleep. It wasn't because he was worried about the system. He, being the carefree type, didn't care much about that. The system matters could be researched slowly. It wasn't urgent. Instead, Qin Tianyuan recalled the events of the day, the mysterious death of Wei Dawei, and then the attack he encountered that night. He felt something was off. Today had been incredibly chaotic. He had been too preoccupied with studying the system on himself to sort through what had happened that day. Wei Dawei's identity was quite significant. He was a senior executive in the Asia-Pacific R&D department of Eden Technology Group, with an annual salary exceeding 100 million. A high-ranking executive from such a large multinational corporation seemed to have died carelessly in an apartment. Logically, someone of such a high profile should have a bodyguard when going out. Someone earning over 100 million wouldn't skimp on their security, right? However, when Qin Tianyuan was following him, he didn't see Wei Dawei's bodyguard. He was all alone. Even if he was going out for an affair, he wouldn't just ditch his bodyguard, would he? He was just going out for an affair, not for a spy rendezvous. He shouldn't be cautious enough to not even bring a bodyguard. Moreover, as his personal security, the bodyguard wouldn't be unaware of some of his secret matters. Besides, having a lover outside isn't a big deal. The bodyguard only needs to ensure his safety, and if he was discreet about meeting his lover, they would not speak out. Perhaps there was even an extra hush money involved. But why didn't Wei Dawei bring a bodyguard? Suddenly, Qin Tianyuan thought of another issue he had previously overlooked. How did Wei Dawei's case end up in his hands? Although their company is a private detective agency, it really isn't doing well in terms of operation, with low standards and quality. At most, they handle small cases like finding lost cats and dogs, and they usually don't come into contact with high-profile clients. They hadn't even received clients with annual salaries in the millions. But Wei Dawei was different, given his status. If his wife wanted to investigate him, she would definitely choose a more famous and higher-end private detective. Why did this investigation land in their small detective agency? This is something to look into tomorrow. There is no need to get tangled up in something with a clear trail. But tonight, why did he inexplicably end up fighting with someone? With this thought, Qin Tianyuan felt wide awake and sat up. Who were the attackers on the street tonight? And why did they attack him? What did they want him to hand over? And what was it? It seems he hasn't offended anyone, and hasn't taken anything he shouldn't have. Could it be something his body's original owner had caused? But that doesn't seem right. There are no relevant memories in his mind, nor does he recall any particularly special events. If there was anything special, it would only be what happened this morning. Suddenly, Qin Tianyuan froze. Could the group from tonight be related to Wei Dawei's matter? Chapter 22, A Long Night, Part 2. The identity and background of tonight's attackers are not ordinary. They followed Qin Tianyuan and waited for the right moment to strike. Moreover, to prevent detection by the surveillance network, they had previously hacked into the data network, cutting off the municipal monitoring information while repeatedly playing pre-recorded video signals. This is not something ordinary people could do. The municipal network is a government-exclusive network used for managing the entire city's operations. Daily administrative orders are issued through it, and all related information from traffic, fire safety, security, and other agencies is transmitted via this network. If the city were to be compared to a human body, this network would be the nerves, transmitting and collecting signals to the brain, the municipal server. There is a super artificial intelligence on the municipal server that handles this, managing almost all routine affairs of the city. Therefore, the municipal network is part of the city's infrastructure and is a very important part, with a high level of security. Hacking into the municipal network could be considered a terrorist act. Even mentally unstable hackers wouldn't dare to touch it, as that would lead to being wanted across the entire network. Who would have thought these people would be so audacious? Not only hacking into the municipal network, but also arranging a well-trained support team to use force to assist their retreat in case of an emergency? Even organized crime groups with strict organization may not have this capability, and even if they did, they wouldn't have the guts. Thus, the identity and background of this group are extremely suspicious, and some things are chilling upon closer reflection. This group initially asked Qin Tianyuan for something, but they didn't clarify what it was. What on earth could be so important that they caused such a commotion? Although there is no concrete evidence, Qin Tianyuan instinctively feels that tonight's attackers are related to Wei Dawei's case. After all, as a small private detective, he has no grudges with anyone. The only trouble could be the competition with peers, but those who gossip and pry into scandalous news wouldn't resort to armed kidnapping or invading municipal networks. Disgruntled clients are even less likely. When they pay their bills, they seem reluctant to spend money hiring people to create trouble for themselves. Therefore, the only thing that could get him into trouble is the incident with David Wei. The two individuals at the crime scene, one fat and one thin, were clearly targeting David Wei. However, their motives and affiliations were unknown. Regardless of who these two clowns were, one thing was clear: they didn't intend to kill David Wei. They seemed more like street thugs than assassins. Their actions were unprofessional, lacking intelligence, and they appeared anything but good-natured, with their intentions being too obvious and easily suspected. Their immediate resort to knives and guns suggested they were the type accustomed to solving problems with violence, lacking sophistication and common sense. If there were something important to deal with, a rational person wouldn't choose these two to handle it. These two had also threatened Qin Tianyuan with a knife at the scene, demanding he hand over something, but Qin Tianyuan was too tense to pay much attention to that. In hindsight, it seemed they were also looking for something. Considering what happened tonight, if one were to say it was just a coincidence, Qin Tianyuan felt that being able to instantly draw a tenfold reward without spending money suggested he was still half asleep. If these people were all searching for something, then the question arose: what were they looking for? Qin Tianyuan suddenly recalled David Wei's last words when he died. Not here? What wasn't here? A person? Or an object? There were too many mysteries surrounding the whole affair, making Qin Tianyuan's head ache. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with him after the police took over, but tonight, a bunch of lunatics appeared, demanding things from him. He felt these people must be looking in the wrong direction. He hadn't taken anything. Unfortunately, they didn't agree with Qin Tianyuan's perspective. The prospect of endless trouble was even more nauseating. Anyone would find this annoying, especially with the added risk to life. With that thought, Qin Tianyuan flipped over and began searching his room. He felt he should find something useful for self-defense, as he couldn't face being caught unarmed like today. After searching around, apart from a kitchen knife and a fruit knife, he only found a few fitness equipment pieces and no iron tools at all. Qin Tianyuan wondered if he had been living too comfortably in the past, unable to even find a commonly used self-defense tool. However, while rummaging through the wardrobe, he found a locked iron box, which was an unexpected discovery. The box was exquisitely made, with a black matte surface and a 5-digit mechanical combination lock. He knocked on it and found the material to be very sturdy, suggesting it contained something valuable. This piqued Qin Tianyuan's curiosity. He didn't remember having such a box, nor did he have any impression of it, but that didn't diminish his interest. What if it contained hidden savings or treasures? That would be a windfall. After studying the combination lock for a while, he tried using his birthday but failed to open it, which surprised him. Now it was troublesome, if it wasn't his birthday. What could the combination be? Qin Tianyuan recalled his usual password habits and tried several common ones, but still couldn't unlock it, which left him quite frustrated. The other version of himself in this world evidently had different habits, making it extremely difficult to open this locked box. There were only a few significant numbers for him. His birthday, his parents' birthdays, his lover's birthday. Oh wait, he didn't have a lover, so that option was eliminated. The most critical number left was his bank password, but that was a 6-digit code and wouldn't match this 5-digit one at all. Just as Qin Tianyuan was about to give up, he glanced at the numerical calendar on the wall. A thought struck him, and he hurriedly entered the date of his crossing into this world into the lock. With a click, the box opened. Inside was a notebook wrapped in leather. Chapter 23. Abnormal Control Management Bureau. Thanks to General Red Star Bear for the reward. Upon opening the leather notebook, Qin Tianyuan found it filled with hasty handwriting. But for some reason, the writing was somewhat blurred. It seemed the pen used for writing had issues, with the ink being intermittent, sometimes fading so much that there were large blank sections with only scratches and no ink. From the handwriting, it was clear the writing was not neat. It looked like the previous owner had written carelessly or was unaccustomed to writing. This made it difficult for Qin Tianyuan to decipher, forcing him to rely on guesswork to read the contents of the notebook. 21175 May 11th, the on-campus job fair was unsatisfactory, rejected by the 13th company. If I can't find an accepting unit, I will leave school unemployed with an uncertain future. Reprint my resume and look for new targets like small and medium-sized companies. Then try big companies again. In the evening, I met someone who took my resume and asked if I was willing to work in a government department. I fell into deep thought. Qin Tianyuan finally understood that this notebook contained the previous owner's recorded thoughts. This revelation shocked him. Who writes diaries these days? Instantly, the value of this notebook diminished in his eyes. After all, what was written in diaries usually wasn't heartfelt. However, the content recorded in this diary sparked his interest. From the entries, it seemed like it was just before graduation, and the person was frantically searching for jobs but hitting dead ends everywhere. This made Qin Tianyuan reflect on his own experiences. It was strikingly similar to his previous life, where he was also in a panic trying to find a suitable job just before graduation. He was curious about how this version of himself ended up becoming a private detective. But what did that last line about being willing to work in a government department mean? I thought about it all night and decided to accept his invitation. I had no other thoughts. I just wanted to find a job. On the 13th, I received a notification that my file was accepted. From then on, my file vanished without a trace. I never saw it again. In the evening, I was picked up by a car and officially entered the Old Documents Bureau. The interviewer was Director Shun Weiman. I filled out the file again, changed my identity, and received a brand new ID. The director said to say goodbye to the past. That was a strange statement. In fact, we say goodbye to the past every day. Things that have already passed hold no attachment. However, at the time, I didn't realize the true meaning of this sentence. What price did I pay? Qin Tianyuan noticed that this sentence was written with a different pen and seemed to have been added later. Just reading this content left him astounded. The things recorded here were too bizarre to believe. How fake. This was Qin Tianyuan's first thought. Joining a secret government department, forging identity files. Could you be any more glitch? If he had a pen handy, he would have certainly written a big note criticizing it, suggesting adding some new elements to the tired plot. However, the name Shun Weiman sounds very familiar. Isn't that the name of his boss? It seems that he joined the detective agency early before graduating from university. His boss really knows how to recruit cheap labor from university graduates. Fresh graduates just out of campus are naive and can be easily fooled with big promises, which can immediately attract a large number of cheap labor. TSK. Boss Shun is quite a ruthless person. Upon reading this in the diary, Qin Tianyuan lost interest and casually put it back in the box, lying down to sleep again. Early the next morning, after being woken up by the alarm clock, In Rong came to find him. At first, Qin Tianyuan was surprised. But then he remembered that In Rong said yesterday he would take him to meet the boss. So he hurriedly washed up, changed his clothes, and rushed out the door with In Rong. The two of them took the maglev train to the city center, and after transferring several times on the bus, they finally arrived at the archives located on the outskirts of the city center. The journey had been quite exhausting for Qin Tianyuan. It wasn't this troublesome when he came yesterday. He felt that Yin Rong seemed to be deliberately taking a longer route, but seeing Yin Rong's bad expression, he didn't dare to ask. The boss's office was also in the archives, but it was hidden away in the innermost part of the second floor. If it weren't for the sign indicating it was an office, Qin Tianyuan probably wouldn't have found the place. When he reached the door, he vaguely heard voices inside the office. It seemed his boss was talking to someone, and there was continuous laughter coming from within. It looked like his boss was in a good mood, which eased Qin Tianyuan's anxious heart. He confidently knocked on the door. "Come in." After Qin Tianyuan pushed the door open, he saw Shen Weiman sitting in a chair, looking very happy. However, when Shen Weiman saw Qin Tianyuan, his expression turned sour. And he said sternly, "What time is it? Didn't I ask Yin Rong to notify you that the meeting starts at 8? You're 10 minutes late." Qin Tianyuan was taken aback and suddenly recalled how Yin Rong took a detour. He felt a pang of frustration, but at this moment, he couldn't shirk responsibility and say that Yin Rong deliberately led him astray. So he could only lower his head and correct his attitude. "I'm sorry, boss. We just changed our office address, and I'm not familiar with the route. There was also traffic on the way, which caused the delay." Shen Weiman impatiently waved his hand. "All right, let me introduce you. This is our unit's new assignment, Zhang Beigua. Little Zhang is a capable assistant I specifically transferred to your department. You need to arrange work for him properly and utilize his talents. At the same time, you should also set a good example and guide the newcomers." "Yes, I will not disappoint the boss's expectations," Qin Tianyuan immediately replied respectfully. Shen Weiman was taken aback for a moment. His facial muscles twitched as if he wanted to explode, but ultimately held it in, directly ignoring Qin Tianyuan's words. "Little Zhang, this is the head of the logistics department's investigation section, Qin Tianyuan. From today on, you will belong to the investigation section, and he will be your direct supervisor. You should work well in his department." As soon as Shen Weiman finished speaking, a sturdy man stood up, saluted sharply, and with a height of 1.8 meters, he exuded an imposing presence, his buzz cut paired with a fierce look. "Head Qin, Zhang Beigua reporting for duty." "Welcome, welcome," Qin Tianyuan said with a puzzled expression, instinctively reaching out to shake hands. He hadn't quite grasped the situation. Why was there a new colleague today? Wasn't there just a Yaoqi assigned previously? Why were all the newcomers being assigned to him? Moreover, this guy seemed a bit unusual. As soon as he shook hands with Zhang Beigua, he realized this person was no ordinary individual. His hands were calloused, and the handshake felt like iron pincers. His standing and sitting posture indicated years of training. "Welcome to the team. I hope we can work together harmoniously and strive to achieve good results," he stammered. Work hard." This phrase was indeed inappropriate. His department didn't have much work to do. Previously, he could at least go out to chase cats and catch dogs, or follow people to catch cheating spouses. Though equally boring, at least he could get out and move around. However, the detective agency closed yesterday, and the boss assigned him and Yao Qi to the archives to work in the office, where he spent his days either drinking tea or daydreaming. With little work to do, he felt desperate. How could this work continue? He couldn't just let the two newbies idle around as sloths. Noticing Qin Tianyuan's embarrassment, the boss quickly took over the conversation. "Head Qin is not good with words. You just need to understand the essence. I have reviewed your resume, and you are an exceptional talent, which is why you were transferred to our Abnormal Control Management Bureau. I hope you can achieve more and better results in this new position. Head Qin is our bureau's most outstanding investigator, experienced in many battles. You should learn from him more." "Abnormal Control Management Bureau?" Qin Tianyuan looked at Shen Weiman in shock. "Isn't this the archives?" Chapter 24. Being scolded. Seeing his boss's serious expression, Qin Tianyuan wanted to ask, but hesitated, ultimately keeping his questions to himself. After Shen Weiman chatted with Zhang Beigua for a while, mostly encouraging words, he turned to Qin Tianyuan and said, "You stay behind. I have a few words to say to you." Qin Tianyuan's heart sank, realizing he was about to be scolded. Watching Zhang Beigua turn and leave the office, closing the door behind him, he couldn't help but sigh. He knew the boss was not calling him for anything good. Sure enough, Shen Weiman's face immediately turned stern. "Qin Tianyuan, do you feel like you've been getting ahead of yourself lately?" Qin Tianyuan was confused by this sudden question. How had he gotten ahead of himself? He felt like he had been under enough pressure recently. "Boss, where do you see me getting ahead of myself?" As soon as Shen Weiman heard this, he slammed the table. "Boss, cut the sweet talk. I see you acting like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water, and it makes me furious. Look at yourself. You don't resemble a serious person at all. You're always absent-minded, hanging out with questionable people. Do you remember your own identity? Qin Tianyuan was taken aback. What identity? Suddenly, his brain flashed back to the diary from last night that mentioned wanting to work in a government department, the old Archives Bureau. He could still clearly recall what Shen Weiman said while introducing himself to Zhang Beihua. From now on, Head Qin will be a member of the Abnormal Control Management Bureau. Was he really a part of some government department? Why didn't he have any memory of this? He needed to go back and carefully read that diary. It surely contained some details he had forgotten. While Qin Tianyuan was lost in thought, Shen Weiman had already scolded him enough, and his anger had diminished. He picked up a cup and took a sip of water, temporarily letting Qin Tianyuan off the hook. Qin Tianyuan secretly observed Shen Weiman's expression and cautiously asked, "Director?" Shen Weiman glanced at Qin Tianyuan with a sidelong look. "Spit it out." "Well, starting today, what will my work focus on?" Qin Tianyuan pretended to be eager for advice, genuinely not understanding. He only remembered that he used to be a private detective, just running around doing business. Now, having transformed into an archives person, sitting in the office daily with no specific tasks, he couldn't just let the two newcomers sit around doing nothing every day. From now on, the work focus is low profile, and again low profile. Shen Weiman heavily placed the cup back on the desk. "We are a confidential unit. And hiding ourselves is the most important work content." Huh? Qin Tianyuan was taken aback. What kind of work content was being low profile? He thought for a moment and asked, "Director, do you mean we should reduce our presence?" "What does reducing presence mean?" Shen Weiman's eyes widened, seemingly displeased with the term, and he scolded, "We need to maintain a low profile and cannot expose ourselves to the outside world. We are a confidential unit." "Do you know what a confidential unit is?" "Yes, I know." Qin Tianyuan quickly nodded, determined not to let anyone discover their existence. "Since you know, why did you get caught by the police yesterday, and twice at that?" Shen Weiman slammed the table in anger, saying, "You have a record now in front of the police, and from now on, you'll be under their scrutiny. How can you still say you know how to keep secrets? Is this your idea of keeping secrets?" Qin Tianyuan was confused. How did this suddenly become his fault? "Boss, no. Director, this has nothing to do with me." Qin Tianyuan hurriedly defended himself. "I was just a witness. I didn't kill anyone. The police wouldn't pay attention to me. If you're not the murderer, then why didn't you run away?" Shen Weiman slammed the table again. "You let people block the scene, and you even left a statement for the police. And you signed it, right?" "Yes." Qin Tianyuan stared blankly at Shen Weiman, not understanding why he was so angry. "Wasn't there a murder case?" "I had to cooperate with the police investigation." "Cooperate? What about your vigilance? What about your organizational discipline? Such a big incident happened. Why didn't you notify me right away?" Shen Weiman looked genuinely furious, slamming the table harder. "You tell me, can your background withstand scrutiny?" Qin Tianyuan was taken aback. He suddenly understood why Shen Weiman was so angry, because he indeed couldn't withstand investigation. His records were fake. If the police discovered even a hint of something wrong and investigated carefully, they would quickly find out that his identity was problematic. Although he wasn't the murderer and had nothing to do with the case, his secret identity would be exposed, which would be no different from being revealed. Even though his identity was disposable and could be discarded at any time after exposure, it was under special circumstances and arose from work-related reasons. Now, exposure would be purely accidental, in other words, a major work error. Creating a fake identity is very complicated, especially one that is officially made and can be verified online. It involves very complex procedures and multiple departments. The cost is not insignificant. Do you not know how complicated Wei Daiwei's background is? Are you just looking for trouble? Shen Weiman had a look of disappointment. "I told you last week to focus on your job and not to dabble in side businesses. Things have been a bit unsettled recently. Did you listen to that? How come I listened to your nonsense back then? Telling you to do private detective work. Saying it could increase income and expand the intelligence network. What intelligence network have you actually expanded? Today the Wang family lost a cat. Tomorrow the Li family lost a dog, or the Zhang family's husband is cheating. You're happily accepting extra money, huh?" Qin Tianyuan was once again bewildered. "So this is how their private detective business came about? You've been doing this for 3 years. I see you've become addicted to it, right? In the end, you forgot what you were doing." Shen Weiman had a look of heartache. "It seems I haven't been strict enough with you in the past. From today on, you will stay in the office and not go anywhere." "Oh." Qin Tianyuan immediately nodded in agreement. This was just what he wanted. Who would want to run around aimlessly? Moreover, he had been attacked yesterday. It was better to keep a low profile for now. Thinking of this, Qin Tianyuan immediately mentioned to Shen Weiman, Director, do you know about the attack I suffered last night? Of course I know. It was me who sent in Roan to pull you out. Shen Weiman frowned. Look at the trouble you've caused. Now it has finally led to trouble, hasn't it? I feel this matter is related to the Wei Dawei case. Qin Tianyuan looked worriedly at Shen Weiman. Director, what do you think I should do? Yesterday, he had been too caught up in the moment and made some harsh comments. But now he was a bit fearful. What if the other party really came to retaliate against him? Moreover, this matter was clearly not over, and trouble would definitely follow. What to do if there's trouble? If there's trouble, you have to find the organization. Before, he didn't know he had an organization. Now that he knew, he naturally couldn't let go of this big backing. You finally woke up tonight. Shen Weiman looked Qin Tianyuan up and down with disdain. Now that you have trouble, you think of coming to me to complain? Fine, I'll have someone handle it. If I wait for you to figure it out yourself, your grave grass will be 3 meters high. Chapter 25. What are you hearing Shen Weiman's words? Qin Tianyuan wanted to retort a few more times. But after thinking about what happened last night, he didn't dare to speak. Because reality had taught him that this world is actually very dangerous. Just trying to get off work could lead to being ambushed and beaten up in the street. Fortunately, he knew some martial arts. Otherwise, all Shen Weiman could do would be to collect his body. Go back and pack your things. The Bureau will soon arrange a new place for you to stay. Don't stay in your old place for now. Shen Weiman lowered his head and drew a few strokes on the screen. Just take it easy. The Bureau's funds are running low. If you cause more trouble, I won't have money to arrange a new place for you. Don't you see how expensive rent is now? Qin Tianyuan quickly nodded in agreement. To be honest, Shen Weiman's arrangements were quite thoughtful, and he was naturally grateful in his heart. The rent for that apartment was already 3,500 a month, while his monthly salary barely reached 7,000. When he first crossed over, he was completely broke. The savings in his bank account didn't even exceed 4 digits, and the ambulance fees were paid by Duan Hongyan. If he relied solely on himself to change places, it would basically be impossible. Just the deposit issue could take his life. However, Shen Weiman's next sentence completely extinguished Qin Tianyuan's goodwill. By the way, don't forget to pay that 3,000 yuan fine from last night to In Rome. The finance department needs to record it. What? Qin Tianyuan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Shen Weiman to bring this up. Until just now, he thought the fine from last night was covered by the unit. He didn't expect Shen Weiman to ask him for money now. Don't play dumb with me. The Bureau won't cover this expense. Shen Weiman glared at him. Do you know what the police wrote? They said you were indecently exposed, running around on the street at night without clothes. With this, how am I supposed to write it in the report? How can the finance department reimburse you? How could I be indecent? Qin Tianyuan jumped up. He could tolerate other things, but he couldn't tolerate this. Director, you can't just lie. My clothes were damaged during my brave struggle with the assailants. Saying I was indecent is too much. I'm a victim too. You can tell that to the police and the public security department. Shen Weiman waved his hand impatiently. This matter is settled, but I don't have the money. Qin Tianyuan panicked. He couldn't afford 3,000, and he might not even be able to scrape together 300. Otherwise, how would he have dared to argue with the police last night? It was because he was truly broke. No money will be deducted from your salary. Then can the damage to my clothes be considered a work injury? Look at how difficult it is for me. Qin Tianyuan said reluctantly, preparing to fish for some benefits. Suddenly, Shen Weiman fell silent and looked at Qin Tianyuan thoughtfully, not sure what he was thinking. Qin Tianyuan saw that he didn't respond and immediately felt a bit guilty, quickly abandoning the idea of taking advantage. Well, if it doesn't work, forget it. Director, I'll go get busy now. Wait a minute. Shen Weiman called Qin Tianyuan back, pulling out a black wristband from the drawer. Wasn't your communicator broken yesterday? Take this for now. I'll transfer 500 yuan to you. After work, take the new comrades out for a nice meal. This time it's on me. I have something else to attend to, so I won't go. Qin Tianyuan's face instantly lit up with joy. He reached out to take the black wristband while saying, This is too much trouble for you, Director. Shen Weiman didn't bother with Qin Tianyuan's polite remarks, but he reminded him again with concern. You need to behave yourself lately. Don't let the police catch you. The Wei Dawei matter isn't over yet. Qin Tianyuan was somewhat astonished. I'm not the kind of person who stirs up trouble. Why would the police arrest me for no reason? I don't have much of a relationship with Wei Dawei, so the police wouldn't pay attention to me. You are the first eyewitness. How can you say it has nothing to do with you? Shen Weiman frowned and said, In any case, be careful. Wei Dawei's case is extremely complicated and involves many departments. Even the Medical Ethics Committee has intervened. This case is basically unsolvable. If you hide for a while, the police will eventually realize they can't crack the case and won't come looking for you anymore. Oh. Qin Tianyuan nodded, somewhat understanding. He still had some doubts in his mind. Wei Dawei's case was indeed quite complicated, but why did Shen Weiman say it involved many departments and was basically unsolvable? After all, it was a homicide case, and the identity and background of the deceased were quite unusual. Wouldn't it be troublesome if the police couldn't solve it? With that thought, Qin Tianyuan shook his head. Whether the police could solve the case had nothing to do with him. He wasn't the one who killed anyone, so he didn't need to worry about it. As soon as Qin Tianyuan stepped out, he saw Zhang Beg was standing in the corridor waiting for him. He organized his emotions and smiled, saying, "Let's go. I'll take you to meet the other colleagues." In fact, there weren't many other colleagues. The entire department previously had only two people, Qin Tianyuan and Yao Qi, and now there was also Zhang Beigua. Back in the office, Qin Tianyuan introduced the two to each other, and the enthusiastic Yao Qi immediately volunteered to arrange an office desk for Zhang Beigua. Qin Tianyuan felt good to have a reliable person in the office. As a forgetful salted fish, he truly didn't know how to treat newcomers. Yao Qi, you explained the necessary procedures and our daily work content to Zhang Beigua. Yao Qi readily agreed and said seriously, "The daily work content involves cleaning up after arriving in the morning, then organizing client commission information, searching for information online, and categorizing it. Actually, the bulk of the work is browsing forums and paying attention to industry dynamics. The most important task is to seize client commission orders. This job is tough. It relies on quick hands, keen eyes, and good internet speed." Zhang Beigua, who had maintained a serious expression, began to look a bit uncomfortable as he listened. Do you usually just do this?" "Yeah," Yao Qi nodded. "What's wrong, Brother Zhang? Don't you have any field tasks?" "Yes, generally it's Jin Gu who runs outside. He says newcomers should sit in the office to get familiar with the work." Yao Qi shrugged. "You're a newcomer. You also have to sit in the office." Zhang Beigua suddenly became anxious and turned to Qin Tianyuan, pleading, "Section Chief, can you take me out on field work in the future? I'm really good with a gun." Qin Tianyuan's expression darkened. "What good does being good with a gun do? The director told me to keep a low profile recently. I can't even step outside, let alone field work. Besides, the previous detective agency has shut down. There's no business to do, so we don't need to run outside." Looking at Zhang Beigua's eager expression, Qin Tianyuan could only harden his resolve and say, "The company's business is being adjusted recently, and we won't be doing private detective work anymore. So there are temporarily no field tasks. Let's just sit here and work well." Upon hearing this, Yao Qi was also dumbfounded. "If we can't do the previous work, what are we going to do now?" Qin Tianyuan looked troubled and conflicted because he also didn't know what to do now. "How about we go have a meal first?" Qin Tianyuan thought it would be better to find a topic to brush past the awkwardness. Think about what to eat. No need to be polite. The company is paying. Barbecue. Hot pot. Chapter 26. Fatal flaw. Standing on the bustling city street, the skyscrapers on both sides pierced the clouds, their geometric shapes sharp as blades. The dense buildings crowded together, and looking up from the ground, the azure sky seemed to be sliced open, revealing only small patches of scenery. Even the common clouds were hard to see in their entirety, losing some of their charm. The many buildings not only blocked the natural view, but also made the surrounding environment feel very cramped. Standing in the city center, one could see towering buildings that felt oppressive, creating the illusion of being trapped in a cage. Qin Tianyuan did not like this environment at all. There were too many buildings, and being surrounded by them for a long time felt too suffocating. The widescreen neon projection advertisements on the building's exterior were blinding, and from a distance, they could be pleasing to the eye, but up close, the experience was quite disappointing. ARC Technology's latest custom bionic human series, embedded with an intelligent real-person voice system, can switch according to your different preferences, sweet and charming, aloof and proud. Are you still feeling troubled by work stress? Are you anxious about not getting good draws? Colleagues are too annoying during the day. Teammates are too pitiful at night. Your life is a shade of gray. Just one piece can bring vitality to your life. First product from Xian Chao Company, recommended by the Health Medical Committee. Qin Tianyuan stared at the street advertisement in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. Can this thing really be advertised so openly? Yao Qi glanced at Qin Tianyuan with disdain. "Qin, good. Can you not act like a country bumpkin coming to the city, being curious about everything you see? It's not that I haven't seen the world. I mean this advertisement." Qin Tianyuan said, somewhat confused, pointing at the big screen. "What kind of nonsense is this? Is not getting good draws considered an illness now? That's how health product advertisements are these days. Yao Qi rolled her eyes. There are even more exaggerated ones. Isn't anyone managing this? I find it hard to believe that such false advertisements can be broadcasted everywhere, Qin Tianyuan said, puzzled. Who's going to manage it? It's not a drug. As long as it doesn't kill anyone, no one cares, Yao Qi said, sounding used to it. All right, it's just that hot pot restaurant up ahead. They have authentic lamb. Limited supply every day. Not that kind of artificial meat pretending to be real. What? Artificial meat? Qin Tianyuan was taken aback. What the heck is artificial meat? Humans have entered a new century. Technology has advanced, yet we can't even eat meat. Qin Tianyuan thought the world was becoming more and more surreal. Soon, Yao Qi led Qin Tianyuan and Zhang Beigua to a bustling shopping mall, where the flow of people was like a tide, looking exceptionally lively, even on a weekday morning. Such a scene made Qin Tianyuan marvel. After all, this was a super metropolis. In his previous life, he could only see such scenes during holidays or golden weeks. At the entrance of the mall, it seemed a promotional event was underway. From a distance, he saw a group of young girls in youthful outfits bouncing around in the open space at the mall entrance. Qin Tianyuan glanced curiously and noticed that these girls were performing quite professionally, doing flips, spins, and various high-difficulty moves effortlessly, even tossing people into the air to do flips, leaving onlookers dumbfounded. Seeing Qin Tianyuan's shocked expression again, Yao Qi felt a bit helpless and tugged at his clothes, dragging him inside. Qin Ge, don't be like this. It looks like you've never seen the world before. Hey, that little girl just flipped 4 or 5 times in the air. With that level, she could go to the Olympics. To be honest, Qin Tianyuan had never seen such a scene. A group of beautiful girls, with bare arms and legs, performing high-difficulty moves that even world champions might struggle with, was enough to astonish anyone. That's all fake. They're all bionic humans, Yao Qi patiently explained. Are bionic humans this intelligent now? Qin Tianyuan marveled. How is this logic algorithm written? What logic algorithm? They're all remotely controlled by people in the background. Zhang Beigua, who had been silent, finally spoke. What? Controlled by people? Isn't this supposed to be program-controlled? Qin Tianyuan was stunned. He had not thought of this at all. According to regulations, autonomous intelligent programs were not allowed to be implanted in bionic humans. Yao Qi anxiously pulled Qin Tianyuan. Hurry up, Qin Good, or we won't get a spot in line. Don't look anymore. The manipulators behind these beautiful girls are basically all foot-picking big men, as sleazy as they come. As soon as Yao Qi said this, Qin Tianyuan immediately lost his desire to appreciate the scenery. The hot pot restaurant was indeed exceptionally busy. Even though it wasn't lunchtime yet, there were already 3 circles of people queuing at the door. Fortunately, Yao Qi had made a reservation in advance. Otherwise, the 3 of them would have to wait until tomorrow to get in line. When the beautiful girl-like humanoid waitress brought out plates of ingredients, Qin Tianyuan had no interest left in admiring her looks. He was completely put off by what Yao Qi had said. Yao Qi and Zhang Beigua's eyes lit up as they stared at the red and white lamb in the plate, before Qin Tianyuan could say a few polite words. The 2 of them had already started to use their chopsticks, and within a few seconds, the lamb disappeared into the boiling pot. Slow down. Be careful not to burn yourself, and eat some vegetables too, Qin Tianyuan said, still a bit reserved, as he started to add vegetables to the pot while advising them. Today is our department's first gathering. I'll just say a few words, Qin Tianyuan said as he poured beef and lamb into the pot. However, Yao Qi and Zhang Beigua were too engrossed to pay him any attention. They quickly grabbed large chunks of meat into their bowls. And Zhang Beigua was not to be outdone, using a ladle to scoop up the remaining food. We will be working together in the future, hoping for unity. Although we don't know what troubles we will encounter later, we must work together. Qin Tianyuan had been rummaging in the pot for a long time but still hadn't eaten anything, so he threw down his chopsticks in frustration. I haven't finished my words. And you've eaten everything. Yao Qi quickly and enthusiastically placed a plate of meat in front of Qin Tianyuan. Qin Ge, there's still a big plate left. Only then did Qin Tianyuan's expression improve. He picked up a piece, dipped it in the pot, and put it in his mouth. Immediately, a strange taste filled his mouth, like aged rubber and the sole of an old shoe, and after biting through it, the texture resembled leftover tofu dregs. In short, it was as unpleasant as it could be. Qin Tianyuan immediately spat it out. What is this? Artificial meat. Zhang Beigua slowly managed to say 3 words. Is this even food? Qin Tianyuan was furious. I paid money to eat and you bring me this shit. Qin Ge, what you said isn't right. This is something that most people can't even get. Yao Qi laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Stop complaining. This stuff is free. and many people are fighting to get it. It's the 22nd century. How can we be eating this? Qin Tianyuan was extremely angry. Waiter, I want real beef and lamb. However, in response to Qin Tianyuan's protest, the humanoid waitress politely but coldly refused him. Daily beef and lamb are supplied in limited quantities. Your consumption quota for today has been used up. Please come back tomorrow. Feeling unsatisfied after spending money, Qin Tianyuan was finally dragged away by Yao Qi and Zhang Beiguo. Otherwise, he would have started arguing with the humanoid. All right, Qin Ge, let's come back next time. There's no need to be angry. Yao Qi carefully comforted the furious Qin Tianyuan. This restaurant is already one of the most conscientious in the city. Other places don't have the authenticity of this place. And the limited supply isn't something they can decide. Qin Tianyuan frowned. He wasn't concerned about the artificial meat issue, but he had a question that he couldn't figure out. Beiguo, were you in the army before? Zhang Beiguo nodded. Yes. Then do frontline combat units also use these remotely controlled biohumanoids? Frontline combat units do not use biohumanoids. They are only used as secondary personnel and auxiliary combat personnel. Zhang Beiguo glanced at the humanoid waiters in the mall who were desperately trying to attract customers. These biohumanoids have fatal flaws. Fatal flaws? Qin Tianyuan looked at the distant biohumanoids in surprise. What flaws do they have? To put it simply, a biohumanoid is just a shell that imitates a human. Without human control, it is nothing. Zhang Beiguo's gaze deepened, as if recalling something. You can control it. And your enemy can control it too. Once the enemy takes control, these biohumanoids instantly become time bombs. One moment they're your helpers, the next they're your enemies. In the complex electromagnetic environment of the battlefield, the difficulty of controlling biohumanoids increases geometrically, and the control distance is greatly shortened. Operators must be within 100 meters to operate them effectively, making their use significantly less meaningful. Moreover, the production cost of biohumanoids is too high. It would be more convenient to use robots directly. After all, on the battlefield, it's basically a one-shot deal. Listening to Zhang Beiguo's explanation, Qin Tianyuan frowned. This seemed a bit different from what he had imagined. Aren't there biohumanoids or robots with implanted intelligent programs? According to the robot convention, it's prohibited to implant programs with intelligence levels above level 3 in biohumanoids and robots. Yao Qi interjected. Qin Ge, your thoughts are really fantastical. Isn't a convention just something to be violated? Qin Tianyuan didn't believe in any conventions. He just wanted to know if there were robots with intelligent programs that could operate automatically in combat. Haven't you heard that saying, intelligent programs aren't intelligent? Yao Qi patiently explained. Current intelligent programs are super technologies that only the government can afford. Programs with intelligence are large-scale programs that can only run on supercomputers. Ordinary robots can't accommodate such programs. Moreover, current artificial intelligence is pseudo-artificial intelligence. Isn't there a saying in the scientific community that humans are not gods and cannot create life? So basically, artificial intelligence has been sentenced to death. Qin Tianyuan was left with a face full of questions and confusion. Why did this world seem so different from what he imagined? Isn't this supposed to be a high-tech sci-fi world? Why is there nothing? Not to mention the unpalatable artificial meat. The beautiful humanoids on the street were all being remotely controlled by foot-picking big men. Just thinking about it was eye-watering. It's the 22nd century, and there's not even a glimpse of artificial intelligence. What kind of sci-fi world is this? Wait, what about the robot that attacked me last night? Was that also being controlled by someone? Then why were there 3 people watching beside it? Qin Tianyuan felt something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Beiguo, do you think the military has any robots controlled by intelligent programs, specifically for combat, that only need to follow human commands and then automatically attack enemies based on programs? Zhang Beiguo shook his head without hesitation. No, whether it's active or in development. There are no such robots as you described. Until supercomputers are miniaturized, robots controlled by artificial intelligence will always remain in movies and TV shows. Qin Tianyuan fell silent. He tried to recall the scenes from last night but still had no clues. Finally, he could only smile awkwardly, realizing that his imagined sci-fi world was too far from reality, leading to many misunderstandings and causing quite a few laughs. It seemed he needed to learn more about this world and not rely solely on assumptions. As Qin Tianyuan pondered, he subconsciously followed Yao Qi through the crowd in the mall. Looking around, he saw vibrant lives brushing past him, unlike the cold scenes portrayed in past films. The high-tech life he envisioned felt completely out of place with what he was seeing, which is real and which is fake. Just as Zhang Beiguo, who had been slowly following behind, suddenly stopped and turned back, his eyes sharp as he stared in one direction. Qin Tianyuan was startled and followed Zhang Beigua's gaze, catching a glimpse of a sneaky figure flashing by and hiding in the crowd. When did they start following us? Qin Tianyuan squinted his eyes and asked calmly. We followed them when we entered the mall. At first, we were unsure, but after we finished eating, we continued to follow them. Zhang Beigua looked at Qin Tianyuan with a questioning gaze. Should we get rid of them? Not here. Find a less crowded place to take action. Qin Tianyuan patted Yu Qi's shoulder and instructed, Qi, go find a CAF and sit for a while. We have some business to attend to. Yao Qi nodded and silently walked away. Qin Tianyuan and Zhang Beigua stood back and observed for a while, confirming that no one was following Yao Qi before they felt relieved. They must be following me. Qin Tianyuan turned to Zhang Beigua and said, if they are following you, bring them back, and I'll handle them. If they are following me, you take action. Zhang Beigua remained silent, his expression cold as he nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. Are they dead or alive? Alive. I just want to ask them what they are up to. Qin Tianyuan quickly advised, in public, it's better not to cause any fatalities. The director asked us to keep a low profile lately. If you kill someone, I won't know how to explain it. Don't worry, I'll make sure he tells everything. Zhang Beigua pulled up his collar and turned to blend into the crowd. Qin Tianyuan scanned the surroundings and pretended to continue wandering around the mall. Soon, he noticed that two people were following him, one in front and one behind, leisurely watching him. They really are after me, Qin Tianyuan thought, feeling a headache coming on. Recently, he had been having a streak of bad luck, encountering all sorts of troubles. The most frustrating part was that he didn't even know why. Was it because he crossed over incorrectly? As Qin Tianyuan pondered this, he didn't hesitate to lead the two followers on a detour, discovering that they were closely tailing him and didn't seem to care about being noticed. Looks like they don't come with good intentions, Qin Tianyuan realized. After testing the waters, he concluded that these two were probably not just following him, but might want to find an opportunity to take action against him. With that thought, Qin Tianyuan no longer hesitated and headed straight for the mall's fire exit. The area was spacious and had multiple exits, and usually, no one would go there. Whether to deal with these two followers or to slip away, it was the most suitable choice. Pushing open the door to the safety passage, Qin Tianyuan quickly hid behind the door, quietly waiting for his pursuers to take the bait. In less than a few seconds, one person pushed the door open and rushed into the fire passage, immediately looking around to search for Qin Tianyuan's trace. At the same time, one hand reached into his pocket, ready to pull out something at any moment. Qin Tianyuan remained silent, suddenly grabbing the man's collar from behind and kicking his leg behind the knee. The follower was caught off guard and fell to the ground. At that moment, the other person behind was trying to come in, one hand on the doorknob, pushing the door halfway open. Qin Tianyuan swiftly kicked back the half-open metal door, smashing it into the face of the person outside, causing him to fall back, his face covered in blood. The one kneeling on the ground angrily cursed and tried to struggle to get up, but Qin Tianyuan elbowed his neck tightly, preventing him from rising or moving. Just then, the metal door was pushed open again, and the third follower, seeing the scene before him, changed his expression and quickly pulled out a shiny metal cylinder from his pocket, lunging straight at Qin Tianyuan. Before the person with the metal cylinder could reach Qin Tianyuan, a figure suddenly emerged from behind him, grabbing the hand holding the metal cylinder with one hand and choking his neck with the other, easily flipping him onto the ground. Qin Tianyuan calmly glanced at the situation, firmly pinning the person beneath him, while watching Zhang Beigua subdue one of the followers. Just these three, no one else. Zhang Beigua pulled out a bloodied person from behind the door and tossed him in front of Qin Tianyuan like a dead dog. Qin Tianyuan frowned as he looked at the two unconscious individuals on the ground. Beigua, you were too rough. They are already knocked out. How can I ask anything? You still have one in your hands, right? Zhang Beigua grinned awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed as he squatted down to check the other two. Let me try to wake them up. Ignoring Zhang Beigua, Qin Tianyuan pressed down on the neck of the person he had pinned. I ask, you answer. The subdued person was quite tough, remaining silent and uncooperative. Qin Tianyuan smiled slightly, released his grip, and the person hurriedly lunged forward, rolling on the ground to stand up. Turning to face Qin Tianyuan and reaching for his waist, Qin Tianyuan stepped forward, closing the distance between them, placing both hands on the opponent's shoulders and tripping him. The person had not realized what was happening and fell to the ground. Just as he was trying to get up again, Zhang Beigua kicked him squarely in the abdomen, sending the follower crashing back to the ground, curling up in a ball. Zhang Beigua crouched down, grabbed the person's hair, and slammed his head into the ground, causing him to be bloodied and dazed. Seeing that it was enough, Qin Tianyuan quickly stopped Zhang Beigua's actions, squatted down, and looked the follower in the eye. Patting him gently as he said, "I'll give you 3 chances to answer my questions. Answer correctly, no reward. Answer incorrectly, and you'll use your face to brush the wall." After being dealt with, the follower became much more obedient and slowly said, "You ask, what is your name?" Qin Tianyuan asked kindly. The person was caught off guard by the first question and hesitated. Zhang Beigua seized his hand and stepped on it hard, grinding a few times. With 10 fingers connected to the heart, having his fingers stomped by a shoe was incredibly painful. The follower's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to scream. Zhang Beigua quickly covered his mouth, forcing him to hold it back, while still applying pressure with his foot. The follower turned red, his facial muscles twisting as he struggled, letting out muffled sounds. Qin Tianyuan pretended not to see and continued casually, "I think you are already familiar with the rules. Let's continue. I ask, you answer. If I'm not satisfied, I will let him step on your other hand." The follower nodded desperately, indicating that he understood. And Zhang Beigua gradually released his hand from covering his mouth. "What is your name?" "Chendi." "Who sent you?" Chendi's pupils constricted sharply, showing some hesitation. And Zhang Beigua immediately grabbed his hand again, preparing to step on it. However, Qin Tianyuan suddenly reached out to stop Zhang Beigua. "Wait a minute, Mr. Chen. Is this question making it difficult for you? Does answering this question put your life in danger?" Chendi nodded but did not speak further. "All right, I'm a reasonable person. I'll change the question and hope you can answer honestly," Qin Tianyuan said with a gentle smile. "Are you here to follow me?" Chendi nodded, yes and no. Qin Tianyuan was taken aback. "Then what is the purpose of your action this time?" "Our target is not you. It is the woman you are with," Chendi replied honestly. Qin Tianyuan was taken aback by the answer, not expecting that these people were not after him, but rather the woman with him. He suddenly looked up and exchanged a glance with Zhang Beigua. They both thought of the same thing. Yao Qi was alone outside. Without further hesitation, the two of them bolted outside, continuously dialing Yao Qi's communicator number, but there was no response from her side. "We were careless." Qin Tianyuan felt a bit flustered. He had never anticipated such a situation. He thought the people following him were after him and never considered that their target might not be him. But why would it be Yao Qi? That silly girl knows nothing. When Qin Tianyuan and Zhang Beigua hurried through the crowd to the CAF where they had arranged to meet Yao Qi, he immediately saw her leaning on the table in a daze, biting a straw and blowing bubbles into her coffee out of boredom. Seeing Yao Qi safe and sound, Qin Tianyuan breathed a sigh of relief. He cautiously observed the surroundings and slowly approached her, patting her on the shoulder. "Stop playing here. Let's hurry back." Yao Qi, who was having a great time, was startled when Qin Tianyuan tapped her and pouted in dissatisfaction. "You two went out to have fun without me. I'm so bored here." Qin Tianyuan couldn't help but chuckle. "We weren't playing, we were fighting." "Fighting again?" Yao Qi looked at Qin Tianyuan and Zhang Beigua in surprise, rolling her eyes. "I told you, Qin Gu, stop bullying our neighbor across the street. That guy is quite pitiful. You beat him up every time you see him." "When have I ever bullied that shammate?" Qin Tianyuan was a bit confused. "I didn't even see him today." "You're just lying to me. I clearly saw shammate walk by with a girl. You just said you were in a fight. Weren't you looking for trouble with him?" Yao Qi refused to believe Qin Tianyuan's words. "Shammate?" Qin Tianyuan furrowed his brows. "Where did you see him?" Yao Qi stood on her tiptoes and scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she pointed. "Look, isn't that him?" Qin Tianyuan followed her finger and saw a colorful-haired figure by the window of the restaurant across the street, looking particularly conspicuous. Shammate seemed to be talking to someone, animatedly gesturing with his hands, and had not stopped since earlier. Qin Tianyuan was curious about how he kept running into this guy. "Chi, you and Beigua head back first. I want to check this out." Yao Qi, feeling bored, was reluctant to leave now that there was some excitement, and Zhang Beigua pretended not to hear, standing by in a daze. Qin Tianyuan found it hard to deal with these two lively characters and had no choice but to let them wait there. He pulled up his collar to cover half his face and quietly approached Shammate. The restaurant Shammate chose looked extremely upscale, with luxurious and stylish decor, all solid wood furniture. And even the waitstaff were real people, greeting customers with smiles. Qin Tianyuan waved his hand to decline the server's guidance and discreetly sat in a booth next to Shammate, picking up the menu to pretend to order while using the opportunity to shield his face, all the while eavesdropping carefully. "Rest assured, we are professionals. There is no one we cannot find." Our Tianyuan Business Investigation Service Company offers various services. You can choose at will, and we have package deals. We cooperate with many large commercial investigation agencies and are very well informed. There is nothing we cannot accomplish as long as you have a need. We will certainly fulfill your request quickly and perfectly, whether it is market research, security services, or personal background investigations. As Qin Tianyuan listened to Shamate's self-promotion, he couldn't help but laugh. This so-called Tianyuan Business Investigation Service Company was just like the shoddy private detective agency he had encountered before, relying on low-end services to stay afloat. Security services? Their company only had 4 or 5 people in total. After deducting the receptionist and the administrative girl and the intelligence-gathering personnel, what could they provide for security? They were no different from Qin Tianyuan, working with a few colleagues to handle some big contracts. However, Qin Tianyuan was curious about who would hire Shamate for commission work. He looked up, but realized his seating position was not ideal, only able to see the back of the client. Shamate's client was a woman who appeared very elegant from behind, dressed in a black long dress and wearing a lady's hat. She spoke little throughout the conversation, with Shamate doing most of the talking. Qin Tianyuan couldn't see her face, and he felt a bit itchy, pondering whether he should find another position. This is the prepaid deposit of 150,000. The woman in the hat suddenly put down her teacup and pushed a card in front of Shamate, adding, "There will be further rewards once the job is done." Shamate's eyes bulged out, and his mouth dropped wide open, unable to close for a long time, saliva almost dripping out. After seeing the card, he quickly grabbed it. "Rest assured, I will definitely get back to you. If I can't find that kid Qin Tianyuan, then no one can find him. We've always been neighbors." Qin Tianyuan was completely stunned. "Looking for me?" Chapter 29. I want the big share of the money. When Qin Tianyuan heard Shamate's conversation, he was completely dumbfounded. What the heck? What's going on? How did I get caught up in this? Why are they looking for me? Before, he was always blocking my door, cursing and complaining that I hindered his business. I finally moved away from across the street, and now he's looking for me everywhere. Is he being masochistic? Miss, if you're spending money to find me, isn't that redundant? You could just give me the money directly. Shamate was just a fraud. He had no idea where I had moved. When the time comes, I'll hide in the archives, and he won't be able to find me. Why does this woman want to find me? What is her purpose? Is it an old flame who can't let go of true love, deciding to seek out her true love? Or is it a green tea goddess who has washed away her past, looking for an honest person to take over? Or is it a lonely rich woman seeking a handsome man to bear her children? When Qin Tianyuan heard the 150,000 deposit, he began to let his imagination run wild, with not a single rational thought in his head, and he couldn't make sense of it despite thinking so much. At this moment, the woman in the long dress had already stood up, exchanged a few pleasantries with Shamate, and turned to leave. Qin Tianyuan shrank back into the corner, remaining silent as he watched the female client walk away with 2 bodyguards, quickly blending into the crowd. Meanwhile, Shamate seemed quite pleased with himself, reclining in his chair with a satisfied expression, one hand lifting a wine glass to his nose to take a deep sniff. Whether it was the aroma of red wine or just a psychological effect, Shamate's face was glowing, his eyes squinted in a look of ecstasy, as if he were high on drugs. Qin Tianyuan began to worry that he might get high himself, but after thinking it over, he decided not to disturb Shamate and let him enjoy it a little longer. After some self-indulgence, Shamate made a gesture, pointing at the half-eaten steak on the table. "Waiter, pack it up." Qin Tianyuan immediately put down the menu and quietly left the restaurant, hiding in a corner outside, waiting for Shamate to come out. At this time, Zhang Beigua, who had been watching from a distance, also came around, pretending to be a tourist casually strolling by, occasionally glancing at Qin Tianyuan. At that moment, a satisfied Shamate hummed a tune as he walked out of the restaurant, looking quite pleased with himself, completely unaware that he was being watched. Qin Tianyuan and his companions followed Shamate out of the mall, all the way back to the office building where they used to work, passing through the security guard and heading towards the elevator. Taking a look at the empty surroundings, Qin Tianyuan stepped forward and grabbed Shamate by the collar, pulling him towards the emergency exit. He wanted to find a quiet place to have a good chat with him. Shamate was in high spirits when he was suddenly grabbed by the collar, instantly furious, opening his mouth to curse. But when he turned around, he found that the person grabbing him was none other than the long-lost Qin Tianyuan. "It's you. I've been looking for you for so long." Shamate was overjoyed, feeling that he was having a lucky day, encountering good fortune one after another, and thought he might as well buy a few lottery tickets after work. "Don't pull my clothes. Let go of me." Qin Tianyuan pulled the shammate into the safety passage and released his collar. The shammate, who had been cursing just a moment ago, was stunned for a few seconds as he looked at Qin Tianyuan, then suddenly lunged at him. Seeing the shamate's hungry dog-like action startled Qin Tianyuan, and he instinctively activated the Muscle Master skill. With a thud, the shammate skillfully and properly knelt on both knees. This shocked Zhang Beigua, who was standing aside. He was new and had never seen such a scene, not knowing what the shammate was up to, which made him a bit suspicious. Meanwhile, Yao Qi was already laughing so hard she was bending over. "Oh, you're still so polite. Get up and talk." At this moment, the shammate didn't care about that. In his eyes, Qin Tianyuan was a walking bounty, and he was afraid he would run away in the blink of an eye. In a moment of desperation, the shammate didn't get up but crawled over and hugged Qin Tianyuan's thigh tightly. "Damn it, let go of me." Now it was Qin Tianyuan's turn to jump up and curse. The shammate was holding on so tightly that he couldn't shake him off no matter how hard he tried. Finally, Qin Tianyuan helplessly allowed the shammate to cling to him. "What do you want? Can't you just talk nicely?" "What do I want?" "Of course. I want to collect the bounty." The shammate exclaimed excitedly, his tone changing. "I've been looking for you all day. I can't let you run away again." "All right. Get up and talk properly. I just happen to have something to ask you." Qin Tianyuan pushed the shammate aside disdainfully. "If you want to collect the bounty, you need my cooperation, right? How can we cooperate like this?" The shammate thought about it and felt it made sense. So he awkwardly let go of his grip and stood up, but his eyes were still glaring at Qin Tianyuan. "Who was that woman in the restaurant?" Qin Tianyuan asked straightforwardly. The shammate was taken aback and then became furious. "You were following me? I just happened to run into you." "I didn't want to follow you." Qin Tianyuan waved his hand, explaining, "If I really wanted to follow you, I would have gone straight to that woman. Why would I need to ask you?" The shammate thought about it and felt that what Qin Tianyuan said made sense. But he still warned in a tone of caution, "That woman is my client now. Don't think you can interfere. I've already received the deposit." Qin Tianyuan glared at him. "What the hell is wrong with you? That woman is looking for me. She just contacted you for clues. Do you really think you're that important? If I go see that woman directly, she won't need you anymore. Or if I hide and don't show up, you won't get a penny." The shammate immediately became much more obedient but still unwillingly asked, "So what do you mean?" "Didn't I just say? We cooperate." Qin Tianyuan said with a smile, "How much is that woman offering?" "A total of 300,000, and the advance payment was 150,000. The shammate readily revealed the details. "All right, I won't ask for much. You take 100,000, and the rest is all mine," Qin Tianyuan said in a very generous tone. The shammate immediately became furious. "Go dream." Qin Tianyuan turned to leave, "Then let us part ways. I'm going back to my hometown to get married. Maybe we'll meet again." The shammate panicked and grabbed Qin Tianyuan. "Brother Qin, you're like my real brother. Can't we negotiate a bit more? This amount is really too little. My company has several families to support. 200,000, not a penny less. You're just giving one piece of information and you're making a clean profit of 100,000. What more do you want?" Qin Tianyuan, taking advantage of the situation, was unwilling to budge. Finally, after hesitating for a long time, the shammate finally agreed to Qin Tianyuan's terms and even transferred 5,000 as a deposit right then and there. After splitting the money, Qin Tianyuan felt refreshed, counting the zeros in his account with a grin on his face, and only then did he remember the main business. "Who was that woman you met in the restaurant?" "Huang Xinmei." The shammate rolled his eyes. "You don't even recognize your previous client? Her husband just died at your hands yesterday." "What?" Qin Tianyuan was immediately dumbfounded. "Huang Xinmei, how did this woman come into the picture?" Chapter 30. Do you have grenades? Qin Tianyuan was immediately displeased upon hearing this. "What do you mean her husband died at your hands? Wei Daiwei was killed by you. I warn you, we may be familiar, but if you talk nonsense, I'll still beat you up." The shammate shrank his neck in fear, but still refused to back down. "This is not something I said." "That's what everyone is saying now. They say you were with Wei Daiwei for less than 2 hours, and he died mysteriously." Qin Tianyuan was furious. "What nonsense is being spread around? Wei Daiwei's death has nothing to do with me. You all should focus on your business instead of spreading big news. If the rumors get distorted in the future, you'll also be held responsible." The shammate immediately showed great interest and curiously asked, "Then tell me how Wei Daiwei died. You have first-hand information. It must be worth a good price." Qin Tianyuan's expression froze. He suddenly recalled Wei Daiwei's gruesome face, his strange death, and that blurry afterimage. All the way to the final explosion. Wei Daiwei's death was indeed suspicious, and his background was complex. Just getting involved with any of these matters was troublesome, let alone having them all come together. Seeing Qin Tianyuan silent and with an unusual expression, the shammate suddenly smirked and revealed a knowing look. See, I knew you had insider information. How about we cooperate? Such news will definitely sell for a high price. Qin Tianyuan shot the shammate a sideways glance. Sell for a high price? I'm afraid you'll get the money, but one T live to spend it. The shammate, unbothered, patted his chest and said, You don't need to worry about that. We grew up here. This is our turf. Just give me the information, and you can rest assured, nothing will happen. I'm not bragging. A strong dragon doesn't suppress a local snake. No matter how fierce the dragon is when it crosses the river on our turf. It has to coil up. If it's a tiger, it has to lie down. Qin Tianyuan certainly wouldn't take the shammate's words seriously. The waters here were too deep. He was just a local snake, a small fry, and before he even got in the water, he could be swallowed whole by a giant crocodile. Let us solve the Huang Shimei issue first before discussing anything else. Unexpectedly, the shammate immediately panicked. Don't, brother. What does Huang Shimei want from you? Isn't it obvious? She's definitely asking how her husband died. If you tell her the news, once she starts shouting, that information won't be worth anything. The shammate thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. How about this? You give me the information first. And we split it 60-40? You take 60 and I take 40, or we can do 30-70 if you want. Qin Tianyuan couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Patting his shoulder, listen to my advice, you really can't handle this. First, deal with the Huang Shimei matter, and then we'll talk about the rest. The shammate was taken aback. Do you really want to see her? Of course. She spent a lot of money looking for me. I need to know why. Qin Tianyuan rolled his eyes, hurry up and arrange to meet her. Once it's done, you can ask me anything you want. Don't worry. Huang Shimei wants to know more than you. The shammate immediately showed a delighted expression. Really? Qin Tianyuan glared at him. I'm still waiting to collect that remaining 150,000. There's no need to lie to you. Seeing that Qin Tianyuan was serious, the shammate finally relaxed. After exchanging communication devices, the shammate confidently assured him, just wait for my good news. Tonight you'll definitely meet that rich woman. After parting ways with the shammate, the three hurried back to the archives. Zhang Beigua, who had been silent all along, suddenly asked, Does our unit have an armory? Why are you asking this? Qin Tianyuan was a bit surprised. Yao Qi suddenly interjected, There is one. The key is with Sister Rong, but I've never seen anyone use it. Qin Tianyuan was astonished. There really is one? Wait, why does our unit need an armory? Zhang Beigua nodded and said, That's good, Chief, let's go get the weapons. Why do we need weapons? Qin Tianyuan looked shocked. Bro, what are you planning to do? Yao Qi, jumping with excitement beside them, said, I want one too. They said there would be shooting training when I joined, but I haven't even touched a gun yet. Qin Tianyuan turned around and scolded, Kids shouldn't play with guns. They're not toys, it's too dangerous. Yao Qi immediately looked unhappy. Qinggu, I'm not a kid anymore. Besides, isn't our unit's arsenal for us to use? Zhang Beigua, somewhat impatient, urged, Stop dawdling, hurry up and get me a gun. No, I want to. Do you have grenades? Yao Qi nodded, definitely. I'll go ask Sister Rong. Wait. You guys. Qin Tianyuan was dumbfounded as he watched them excitedly discuss, completely ignoring his opinion as the chief. Later, a bewildered Qin Tianyuan was pushed in front of the General Affairs Department's Yin Rong by all the members. Yin Rong maintained a serious expression, looking at Qin Tianyuan without any emotion, making the situation quite awkward. The two silently stared at each other for a long while, and in the end, Qin Tianyuan had to concede, pushing Yao Qi forward. Then, the little girl used her charm to get everyone their weapons, including Zhang Beigua's request for 2 guns. Awesome. Chi-Chi, Zhang Beigua exclaimed. Meanwhile, Qin Tianyuan could only stand in the back, spamming 666. The confused chief, like a salted fish, led the satisfied group back to the office to check the firearms. Yao Qi was carefully counting the bullets while Zhang Beigua disassembled and reassembled the gun in seconds, leaving everyone stunned by his dazzling moves. With a click, Zhang Beigua expressionlessly chambered a bullet and then directly put the gun back in its holster. Zhanggu. Yao Qi was startled by this scene and cautiously reminded him, Isn't this a bit unsafe? Don't worry, Zhang Beigua replied casually. It's more convenient this way. Convenient for what? Killing, of course. Seeing this nonchalant guy, Qin Tianyuan couldn't help but admire him. This guy was bold, loading the gun right after getting it. He had never seen this kind of operation before. But guns were indeed good things, holding the cold, Hard metal gave a sense of security. If he had brought a gun last night, he wouldn't have ended up running through the streets in his underwear, ultimately getting fined 3,000. If he had had a gun, those who attacked him wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. Just one shot would take them down, intimidating everyone, making him the coolest guy on the street. Then he wouldn't have been labeled as having immoral conduct. Illegal possession of firearms and injuring someone with a gun would definitely land him in prison for over 3 years. So, why shouldn't I carry a gun? Thinking of this, Qin Tianyuan suddenly came to his senses. Wait a minute, I almost let you lead me astray. I was just going to meet someone. Why did you encourage me to bring a gun? Zhang Beg said seriously. I was worried you might be in danger. It's more reassuring to have something for self-defense. Yao Qi also looked worried. Qin Gu, you're not going to meet them alone tonight, are you? What if there's an ambush? Zhang Beg continued. I think this situation is a bit off. Qin Tianyuan nodded in agreement. I also think something's not right. This Huang Shimei appearing is quite suspicious. It looks like she is not coming with good intentions. If I just go meet her recklessly, it could easily backfire. So, I'll go with you. Zhang Beg patted the gun hanging from his body. Don't worry, my shooting skills are top-notch. Hey, weren't you asking for grenades? Hurry up and get me two. Qin Tianyuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. What do you mean you'll come with me? Please wake up. This is a legal society. Bringing a gun is just asking for trouble. Zhang Beg looked surprised. Then what will you do if you encounter danger? Am I supposed to loudly condemn the other party? If there's danger, of course, you call the police. Qin Tianyuan said calmly as he picked up the phone. Hello, is this Officer Fang Shernan? I'm Qin Tianyuan. I have an important situation to report. Qin Tianyuan. Fang Shernan shouted as if he had seen a ghost. You actually dare to show your face? Qin Tianyuan was confused. Why wouldn't I dare to show my face? Chapter 31. The extra wife faced with Fang Shernan's aggressive attitude. Qin Tianyuan was quite annoyed and retorted, Officer Fang, I haven't done anything shameful. Why would I be afraid to show my face? Fang Shernan seemed very angry. Speaking in a loud voice, then do you dare to appear in front of me now? What is there to be afraid of? Qin Tianyuan thought Fang Shernan was being unreasonable. Stay where you are. I'll buy you 2 oranges to eat. Fang Shernan confirmed the address and hurriedly hung up the phone. Zhang Beg looked at Qin Tianyuan with sympathy. I feel like calling the police is not a good idea. You might as well take me to the meeting. Take you where? Qin Tianyuan shot him an annoyed glare. If I bring you along, are you going to carry grenades? No grenades, but a grenade launcher would work too. Qin Tianyuan's face darkened. He felt there was a generational gap between him and Zhang Beg, making communication impossible. He decided it was better to find Fang Shernan. Click. Qin Tianyuan saw a pair of shiny metallic bracelets clasped around his wrist, looking completely bewildered. Officer Fang. What are you doing? Fang Shernan said expressionlessly, I'm afraid you'll run away. I haven't committed a crime. Why would I run? Please let me go. Qin Tianyuan exclaimed, raising both hands in protest. Well, what would others think? They might think I did something bad. Why didn't you answer the phone if you didn't do anything bad? Fang Shernan asked sternly. The communicator you left me couldn't be reached. And the address for your work was fake. When I went there, the place was already empty, and even the company had been dissolved. You still tell me you didn't do anything bad? Is that it? Qin Tianyuan was astonished. The client died, the case fell through, and we couldn't get paid. So the company naturally went bankrupt. What is wrong with that? Fang Shernan was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Qin Tianyuan to say something like that. However, he couldn't blame him. After all, a company going bankrupt due to mismanagement was not a crime. Then why didn't you answer the phone? My communicator broke in the explosion yesterday, and I just got a new one this morning. Qin Tianyuan felt particularly innocent. Besides, it hasn't even been 24 hours since then. Is it too much to assume I'm fleeing just because you can't find me? Accusing me should at least follow the basic laws, right? Stop trying to play tricks on me. Fang Shernan was not so easily fooled. You know best what is going on. I can't afford to investigate you right now, but do you really think I can't find out? Speaking of this, Qin Tianyuan was not worried at all. He wasn't afraid of Fang Shernan investigating him because that would be a waste of effort. His identity was indeed fake. But it was a fake created by the authorities. Can something fabricated by the government really be called fake? It's real. Seeing Qin Tianyuan's confident demeanor, Fang Shernan felt suspicious but couldn't pinpoint anything. So he simply changed the subject. All right, what do you need from me? I was wondering how the Wei Daiwei case is going. Do you have any updates, Officer Fang? Qin Tianyuan asked with a smile. Fang Shernan became particularly frustrated when this matter was mentioned. The leads on the Wei Daiwei case had completely dried up, and he had no idea what to investigate. At that time, the Medical Ethics and Moral Committee's cleanup team had rushed in first, and Fang Shinan had just stood by and watched the entire process. These people, dressed in full protective gear, entered the crime scene without saying a word. In pairs, they spread out with probe instruments, carefully searching and scanning the items in the room. As soon as they detected any items that emitted sound, they would immediately stop and point. Soon, someone will follow behind. Using a long pair of tongs to pick up the items, putting them into plastic bags and sealing them, and then transferring them into a black box. Once the box is full, it will be immediately locked tight. Everything near the body at the crime scene was packed up. Even the body was placed in a special body bag and sealed in a box for removal. At the same time, several people with cameras conducted a thorough scan and took pictures of the room, turning around to leave without saying a word. Fang Shinan chased after them, asking for evidence and the body, but they replied that it would be handed over after the autopsy, and then asked Fang Shinan to sign a document, after which there was no further communication. Later, the Medical Ethics Committee denied any involvement, claiming they had no knowledge of any cleanup crew and that this matter had nothing to do with them. They would not interfere with any police investigations now or in the future. Fang Shinan was furious and almost smashed the table, but he couldn't confront the Medical Ethics Committee, and there was nothing he could do about their denial. There were no clues, yet the case still fell on his shoulders. The Eden group inquired about the case's progress, subtly pressuring the police for a quick resolution. Naturally, Fang Shinan felt immense pressure. Just as he was getting anxious, Qin Tianyuan bumped into him. "What do you want?" Fang Shinan glared at Qin Tianyuan with a cold face. "Of course, I want to help you," Qin Tianyuan replied with a smile. "Assisting the police is my responsibility as an exemplary citizen. I happen to have an important clue to report to you." Hearing this, Fang Shinan became interested. "What clue? Do you know how I got involved in this case?" Qin Tianyuan asked mysteriously. "You told me before that you received a commission for a family dispute," followed the deceased, "and ended up at the crime scene." Fang Shinan frowned. "You haven't shown me the documentation for this commission. You don't need to see that document." "I have something better for Officer Fang," Qin Tianyuan whispered. "When I took on this case, I felt something was off. Normally, a case like this wouldn't fall to our small detective agency. Have you ever wondered why it ended up in our hands?" Fang Shinan thought for a moment. "That doesn't necessarily mean anything. Maybe the client didn't want to make a big deal and intentionally chose a small agency. That's possible, but after the incident." "Did you contact Wei Daiwei's family?" Qin Tianyuan pointed out the key issue directly. "No, the deceased was from the Milia Federation, and we couldn't reach his family abroad. We only notified the Eden Company to relay the message." Fang Shinan frowned. He also felt something was off. No family had contacted them, and no one had come to claim the body. The Eden Company said that Wei Daiwei's parents had already passed away, and he was single and unmarried. They had very little information about his relatives or friends, and the Eden Company didn't provide detailed family information. What? Now it was Qin Tianyuan's turn to be confused. He's single and unmarried? Is this information reliable? Fang Shinan nodded confidently. This is the information provided by the Eden Company. Its authenticity is unquestionable. But the person who commissioned us for this case was Wei Daiwei's wife, Huang Xinmei. Have you heard of her? Qin Tianyuan felt that this matter was becoming increasingly perplexing. Fang Shinan was suddenly startled. Huang Xinmei? I haven't heard that name. Do you have a backup of the commission information? Let me see it. I'll check this person's information. No need to check, Qin Tianyuan sighed. This woman is now looking for me everywhere. Isn't it strange? A fake wife is eager to meet me. A witness to a homicide. Where is this woman now? Fang Shinan's spirit was instantly lifted upon hearing this news. It was as if he had found something effortlessly. I arranged to meet her tonight through a middleman. Qin Tianyuan raised his hands. Officer Fang, can you take off the handcuffs for me? I'm not going anywhere. No. Fang Shinan coldly rejected Qin Tianyuan's suggestion and picked up the communicator. This is Fang Shinan from the Major Crimes Unit. I am pursuing a homicide suspect and request SWAT assistance. The number of suspects is unknown, and they may be armed. Oh, and Xiaowang. Please bring me 2 grenades when you arrive. Qin Tianyuan was astonished. What's wrong with you all? Chapter 32. We all have a bright future. Qin Tianyuan looked in at the fully armed SWAT team arriving, with over 100 assembled in less than 2 hours. Is this really necessary? Qin Tianyuan asked, half shocked and half confused. Better safe than sorry, Fang Shinan replied solemnly. Isn't what happened to you last night a good example? When the mobile patrol team arrived, they didn't catch a single hare and were ambushed instead. An entire drone squad was wiped out. Oh, you know about that? Qin Tianyuan said in surprise. Of course, How could I not know about such a big deal? Fang Shernan shot Qin Tianyuan an annoyed look. Why didn't you think to call me last night to inform me? I only found out about your involvement this morning when I received the cooperation notice. Otherwise, why would I be so anxious to find you? Things were too chaotic last night. I still haven't figured it out, Qin Tianyuan explained innocently. Besides, you're a police officer in the main city, and I'm in District 2. What use would it be for me to call you? Could you help me waive a $3,000 fine? Fang Shernan thought for a moment and honestly replied, I don't have that authority. So don't nitpick. It's easy to play the armchair critic. Everyone can do it from the perspective of a god, but it doesn't solve any problems. Qin Tianyuan shook his wrist. Can't you just unlock me? I thought of you first because I have a clue. Is this how you repay me? Fang Shernan impatiently took out the keys and unlocked Qin Tianyuan's handcuffs. If you weren't afraid of dying, you wouldn't have thought of calling the police. I just want you to solve the case quickly so I can get rid of this trouble. Otherwise, it will be never-ending. Someone is always secretly watching me. How am I supposed to live like this? Qin Tianyuan sighed helplessly. Previously, Shen Weiman had repeatedly advised him to keep a low profile, which he agreed with, thinking he could avoid trouble. However, the situation developed differently than he expected. He was followed by several people while eating out at the mall. And then Huang Xinmei found him to ask about his whereabouts, making him realize he couldn't shake off the trouble for the time being. What low profile? What can he do about it? Should he go back to Shen Weiman and complain, asking him to completely hide him? Don't be ridiculous. If Shen Weiman had that ability, he wouldn't be entangled with a $3,000 fine, he thought. In short, he had some authority, but it wasn't that significant. Changing his residence would be the limit. Any unit or even a company could do that, unless Shen Weiman could call in special forces to root out the mastermind and leave no trace. Qin Tianyuan would have to continue hiding. He couldn't really go to Zhang Beiguo with 2 grenades and confront them directly, could he? Therefore, reporting to the police and cooperating with the authorities was the wisest choice. Both parties had the same goal, and it was the strongest backing he could find. Why not hold on tight? Qin Tianyuan believed that no matter how formidable the opponent was, they couldn't confront the government directly. If they were that powerful, they wouldn't have arranged for people to ambush him in the middle of the night. Fang Shernan took out a bulletproof vest from the side and threw it to Qin Tianyuan, reminding him, be smart when we meet tonight. Don't get too close. If you hear me shout get down, just lie down and don't move. Qin Tianyuan was stunned. What is this? Why is it my business? Can't you just go and catch the person directly? Why do I need to go meet them? Of course, if you don't go, how will the other party show up? Fang Shernan said, while putting the bulletproof vest on Qin Tianyuan. Besides, I want to hear what they have to say to you. I can't just catch someone out of thin air. Qin Tianyuan immediately refused. I'm not doing such a dangerous job. Don't even think about it. Don't worry. I'll be with you and will protect you, Fang Shernan reassured him. And it's not for nothing. There's a reward of 50,000 for intelligence. Qin Tianyuan was furious. I'm not doing this for money. You're insulting me. There is also a special allowance of 50,000. Some things can't be measured with money. Qin Tianyuan paused and continued to refuse righteously, thinking it was a joke to think he would risk his life for that little money. The Bureau has also specially approved 100,000 for dangerous operations. And after it's done, there's a 500,000 reward for solving the case, plus a certificate and a press interview. Qin Tianyuan grabbed Fang Shernan's hand. His expression serious. I'm not after fame. I just can't stand the rampant evil forces. I don't need the certificate. Making money quietly is the best. Fang Shernan patted Qin Tianyuan's shoulder, satisfied with his attitude. See, this is great. Everyone is happy. Just follow my lead when the time comes. Qin Tianyuan was also satisfied. He could rid himself of trouble and still get a bonus. Fang Shernan would get clues and suspects. Criminals would be sent to prison. And everyone would have a bright future. Fang Shernan sighed. Cases are getting harder to handle now. Every organization wants to intervene. I've decided that after this case. I want to continue. I'll request a transfer to the Public Security Department so I can have more time with my daughter. Qin Tianyuan was taken aback and turned to run, but before he could move, Fang Shernan grabbed him. Where are you running to? Let go of me. I'm not doing this anymore. Stay away from me. At that moment, in an unknown alley in the city, several bruised individuals were hiding in a corner, sneakily placing a box on the ground. The leader was Chen Di, who had followed Qin Tianyuan at noon. He quickly opened the box, revealing various weapons inside, including handguns and submachine guns. Chen Di cast a cold glance at the others and said in a chilling tone, the higher-ups have instructed that tonight's operation must succeed. Otherwise, you'll all be drinking tea at the bottom of the sea. The others shuddered and immediately nodded in agreement. Qin Di waved his hand, signaling them to distribute the weapons. He then stood up, walked aside, and picked up the phone to dial. Boss, everything has been arranged. We'll act tonight. And this time we won Team Miss. That's what we said at noon. What happened? The voice on the other end asked coldly. Qin Di quickly explained. There were too many people in the mall at noon. It was inconvenient to act. Qin Tianyuan and Huang Ximei had people with them. All right, that's good too. The voice interrupted Qin Di. Tonight, make sure to keep the noise down. If you can get them to a secluded place, then act. This time, it must be done beautifully. The higher-ups are very dissatisfied with last night's incident. Just catching one person caused such an uproar. The action team is a bunch of useless people. This time it's up to you. Rest assured, we know what we're doing. Qin Di assured. Tonight we'll disguise ourselves as police and directly take them into the car. That will save a lot of trouble. How is the investigation on Qin Tianyuan going? Still checking. This guy has created a false identity. It's a bit of work. Qin Di hesitated but reassured. Don't worry, there will be results soon. I've sent out informants to inquire. False identity? What is this guy's background? The person on the other end pondered. Could there be trouble? There won't be any trouble. People like private detectives often have some gray businesses. They interact with all kinds of people and for safety. They all create a set of false identities. Qin Di confidently assured, it just takes a bit of time to investigate. All right, this Qin Tianyuan isn't important. The person seemed uninterested in this matter. What is most important is that woman named Huang Ximei. Be careful when you act. Don't kill anyone. Make sure to investigate her background thoroughly. The higher-ups are very concerned about this. Don't mess it up. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Qin Di said coldly. Chapter 33, Aren't we on the same side? The night in the main urban area was bright as day under the neon lights outside the skyscrapers. Looking up felt particularly dazzling. However, it seemed that people had long since gotten used to this bustling night scene. It was already past 9 o'clock, and the streets were still crowded with people. Among the dense crowd were hurried white-collar workers getting off work, young people heading to nightclubs, and tourists wandering around, all mixed together with those with ulterior motives. At this moment, Qin Tianyuan was sitting in a 7-seater business vehicle, nervously watching several plainclothes police officers, and stammered, Officer Fong, why don't we just forget about today? I don't think I'm ready yet. Fong Shernan quickly loaded a bullet into the chamber and carefully tucked the gun under his arm. Giving Qin Tianyuan a serious look, don't worry, I'll be right beside you, and will definitely protect you. Besides, with so many police around, what are you afraid of? But I'm still nervous. What if something goes wrong? Qin Tianyuan felt his legs go weak. He had been bold when taking the money. But now he felt like he could hardly move. Don't be nervous. The sniper, negotiation experts, and bomb disposal team are all on standby, ensuring everything goes smoothly. Fong Shuren patted Qin Tianyuan's shoulder and helped him check the communicator hidden in his ear. Wait, didn't you call for an ambulance? Qin Tianyuan quickly noticed a flaw. What's with the negotiation expert? Ambulances are too expensive. We really can't afford them. Besides, hospitals don't have spare ambulances. Fong Shernan smiled. I brought our best hostage negotiation expert. See how nice I am to you? Hostage negotiation expert? Qin Tianyuan was shocked. At that moment, a chubby middle-aged man wearing glasses popped his head in, smiling as he extended his hand to Qin Tianyuan. I'm Dong Dong Dong, nicknamed Dong Dong Dong. Don't worry. I'm experienced. My success rate for rescuing hostages is currently 100%. I've never missed. Qin Tianyuan nearly fainted, scrambling to sit aside and refusing to shake hands with this negotiation expert. Dong Dong Dong? Brother, don't you have a foreign name? Just as Qin Tianyuan was trembling, his communicator rang. He opened it to see a message from Shamate. Brother Qin, I'm waiting for you on the 2nd floor of the underground parking lot at Dewiching. Hurry up and come. Don't forget what we agreed on. Underground parking lot? Fong Shernan was surprised to see this message. Why choose such a place? Qin Tianyuan was taken aback. Is there something wrong with the underground parking lot? No problem. Fong Shernan frowned. It's just that it's blocked at both ends, so no one can escape. It's a perfect place to catch someone. Qin Tianyuan breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it's fine. Fong Shernan immediately decided to block the perimeter with special police and split into 2 teams to block the entrances and exits of the underground parking lot. Additionally, he dispatched 4 rotary wing patrol helicopters for mobile support. Once everything was arranged, Fong Shernan drove the car with Qin Tianyuan straight to the agreed location. At that moment, it started to drizzle outside, and the originally bright city became somewhat dark and hazy. The lights refracted by the rain took on a dreamy effect. Qin Tianyuan got out of the car and looked up at the sky. He recalled the rain that fell yesterday morning on his way to work and the rain that came down last night at midnight, as well as the events that followed. This made him feel a subtle unease, even though there was no connection between the two. He had always subconsciously disliked rainy weather. The wind blew the raindrops into his collar, bringing a sudden chill, causing Qin Tianyuan to shiver. He carefully raised his collar to prevent more rainwater from soaking into his clothes. Fang Shiran observed the surroundings and reported the situation to the nearby police officers before pulling Qin Tianyuan toward the elevator to the underground parking lot. The agreed-upon location was a very bustling shopping mall, and the parking lot was filled with cars coming and going frequently. Every car that passed by made Qin Tianyuan tense up. The enclosed environment and dim lighting made him feel a bit uncomfortable, and at that moment, he regretted agreeing to meet Fang Shiran. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Why had he been so foolish to agree to meet him? Passing through rows of parked cars, Qin Tianyuan quickly arrived at the designated spot, and he immediately spotted the distinctive, colorful, explosive hairstyle of Shamate. Shamate was standing in front of a brown business vehicle, and upon seeing Qin Tianyuan, he excitedly waved his arms, signaling for him to come over. Next to him stood several individuals in dark jackets, watchfully observing the surroundings, while in the center of the crowd stood a woman in a black long dress. She still wore that black women's hat, whose wide brim obscured most of her face, revealing only a delicate chin and lips painted with red lipstick. An orange lamp overhead illuminated her, making her stand out in the dim environment. Qin Tianyuan steeled himself and walked over directly, with Fang Shiran following closely behind without saying a word. Shamate rushed over to greet him, leaning in to whisper, "We had an agreement. You can't forget it." Qin Tianyuan had indeed forgotten. He couldn't remember what he had discussed with Shamate, but at this moment, he couldn't back down and could only grit his teeth and respond, "Don't worry, everything's fine." Only then did Shamate happily introduce the parties. "This is Qin Tianyuan, the great detective, and this is Ms. Huang Xinmei. I've brought her here for you. You can discuss your matters now." Huang Xinmei remained silent, slowly taking a few steps forward, lifting her head to examine Qin Tianyuan closely. At that moment, Qin Tianyuan finally got a clear look at Huang Xinmei's appearance, a beautiful oval face, fair skin that caught the eye, indeed a stunning beauty. Detection plugin activated. Name, Lu Yingxue. Age, 24. Race, human, female. Status, hostile. Alert, Lu Yingxue. Qin Tianyuan was taken aback. He had suspected Huang Xinmei might be problematic, but he hadn't expected her to be an imposter. Lu Yingxue suddenly frowned and turned sharply to Shamate. "I gave you 500,000, and you actually brought me a fake. Do you want to get yourself in trouble?" Shamate panicked immediately, hastily explaining, "Ms. Huang, please let me explain. This is the real deal. How could I dare to deceive you?" "What?" Qin Tianyuan was also shocked. "You told me it was a total of 300,000. You only took 100,000. I didn't expect you to pocket 200,000. Shamate quickly turned to Qin Tianyuan, saying, "Brother Qin, let me explain." "Explain what? You sold me for 500,000? Shut up." Lu Yingxue shouted angrily. And the scene fell silent. She coldly stared at Qin Tianyuan, and after a few seconds, she suddenly raised an eyebrow. "You're not Qin Tianyuan at all. Tell me, who are you?" The several bodyguards standing nearby noticed the shift in atmosphere and slowly closed in. Fang Shiran directly put his hands in his pockets. Qin Tianyuan immediately became furious. "Bullshit. How am I not Qin Tianyuan? And you aren't Huang Xinmei either." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yingxue's expression changed, and she abruptly pulled a gun out of her handbag, shouting, "Don't move. We are the police." The surrounding bodyguards also drew submachine guns and shouted, "Everyone, raise your hands and lie on the ground. Don't move." Qin Tianyuan was dumbfounded. He looked around at the dark gun muzzles and then at Fang Shiran, who wore a shocked expression, and asked in confusion, "Aren't we on the same side?" Chapter 34. The comedic master as Qin Tianyuan stared in astonishment at this scene. Fang Shiran was equally bewildered. This development was a bit unexpected. At that moment, a screeching halt was heard at the entrance of the parking lot, and a silver-white van came speeding in. As the vehicle turned, its tires screeched against the ground, creating a cloud of smoke, while the body scraped against the wall, sending sparks flying. The newly arrived vehicle crashed into 3 pillars, spun around 5 times, and finally collided head-on with another vehicle, coming to a stop. The occupants struggled to kick open the mangled door and jumped out. It seemed that the driver had drifted too harshly, leaving the passengers a bit disoriented. After they got out, they staggered and yelled, "Police, don't move." This dramatic entrance instantly silenced everyone. Qin Tianyuan looked at Fang Shinan in confusion. Are they your people? Fang Shinan shook his head in disbelief, and then both turned to Luing Xue, questioning with puzzled looks. Are they your people? Luing Xue also shook her head, and they all turned to look at the newcomers. The atmosphere became extremely awkward, with the three parties staring at each other, hesitantly glancing at the other two sides. And no one dared to speak, resulting in a stalemate. The new arrivals were stunned for a few seconds, but quickly reacted, waving their guns and shouting. We're the police. Drop your guns. Huang Shime, we're talking to you. Come with us. Fang Shinan was immediately furious. I'm also a police officer. Which department are you from? How did this capture operation turn into this? Whether it's an ambush or undercover, I initiated this first. Luing Xue was also stunned for a few seconds. Which department are you from? Fang Shinan honestly replied, the Major Crimes Unit of the Urban District Bureau. Luing Xue responded, Special Cases Investigation Bureau. The newcomers, Fang Shinan and Luing Xue, looked at the new arrivals again, and the other party remained silent. Qin Tianyuan felt something was off and turned to see that Sha Mate, who had been by his side, was slowly crouching down, trying to lower his presence, seemingly wanting to slip away unnoticed. As soon as Sha Mate moved, the previously tense standoff was like a taut string being plucked, and the situation erupted. Bang! Someone fired first, and instantly all the guns erupted into flames, the air became scorching, and bullets flew in all directions. The sounds of shouting, the metallic clank of shell casings hitting the ground, and the dull thuds of bullets hitting objects intertwined. At the first sound of gunfire, Fang Shinan quickly pushed Qin Tianyuan to the ground and dragged him towards the back of a vehicle for cover. Fang Shinan, this isn't what we agreed upon. Qin Tianyuan cursed angrily. What was supposed to be a simple meeting has turned into a three-way shootout. Now that it's so chaotic, you need to pay me more. Fang Shinan was equally furious. Shut up. I didn't want this to happen either. In the distance, the faint sound of police sirens began to approach from all directions, and the familiar buzzing of a hummingbird drone echoed in the air. Looking up, countless metallic spheres flew through the air, scattering and quickly spreading across every corner of the parking lot, with cameras attached to them scanning the scene. Qin Tianyuan felt relieved at this sight. This was the standard operating procedure for police control. The hummingbird drone was deploying, and the mobile SWAT team would follow in, after which it would just be cleanup. The battered silver van suddenly sprang to life, its severely warped door swinging open as a surge of electricity triggered a mechanical roar. A thick metal tube protruded from the vehicle, with 6 gun barrels spinning wildly, as this menacing weapon revealed its vicious form. Qin Tianyuan felt a chill run down his spine, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him in the depths of winter, causing his hair to stand on end. A Gatling rotating machine gun. This grim reaper of a weapon instantly unleashed a barrage of fiery serpents, whipping around like whips and splitting the car in front of them in half. Bullets struck the wall, leaving fist-sized holes, while bricks and debris scattered, filling the air with dust that made it hard to see. Fang Shinan was stunned, wondering how someone could bring a machine gun into a bustling urban area. Was this person insane? Everyone, pay attention. The opponent has heavy weapons. Request backup. Request backup. Fang Shinan shouted angrily into the communicator. Where are you? Hurry up and come in. I can't hold on much longer. Luing Xue was also horrified, hiding behind the car as her subordinates fled in all directions, too scared to show their faces. She had never even heard of such a scene, let alone witnessed it. She glared at Qin Tianyuan, her teeth clenched in anger. Qin Tianyuan, you've gone too far. I will make you pay for this. You are fully responsible. Qin Tianyuan was taken aback and then exploded in anger. What does this have to do with me? They came looking for you. You want me to take responsibility? Come on, crawl over here. I'll take responsibility right now. Luing Xue was so furious that her words became incoherent. Qin Tianyuan was not one to back down verbally and shot back immediately. Bang! While the two were arguing, a cylindrical metal object shot toward them. Qin Tianyuan's eyes widened. A grenade. He sprang up from the ground and lunged at Luing Xue, wrapping his arms around her as they rolled rapidly on the ground. The grenade landed precisely on the vehicle they had just dodged, resulting in a violent explosion that turned the car into a fireball. Metal shrapnel erupted like a storm, sweeping through the area. A few people were caught off guard and collapsed to the ground with muffled groans as debris and fire scattered everywhere. Luing Xue found herself pinned beneath Qin Tianyuan, her vision turning dark. Instinctively, she tried to push the person off her, but when she reached out, her hand felt a sticky, warm liquid. Qin Tianyuan felt a numbness spread across his back as data flashed before his eyes. Detected explosion damage. Energy 100. Detected bleeding damage. Energy 50. Detected bleeding damage. Energy 50. Detected bleeding damage. Energy 50. Detected shrapnel damage. Energy 150. Detected shock damage. Energy 300. System absorbing energy. Entering repair mode. Upgrade complete. System current level is 6. Acquired skill points 1. Current skill points 3. Administrator. Qin Tianyuan. Undead. Passive skill. Muscle Master. Active skill 2. Nervous reflex. Passive skill 1. Detected that the administrator has skill points 3. Can activate the active skill Clown Master. Clown Master. Active skill 1. Control the reflex arc of a single target, causing the opponent to perform non-conditional reflex actions, such as withdrawal reflex, knee-jerk reflex, blink reflex, urination reflex, etc. Cooldown time 25 seconds. Energy cost 200 points. Upgrade completed. Please continue to work hard. Administrator. Qin Tianyuan was too exhausted to complain about this frustrating system. Taking a deep breath, he stifled the blood that was about to spill from his mouth and sat up, reaching behind him. Fortunately, aside from feeling blood on his hand, he didn't seem to be seriously hurt. Thanks to the bulletproof vest Feng Shernan had given him earlier, most of the damage was blocked, and only a few gashes were made on the unprotected areas of his back. Lu Yingxue lay on the ground, staring blankly at Qin Tianyuan, not saying a word. Qin Tianyuan felt uneasy under her gaze, thinking, "What are you staring at? Are you coveting my good looks?" Just as he was lost in thought, a cold gun barrel pressed against his head, and someone shouted in a low voice, "Put down your weapons, or I'll kill him." Qin Tianyuan instinctively turned around and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, aren't you Qin? Qin immediately denied it, saying, "I'm not." Chapter 35. I am your father, Qin Tianyuan instinctively retorted. "You are. I recognize you. You followed me at noon." Qin became furious, saying, "I said I'm not. If you keep talking, I'll kill you." Qin Tianyuan chuckled. "I don't believe you. Your boss wants a live person. You wouldn't dare to harm me." Qin scoffed. "Our boss wants that woman, not you. Don't get cocky with me, or I'll shoot you right now." Qin Tianyuan looked at Lu Yingxue with a probing gaze, asking, "Do you have anything else you want to ask?" Lu Yingxue was somewhat confused by the scene before her and hesitantly said, "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Qin Tianyuan was actually panicking inside, but there was no other way out at the moment. Both of them were being held at gunpoint and couldn't move. They could only joke around to ease the awkward atmosphere. Qin had no interest in listening to his nonsense. The situation was extremely dangerous, and he hadn't anticipated how the originally foolproof plan had turned into this. Both sides were armed and had been cornered by the police. "Shut up, Wang Xinmei. You'd better come with us, or we'll all die here," Qin said, extremely irritated. The hummingbird drones had begun to circle around Qin and his men, buzzing like flies, capturing all their features on camera. Inside the van, the Gatling machine gun continued to fire relentlessly, with hot bullet casings littering the ground around the van. All the surrounding cars were affected, turning into heaps of scrap metal and fireballs. The SWAT officers in exoskeleton armor were blocking the exits with large bulletproof shields, establishing a tight defensive position that sealed off the underground parking lot. A negotiation expert raised a loudspeaker and shouted, "You are surrounded. Resistance is futile. We can cease fire and sit down to talk." However, the response to dong 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 was a burst of gunfire, bullets striking the bulletproof shield and sparking, causing him to quickly shrink back. Nevertheless, the machine gunfire ceased for the moment, though the electric motor continued to spin the barrels, maintaining the threat of resuming fire at any moment. After the stormy scene calmed down, Qin's subordinates took the opportunity to close in, surrounding Qin Tianyuan and Lu Yingxue in the middle, taking the two as hostages. Feng Shernan and Lu Yingxue's subordinates were kept outside, cautious of their own safety and the opponent's heavy firepower, not daring to approach. The situation became tense again, and it was particularly unfavorable for Qin Tianyuan. Qin was increasingly restless, and both he and his subordinates were panicking, asking one after another, "Boss, what do we do? We've been set up. The police have surrounded us completely. Should we surrender?" Qin Tianyuan sincerely suggested. The others glared at Qin Tianyuan in anger, making him feel uneasy. He weakly said, "I'm just making a suggestion." In fact, they all thought it was a good idea, but no one dared to voice agreement first. Realizing this, their anger subsided, and they began to look at each other nervously. Qin noticed his subordinates' unsettled expressions and understood what they were thinking, but he was also hesitant inside. He couldn't surrender. However, if he didn't speak, the atmosphere would snap. He glanced around and saw a colorful tuft of hair slowly inching away, and suddenly remembered something. Xiaoyan, stop right there. How dare you betray me? The shammate thought no one had noticed him, but when he heard Chundi's loud shout, he was so scared he almost wet his pants, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, shaking like a leaf. At that moment, someone came over, grabbed the shammate, and threw him to the ground, pressing a gun to his head. The shammate was on the verge of tears, trembling as he begged, Diga. I didn't betray you. I'm just a messenger. No one wanted this to happen. Qin Tianyuan nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, no one wants this to happen. We're just here to meet. What are you meddling for? Chindi shot Qin Tianyuan a glare. Shut up. It's all because of you. If you hadn't caused trouble at noon, I would have caught that woman. How could this have happened? Qin Tianyuan immediately became unhappy. To be fair, if you had made a move at noon, this situation wouldn't have occurred. You would have been killed on the spot, and I saved your life. Saving a life is like being reborn to one's parents. Just call me Dad. I won't be picky. I can reluctantly accept you as my son. Lu Yingxue was astonished. What kind of logic is that? Qin Tianyuan retorted, What's wrong with my logic? There's a saying that a favor is like being reborn. And even a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. I'm just asking him to call me Dad. I'm not taking advantage of him. Chindi was furious. Why should I call you Dad? Are you looking for death? Qin Tianyuan was instantly displeased. Even He Yuanhui has to call me Dad. What's the problem with you calling me that? Do you know He Yuanhui? Oh, he changed his name to Yuanqing. Chindi was momentarily stunned. You know Xinge? Yeah, he knelt down on the street last night. With so many people around, he couldn't be stopped. Qin Tianyuan grew more excited as he spoke, gesturing animatedly. He wants to call me Dad, so I have to accept it. From now on, we'll call each other by names. I call him by name, and he calls me Dad. At this moment, Qin Tianyuan had turned around to face Chindi, his gaze directly on Chundi's gun hand. Master of Comedy, skill activated. Chindi's gun hand suddenly retracted uncontrollably, and the gun barrel immediately pointed to the side. Qin Tianyuan suddenly charged forward, elbowing Chindi in the chest with his right hand and grabbing Chindi's gun-holding right hand with his left, twisting it outward. His right hand directly clamped onto Chindi's right shoulder, and in a split second, he disarmed Chindi, who screamed in pain as the gun fell to the ground. Chindi's subordinates were thrown into chaos, caught off guard. Some instinctively rushed in to help, some hesitated in place, and others turned to run. Qin Tianyuan turned to meet them head-on, unafraid of close combat. As long as the opponent didn't move the gun, he wasn't worried about being at a disadvantage. Moreover, the police outside were watching closely, always looking for an opportunity, and he had created chaos, which the police would definitely not overlook. Lu Yingxue reacted the fastest. Taking advantage of her opponent's moment of distraction, she crouched down and swiftly struck with a knife hand to the throat of her captor. The person who had taken Lu Yingxue hostage didn't make a sound and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Feng Shinan, who had been hiding not far away, seized the opportunity and shouted, Action! A stun round shot straight into the van's compartment, causing a bright flash and shockwave that sent the occupants reeling. The SWAT team charged forward with shields, and several team members with electric rifles opened fire directly at the van, long wires attaching to the vehicle. Then a massive current surged through the wires into the van, followed by screams from inside. Qin Tianyuan was suddenly tackled by 3 people, but he remained calm. Taking a small step back, grabbing the 2 arms of the person in front of him, and pushing off the ground, causing the opponent to lose balance. Get out of here. Qin Tianyuan used the momentum to throw the person he had grabbed toward another attacker, and the 2 crashed into each other. Just then, someone grabbed Qin Tianyuan from behind, tightly locking his arms. Qin Tianyuan aimed for the opponent's instep and stomped down hard. The stomp looked inconspicuous but was powerful. Qin Tianyuan practiced martial arts as a child and had trained his stomps to the point of breaking stones. The person holding Qin Tianyuan from behind felt a sharp pain in their foot, as if hit by a hammer, and loosened their grip, unable to hold onto him anymore. Qin Tianyuan shook off the person and immediately flipped them to the ground, feeling invigorated as he shouted, Who else? Bang! A stun grenade landed beside Qin Tianyuan. The intense shockwave and flash momentarily blinded him, and he stumbled, nearly falling. Lu Yingxue quickly grabbed Qin Tianyuan and dragged him aside. Are you crazy? Qin Tianyuan was about to explain when suddenly a red light flashed before his eyes. He had seen this scene once before, the day Wei David died. He witnessed the same sight. This was the system issuing a warning. Danger warning. Unidentified energy response detected. The lights in the underground parking lot flickered a few times before bursting one after another, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Qin Tianyuan felt a chill wash over him, a cold sensation seeping into his skin through his pores, as if his blood were about to freeze. Even time seemed to freeze. Everything around him slowed down. Qin Tianyuan struggled to hold on to Lu Yingxue, rolling toward the exit. At this moment, his thoughts were sluggish, focused only on one idea: to get out of there quickly. A vague white shadow emerged from the ground, accompanied by barely audible whispers. The blurry white figure quickly swept past Chindi, who had just been writhing in pain and suddenly went limp, no longer moving. Chapter 36, The Most Useless Confidential Department, Part 1. Name, Qin Tianyuan. Age, 22. Occupation, private detective, but the company has gone bankrupt. Oh, so you're unemployed. No, it's called being on standby. Qin Tianyuan emphasized the term on standby. Suddenly, the lamp on the table across from him was flipped over, shining directly on Qin Tianyuan's face, the blinding light making it hard for him to open his eyes. He quickly raised his handcuffed hands to shield his face. Now, will you speak for yourself, or should I speak for you? Lu Yingxue leaned back slightly in her chair, looking at Qin Tianyuan with a blank expression. What should I say? Qin Tianyuan looked bewildered. I don't know anything. Weren't you going to speak for me? Then tell me what crime I committed. Bang. Lu Yingxue slammed her palm on the table, sternly commanding, confess and receive leniency. Resist and face severe punishment. Qin Tianyuan, don't try to sweet-talk your way out of this. Honestly disclose your issues and strive for a lighter sentence. Qin Tianyuan was confused, thinking, what is wrong with this woman? Why can't she let me go? Seeing Qin Tianyuan silent, acting as if he didn't take care, Lu Yingxue was enraged and stood up, throwing down batons, drills, ropes, whips, and candles onto the table one by one. She then glanced at Qin Tianyuan and said coolly, pick one. If you don't choose, I'll help you decide. Qin Tianyuan was completely overwhelmed, laying his head on the table, tears streaming down his face. Sister, please make it quick. Just tell me what you want to hear, and I'll say it. How can I know if you don't say? Lu Yingxue furrowed her brows slightly, about to say something when the door to the interrogation room opened. Fang Shernan peeked in, scanned the scene, noticed something was off, and coughed a couple of times. Officer Lu, are you done here? Fang Shernan asked with a smile. Lu Yingxue's expression softened at this moment. Captain Fang, I'm almost done here, but I still have a few questions to ask Qin Tianyuan. It's better to clarify some things. Do you have any business? Oh, of course. Of course, Fang Shernan replied cheerfully. You can continue asking, but just keep it brief. His unit's leaders have already come to pick him up, and they're waiting outside. It's just a few questions. How about this, Captain Fang? Why don't you come and take a look? I've heard about your reputation for a long time, but I've never had the chance to see it in action. Can you show me a bit today? Lu Yingxue gestured politely. At this moment, Qin Tianyuan saw Fang Shernan as if he were a savior and shouted, Officer Fang, save me. We had an agreement before. No, I'm just an old bone. I'm not as good as you elites from the Special Cases Bureau. Fang Shernan stood at the door, unmoving, as if he hadn't heard Qin Tianyuan shout. He suddenly glanced at the items on the table, and the smile on his face faded. I'll step outside for a bit. You all continue. Have fun. Saying this, Fang Shernan ignored Qin Tianyuan's cries and quickly retreated, closing the door behind him, with tears in his eyes. Qin Tianyuan looked at the closed iron door and at Lu Yingxue, whose face was as cold as frost. In despair, he closed his eyes. What do you really want? Repeat what happened before. I've repeated it 8 times already. Qin Tianyuan replied helplessly, what could I possibly hide? I was with Fang Shernan before. And then I was with you. What I saw, you all saw too. Then why did you hide the details of the death at the scene of David Wei's death? I checked the case files. The police questioned you, and you didn't mention a word. Lu Yingxue's expression was serious, her tone increasingly stern. You dare to lie about such an important detail? What other clues are you hiding from the police? Qin Tianyuan looked at Lu Yingxue with a pitiful expression. Officer Lu, do you think if I told the police about this, they wouldn't think I'm insane? If it were you, would you be sure of what you saw? It's the 22nd century, seeing ghosts in broad daylight. Lu Yingxue paused, fell silent for a moment, and after a long while, she seemed to come back to herself. As if talking to herself or asking Qin Tianyuan, what exactly was that thing? How would I know? Qin Tianyuan responded angrily. You guys from the Special Cases Investigation Bureau can't even clarify what that thing was. How would a private detective like me know anything? Officer Lu, I've said everything I could say. From being followed by Chan Di at noon to him dying tonight, I've hidden nothing. You even want the 50,000 the Shamate gave me back. What more do you want? Lu Yingxue shot him a glare. You only know about money. That money is our case funding. Of course, we need to get it back. Qin Tianyuan hesitated. What about him? He has other matters to explain and won't be coming out. You shouldn't worry about others. Think about yourself first. Lu Yingxue snorted coldly. Now that we've talked about other matters, let us talk about you. What is there to talk about? Qin Tianyuan was quite surprised. Let us talk about your fake identity. Lu Yingxue said with a half-smile. I know that you private detectives have some shady businesses and often create fake identities for yourselves. But your fake identity is quite interesting. We checked the system for a long time and found no flaws. Where did you get this fake ID? Qin Tianyuan couldn't respond because he didn't know how to answer. We sent someone to your place. Lu Yingxue suddenly said. Qin Tianyuan's heart jumped, and he looked up at Lu Yingxue. He remembered that diary. It absolutely couldn't fall into this woman's hands. He hadn't finished reading what was written there, and if there were any embarrassing things, it would be utterly humiliating. Just as Qin Tianyuan was about to say something, he noticed that Lu Yingxue's expression was off, so he swallowed his words. Seeing Qin Tianyuan silent, Lu Yingxue sighed. Your people are quicker than us. When we went, there was nothing inside, completely clean. Qin Tianyuan breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost let something slip to Lu Yingxue. Bang! Lu Yingxue slammed the table and shouted, Qin Tianyuan, what other secrets are you hiding? This startled Qin Tianyuan. And just as he was about to speak, the interrogation room door was pushed open again. A tall figure, in Rome, stood quietly at the door, silently surveying the two people in the room. Lu Yingxue slowly straightened up and said with a displeased expression, Do you have something to say? Officer Lu, we've already posted bail. According to regulations, we should be able to leave an hour ago. Why are we still being held? In Rome questioned bluntly, placing particular emphasis on the word bail. If you continue to detain us, we will have to file a complaint. Lu Yingxue's brows gradually furrowed, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She took a few deep breaths and calmly said, All right, Qin Tianyuan, you can leave. Qin Tianyuan silently stood up, allowing Lu Yingxue to unlock the handcuffs, and quickly walked out. He didn't want to stay in that place for another second. Just as he reached the door, Lu Yingxue suddenly said, Qin Tianyuan, I will come find you. Be careful. Qin Tianyuan was taken aback. What is wrong with you? Is this not over yet? In Rong suddenly smiled. We'll be waiting for you at the archives at any time. After saying that, she gave Qin Tianyuan a push and softly chided. Why aren't you leaving quickly? You seem to be having a good time here. There are quite a few tricks. Qin Tianyuan's face darkened, and he kept silent, following Yin Rong out. As they passed through the hallway and entered the lobby, Qin Tianyuan immediately spotted Shen Weiman standing at the entrance, chatting and laughing with Fang Shernan, both looking relaxed and cheerful, occasionally bursting into laughter. How did these two end up together? Qin Tianyuan was puzzled as he observed this strange scene. Shen Weiman quickly noticed Qin Tianyuan's disheveled appearance and burst into laughter, waving at him. Come here, come here. Let me introduce you. This is my old comrade, the cold-faced detective Fang Shernan, famous for his skills. Fang Shernan was all smiles at this moment, waving his hand. What cold-faced detective? It's just a title. I've known this kid for a long time. I didn't expect him to be working for you. Not bad. He is quite bold. Oh, you know each other? That's great. Officer Fang, about that bonus. Qin Tianyuan said with great joy, relieved that they were acquaintances, so he wouldn't have to worry about being cheated. But Shen Weiman's face immediately darkened, and he slapped Qin Tianyuan on the head, scolding, What bonus? You only think about money. Can your Uncle Fang cheat you out of that little bit of money? You're a junior, risking your life, and your Uncle Fang isn't that kind of person. Ha. Old Fang, look at this kid. He just doesn't understand. As soon as we meet, he wants money, ha. Fang Shernan immediately raised his hand. Stop. Shen Weiman, don't put on a show with me. Money, I'll give. Shen Weiman slapped Qin Tianyuan on the head again. Hurry up and thank your Uncle Fang. Look at this kid. He just doesn't get it. Ha. Qin Tianyuan was stunned by Shen Weiman's slaps. He knew the wisest thing to do at this moment was to say nothing and just play along as the silly kid. Fang Shernan waved his hand. But I have to say this up front. The money is not as much as I said before because the case isn't progressing smoothly. I can only give you a tip and a danger allowance. It's only 50,000. Don't think it's too little. Not too little. Not too little. How could it be too little? Shen Weiman said as he extended his hand. Just give me the money. Qin Tianyuan felt his vision blacken. So that was what they were waiting for. No wonder he was so eager. At this moment, a young police officer suddenly rushed over, leaned close to Fang Shernan's ear, and whispered, Captain Fang, the cleaning team from the Medical Ethics Committee has arrived. They said they want to take the bodies away. Fang Shernan's face turned pale immediately. Chapter 38. Who writes a diary anyway? After Shen Weiman's car entered the mountain, it continued along a spacious tunnel road. After driving for a short distance, the narrow view suddenly opened up. A space the size of a soccer field appeared before him, with a tall, smooth dome covered in dense searchlights, illuminating the area as bright as day. Within the several dozen meters high space, elevated pathways and suspension bridge tracks crisscrossed, filled with rows of automatic weapon systems, and occasionally, armed personnel could be seen patrolling with guns. Shen Weiman got out of the car and watched the transport robots and cargo trailers moving back and forth around him. From time to time, a team of patrolling soldiers in exoskeleton armor would pass by, creating a busy scene. Shen Weiman scanned around and noticed a group of people gathered in a corner. At the back of the crowd, a middle-aged man stood on top of a box. In his 40s or 50s, with half-white hair but full of energy. He had a serious expression, his eyes shining brightly as he spoke with a strong voice. "All right, disperse." The middle-aged man noticed Shen Weiman, said a couple of sentences, then waved his hand. The people around him saluted in unison and then turned to leave in an orderly manner. "Old show, is everything done over there?" Shen Weiman smiled as he watched the middle-aged man approach, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, skillfully shaking one out and handing it over. Old Joe waved his hand and did not take it. "The recovery team has already passed. The bodies are on the way. Results will probably come tomorrow morning." Seeing Old Joe not take the cigarette, Shen Weiman lit one up himself and said with a smile, "As long as it's cleaned up, I'm not concerned about the results." Old Joe did not pursue that topic further and turned to ask, "What happened to Qin Tianyuan?" "He's already been brought back." Shen Weiman took a gentle puff and blew out a smoke ring. "Aside from some scrapes, he's fine, lively and energetic." "Oh, that's good to hear," Old Joe nodded, then fell into silence. "Yeah, it's good to hear," Shen Weiman sighed. "Aren't we just hoping for no incidents day by day?" "How did he get into trouble?" Old Joe suddenly asked. Shen Weiman spat in annoyance. "It must be some procedure that went wrong." "No worries, this is easy to investigate. As long as we find out how that file ended up in Qin Tianyuan's hands, it will be recorded." "And what about David Wei?" Old Joe frowned, waving his hand to disperse the smoke in front of him. "You should smoke less." "I won't die from it," Shen Weiman replied dismissively, taking a few more puffs. "David Wei's incident has nothing to do with us. There are plenty of people worrying about that case. Things are a bit tense over at Eden since David Wei died. Reliable information indicates that they have been working on artificial nerve technology and brain-computer interfaces," Old Joe said softly. "It's normal for them to be tense. They have their own internal issues. David Wei was either taken out by competitors or died due to internal conflicts," Shen Weiman said with a sarcastic smile. "Let them do their thing. I don't care if they live or die." As they spoke, a closed cargo truck slowly approached, and a team of people in protective suits surrounded it, trained and ready to begin inspections, opening the cargo hold to move the goods. Shen Weiman raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Wow, they're working pretty efficiently?" Old Joe smiled slightly, pointing to the busy personnel. "I heard a new tactical commander joined this year. Quite impressive, and the higher-ups have high hopes for him." Shen Weiman immediately showed interest. "What makes him impressive?" "The work is done beautifully." Old Joe pointed to the distant cargo hold. "Moreover, since he took command, the casualty rate of the mobile troops has dropped to the lowest in history." Shen Weiman showed an expression of amazement. "Oh, then I need to meet him. What's his name?" "Qin Yufeng." Shen Weiman thought for a moment and frowned, asking, "Is that his real name?" Old Joe laughed. "Do people in our line of work use their real names?" Shen Weiman nodded, giving a self-deprecating smile. "True. Even if we die, we wouldn't dare carve our real names on the wall." Old Joe looked at Shen Weiman seriously and said, "We all vowed to remain anonymous for life." Shen Weiman remained silent, taking a few hard puffs on his cigarette. Old Joe quickly changed the subject. "The mobile troops said this case is a bit troublesome. They aren't sure what it is yet and want us to help. You know, they only focus on work and aren't good at investigating cases." "I won't get involved," Shen Weiman directly refused without a second thought. "Our bureau's task is always and only one, and other trivial matters have nothing to do with us." Old Joe hesitated. "Isn't that a bit unfair? The mobile troops have always been there for us whenever we needed help, never hesitating. It feels wrong to just turn our backs." Shen Weiman sneered. "They have people. They have guns, and their budget is ample. What do we have on this cold bench? Our personnel can be counted on one hand. How can we investigate? Rely on Qin Tianyuan?" Old Joe stopped talking. Shen Weiman crushed the cigarette but then casually tucked it into his pocket. "Let them wait. We'll see what happens when we run into them." Sigh. Old Joe, Do you think the reason we've never been disbanded is that the higher-ups have completely forgotten about us? Old Show remained silent, his eyes fixed on the busy crowd in the distance. Before long, 4 people in protective suits came over carrying a box, carefully placing it in front of the 2 men. They then saluted, saying, "We have checked. There is no danger. Do you 2 directors need to open it and take a look?" Old Joe nodded, and the person in protective gear swiftly opened the box, revealing the body inside. Wrapped up, the face of the corpse was contorted in horror, as if it had suffered something terrifying, with wide-open eyes that looked extremely frightening. Old Joe suddenly asked, "Old Shin, do you think there are ghosts in this world?" Shin Weiman scoffed slightly. "There are no ghosts in the world. The ghosts are in people's hearts." Old Show said nothing, his expression melancholic as he gazed at the distant iron boxes containing other corpses. The dim yellow lights in the base reflected on the faces of the dead, and those twisted, terrifying faces appeared particularly eerie, as if silently mocking them. The director waved his hand. "Put it in storage." The 4 people in protective suits closed the lid of the iron box, locked the complex mechanical lock, and then lifted it as they stepped into a deep storage room, followed by several teams of people carrying boxes. The director watched these workers enter the depths of the storage room, then glanced at the nearly half-meter thick door before turning and walking toward the distant elevator. Those who had placed the iron boxes quickly exited the storage room, closing the heavy door behind them. The closed door bore the 4 large characters "Warehouse No. 7" painted in white. After a long day, Qin Tianyuan looked somewhat weary, his head down as he was pulled by Yin Rong into the archives. "Sigh. Why are we here?" Qin Tianyuan suddenly woke up, surprised as he looked around. "Weren't you supposed to take me home? Why did you bring me to the archives again?" Yin Rong said, "Your new home is still being arranged. It can't be inhabited for now. You'll rest here tonight, and we'll talk tomorrow." Qin Tianyuan was somewhat unwilling, but didn't dare to express it in front of Yin Rong. He could only silently follow her into the office. "You'll manage for one night here. Tomorrow, I'll arrange your new place." Yin Rong pointed to a simple folding bed on the ground, tossing a blanket to Qin Tianyuan before turning to leave. Qin Tianyuan looked at the blanket in his hand and the bare folding bed, sighed inwardly. "Did I not check the calendar before going out today?" One problem after another. While Qin Tianyuan was venting, Yin Rong suddenly turned back and slapped a leather notebook into his arms. "Oh right, this is yours. Don't leave personal items lying around in the future. Luckily, I picked it up for you." Qin Tianyuan looked down and saw his own diary, which had somehow ended up in Yin Rong's hands. "Who still writes diaries these days?" Yin Rong smiled, her expression somewhat meaningful. He had gotten too immersed in writing yesterday, typing out 2 chapters of 3,000 words each as a treat for his readers, only to find that 1 chapter was missing today, leaving him in a bad mood. This situation was like Schr Dinger's cat. He had to slowly guess and try to make changes. He was indeed feeling irritable because he couldn't figure out where he had gone wrong. If he could think of it, he wouldn't be in this situation. Chapter 39. I'm telling you, don't be afraid. After watching Yin Rong leave with an ambiguous expression, Qin Tianyuan, feeling overwhelmed with shame, wished he could immediately destroy the diary. Damn it. This was the diary of the previous owner. Why should he take the blame for it, especially since it had been discovered? Who still writes diaries these days? Are there any serious people who write diaries? Can what's written in a diary be heartfelt? How lowly. Qin Tianyuan deeply criticized the previous owner of his body and drew a clear line between them, which eased his mood considerably. After checking the password lock and finding no signs of tampering, he finally relaxed. He casually opened the diary. Although it was unethical to pry into someone else's diary, this diary belonged to the previous owner of his body, so rounding it off, it was essentially his diary. Thus, it couldn't be considered unethical. Qin Tianyuan reassured himself and slowly flipped through the scrawled handwriting of the diary. Skipping over a large section of mundane daily matters, he went straight to the end. May 11th, 21195. Today marks the 2nd anniversary of my joining the Archives Bureau. Unfortunately, there is no celebration, no flowers, no cake, not even a gift. Time flies. I've even forgotten that I graduated 2 years ago. Busy work always consumes time. In fact, the work is particularly tedious and fragmented. And I used to complain that this job is too mentally exhausting. Reading old newspapers and magazines was initially quite interesting, as it allowed one to understand some aspects of life in that era. But I don't understand what keyboard warriors and contrarians mean. In that era, everyone had to be vaccinated at birth, which is terrifying. How could there be such ignorant and backward notions? Each generation has its own limitations and understanding. Just like a certain era treating lead is fashionable, leading to lead poisoning, or some eras considering radiation a treatment method, with people back then seriously believing it was scientific. Humanity has made countless ignorant mistakes in the pursuit of scientific exploration. Once, Western medicine considered bloodletting a universal cure. Think about how similar that is. After reading this passage, Qin Tianyuan was dumbfounded, but with his limited knowledge, he truly didn't know how to evaluate it. However, a phrase was later added to the edge of the diary. The pursuit of immortality is humanity's greatest greed. This sentence was followed by several exclamation marks written with great force, and it was evident that the writer was very excited while writing it. Almost as if the pen tip would tear through the paper, Qin Tianyuan thought about why this sentence was written here. It seemed too abrupt. It appeared that the previous owner of this body had a somewhat chaotic mindset. The pursuit of immortality seems to have been sought after throughout history. From Emperor Qin Shi Huang sending Su Fu eastward in search of the elixir of life to emperors of various dynasties seeking methods to achieve longevity. Even now, wealthy individuals tirelessly invest in anti-aging. From this perspective, this sentence does hold some truth. Qin Tianyuan shook his head and turned to the next page. And soon a line of text caught his eye, piquing his interest. Director Shin specifically sought me out for a long talk today. My emotions are quite complicated. I need to calm down. The handwriting here was even more scribbled, with some characters distorted beyond recognition, indicating significant emotional fluctuations. There were rows of files like small mountains. And Director Shin stood in front of that pile of files. He told me a lot, affirmed my achievements over the past 2 years, and praised my work attitude. After careful consideration, he felt that there were some things I should be informed about. He shared many secrets about our unit. It's a very big secret. No, I can't write it down. I can only keep it in my heart. I can't even mention it in my sleep. From now on, my work will undergo significant changes, and my future life will also change. I might spend my whole life doing one thing, or there might be no outcome. I need to calm down. After this, the content abruptly stopped. Qin Tianyuan angrily thought about tearing up the notebook. What kind of person writes a diary like this? No wonder people say serious individuals don't write diaries. Can what's written be heartfelt? Qin Tianyuan casually flipped to the next page and found the content was quite different. It no longer discussed work matters, but focused entirely on Enrong. Today, a beautiful woman joined the logistics department. She was wearing a deep blue woolen dress, sitting quietly behind the window, looking to be in her mid-20s, extremely beautiful. With a fair face and glasses, she was engrossed in flipping through a magazine. Later, I learned that this woman exuding intellectual beauty is named Enrong, and she is the superior of the entire logistics department. Since there is currently no logistics director, she is also my superior. Today, she smiled at me, and I felt very nervous, unsure if I responded adequately. I wondered if she would think I'm hard to get along with. Director Shin told me that I'm not young anymore and should consider personal matters. He said he would arrange it well. What does this mean? Is he going to introduce me to a blind date? If only the person were Enrong. Qin Tianyuan curled his lips. You're thinking too much. Enrong's attitude towards him became increasingly warm. Today she even chatted with him for a long time. He wondered if they would have common topics in the future. After getting married, should we rent an apartment near the company for convenience? Sigh, the problem of kids going to school later is tough. There are no schools nearby. Raising children is also a big issue. So hard. Upon reading this, Qin Tianyuan's face darkened, feeling a long-held grievance bubbling inside him, wanting to vent. Someone just smiled at you, and you're already thinking about where the kids will go to school? At that moment, Qin Tianyuan suddenly understood why Enrong always had a cold expression when she saw him. It must be because this guy messed it up. Perhaps he even confessed to her, saying he liked her or something. Is that really liking her? That's just lusting after her body. Ugh, disgusting. Qin Tianyuan turned around and threw the diary aside, feeling that it had practically no reference value left, and that it would be better to destroy it quickly. It was too shameful. He stood up, ready to tear up the diary, but after thinking it over, he locked it up and found a corner to hide it. Qin Tianyuan spent a rough night in the archives office and got up early the next morning, sporting dark circles under his eyes. This surprised Yao Qi, who always arrived first. Brother Qin, did you not go home last night? Qin Tianyuan rolled his eyes irritably. I don't even have a home. What is the point of going back? Zhang Beigua sighed quietly from the side. You should have taken me with you last night. Qin Tianyuan was astonished at these words. Take you with me? Do you know what happened last night? We could have ended up lying there together. Zhang Beigua showed a very interested expression and asked, Was what you said about last night's action exciting? Qin Tianyuan thought for a moment and said, It's not a matter of whether it's exciting or not. It's a rare scene. Zhang Beigua and Yao Qi both leaned in, their eyes wide open, waiting for Qin Tianyuan to continue. Qin Tianyuan mysteriously said, "What I'm about to tell you, you mustn't be afraid." Zhang Beigua and Yao Qi nodded quickly, showing extreme curiosity. "We won't be afraid. I saw a ghost yesterday." Qin Tianyuan looked around and whispered. Zhang Beigua and Yao Qi exchanged glances, then immediately separated and returned to their seats. As if nothing had happened. Only Qin Tianyuan was left there, stunned. Chapter 40. The Panacea and the Vanished Vaccine. Qin Tianyuan looked at Zhang Beigua and Yao Qi with a face full of confusion. "Can you two pretend any harder?" The computer in front of them wasn't even turned on, just fiddling around on the table, wiping dust. After all, normal people wouldn't believe such things. They would either think you were joking or consider you insane. Seeing the way they exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, it was clear they thought Qin Tianyuan was crazy. Qin Tianyuan rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to their act, and quietly opened the system list, preparing to slack off at work. After all, there was nothing to do all day, and he was completely at ease with goofing off. Welcome to the Life Management System. System version 110, beta version, administrator, Qin Tianyuan, current system level, 6. Undying passive skill. Having this skill allows the system administrator to gain a Reaper's forgetfulness once a day. The Death Messenger's disdain ensures that the host will not die from malicious damage. When suffering any fatal injury, they will enter a near-death state, becoming immune to all damage for 1 minute, with a slow regeneration effect. Muscle Master, active skill, 2, causes a single target-specific muscle group to lose contraction ability, preventing movement in that area for 1 second, with a cooldown of 10 seconds, consuming 150 energy points. Clown Master, active skill, 1, controls a single target's reflex arc, causing them to perform non-conditional reflex actions, such as the withdrawal reflex, knee-jerk reflex, blinking reflex, urination reflex, etc., with a cooldown of 25 seconds, consuming 200 energy points. Nerve Reflex, passive skill, 1, slightly increases the administrator's nerve reflex speed. Current skill points, 0, energy required for next upgrade, 5, 601. 535, please continue to work hard, administrator, to complete the next level upgrade as soon as possible. Looking at the last part of the system, Qin Tianyuan was momentarily stunned, not by the encouraging words, but by the numbers showing the energy required for the next upgrade. Is this finally the fixed value system repaired? Previously, Qin Tianyuan had complained that this broken system didn't even have an upgrade experience bar. And he had no idea when the next upgrade would happen or how much energy was needed. It was all based on luck. Although it was displayed this time, Qin Tianyuan thought it was still useless because the way the system collected energy was particularly strange. He had to suffer malicious damage before the energy collection began. However, he still didn't know how it was specifically determined. Bone fractures, bleeding injuries, concussion damage, etc., each type of damage had different values. And whether this value depended on the opponent's attack strength or the degree of injury was hard to say. He could only observe and test slowly. After browsing through the functions he had activated, both active skills were focused on controlling targets. If used properly, they could temporarily interrupt the opponent's actions at critical moments, which could achieve miraculous effects. Besides messing with others, the active skills had often helped him gain an advantage in fights, making them quite useful. Qin Tianyuan looked forward to these skills upgrading to higher levels, as their power should be greater. Checking the remaining inactive active skills, Qin Tianyuan was quite looking forward to them, excluding the 2 names that didn't seem reliable, Humiliation Expert and Stench Creator. He was eager for the Signal Controller and Choking Expert skills, which looked very cool. Logically speaking, the most helpful skill for Qin Tianyuan right now was the Undying passive skill. This skill had saved him from death twice. But the long cooldown time made it both loved and hated. With the skill, he could act recklessly, but it could only be used once a day. And he had to time it carefully to avoid having fun and getting himself killed. Otherwise, he would really lose out. Sigh. I don't know when I will upgrade next. Other skills displayed their levels and the skill points needed for the next upgrade, but only Undying did not show this. Thinking about upgrading and activating skills made Qin Tianyuan feel very frustrated. Both times he activated skills, he was in a coma, and by the time he woke up, the system had already automatically activated them for him. It said it was a self-selection with a 10-second consideration, and then the system helped you choose randomly. With such a short time, you wouldn't even have time to hesitate. There were restrictions on skill activation. So what was the difference from not having a choice at all? Fortunately, the randomly selected skills were all quite powerful, especially Nerve Reflex. This passive skill greatly increased Qin Tianyuan's reaction speed and had saved him multiple times from danger. Active skills belong to the control subsystem, while passive skills belong to the life enhancement subsystem. From the names, it was clear that these passive skills mainly focused on enhancing the life body. Glancing at tough muscles and active cells, Qin Tianyuan was very tempted. If given the opportunity, he would definitely prioritize choosing these two skills. However, he soon discovered another skill: absolute immunity. With this skill, would he become immune to all poisons? But if he activated rapid recovery, then it would be a perfect match, healing quickly while taking hits. The image was simply exhilarating. Qin Tianyuan quickly shook that thought out of his head. If this continued, he would really become a mess. He raised his head and looked at Zhang Beiguo and Yao Qi, who were also slacking off, and suddenly had a mischievous idea. Ah no, it should be a skill test, a test. Qin Tianyuan first aimed at Zhang Beiguo and activated Clown Master. Originally sitting there calmly, Zhang Beiguo suddenly jumped up, and his right leg clearly twitched. This was the knee-jerk reflex. It seemed quite successful. Zhang Beiguo looked at his leg in surprise, somewhat puzzled, rubbed his knee, and sat back down. Qin Tianyuan quietly waited for 25 seconds, then aimed at Yao Qi. He watched as the little girl began to blink rapidly, and his heart was filled with joy at his success. Yao Qi blinked rapidly, tears streaming down her face. She seemed a bit uncomfortable and suddenly sneezed a few times. The little girl's eyes became a bit red. She rubbed her nose and shivered, feeling unwell, so she pulled open a drawer and took out a bottle of medicine, twisting it open and pouring it into her mouth. Qin Tianyuan was somewhat surprised. Qi, what are you doing? I'm not feeling well. I'm taking some medicine. Yao Qi casually handed the medicine to Qin Tianyuan. Qin, good. Do you want some? If you're sick, treat it. If you're not sick, take it for health. What kind of nonsense is that? Qin Tianyuan curiously took it, advising, if you're sick, go see a doctor. Don't randomly take medicine. Yao Qi looked at Qin Tianyuan in surprise, as if he had said something outrageous. See a doctor? Qin Gu, you're too extravagant. If you're sick, you have to see a doctor? What kind of family do you have? A family with a mind. Qin Tianyuan was left with a face full of confusion. He didn't know if it was the little girl who had a problem or if he was the one with the problem. Yao Qi pouted. These days, unless you're about to die, nobody goes to see a doctor, and you can't even get in line. Qin Tianyuan looked down at the medicine bottle in his hand. Primary human health potion. What is this? Looking at the long list of effects written above, Qin Tianyuan was completely stunned. What enhanced immunity, regulated blood lipids, blood sugar, and blood pressure, improved memory and sleep, promoted secretion, resisted fatigue and radiation, and even had beauty and weight loss effects. It was just short of claiming to cure all diseases and that the medicine would eliminate all ailments. Ingredients: confidential. Dosage: oral. 3 times a day. Adverse reactions: unknown. Contraindications: unknown. Qin Tianyuan was directly dumbfounded. This pharmaceutical company was really amazing, daring to produce such a drug for people to consume. And the packaging even suggested taking it daily to avoid all diseases. What shocked Qin Tianyuan the most was a line of small print on the medicine bottle. Disclaimer: this drug has been tested and certified by the Medical Ethics Committee. If any adverse reactions or accidents occurred during medication, the company will not be held responsible, and all rights to interpretation belong to the company, if it weren't for the approval number on it. Qin Tianyuan would have thought this thing was produced by some scam company as a health product. Qin Tianyuan's tone was somewhat dry. Do you all take this when you're sick? Yao Qi nodded naturally. What else to take? Minor illnesses take basic potions, serious ones take advanced potions, which are expensive. Qin Tianyuan looked at the bottle in his hand, speechless. He felt that this world was really crazy. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he asked seriously, Qi, have you been vaccinated? Yao Qi shook her head. No, if I'm sick, I just take medicine. Experts all say they don't recommend vaccinations. I heard teachers mention it in college, saying there is controversy in the scientific community. But we ordinary people might as well just take medicine to avoid becoming experimental guinea pigs. Qin Tianyuan turned to Zhang Beiguo and asked, Beiguo, have you been vaccinated? Zhang Beiguo pulled open his collar to reveal a small scar below his collarbone. Human monitoring chip. Full vaccine mixture. To prevent biochemical attacks, all combat personnel must be vaccinated. Yao Qi suddenly stood up, instinctively taking a few steps back, her face showing horror. Zhang Beiguo smiled. Don't be afraid. The vaccine was injected a year ago. If there were any problems, it would have already passed the incubation period. Yao Qi still looked somewhat fearful and cautiously asked, Have you guys experienced any poisoning from the vaccine? No. Zhang Beg said seriously, but Yao Qi didn't seem to believe him. The topic ended there. And Yao Qi remained somewhat restless, repeatedly taking the potion throughout the afternoon. Zhang Beigua, however, was unbothered. He was used to others' gazes, and only Qin Tianyuan appeared calm, showing great interest in discussing vaccines. The more they talked, the more worried Qin Tianyuan became. He was sure that this world was truly insane. Vaccines had basically disappeared from this world. Chapter 41. Artificial mutants. 30 years ago, the Medical Ethics Committee abolished vaccination measures and adopted a new individual self-immunity strategy, which is the mode of self-healing through virus infection to produce antibodies. Experts from the Medical Ethics Committee claim that this immune method is the most scientific and reasonable, effectively avoiding the shortcomings of vaccine ineffectiveness, allergic reactions, and viral evolution. Because antibodies produced by the human body are the most powerful immune method, and antibodies produced individually are tailor-made, they are far safer and more reliable than vaccines. So how exactly can one achieve self-healing after being infected with the virus? The answer from the Medical Ethics Committee is, please take medicine. Dear, here is a type of basic health potion that claims to cure all diseases, only for 998. If the basic one doesn't work, we also have a medium health potion, only for 9,998. If you are still not healed, here is a high-end health potion. Supreme price 199,998. If it still doesn't cure you, well, life and death are fated. Please accept your condolences and have a good journey. What adverse reactions? We are medications recommended by the committee. Watch your words, or I will sue you for defamation. Qin Tianyuan looked at the potion bottle in his hand, feeling like his worldview was about to shatter. He never expected that this world would be so full of surprises. Fine, from now on, he should exercise more and bear his illnesses himself. The world changes, time flows, but life remains so cruel. The development of technology has not brought substantial changes to people's lives and may even have regressed. Qin Tianyuan felt somewhat disheartened, thinking that he would rather live in the 21st century. He kept slacking off until quitting time. Zhang Beigua and Yao Qi left early, leaving Qin Tianyuan alone in the office. He wanted to go home, but his home had already been moved, and he didn't even know the address. The new place was arranged by Yinrong, and only she knew the exact address, so Qin Tianyuan could only wait for her to come and take him there. Otherwise, he would really be homeless. Qin Tianyuan waited for half an hour, but Yinrong still hadn't shown up. He felt surprised. What time was it? And she still hadn't left work? Qin Tianyuan directly went to the logistics office. When he got there, he found the office door tightly locked, and through the glass door, he saw that there was not even a shadow inside. Did they just leave right after work? What am I supposed to do? Sleep in the office? Qin Tianyuan was quite annoyed and opened his communicator, clicked on Yinrong's profile, and sent a message. Are you there? The other party had friend verification enabled. He wasn't her friend yet, so he couldn't send messages until he added her. Qin Tianyuan pondered for a while. Was he blocked? No, that couldn't be. Even if she blocked him, where was he supposed to sleep tonight? He hadn't been home for 2 days, and he felt disgusting. He had to find a place to shower tonight. So Qin Tianyuan persistently sent messages to Yinrong, starting with the polite "Are you there?" to direct question marks and exclamation points. Unfortunately, after a long time, Yinrong still didn't respond, and his friend request seemed to have sunk like a stone. What a disaster. Qin Tianyuan felt that everything was the fault of that kid writing in his diary. He was quite depressed. So he kept tapping friend requests on the communicator. Ding dong, friend verification passed. Hearing the beautiful notification sound, Qin Tianyuan was overjoyed, but then looked down and was stunned. The friend request that was approved was from a stranger. Hi, handsome, why did you only think of adding me today? Who are you? Qin Tianyuan took a closer look and realized he had clicked the wrong friend request, sending one he had saved earlier. You forgot me so soon. Men really are no good. I even paid for your ambulance before, and you forgot me in the blink of an eye. Oh, Duan Hongyan. Do you have something to discuss? You added me as a friend, and now you ask me? I clicked the wrong one. Goodbye. Wait a minute. I actually have something. Are you free tonight? What for? Come to the hotel and find me. Qin Tianyuan was momentarily stunned. What was going on? He nervously typed a reply. Oh, I feel like our relationship is developing too fast. Qin Tianyuan, what are you thinking? I need you to come help me move things. I don't have time. I'm looking for a place to sleep tonight. There was no response from Duan Hongyan for a while, so Qin Tianyuan continued to harass Yinrong. After a few minutes, Duan Hongyan sent another message. When he opened it, Qin Tianyuan almost threw his communicator away. All right, you can come over. I've already booked a room. I'm inviting you to stay at the hotel. Come help me move things. Qin Tianyuan knew he was overthinking it again. Between the folding bed in the office and the hotel, he decisively chose the latter. After all, he couldn't shower in the office. Qin Tianyuan decisively launched his own vehicle, which was purely electric-powered. Featuring a mainstream rear-wheel drive design and an ergonomic layout for the steering wheel and handbrake. Especially with the fully convertible design, the wind felt exceptionally refreshing. Qin Tianyuan rode his electric motorcycle at high speed and arrived at the agreed location, the entrance of the apartment building where Duan Hongyan was renting, in just 10 minutes. Upon seeing Qin Tianyuan, Duan Hongyan happily waved her hand and asked, "Did you come here so fast? Why are you staying in a hotel?" Qin Tianyuan asked in confusion. "Someone died next door in my apartment. How could I stay there?" Duan Hongyan frowned, looking a bit gloomy. "I've been staying in a hotel for 2 days now, planning to find a new place. I still have some things in the apartment, and I was thinking of moving to the hotel. Since I ran into you today, I figured I'd ask for your help." "Sure, let us consider it your reward for taking me in," Qin Tianyuan readily agreed. "How did you end up homeless?" Duan Hongyan then remembered to ask Qin Tianyuan. "Someone was helping me move, but they forgot to tell me where my new place is." Qin Tianyuan rolled his eyes and said, feeling quite frustrated. Hearing this, Duan Hongyan couldn't stop laughing, which made Qin Tianyuan even more upset. The following events did not go smoothly either, as Qin Tianyuan was stopped by security at the apartment entrance. Due to a previous homicide at the apartment, the property management had implemented the strictest regulations, prohibiting outsiders from entering. Therefore, Duan Hongyan could only go upstairs by herself to collect her things while Qin Tianyuan waited outside the apartment. Bored, Qin Tianyuan walked around the apartment building and unexpectedly discovered a small garden situated at the entrance of the adjacent apartment. It featured a small fountain in the center, surrounded by neatly trimmed shrubs and flowers, indicating it was well maintained. This place was very quiet, with no one around, but there were a few benches to rest on. Qin Tianyuan sat down on one of the benches in the garden, patiently waiting for Duan Hongyan to finish gathering her belongings. While he was idly checking his communicator, he suddenly felt a chill run through him. In the dim light, the dense bushes cast shadows, and an eerie sound was carried by the cold wind. A surge of murderous intent emanated, startling Qin Tianyuan. He looked up and saw a glint of cold light flash from the shadows on the balcony of Building 5. At that moment, a line of data appeared in Qin Tianyuan's eyes. Name, unrecognized character, language plugin missing. Age, 27. Race, human artificial mutant. Status, impulsive, bloodthirsty. Qin Tianyuan was stunned by this message. What on earth was an artificial mutant? And what was this unrecognized character? Just then, the door of the apartment building next to the garden suddenly opened, and 5 men in suits walked out one after another. The first to emerge was an Asian man in a black suit carrying a briefcase, who stood by the door, followed by 4 Caucasian men. These men were muscular and appeared alert, with their right hands tucked inside their coats, speaking in hushed voices. A flash of realization struck Qin Tianyuan. Something was off about these men. Out of caution, he immediately crouched down to hide himself. The man in the black suit seemed to be saying something while keeping his head down. Qin Tianyuan vaguely heard a few words in a language he didn't understand. But the man's tone was urgent, and the other white men were speaking in English with different accents, sounding equally anxious. Suddenly, the man in the black suit took a couple of steps back, clutching the briefcase to his chest. Qin Tianyuan thought he seemed very protective of that briefcase. Feeling it was strange, he lifted his head to get a better look. At that moment, several dull metallic crashing sounds rang out. Qin Tianyuan noticed flashes of light from the balcony of the apartment building, and the man in the black suit fell to the ground without having a chance to utter a word. Chapter 42. Why did it turn out like this? A shadow fell from the sky, and the remaining 4 white men reacted quickly. 2 lunged forward while the other 2 stepped back, drawing their guns. At that moment, Qin Tianyuan finally got a clear view of the shadow's appearance. It was a tall man dressed in a black trench coat, wrapped tightly, wearing a strange old-fashioned top hat. The assailant moved with lightning speed. One of the white men who had just lunged was immediately knocked to the ground, while the other was grabbed by the neck, collapsing limply against the hat-wearing man, likely unconscious. The other 2 white companions immediately raised their guns to shoot. Several muffled shots rang out, and the bullet struck the unconscious white man, while the hat-wearing man remained unharmed. Taking advantage of the moment, he closed the distance and reached to grab the hands of the 2 remaining men. They reacted quickly. One swung his gun at him decisively, But the hat-wearing man sidestepped and struck with a hand chop as quick as lightning, hitting the man on the neck with a crisp sound of bone breaking, causing him to drop to the ground instantly. The other man managed to grab the hat-wearing man's body, attempting to throw him down. However, the hat-wearing man stood like a stone pillar, unyielding, and with a reverse grip, he held the man's head, twisting his arms to snap the opponent's neck. What the hell? Qin Tianyuan thought, his eyes nearly popping out in shock, feeling a chill run through him. Just earlier, he had been complaining about how boring work was. And now he was hit with a harsh reality. What had been happening to him these past few days? What kind of trouble had he stumbled into? It hadn't even been a few days since he crossed over, yet he was already having such a bad run of luck. Originally, crossing over to a different world was supposed to be an extremely joyful experience, followed by awakening a system that only protagonists had. Two happy events overlapping should have been double the joy, but why had things turned out like this? He hadn't even had a chance to enjoy the joy of crossing over before being repeatedly beaten by the cruel realities of the new world. The hat-wearing man, having just taken down the entire group, scanned the surroundings with cold eyes. At this moment, the night was deep and quiet, and not a single shadow was visible. Yet, the hat-wearing man did not lower his guard. He picked up a handgun and began to check the area. Qin Tianyuan, now nervously crouching down, held his breath, not daring to look any longer, hiding behind the chair and silently praying, "You can't see me. You can't see me." This was a crossroads. Building 5 was at the bottom of the cross, while Qin Tianyuan was at the corner. The sides of the road were lined with bushes and low trees, combined with the dim lighting, making it an excellent hiding spot. As long as the hat-wearing man didn't come over to check closely, he would likely remain undetected. He just needed to be patient and wait for the hat-wearing man to leave. At that moment, on the street outside the apartment building, a small cargo van with a closed cabin was parked in the corner. The cabin was crammed with various complex instruments and devices, and the originally spacious space felt a bit crowded. Two people wearing holographic goggles were sitting side by side, their hands raised as if manipulating something, their fingers constantly flicking in the air, with images and projections appearing around them. These virtual projections included complex data charts, constantly fluctuating curves, 3D maps created from scans, and first-person monitoring footage. The two were skillfully switching between different screens. All physiological data for subject 1118 is normal, breathing efficiency 60, insufficient exercise. Body metabolism functions are normal. Heartbeat normal. Brainwave patterns show no abnormalities. The target has lost all life signs. First mission accomplished. Should we recover? Switch visual mode. Search the scene again. And expand the investigation range to ensure there are no witnesses. Crouched behind the chair, Qin Tianyuan was already struggling to hold his breath, hearing footsteps approaching his direction. Realizing he might be in trouble. Just then, his communicator suddenly popped up a message. "Hey, where are you? Are you ditching me?" This is a message from Duan Hongyan. And Qin Tianyuan's heart sank. Duan Hongyan had already packed her things and was heading downstairs. This was really going to be bad. The road to Ji Road was a necessary passage from Duan Hongyan's apartment to the main entrance, and she would definitely pass by this intersection when leaving. Thus, she would inevitably be heard by the hat-wearing assassin, and if the assassin kept coming, the two would collide directly. Duan Hongyan, who couldn't see Qin Tianyuan's figure, pouted slightly while walking with the heavy suitcase, sending messages to Qin Tianyuan. The crisp sound of her footsteps gradually approached, and Qin Tianyuan's heart began to race. He quickly thought of a countermeasure, trying to discreetly notify Duan Hongyan to escape the danger without alarming the assassin. The hat-wearing man had already been searching in this direction. Upon hearing the footsteps, he paused slightly and headed towards the intersection where Duan Hongyan was passing. Under the dim yellow light, Qin Tianyuan could clearly see the assassin holding his gun up, clearly intending to kill and silence. At this moment, Duan Hongyan still hadn't noticed what was happening around her. And as she got closer to the intersection, Qin Tianyuan's scalp went numb. Instinctively, he suddenly stood up, threw a brick, and shouted, "Stop!" The hat-wearing man reacted quickly, dodging to the side, while Duan Hongyan froze, staring at Qin Tianyuan, standing still, clearly not seeing the assassin. Qin Tianyuan couldn't care about that anymore. He dashed to Duan Hongyan's side, grabbed her, and rolled into the grass beside the road. The hat-wearing man quickly raised his handgun and fired several shots at Qin Tianyuan's position. Duan Hongyan, who had been knocked to the ground, suddenly realized what was happening and screamed desperately. Qin Tianyuan felt a deafening roar in his ears as several bullets whizzed past their bodies and buried themselves in the dirt. He could almost feel the scorching air. Duan Hongyan, pinned under Qin Tianyuan, began to struggle desperately, but he could only hold her down tightly. He looked up to see if the hat-wearing man had left, only to find that the assassin was quickly approaching. Damn it. Qin Tianyuan thought that after making such a commotion, the hat-wearing man would have left, but he didn't expect that the man had no intention of letting them go. Before the hat-wearing man got close, he was met with another brick. Taking the opportunity, Qin Tianyuan rolled into another patch of grass. With the pressure off, Duan Hongyan suddenly got up, stumbled, and started running while shouting for help. The hat-wearing man raised his hand to aim, but Qin Tianyuan seized the chance to leap up, driving his elbow straight into the man's face. The assassin was caught off guard and was struck in the face, blood instantly gushing forth as he staggered back a couple of steps. Qin Tianyuan dared not relax. He charged forward and delivered a powerful elbow to the man's chest. With his right hand, he pressed down on the man's neck, followed by a knee strike to the head, and then finished with a double ear slap. These blows were like thunder and lightning. In such a tense moment, Qin Tianyuan didn't dare hold back, determined to take the man down immediately. Despite taking several heavy hits, the hat-wearing man only swayed slightly, bending down to throw a punch, which Qin Tianyuan narrowly dodged. Another punch followed quickly, and Qin Tianyuan fell to shock as his brain barely registered it, his body instinctively leaning away just in time to avoid it. Qin Tianyuan felt a flash before his eyes, a burning pain on his grazed face, and warm blood began to flow from his nose. Attack. Energy 310 scrape. Energy 10. Soft tissue contusion. Energy 50. Next upgrade. 10201535. Please continue to work hard. Admin. I'll work hard, you old man. Why don't you come do it yourself? I'm about to be beaten to death, and the system still gives me a cheer up. Qin Tianyuan looked up to see the hat-wearing man, head tilted, staring at him motionless, his eyes glowing with a beastly blue light. Upon closer inspection, the man's pupils had become cat-like slits, looking extremely eerie in the dim light. The beastly, predatory gaze of the hat-wearing man made Qin Tianyuan feel a bit panicked. He sensed that it wasn't just a bad day, but that he had stumbled into something truly dangerous. Just as Qin Tianyuan was lost in thought, the hat-wearing man slightly shifted back, pushing off the ground with force, his whole body taut like a bow, ready to spring. Seeing this stance, Qin Tianyuan dared not let the assassin leap at him. This would surely be a devastating blow, and if he couldn't dodge it, he would die on the spot. Qin Tianyuan squinted his eyes, focusing on the leg muscles of the hat-wearing man, activating Muscle Master. A mysterious neural electrical signal instantly invaded the assassin's nervous system, taking over the leg muscles and paralyzing their contraction function. The hat-wearing man swayed and fell heavily to the ground, his leg twitching violently as if electrocuted. This situation was something Qin Tianyuan had never seen before. He had tested it on others many times, but had never received such a large response. Meanwhile, inside a small delivery truck parked on the street, the instruments emitted a short alarm, and the holographic projection of data fluctuated violently. The two operators, who had been calm, suddenly panicked, their hands moving rapidly in the air. Nervous system anomaly. Abnormal neural electrical signals. Right calf muscle strength 0. According to standard procedure 155. Prepare for strong electrical stimulation to restore leg muscle strength signal. Restart failed. Increase current intensity, try again. Restart successful, neural signal detected, muscle strength restored to normal. The hat-wearing man, who had been twitching on the ground, suddenly calmed down, only occasionally shaking his leg. He slowly pushed himself up with his right hand, gradually supporting his body until he was kneeling on one knee. The air grew heavy, making it hard to breathe. Qin Tianyuan nervously swallowed, looking at the assassin squatting on the ground, feeling that he should say something to ease the awkward atmosphere. He thought for a moment and tentatively said, "Your legs must be weak because you're lacking calcium. Why don't you lie down and rest for a bit? I haven't touched you, so you can't pin this on me." Before Qin Tianyuan could finish his sentence, the man in the top hat sprang into action like he was on a spring, leaping over 2 meters high and charging at Qin Tianyuan with a whistling sound. With the skill, nerve reflex, enhancing his abilities, Qin Tianyuan could barely make out a fast-moving figure that was punching down at his chest from midair. Clown Master, activated. Qin Tianyuan instinctively used the retracting hand reflex from Clown Master, causing the man in the top hat to twist midair and suddenly fling his arms back. This motion threw the man off balance, and he crashed down next to Qin Tianyuan, his face making intimate contact with the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Tianyuan rolled to his feet and created some distance between them. The air once again became thick with tension. enveloped in a strange atmosphere as the two men stared at each other in a daze. Qin Tianyuan was scared. If he had reacted even a moment slower, he would have been hit squarely, likely dying on the spot. The man in the top hat, on the other hand, was experiencing a malfunction in his bodily functions. The sudden occurrences had made the remote monitoring personnel suspicious, leading them to frantically test the man in the top hat, momentarily forgetting to issue commands. As the two were in a standoff, a buzzing sound suddenly filled the colorful night sky illuminated by neon lights. It was the sound of a rotor helicopter. The police's mobile patrol team. Qin Tianyuan smiled and said, "Hey, should we chat a little more?" This time, the man in the top hat charged without hesitation, delivering a kick aimed at Qin Tianyuan's chest. Qin Tianyuan dodged, but unexpectedly. The man in the top hat stretched out his arms and lunged at him in a bizarre posture, attempting to wrap his arms around Qin Tianyuan's body. In a moment of quick thinking, Qin Tianyuan suddenly crouched down, causing the man in the top hat to miss. Qin Tianyuan then kicked at the leg the man was using to support himself. The man in the top hat tilted slightly, but while still in midair, his legs swept back, knocking Qin Tianyuan down to the ground, while he lost his balance and fell towards the ground as well. However, this time the man in the top hat was prepared. He pushed off the ground with his hands and kicked backward. Qin Tianyuan, still trying to regain his footing after rolling, was kicked hard once again. Impact damage, 250. Bone fracture damage, 150. Bleeding damage, 100. Bone fracture damage, 500. Internal injury damage, 300. Bleeding damage, 100. Bleeding damage, 100. Bleeding damage, 100. Although the kick didn't land fully, it struck Qin Tianyuan in the chest, causing him to see stars and spit out a mouthful of blood. After rolling on the ground a few times, he finally stopped after hitting a nearby chair. Qin Tianyuan felt the world spinning around him, sharp pains in his chest indicating that his sternum was injured, his ribs were likely broken, and worse yet, fractured bones had penetrated his internal organs. He couldn't help but curse his misfortune. Although he hadn't died on the spot, he could tell he was in serious trouble. Just as he was losing hope, he heard a beautiful sound. Energy collection complete. Upgrade successful. Current system level, 7. Skill points earned, 1. Current skill points, 1. Next upgrade, 4. 351, 642. Upgrade reward. Instant healing once. Keep it up. Qin Tianyuan felt a coolness wash over his body, and the pain from the broken bones vanished as if the injuries were just an illusion. This is awesome. Just as he was filled with joy, the man in the top hat lunged at him again, kicking him in the chest, and this time, he couldn't dodge, resulting in instant death. Detected admin has taken fatal damage. Undead skill activated. Admin enters near-death state, immune to all damage in this state. Chapter 44. Version update. Bonus for the Alliance leader. The force of the kick was immense, like a mountain pressing down, landing squarely on Qin Tianyuan's chest. The effect was like a hammer smashing tofu. Qin Tianyuan's fragile body couldn't withstand it. His chest caved in, his lungs were crushed, his heart exploded, and even his cervical vertebrae broke. Qin Tianyuan was dead beyond recovery. However, the system's built-in undead skill was so powerful it could be called a miracle, allowing him to still have a breath left. Impact damage, 1800. Bone fracture damage, 300. 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 Lung rupture, 750. Heart rupture, 1250. Cervical vertebra fracture, 550. Energy collection detected, 5,850 points. Next upgrade, 16, for 121, 642. Energy collection complete. Upgrade successful. Current system level, 8. Next upgrade, 17, for 191, 749. Energy collection complete. Upgrade successful. Current system level, 9. Next upgrade, 18, 561. 856. Energy collection complete. Upgrade successful. Current system level, 10. Next upgrade, 18, 561, 856. Skill points earned, 3. Current skill points, 4. Detected system level 10. Entering auto upgrade state, system restarting. Self-check mode initiated, system function repair progress, 21. Entering upgrade state, system restart complete. Welcome to the life management system. System version 111, beta, admin. Qin Tianyuan. Current system level, 10, undead. Passive skill. Having this skill allows the system administrator to gain 3 forgetfulness from the Grim Reaper daily. The Death Messenger's hatred will not cause the system host to die from malicious harm. Any fatal damage will lead to a near-death state. Immune to all damage for 1 minute and has a slow regeneration effect. Resilient Muscles activated. Resilient Muscles passive skill. 1. Gain the effect of Resilient Muscles. Enhancing muscle strength and impact resistance. Upgrade reward. Instant healing once. Keep it up. Qin Tianyuan suddenly woke up, gasping for fresh air as if he were a drowning person just rescued, greedily inhaling. The cold air rushed through his airway into his lungs, exchanging gases through the alveoli and blood, with red blood cells circulating back to the heart, ultimately exhaling it out. Breathing made Qin Tianyuan feel the beauty of the world once more, the wonder of air. The scenes from earlier replayed in his mind like a horror movie, sending chills down his spine. Qin Tianyuan looked up to see the man in the top had already bent over by the corpses, preparing to pick up the suitcase on the ground. At that moment, Qin Tianyuan slowly stood up, carefully brushing off the dust and dirt from his clothes. His gaze cold and steady, locking onto the man in the top hat. Fury surged within Qin Tianyuan. He had merely passed by and sat down to rest. Not knowing these people, having no connection with them, and no grudge against the man in the top hat, yet he was dragged into a life-threatening situation. The man in the top hat relentlessly sought to kill innocents to silence them. If it weren't for Qin Tianyuan's intervention, even Duan Hongyan would have fallen victim. And he himself had been beaten to the brink of death. Qin Tianyuan's anger erupted completely, his body filled with explosive power, like a fire that had nowhere to vent. With only one thought in his mind, to take him down, the man in the top hat, hearing the commotion, turned around, seemingly surprised, tilting his head at an odd angle to look at Qin Tianyuan. Qin Tianyuan pushed off with his right foot and sprang forward, quickly closing the distance to stand in front of the man in the top hat in just 2 steps. The man remained expressionless, opening his fists and preparing to confront him. Just as the two were about to collide, Qin Tianyuan suddenly vanished from the man's line of sight, causing the man to hesitate, twisting his head sharply in an attempt to locate his opponent. However, at that moment, Qin Tianyuan had already appeared behind the man in the top hat, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He clenched his fist and struck the back of the man's skull, targeting a critical pressure point that could instantly kill with the right force. Qin Tianyuan's fist slammed into the back of the man's head as if hitting stone, causing his hand to ache painfully and lose sensation. The man staggered as if struck by lightning, leaning forward and quickly moving his feet in an attempt to regain his balance. At this moment, Qin Tianyuan would not let the opportunity slip away. He stopped and drove his elbow into the man, simultaneously grabbing his collar and arm, tripping him to the ground. The technique Qin Tianyuan employed was a blend of Chinese wrestling and ancient sumo moves, primarily focusing on grappling and throws, emphasizing skill and technique over brute force. This style was a lethal weapon in close combat. Anyone caught within its range would be thrown mercilessly. The man in the top hat was caught off guard, with Qin Tianyuan stepping on his knee pit, dragging him down to the ground. However, the man reacted quickly, grabbing Qin Tianyuan's arm in an attempt to pull him down as well. Qin Tianyuan remained calm, pressing his right knee down onto the man on the ground, intending to use his body weight and the force of gravity to crush him into the earth. The man quickly changed his grip to a push, shoving Qin Tianyuan sideways, causing him to lose balance. He rolled to dissipate the force and stood up again. Seeing this, the man in the top hat did not pursue. Instead, he performed several backflips, landing on the ground, his limbs splayed out as his body trembled oddly. Qin Tianyuan was momentarily stunned. What kind of technique was this? A chilling growl emanated from the man's body, and his bloodied face looked increasingly menacing, his eyes glinting with a ghostly green light. This sight startled Qin Tianyuan, making his legs feel weak. As the cold wind blew, he snapped back to reality, hesitating about what to do next. Should he turn and run? But that seemed a bit humiliating. Just then, the man in the top hat suddenly paused, and a series of booming sounds filled the air, with swirling orbs flying overhead. Rapidly approaching, the distinctive arrival of the mobile patrol team, a swarm of hummingbird drones, surged toward them. The man in the top hat flipped and leaped, darting into the nearby dark bushes, disappearing in just a few bounds. What a night to encounter the supernatural, Qin Tianyuan thought, standing dazed in place. At that moment, the sound of engines grew louder, and he snapped back to attention. The spotlight from a rotorcraft illuminated him, the powerful light shining as bright as day. Several rapid descent ropes fell from the sky, embedding themselves in the ground, securing their anchors. Urgent patrol members wearing white police exoskeletons slid down the ropes, brandishing large stun rifles and shouting, "Mobile patrol team. Hands on your head, squat down, do not resist." Qin Tianyuan obediently complied, squatting down and remaining still. A wave of footsteps approached as a large group of people surrounded him. He looked up to see a familiar figure struggling to bend down, hands on her knees. Gasping for breath, her face flushed from the exertion, dirt mingling with sweat making her look quite disheveled. After several seconds, she lifted her head, looking at the unharmed Qin Tianyuan, and burst out laughing. Chapter 45. Why is it you again? Name, gender, age, occupation. Qin Tianyuan, dazed, remained silent, quietly watching the officer questioning him. Fang Shernan slapped the table sharply, exasperated. Why don't you speak? Huh? Qin Tianyuan looked at Fang Shernan blankly. Uncle Fang. What do you want me to say? Don't call me Uncle Fang. What do you mean by that? Fang Shernan looked at Qin Tianyuan helplessly. You're not new to this. You know the rules. Okay, Uncle Fang. Qin Tianyuan quickly switched to a respectful demeanor. I know the rules. Whatever you ask me to say, I will cooperate honestly. You tell me what you want me to say, or you can just finish the record. And I'll sign it. Nonsense. Fang Shernan felt a headache coming on. What I want is for you to honestly tell us what happened just now. What occurred? What should I say? Qin Tianyuan still looked dazed. I was just sitting there. I hadn't even warmed my seat before a few people came out, and suddenly, a freak jumped out and killed everyone in seconds. Then you guys arrived, and poof, that person ran away. Fang Shernan glared at Qin Tianyuan. Details, details. What details? Qin Tianyuan replied. You guys can check the surveillance. He widened his eyes. My mind is still a bit muddled, and besides, whatever I describe won't be as detailed as the surveillance footage. Fang Shernan sighed. The surveillance is broken. Qin Tianyuan paused for a moment, forcing a smile. What a coincidence. Even more coincidental is you. Why is it always you? Fang Shernan looked at Qin Tianyuan with frustration. Hey, Uncle Fang, what do you mean by that? Qin Tianyuan jumped up. What do you mean it's always me? What does that have to do with me? I was just passing by. You can't just pin this on me because you can't catch the real culprit. Fang Shernan was so furious he felt smoke coming out of his ears. Wanting to strangle Qin Tianyuan. What do you mean by pinning it on you? I wish I could just take you out right now. Fang Shernan's assistant coughed lightly, pointing to the camera, signaling Fang Shernan not to speak carelessly. All right, you little brat. Hurry up and record your statement. Then come with me to the scene to clarify things. Let us just get through the procedure quickly. Fang Shernan was genuinely annoyed looking at Qin Tianyuan. Every time I run into you, it's never a good thing. It's like you're a harbinger of doom. Wherever you go, death follows. Qin Tianyuan shrugged. What can I do? I'm just as desperate. However, Qin Tianyuan still cooperatively recorded his statement. He was already quite familiar with this process, knowing what to say and what not to say, but he still emphasized that the freakish killer was unusual, like how he could jump several meters high and had incredible speed and strength. After signing, Qin Tianyuan got out of the mobile service vehicle and Fang Shernan, who had been waiting impatiently outside, grabbed him and dragged him to the crime scene. The scene was already cordoned off with yellow tape, and several enormous searchlights had been set up, illuminating the previously dim area in great detail. A large number of investigators in white uniforms were meticulously searching the scene with various instruments, collecting fingerprints, footprints, blood samples, taking photos for documentation, and looking for any suspicious traces or items. 2 rotorcrafts circled overhead, and heavily armed mobile patrol teams were scattered around, equipped with various gear and search dogs, constantly arriving in new teams to join the search effort. The scale of the operation genuinely startled Qin Tianyuan. Just as he was about to ask what was happening, a large group of gray-haired experts surrounded him, several of whom were in uniforms. Fang Shernan introduced Qin Tianyuan one by one to these influential figures, whose backgrounds were intimidating and whose ranks were increasingly higher, all being highly esteemed criminal investigation experts. However, these individuals were clearly only focused on the case details, making them relatively easy to deal with. Qin Tianyuan steadied his mind and carefully listened to the experts' explanations on site, even personally reenacting the entire process. Compared to Fang Shernan's crowd, these leaders and experts were quite amiable. Everyone was very satisfied with Qin Tianyuan's cooperation and explanations, showing genuine concern for his physical condition and even suggesting sending a special car to take him home. Qin Tianyuan, however, was not in the mood to take a special car. After politely declining, he noticed Duan Hongyan still sitting with her bag on the side. feeling a bit anxious and wishing to finish up quickly to ensure Duan Hongyin's safe return to the hotel. At that moment, Qin Tianyuan suddenly spotted a familiar face. It was Lu Yingxue, whom he had encountered last time. She was in uniform today, her expression serious as she walked past the cordon with a few assistants, meticulously examining the scene before discussing something with them. Why is she everywhere? Qin Tianyuan was astonished and then asked Fang Shernan. Fang Shernan sighed and chuckled bitterly, advising him not to inquire any further since the matter was very serious and to leave quickly, or there might be trouble later. Just as Fang Shernan finished speaking, the assistants gathered around Lu Yingxue suddenly parted, and someone pointed in this direction. Lu Yingxue immediately spotted Qin Tianyuan. When she saw that Qin Tianyuan was also at the scene, her internal doubts were almost overflowing. Facing this person, who was known to possess the so-called lowest level of authority, seemed suspicious no matter how she looked at it. Although there was no evidence or suspicious behavior, Lu Yingxue instinctively felt that Qin Tianyuan was problematic. From their previous interaction, she saw that this person was agile, had excellent psychological qualities, and dared to confront armed killers head-on, something ordinary people cannot do. Qin Tianyuan was still a witness in the Wei Dawei case, and subsequently, he was a key party involved in the events that transpired, as if all these matters were intertwined with him. Moreover, in today's case, Qin Tianyuan once again became a witness, surviving alone during the attack by a perverse killer. Setting aside other issues, just his presence near the crime scene in the middle of the night was very suspicious. Why would an ordinary person repeatedly get involved in various troubles? This itself didn't make sense. If it were a coincidence, Lu Yingxue felt that she could easily draw a connection today, as if she were simply thinking of eating peaches. Lu Yingxue walked over with a solemn expression. Why are you here again? Qin Tianyuan particularly wanted to shout. I want to know too. At this moment, at the airport on the outskirts of the city, a supersonic passenger plane from Fuiying slowly landed, and a group of people dressed in black trench coats hurriedly disembarked. Each of these individuals had a serious expression and formal attire, making it clear from a distance that they belonged to the common elite bureaucrats of Fuiying. However, the most striking was the leader of the group, a very beautiful woman who attracted most of the attention. After getting off the plane, they entered a designated internal passage, silently boarded a convoy of official vehicles, and quickly left. While the surrounding people were still discussing, another beautiful female passenger walked down from the plane. Although she wore heavy makeup, she exuded a unique wild beauty. Tall and graceful, her movements were like a willow swaying in the wind. Dressed in a long red dress, her slender high heels clicked on the ground as she walked. And although she wore a smile, her eyes were exceptionally vigilant and indifferent. Outside the airport, a white luxury car had been waiting for a long time. When the woman in the red dress walked out, her female assistant and bodyguard immediately approached her. Miss Huang, we've arranged the hotel for you. The car is this way. Miss Huang waved her hand and directly got into the back seat, heading to the prearranged location. The female assistant was a bit surprised, thinking it was too hasty. Ms. Huang shot a cold glance at her, scaring the assistant into silence. Ms. Huang then instructed the driver to start the car. Just as the car started, Ms. Huang's communicator rang. She opened it with some annoyance. I've arrived at the location. I will handle the issue. That batch of goods was lost, so it's not the time to assign blame. I'm here to resolve the problem. The buyer is dead. What does it matter if we find the goods? Who can take this batch of goods? I'll meet with the people from Eden first and call you back after the meeting. Ms. Huang hung up impatiently and then quietly looked out the window, lapsing into silence. The atmosphere inside the car became exceptionally oppressive and silent, with the assistants and bodyguards too afraid to speak. Looking out at the distant giant skyscraper cluster and the colorful night sky illuminated by neon lights, Ms. Huang felt extremely restless. The car sped along the elevated track for half an hour, entering the city, and then stopped at the agreed location by the riverside in the inner city. Ms. Huang pushed open the car door and immediately saw two figures standing by the river. At this moment, it started to drizzle, and the air became hazy. From a distance, she could only see the flickering embers of cigarettes at the corners of their mouths, while another person held an umbrella standing behind. Under the large black umbrella, the other person's figure was only a shadow, making it impossible to discern their appearance and clothing. Miss Huang Xinmei. The other person took the cigarette from their mouth and smiled slightly. I've been looking for you for a long time. It's been quite a wait. Huang Xinmei didn't speak and quickly walked over, reaching the other person's side. With the distant lights illuminating the scene, she suddenly realized that the face she was looking at was very familiar. Wei Dai Wei. Huang Xinmei's expression changed dramatically, as if she had seen a ghost. Chapter 46, Repaying a Favor? The Great Wei Tianlong. Yes, it's me. Wei Wei smiled slightly, revealing a perfect set of 8 teeth. On this dark and windy night by the secluded riverside, seeing a person who was supposed to be dead evoked a horror that was off the charts. And Huang Xinmei almost turned to run. If it weren't for her bodyguard and assistant behind her, she would have really fled. Even so, after trembling for a while, Huang Xinmei cautiously glanced at Wei Daiwei's shadow and noticed that the shadow beside him was clearly visible, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Why you not dead? Huang Xinmei felt extremely surprised and horrified. This bizarre scene left her feeling somewhat at a loss. No, I'm not dead. Wei Daiwei died. I'm now Wei Peter. Wei Daiwei's brother. Wei Peter's smile was very sincere, his 8 teeth seemingly shining, and an indescribable atmosphere began to permeate. Oh, hello, Mr. Wei Peter. Can I call you that? Huang Xinmei looked at the person in front of her with some hesitation, feeling that something was off. Actually, I'm Wei Daiwei. The one who died was Wei Peter. We are twins, and during our adult registration, they mixed us up. So we've been using each other's identities all these years. Wei Peter continued earnestly. Actually, the one who died was me. I'm my brother. Do you understand? Huang Xinmei's thoughts immediately became chaotic. She wanted to say she didn't understand, but seeing his serious explanation, she felt he might not be quite right in the head, so she awkwardly smiled. Then what should I call you? Mr. Wei Daiwei? Or Mr. Wei Peter? Either is fine, I don't mind. Wei Peter shrugged. Huang Xinmei thought for a moment. I'll still call you Mr. Wei Peter. Calling you Wei Daiwei feels a bit cold. Wei Peter looked around in confusion. But it's not that cold today, is it? You might need to put on a jacket. Huang Xinmei awkwardly smiled. It's nothing. I think we should discuss business. Speaking of that, I really apologize. Peter Wei continued to smile politely, his 8 teeth shining brightly. Since my death brought some minor issues to this business, the group sent my brother to continue negotiations with Ms. Huang. Huang Xinmei thought for a moment and decided it was better not to speak. However, given the high value of the goods and their considerable importance to our group, my brother, as the designated representative, was responsible for handling everything. Peter Wei snapped his fingers, and the person holding the umbrella behind him handed over a briefcase to him. I know, Ms. Huang. You are a professional in this field and have a good reputation in the circle, but there are some new issues regarding this business. Huang Xinmei immediately replied that the experimental samples would be sent soon, and although there were some issues during customs clearance, we guarantee timely delivery. Moreover, we will offer a 20% discount based on the original price. No. Peter Wei shook his head. Ms. Huang, you misunderstood. This is not about money. I know that your organization sources most of its goods from people of color abroad, right? Huang Xinmei nodded, acknowledging that this source was convenient, very cheap, but of high quality with no issues. Our clients are all large biopharmaceutical groups, such as Titan, Purity, Gaia, and Max, who have been procuring our goods for the past 30 years without ever raising quality concerns. Peter Wei shook his head, stating that most of those biopharmaceutical groups operate in the low-end market and do not care about quality issues. But our Eden company is different. Our projects are high-end technology, so we need some different sources. Huang Xinmei was taken aback and quickly responded, no problem, we can provide Caucasians, regardless of age or gender. Peter Wei's expression suddenly turned cold. You have not understood my meaning. Our group needs Asians, specifically East Asians. Huang Xinmei was stunned for a few seconds, but assured him that it was not a problem, and they would arrange it immediately. To be more specific, we need locals. Peter Wei pointed to the ground. Huang Xinmei's face turned pale, feeling her lips dry out as she forced a smile. Are you joking? I am very serious, Peter Wei replied expressionlessly. Huang Xinmei didn't know how to respond. She thought this person must be insane. In this country, kidnapping people. I know Ms. Huang is in a difficult position, but that's fine. Peter Wei raised his wrist to check his watch. I have another supplier. The representative from GN Group will arrive shortly. Once they're here, the 3 of us can sit down and discuss further. Huang Xinmei's face turned green. She could no longer manage a smile. Mr. Wei, this is a matter of life and death. Peter Wei shrugged indifferently. Ms. Huang, you are exaggerating. This is just a business deal. Harmonious relationships lead to profits. How could anyone die? At that moment, Peter Wei's communicator buzzed. He glanced at it and answered the call with a big smile. Hello? Have the guests arrived? What? They are all dead. After being severely tortured, Qin Tianyuan was finally released. Under repeated questioning by Lu Yingxue, no flaws were found, and feeling somewhat unwilling, she attempted to use props to coerce Qin Tianyuan again, but was stopped by Feng Shernan. After being frightened, Qin Tianyuan hurriedly pulled Duan Hong in to run away, feeling that he had been incredibly unlucky that night. No, he had been unlucky for a long time, but this was just the beginning. When he found the electric bike he had parked earlier, he was stunned, realizing that he was facing the biggest crisis of the night. His previously unremarkable crossing life had suffered a major blow. He discovered that the battery of the electric bike had vanished. Who the hell did this? Is there no law anymore? Qin Tianyuan shouted angrily, looking at the surrounding drones and mobile patrol teams, wondering how the battery could have gone missing. It's already the 22nd century, a sci-fi future. How can there still be a Che Guevara? After searching around, Qin Tianyuan reluctantly accepted reality. Pushing the battery-less electric bike while carrying Duan Hongyan's luggage, preparing to walk back to the hotel. It wasn't far, just about 5 kilometers. Moreover, Duan Hongyan didn't mind. And neither did he. Qin Tianyuan had objections, because he had to push the electric bike. He felt that everything written in the books about crossing and protagonist was a lie. The protagonist was not glamorous at all. Have you ever seen a protagonist who, after experiencing a life-and-death battle, ends up with their electric bike battery stolen? You wouldn't find such a miserable situation in any other book. Although Duan Hongyan was still somewhat shaken, she had relaxed considerably by this point, smiling at Qin Tianyuan from time to time. Qin Tianyuan, struggling to push the heavy electric bike, found it inexplicable. Why was she smiling? It would be better to help me push the bike with that energy. Goodness. 2 large suitcases. What are all these things? In fact, Qin Tianyuan had a good impression of Duan Hongyan. Decisive, brave, quick-witted, rational in her thinking, and never dragging her feet in her actions. Just like this time, when she turned and ran, there was no hesitation. She was straightforward and decisive, heading straight for the crowded area while loudly calling for help, and within seconds, she had brought people back with her. Most girls would have been scared out of their wits and probably wouldn't have been able to run, let alone think so much. Duan Hongyan smiled at Qin Tianyuan, who was exhausted and looked like a dead dog, saying, "Hey, counting this time, you've saved me twice now. How about?" Qin Tianyuan rolled his eyes and said very seriously, "I sell my skills, not my body." Duan Hongyan gritted her teeth in anger and said loudly, "I said I want to repay you, can't you understand?" Qin Tianyuan suddenly stopped, looked up thoughtfully at Duan Hongyan, then quickly formed hand seals and struck a pose. "To repay you? Demonic anomaly. Great heavenly dragon. Great Luo spell." Duan Hongyan was left with a face full of question marks, wondering what was wrong with him. Chapter 47. If there's anything unhappy tonight, say it out loud to make everyone happy. Duan Hongyan looked at Qin Tianyuan's performance with a face full of black lines, wondering if he was genuinely this foolish or just pretending to be. The two of them fell back into silence, with Duan Hongyan walking ahead and Qin Tianyuan straining to push the electric bike behind her, grumbling to himself, clearly saying she wanted to repay me but not willing to help me push the bike. I knew it was just talk. Fortunately, I saw through it with my wit. Just then, while Qin Tianyuan was struggling to move forward, a honking sound came from behind him. He turned around in surprise to see a car slowly following them, its headlights dazzling and blinding him. Qin Tianyuan immediately became displeased. The glaring headlights made him lose his temper. Wow, in this day and age, even dogs can drive. Blasting your headlights at me, huh? If you don't need your eyes, you can donate them to someone useful. Thanks a lot. After all, the streetlights are so bright. And you're lighting the way for your dad, honking the horn so often. Are you driving with your legs? Just as he was furiously ranting, the car slid up beside him and stopped. The window slowly rolled down, revealing Yin Rong's expressionless face. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Ahaha, what a coincidence. You're out for a walk too, Qin Tianyuan said with a forced laugh, trying to ease the awkwardness. Yin Rong looked at Qin Tianyuan, then at Duan Hongyan, and simply said 2 words, "Get in the car." Qin Tianyuan immediately complied, tossing the luggage from the car into the trunk, hoisting the electric bike onto the luggage rack, and quickly jumped into the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt. The entire sequence of movements was smooth and without hesitation. After getting in the car, he even flashed a smile. "I'm ready, let us go." Yin Rong didn't even glance at him, silently waiting for Duan Hongyan to settle in before stepping on the accelerator and speeding away. After sending Duan Hongyan back to the hotel, Qin Tianyuan lowered his head, feeling embarrassed, and wanted to follow her, but unexpectedly, Yin Rong grabbed his arm and said, "You're coming with me tonight." Qin Tianyuan glanced at Duan Hongyan, then at Yin Rong, thought for a moment, and returned to the passenger seat. It wasn't that he was indecisive, it was just that Yin Rong was his superior. This was the tragic helplessness of a corporate worker. There was no time to say goodbye to Duan Hongyan, as Yin Rong quickly accelerated and drove away. Throughout the journey, Yin Rong remained silent, just quietly driving. While Qin Tianyuan, who had been through a long night, felt a bit drowsy, his eyelids heavy, and his head slowly started to nod off. After an unknown amount of time, the car jolted abruptly and stopped, waking Qin Tianyuan up. He rubbed his eyes and looked outside, feeling a sense of familiarity. "We're here." "Get out," Yin Rong said as she directly opened the car door. "Where are we?" Qin Tianyuan got out of the car in a daze and was stunned to find himself standing outside the archives building. With the iconic small building he had been working at for the past few days in sight. "Why are we back here?" Qin Tianyuan was puzzled. "Aren't you taking me home?" "The director is looking for you," Yin Rong said without elaborating, leaving him with that line as she headed towards the archives building. With a face full of questions, Qin Tianyuan followed Yin Rong, turning to the second floor and arriving at Shun Weiman's office, which was hidden in a corner. As soon as the door opened, the room was dark, and Shun Weiman sat quietly behind his desk, smoking one cigarette after another. The flickering glow of the cigarette end illuminating his expressionless face. On the office sofa sat another person, sitting upright and motionless, with piercing eyes that seemed to shine in the darkness, staring intently at Qin Tianyuan as soon as he entered. Qin Tianyuan took a closer look at this person, feeling somewhat unfamiliar, unable to recall any impression of him. However, he didn't dare to act recklessly. He had failed to recognize Shun Weiman on his first day at work. And with that lesson in mind, he became much more cautious. What if this person was also his superior? Tianyuan. Shun Weiman took a few deep puffs of his cigarette, extinguished it, and said, "Sit." Qin Tianyuan cautiously complied, finding a chair in the corner to sit down, anxiously observing the others in the office. This time, Yin Rong did not leave, but closed the office door and sat down on the chair beside Qin Tianyuan, immediately making him sense that the atmosphere tonight was somewhat unusual. "I heard you were caught in the act again tonight." Shun Weiman's opening line made Qin Tianyuan's heart skip a beat. He quickly recalled what had happened that evening, trying to summarize whether he had made any mistakes. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of anything at the moment, but he still needed to maintain a proper demeanor. Qin Tianyuan immediately stood up and respectfully said, "I was wrong. I will reflect." Shun Weiman sat up straight leisurely. "Then tell me, what did you do wrong?" "Here we go again?" Qin Tianyuan's face darkened. He felt frustrated. Shun Weiman's question was difficult to answer because he didn't even know what he had done wrong. Finally, mustering his courage, he tentatively said, "Wrong for not running away?" Shun Weiman did not respond, only wearily rubbed his forehead, speaking slowly. "Go on. What unhappy events happened tonight? Share them so we can have a laugh." Qin Tianyuan awkwardly smiled. He had nothing to hide from Shun Weiman, so he recounted what had happened that night, matching what he had told the police, only adding details about the man in the top hat, that psychopathic killer, his demeanor, physique, strange gaze, incredible physical abilities, etc. These descriptions sounded quite subjective. But Qin Tianyuan still emphasized that the man in the top hat was different from ordinary people. After listening, the people in the office remained silent for a moment, until Shun Weiman finally spoke up. "Do you think that killer has a problem?" Qin Tianyuan hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. "I think that killer is a bit too strong, not like a normal person." "What do you think?" The person sitting on the sofa suddenly spoke. Qin Tianyuan looked up and met a pair of sharp eyes that felt like being targeted by a cheetah, making it hard for him to maintain eye contact. "Do you think a trained person can reach that killer's level?" Shun Weiman suddenly asked. Qin Tianyuan shook his head. "If we're talking about pure killing techniques, I could do it too, taking down 5 people quickly in close combat. But that person's most terrifying aspect is not his killing efficiency, but his extraordinary physical abilities, strength, explosiveness, and reaction speed that are beyond what ordinary people can achieve." Shun Weiman's brow furrowed even tighter. "However, regarding the killer's physical abilities, I've seen many experts who are more exaggerated in both power and speed than that killer, but they all had great physical talent, trained from a young age using special methods. That killer, however, acted without any technique, just relying on his strong physical qualities, which left those few people unable to fight back." Qin Tianyuan hesitated for a moment, then after a few seconds of deliberation, said, "I think this is not something trained. He likely used some kind of super stimulant or enhancement drug." Finally, Qin Tianyuan paused for a few seconds, thought for a moment, and firmly said, "I suspect he may have been created through some kind of human enhancement experiment, such as genetic mutation or human modification, somewhat similar to what you see in movies." Before Qin Tianyuan could finish his sentence, Shen Weiman suddenly stood up, lunged in front of Qin Tianyuan, grabbed his shoulders. His eyes red as he stared at Qin Tianyuan and exclaimed, "What did you just say?" Chapter 48. Restart. I'm so scared this chapter is gone. Trembling, Shen Weiman's sudden action startled everyone present, especially Qin Tianyuan, who felt Shen Weiman's grip was like an iron clamp, tightly holding his shoulders. "What did you just say? Say it again." Shen Weiman's expression twisted, almost shouting. "I was saying, maybe, possibly." Qin Tianyuan was frightened by Shen Weiman, stuttering as he spoke. "Is it human mutation or human enhancement?" Shen Weiman's eyes were bloodshot, like a beast ready to pounce. "Did you see clearly?" The person sitting on the sofa also stood up, grabbing Shen Weiman's arm. "Old Shen, don't scare the kid." Qin Tianyuan nervously swallowed. "It should be a mutant. What does he look like? What are his physical characteristics? Is he of Asian descent? About 175 centimeters tall?" Shen Weiman shook Qin Tianyuan forcefully, shouting each word. "He's about 180 centimeters tall. I paid attention when I got close. He's a head taller than me. His appearance, very dark, hard to describe." Qin Tianyuan tried to recall the details he saw, but he remembered he was not Asian. He was Caucasian. Caucasian. Shen Weiman paused, his entire being stunned, as if struck by lightning. After a moment, he muttered in disbelief. "How could he not be Asian? How could he not be Asian? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Speak." "Old Shen." The middle-aged man holding Shen Weiman's arm forcefully pried his hand away from Qin Tianyuan's shoulders. "Calm down. Even if he is not Asian, it doesn't mean anything. There could be a blood relation. Maybe he is a descendant." Shen Weiman retreated a few steps. His expression defeated as if he had suffered a blow, his face pale. He shook his head. "It's impossible. If there were blood descendants, they would have been discovered long ago. No institution has ever found any evidence of this. Doesn't that indicate something? He hasn't left any bloodline. Maybe there is." The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. "With so many institutions involved, if someone found it, they wouldn't necessarily tell others." "Huh." Shen Weiman looked at the middle-aged man with a strange expression, forcing out a cold smile. "Zhou Qingyuan, are you just deceiving yourself? How many years have we been searching? How could so many organizations, across generations or even dozens of generations, leave no trace at all? Experts once said there might be reproductive isolation. What do experts know? They have no clue. All their data is based on guesswork, and anything is possible." Zhou Qingyuan glared at Shen Weiman and said, "Shen Weiman, you are the commander. You must not lose your composure." Shen Weiman was startled, snapping back to reality, his eyes fixed intently on Zhou Qingyuan. After a few seconds, he turned to look at his desk. Qin Tianyuan initially found the conversation between Shen Weiman and Zhou Qingyuan strange. Following Shen Weiman's gaze, he suddenly realized it was fixed on a red telephone on the desk. Qin Tianyuan recognized that thing. He had seen it when he was younger, but it had been replaced by mobile communication tools not long after, and landlines had long faded from people's sight. He hadn't expected to see it now, but he didn't know that it was a secure phone, using a special line, with no dialing function. Picking up the receiver would automatically connect to an unknown control room, which would only redirect the call after identity verification. Shen Weiman quickly walked over, grabbed the receiver, and just as he was about to lift it, Zhou Qingyuan's expression changed, and he lunged forward, pressing Shen Weiman's hand down. "Are you crazy, Shen Weiman? Do you know what you're doing?" Shen Weiman slowly pushed Zhou Qingyuan away and said deliberately, "Of course I know what I'm doing. Reporting false military intelligence is punishable by death." Zhou Qingyuan was anxious, whispering, "Old Shen, you can't." "Zhou Qingyuan." Shen Weiman suddenly said seriously, "Are you really willing to live so cowardly for the rest of your life? Just to be safe until retirement? 28 years? We've gone from black hair to white, from youth to old age, just waiting? Waiting until retirement, and then letting Qin Tianyuan continue our path? 170 years. The 19th Bureau has had 8 generations just guarding this. Do you remember what the old director said when he handed the phone to me?" Zhou Qingyuan trembled at this, feeling as if all his strength had been drained, and he weakly released his hand. Shen Weiman didn't even glance at Zhou Qingyuan. Directly picking up the receiver of the red phone, awkwardly placing it to his ear. "This is the 19th Bureau, Special Class A Authority. Please relay that for Incident No. 1. I want to report directly." After a moment, it seemed the person on the other end had changed. Shen Weiman stood up straight, speaking seriously. "Tonight, our department's investigator was attacked, highly suspected to be a mutant, specifics unknown, suspected to have a blood relation or be a descendant branch, match rate 30. Our department requests to restart and end hibernation." "I understand. I will arrange it immediately to ensure the mission is completed." Shen Weiman hung up. his sharp gaze sweeping around the room, causing everyone to feel a chill. Zhou Qingyuan looked at Shen Weiman with a probing gaze, waiting for him to speak. Shen Weiman slowly revealed a smile, saying, "The higher-up said this is a significant matter that requires careful handling. We can first probe the situation and then decide." Zhou Qingyuan felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart and sighed in relief. "I will arrange for the mobile troops to be deployed immediately. Also, from now on, the 19th Bureau will enter an emergency state. Everyone will be issued weapons. We will quickly form a capable investigation team. With Qin Tianyuan as the team leader, further members will be adjusted gradually." Shen Weiman spoke seriously. "The higher-ups want us to remember: serious, careful, thorough, reliable, and fail-proof." Zhou Qingyuan's expression tightened, and he immediately responded, "Yes." Meanwhile, outside in the small garden of the apartment building, Fang Shernan stood somewhat melancholic behind the barricade, tiredly pinching his brow and casually pulling out a cigarette to light up. "Uncle Fang, why are you smoking again?" Luing Xue walked over and snatched the cigarette from Fang Shernan's hand. "Why are you acting like my daughter? It's just a little hobby of mine." Fang Shernan looked regretfully as Luing Xue threw the cigarette away. "They won't let me handle the case and won't let me smoke either. You might as well just arrest me." Luing Xue rolled her eyes. "Uncle Fang, what are you saying? The investigation isn't even over yet. You'll be needed for guidance later. You'll find me annoying then." "Stop, don't call me Uncle Fang. It sounds awkward." Fang Shernan interrupted Luing Xue. "Why are you acting like that brat Qin Tianyuan? So familiar. I'm just an old man about to retire. What guidance can I give? You elite folks are way above me, and besides, this case isn't even under my jurisdiction. I don't have time to help you." "Uncle Fang." Luing Xue immediately showed a smile, speaking in a coaxing tone. "Look at what you're saying. We." Before Luing Xue could finish, a container truck suddenly drove into the front of the apartment building. As the truck came to a stop and the back doors opened, a group of soldiers in black exoskeleton combat suits poured out. The leader jumped out of the driver's seat, holding an electromagnetic rifle in one hand and an electronic encrypted document in the other, surveying the surroundings. "Who is in charge?" "We are the Medical Ethics Committee." "No. We are the SWAT mobile team, here to sign some paperwork. The scene is under our control now." Fang Shernan and Luing Xue were stunned. "What is going on?" The leader walked over casually, waving the electronic encrypted document. "You're from the Special Cases Bureau, right? This now falls under our jurisdiction. Just sign here." Luing Xue was immediately furious. "Who are you people to meddle in my affairs? Who sent you?" The leader smiled slightly. When Luing Xue stepped closer, she saw his features: a square face, star-like eyebrows, and sharp eyes, with facial contours as if carved by a knife, his smile bright and sunny, naturally making a good impression. "Confidential," the leader said with a smile. "Actually, we also don't know where the order came from. We're just following orders." Luing Xue frowned, knowing that they must have received the order directly from the internal network, but she didn't know who issued it. They just needed to act according to their authority. Luing Xue verified the electronic document key with her card, reviewed the order, and signed her name with a frown. However, she noticed the name of the person on the electronic document: Qin Yufeng. Chapter 49. I'm so anxious. As Qin Yufeng turned around, the smile on his face disappeared. He quickly walked towards the mobile command vehicle, holding the electromagnetic rifle. Inside the vehicle sat a row of people wearing projection goggles, their hands flying over the projected keyboard. Qin Yufeng took a seat in the middle, tossed aside the electromagnetic rifle, and quickly donned the smart helmet, decisively issuing a series of commands. "Expand the lockdown area by 10 kilometers. If we don't have enough personnel, call for reinforcements. Have the police's mobile patrol teams mobilize 2 more squads. The target cannot walk here. I demand checkpoints at every intersection, and every vehicle must be inspected without exception. If someone thinks they're tough with an electromagnetic rifle, let them know otherwise. If they don't understand, physical persuasion is allowed. Don't worry, the PR and publicity departments will handle it afterward." "Are all 6 squads of the mobile task force assembled? Hurry up the heavy armor squad. I want to see them within 15 minutes. Have the Phantom team on standby." "It's not their turn to move yet. What are they doing?" "Turn off the optical camouflage. Red one. Red one. Are you holding a toy gun? You've been poking at that door for ages. Just blow it open. Is the technical squad ready? Has the network team received the permissions for the municipal network? Bring in all the surveillance signals within 5 kilometers and get Sioux, New Jersey online." Qin Yufeng was decisive, methodically arranging everything from personnel mobilization, deployment plans, lockdown settings, to tactical grouping, equipment allocation, and action plans, managing every detail meticulously. "Commander, The signal is connected, and the network team reports that Xuanji is online. Qin Yufeng nodded. Switched to the internal network using his smart helmet and said solemnly, Xuanji, I'm here, a somewhat ethereal female voice replied. Help me check all the surveillance signals nearby after dark, mark all similar-looking individuals, and I want their complete movement trajectories. Use image comparison to find the highest similarity from the real-time signals and track them. Qin Yufeng paused for a moment and added, help me find him. Okay. Xuanji softly responded, starting the network signal connection, data retrieval, video information image search, matching target features, searching for specific targets, discovering suspicious vehicles, identifying similar targets, generating movement trajectories. The target is heading to the old town. I recommend interception. Alarm, lost video signal, target entered an area without surveillance. Qin Yufeng's expression did not change at all. He simply said lightly, thank you, Xuanji. Help me find the information on that suspicious vehicle. You can go offline now. Okay, data transmission complete. It was a pleasure to serve you, and I look forward to seeing you next time. Qin Tianyuan was baffled. He watched Shen Weiman, who was furious, pick up the red telephone. He knew things were serious and recalled the legend about the red phone from his memories before time travel. However, he did not expect that in this 22nd century sci-fi future world, such an old communication tool was still in use. What surprised him even more was what Shen Weiman said into the microphone. 19th Bureau? Special Grade A Authority? Incident number 1? What is all this? What's going on? Boss, just a couple of days ago we were still the Tianyuan Private Detective Agency, and then it changed to the archives. I heard you say Abnormal Control Management Bureau, and then you told Fang Shern and it was the old Archive Management Bureau. What on earth is the 19th Bureau? Can you just tell me the truth? What is this place actually called? Has my entire career been a lie? Qin Tianyuan sneakily glanced at the expressions of those present. Although they were all extremely serious, he feared they might suddenly say, we're just joking with you. He was shocked, wondering what kind of place he was working in. Just give me a straight answer. Let me know what's going on. Just as Qin Tianyuan was in confusion and bewilderment, he suddenly heard Shen Weiman calling his name. And he instinctively replied, from today onward, enter level 1 alert. All personnel will be issued weapons. Qin Tianyuan, as the leader of the investigation team. You must take the lead. Don't be like before when you were sleepwalking. You must work with your team to achieve results. Otherwise, I'll send you to a no-man's land for observation. What team leader? Qin Tianyuan was startled. What am I investigating? Of course, you're investigating that assassin. What are you thinking? Shen Weiman said sternly. Are you sleepwalking? No, Qin Tianyuan hurriedly denied. I really wasn't being modest. I only did some minor work before. If you want me to be the team leader, please find someone else. Qin Tianyuan, didn't you used to love investigating? You even sneaked off to do investigations when I told you not to. Now that I'm letting you do it, you're unwilling? Shen Weiman looked at Qin Tianyuan suspiciously. I've noticed you've been distracted lately. Do you need to see a psychologist? That's not necessary. Qin Tianyuan quickly declined. I just think we have several capable people here. Like Yin Rong, Zhang Beigua, and Yao Qi. If you make me the team leader, won't it seem like favoritism? We've already decided. It's you. Shen Weiman waved his hand, ending the discussion. Qin Tianyuan frowned, feeling troubled. But we have nothing here. It's just me and Zhang Beigua. I only have an electric bike. And someone even stole the battery today. I'll arrange more personnel and equipment for you later. Just submit your request freely. Shen Weiman appeared quite generous. And then seemingly casually added, you can apply for more things. Be bolder, take bigger steps, and look further ahead. This opportunity is hard to come by, understand? Qin Tianyuan thought for a moment and tentatively asked, could you reimburse me for the battery I bought? Shen Weiman shot him a glare. Why are you only thinking about these trivial matters? Qin Tianyuan felt quite aggrieved, but didn't dare to say anything, so he remained silent. Tianyuan. Shen Weiman suddenly sighed deeply. You've been in the 19th Bureau for 2 years, right? Do you remember what I told you last time? Oh, yes, I remember. Qin Tianyuan was stunned for a few seconds before recalling the passage he had read in his diary. Shen Weiman had once had a long talk with Qin Tianyuan, but he couldn't remember the specifics since they weren't written in his diary, and he didn't dare to admit he didn't remember, so he could only vaguely agree. The opportunity we've been waiting for has come. Shen Weiman's expression was quite emotional, as if he was lost in some memories. 28 years. I joined the 19th Bureau when I was 20. I've worked here for 28 years, and how did those days pass? Every day I was guarding that pile of old papers and this red telephone. You've never seen this, right? Qin Tianyuan particularly wanted to say he had seen it and used it more than Shen Weiman, but he could only honestly shake his head. This thing is a 100-years-old communication tool. It has a dedicated line and uses special encryption methods. Its purpose is for encrypted communication. Shen Weiman reached out and slowly stroked the red telephone. When the old director handed this phone to me, he said he had waited his whole life to use it once. Unfortunately, he never got the chance, nor did his predecessor. I once thought, if one day I pass this phone to you, will I also feel regret like the old director? Qin Tianyuan looked at the red telephone, his expression somewhat dazed. This generational legacy. Wait, he wants to pass it to me? So, the director's position is indeed predetermined. What should I do? I'm so anxious. Should I recite a poem? I never thought I would pick up this microphone and connect the call. At this moment, Shen Weiman's eyes were red. 170 years. 8 generations of waiting. You are the 9th generation. As Shen Weiman said this, he suddenly stared straight at Qin Tianyuan, enunciating each word. Don't let this opportunity slip away. You cannot let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 50. The 9th generation. Qin Tianyuan felt particularly anxious. Shen Weiman's serious expression and tone made him feel a heavy burden on his shoulders, suffocating him. What is this? You are the 8th generation. And I am the 9th generation. Are we playing Naruto here? You're giving me this significant responsibility. Have you really thought this through? Don't you need to reconsider, deliberate, or evaluate? At least it would be good to prepare a few alternatives. For example, Yin Rong has been here longer, has a higher rank, and rich work experience. Yao Qi graduated from a prestigious university and is still a newcomer. Zhang Beiguo just transferred here. He is an outsider and doesn't qualify. Qin Tianyuan counted around and sadly found that it seemed only he and Yin Rong were qualified candidates, with himself being at best a deputy bureau chief candidate. As long as there was no sudden transfer, this position would definitely fall to Qin Tianyuan. No need to consider a sudden transfer. This place is so neglected that even normal transfers and recruitment are difficult. It's probably already been forgotten. While Qin Tianyuan was lost in thought, Shou Qingyuan, who was communicating nearby, suddenly stood up, looking serious. The mobile task force has news. The target escaped to the old town half an hour ago. There are no surveillance cameras there, and the clues have been cut off. However, they found a vehicle that was parked on the street outside the apartment during the incident, which the police had driven away earlier. In the old town, Shen Weiman furrowed his brow, pondering something, and casually pulled out a cigarette and lit it. This is going to be troublesome. Should we send in the mobile task force? Zhou Qingyuan suggested. The situation there is chaotic and complex. It's not suitable for our investigators to go in. Let the mobile task force handle it. Let us think this through. There is no need to take risks. Shen Weiman shook his head. There is still another vehicle. Let us follow this lead to investigate. Tell the mobile task force to withdraw. The noise tonight has been a bit too loud. Zhou Qingyuan nodded, stood up, and said, I'll head out first. The identity of the deceased is a bit complicated. He is the regional director of Jiang Company. The people from Fuiying country have already arrived, asking the police for a situation report. Shen Weiman was slightly surprised. How did they arrive so quickly? The people from Fuiying country were already on their way. They left just before the incident happened, Shou Qingyuan explained. Shen Weiman took a deep drag from his cigarette and remarked, It really is a storm brewing. At this moment, the sky outside turned a fish belly white, and a streak of blood-red sunlight peeked over the horizon, streaming into the office through the window. Qin Tianyuan saw this scene and suddenly felt an ominous sense. He thought this was not a good omen. After a night of turmoil, Qin Tianyuan ultimately did not return to his new home. He slept on the folding bed in the office. His initial plan of taking a hot shower and getting a good night's sleep was all washed away. After going around in circles, he ended up sleeping in the office. Early the next morning, Yao Qi walked into the office and saw Qin Tianyuan, who was sitting in his seat with dark circles under his eyes, looking listless. The bizarre scene startled the young girl. Brother Qin, why didn't you go home again? Sigh, I want to go home, but first I need to know where home is, Qin Tianyuan lamented. By the way, when Zhang Gu arrives later, let us hold a meeting. There are some things to announce. What is it? Yao Qi was startled and looked a bit nervous. Is it about layoffs or pay cuts? It's about overtime. Qin Tianyuan rolled his eyes. Oh, that's good. As long as there are no layoffs or pay cuts, I can work overtime. Yao Qi clenched her little fist and made a cheer gesture. 996,007 are fine. You really are a qualified corporate worker. Look at this indifferent society, pushing a freshly graduated girl to this state. As Zhang Beiguo entered the room, Yin Rong followed him into the office of the cleaning department. You few come with me. The director is looking for you. Qin Tianyuan was stunned. Why is he looking for me again? They had just been in a meeting until dawn. And he had only slept for a few hours. Now he was being dragged back to the office. Qin Tianyuan and the others followed Yin Rong into Shen Weiman's office, and as soon as they entered, they saw two people sitting on the sofa. Shen Weiman had a warm smile on his face, greeting them. Come, let us all get acquainted. These two are new colleagues. This one is Zhao Chao, who will be responsible for our network security maintenance. A medium-height young man with short hair stood up from the sofa, wearing black-rimmed glasses, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Looking somewhat serious, he nodded silently at Qin Tianyuan and shook hands with everyone. This one is Bao Yuan, who will be working with Qin Tianyuan from now on. Qin Tianyuan was a bit surprised. Why was Shen Weiman being so terse regarding Bao Yuan? Bao Yuan appeared somewhat frail, wearing glasses, with a shy smile. Slowly extending his hand, hesitating slightly about whether to shake hands. Qin Tianyuan noticed that his hands were very clean, showing signs of regular care, with long fingers like jade, not resembling a man's hands. Qin Tianyuan's heart tightened, immediately realizing that this person's skills were all in his hands. Welcome, Qin Tianyuan smiled, extending his hand without hesitation, palm flat, reaching straight out. Zhang Bao Yuan, just call me Bao Yuan. Although his face showed a shy expression, his hand confidently reached out to meet Qin Tianyuan's. The moment their fingers touched, they suddenly vibrated a few times like playing the piano, their fingers from index to pinky responding to each other. Qin Tianyuan tried to grab Zhang Bao Yuan's hand, but Zhang Bao Yuan's wrist flicked and evaded, and they quickly separated as if they had been electrocuted. Then, they looked at each other and suddenly laughed, their hands carefully joining together again. Your hand skills are pretty good. Have you practiced? Qin Tianyuan asked with great interest, examining Bao Yuan's hand closely. I practiced for fun when I was young. Bao Yuan tried to pull his hand back, but Qin Tianyuan firmly held on to his pulse point, unable to move. Yao Qi curiously watched the two men's hands touching and caressing, revealing a thoughtful expression, two big men shaking hands so affectionately. Fortunately, Qin Tianyuan and Bao Yuan soon released their hands, interrupting Yao Qi's subsequent train of thought, avoiding the awkward situation of becoming the popular character on a girl's forum. Shen Weiman introduced Qin Tianyuan and the others again, then pointed at Qin Tianyuan and said, I'm handing this person over to you. You need to pay attention and achieve some results. Seeing Shen Weiman's serious expression, Qin Tianyuan's heart tightened, and he nodded in agreement. Okay, you all go out first. Qin Tianyuan, stay behind. I have something to discuss with you. Shen Weiman waved his hand. Qin Tianyuan's heart sank. What is this about? After everyone else left, Shen Weiman sized up Qin Tianyuan for a moment and suddenly said, You're 25 this year, right? I'm 22. Qin Tianyuan replied, somewhat puzzled. Why ask this? I'm referring to your age in lunar years. Shen Weiman said, extending his hand to count, saying that being 22 is actually 23. And then counting by lunar years makes it 24. What calculation method is that? You see, you're not young anymore. You should consider personal matters. Shen Weiman said kindly with a smile, as the director, I need to care about not only your work but also your life. So I'm preparing to arrange a blind date for you. You should tidy yourself up a bit. Don't look so scruffy. Qin Tianyuan was shocked. You have this business too? I never noticed it before. Oh, right. What was the name, Duan something? Oh, Duan Hongyan. Shen Weiman suddenly said. You two shouldn't meet anymore. She is not suitable for you. We're fine. What do you mean by not suitable? Qin Tianyuan protested unhappily. I'm not familiar with her. Director, you can't ruin my reputation. Your reputation doesn't need my help to ruin. You've already squandered it yourself. Shen Weiman looked at Qin Tianyuan seriously. I'm talking to you very seriously now. You need to answer me truthfully. Are you dating Duan Hongyan? Qin Tianyuan immediately stood up, passionately declaring, I would rather die here or jump down from here than have any connection with Duan Hongyan. Chapter 51. A group of clowns. Qin Tianyuan swore passionately for a long time, even saying that if he had any thoughts about Duan Hongyan, he would immediately drop dead, and heaven would strike him with lightning. Since Qin Tianyuan made such a harsh statement, Shen Weiman felt relieved, reminding him to quickly achieve results, and waved him out. When Qin Tianyuan returned to the office, he found one person missing. Zhao Chao had vanished, leaving only Yao Qi, Zhang Beigua, and Bao Yuan still gathered together gossiping. Where did that brother go? Qin Tianyuan asked, somewhat puzzled. He is not from our department, and he doesn't work with us. Zhang Beigua replied quietly. Director, I heard that you had a meeting until morning last night. Did you come up with any new directives? Qin Tianyuan sighed. Summarizing it in one sentence, we'll be working overtime from now on. and reimbursement is guaranteed. You guys take a look at what we're missing and make a list for me. I'll go apply for it." Zhang Beigua frowned. "Is there such a good thing? Did something happen? This kind of treatment is usually only given before a battle." Qin Tianyuan looked at Zhang Beigua in surprise, realizing that this old brother was really perceptive. He then briefly explained the current situation and said with a heavy expression, "Brothers, our good days of slacking off at work are over. We might have to work overtime frequently from now on. I hope everyone can embody the spirit of sacrifice and dedication, not afraid of hardship or fatigue. Of course, I will do my best to fight for overtime pay. The primary task now is the equipment issue. Do you need anything?" Yao Qi looked very nervous, saying, "But I don't even know how to shoot." "You're a civilian staff member. You don't need to go out on duty. Just stay here and provide remote support for me," Qin Tianyuan replied. He turned to Zhang Beigua and Baoyuan. "What about you two?" Zhang Beigua thought for a moment and said, "I need a submachine gun, tear gas, stun grenades, gas masks, and a pulse radar scope." Qin Tianyuan became agitated upon hearing this, glaring at him and saying, "How about I send you a machine gun instead?" "No need. We don't need that kind of firepower in urban combat. A small caliber rifle or shotgun will do." "It would be even better if we could get 2 snipers to support us," Zhang Beigua replied seriously. Seeing Yao Qi, who looked like she was about to cry, Qin Tianyuan quickly comforted her. "Don't panic. We're just going through the motions." Yao Qi, with tears in her eyes, said, "But they told me when I graduated that this was just an ordinary department. They never said we would have to fight. What can I do? I'm also very desperate." Qin Tianyuan sighed. "They told me the same back then. They're a bunch of liars," Yao Qi said with a sad face. "When will we get the guns?" Zhang Beigua urged. I want to make a good meal at noon." Baoyuan nervously fiddled with his fingers. Qin Tianyuan exerted a great deal of effort to calm his lively subordinates and submitted Zhang Beigua's equipment request to Yinrong. When Yinrong received the list, she looked slightly surprised, not because of the heavy firepower equipment Zhang Beigua requested, but because there were many strange items on the list. However, she was just a bit curious about the purpose of these items and did not ask further. After confirming with Qin Tianyuan and the others, she directly signed her name. They took out what was available from the equipment store, and the missing items could only be allocated from outside. After all, the 19th Bureau was not very important, and having a small equipment store was already considered excessive. While Qin Tianyuan and the others were organizing the equipment, Yinrong suddenly called Yao Qi aside, and the two began to whisper to each other while pointing at Qin Tianyuan. Yao Qi looked very surprised at first, then her eyes lit up with gossip, and she nodded in realization. Back in the office, Qin Tianyuan quietly pulled Yao Qi aside, curious to ask, "What were you two talking about just now?" "Brother Qin, you're going on a blind date. Are you happy? Surprised? Shocked?" Yao Qi said with a mischievous smile. "Bah, where did you hear that gossip?" Qin Tianyuan was shocked. How could this news spread so fast? He had just heard Shun Weiman mention it, and now Yao Qi knew. What kind of gossip is this? But speaking of which, Brother Qin, you really are quite the flirt, forgetting about Duan Hongyan so quickly. Yao Qi asked curiously, "What does she look like? Is she pretty?" "It's not about whether she's pretty or not. She's a very special kind." Qin Tianyuan thought for a moment, and then said sincerely, "She is the kind of woman with a special temperament." "Oh, so you like her?" Yao Qi said with a knowing expression. "Nonsense." Qin Tianyuan firmly denied it. "I was just making an objective evaluation. Is that called liking? What about Sister Rong then?" Qin Tianyuan was stunned. "What about her?" Yao Qi looked at Qin Tianyuan with disdain. "How can you deny it so quickly? Didn't you like Sister Rong before?" Qin Tianyuan, looking indignant, said with righteous indignation, "How can you slander someone's reputation out of thin air?" "What reputation? I saw you being rejected by Sister Rong last month. You walked away without saying an awkward word," Yao Qi said. With a dark face, Qin Tianyuan turned and left, thinking how could the young girls nowadays be so gossipy? Zhang Beigua skillfully checked various firearms, disassembling, cleaning, assembling, and loading them like flowing water. The whole process was pleasing to the eye, clearly showing he was an experienced gun enthusiast. "These chemical energy firearms will do, but I say, Chief, when are we going to be issued some kinetic weapons?" Zhang Beigua said while strapping the guns onto himself. "The front lines are already being issued electromagnetic guns, which are really powerful. Anything useful is good enough. Who needs a bicycle?" Qin Tianyuan sighed, feeling that since he couldn't shoot and had only played video games before, giving him a gun was less practical than giving him a knife. He thought about whether to order a multifunctional combination cold weapon, a metal rod that could be long or short, with a pointed tip and a hidden blade. Just thinking about it made him excited. After pondering for a while, Qin Tianyuan felt this idea was feasible and began to think about how to propose the request to Yin Rong to find a place to make it. And I'll get a few throwing knives later. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door, and Xiao Chao appeared at the doorway, expressionless, saying, "The network has been set up. You can now connect to the municipal internal network." Qin Tianyuan was taken aback, "But we don't have permission." "Now you do." Xiao Chao pushed up his glasses. "I've set up the server and installed the firewall for you. You can use your own computers to connect to the internal network through the server. I'll give you the address, and you can log in with your own credentials." Then Xiao Chao explained how to set up the internal network and disconnect from the external network. Qin Tianyuan, somewhat confused, nodded. He was very familiar with these things and could only learn while trying. "Hey, Xiao Ge, do you know hacking techniques?" Qin Tianyuan asked curiously. "No." Xiao Chao replied directly, "My expertise is in network maintenance and server architecture. I don't understand hacking." "Oh, then what programming language do you use?" "That is so outdated." "What era is that from?" "Too old-fashioned," Xiao Chao complained disdainfully. "I'm sorry, I'm not very familiar with this area." "So what do you use?" Qin Tianyuan was genuinely curious. Xiao Chao pushed up his glasses and said proudly. Qin Tianyuan looked at him speechlessly, not knowing how to respond. Chapter 52, The Veteran Driver. This was Qin Tianyuan's first time logging into the internal network. The current website interface was no longer the flat web page style of before. It was in a 3D projection mode, looking very cool and convenient to use. However, for newcomers who had never encountered it, it was extremely unfriendly. Especially for someone like Qin Tianyuan who was used to flat web pages. He stared at the various interfaces around him, feeling bewildered for quite a while. Administrator, Qin Tianyuan. Department, Waste Archive Management Bureau. Permission level, Level 3, Grade C. Welcome to the secure network. Please select a service item. Then, a large array of various contents popped up on the projection interface, dynamic and static, encompassing everything, but unfortunately, it did not include what Qin Tianyuan was looking for. Just as he was in a daze, the projection interface suddenly dimmed, began to shatter one by one, dissipating, and then disappeared completely, leaving the entire projection black. What the hell? Qin Tianyuan was shocked. Did it get infected? He grabbed the communicator and frantically called Xiao Ge. The website suddenly went black. And the machine won't work. Restart it, Xiao Chao replied. What if restarting doesn't work? Qin Tianyuan was taken aback, feeling that this sounded familiar. Reinstall the system. What if that doesn't work? Change the machine. Indeed, he felt he should not have any expectations of these network administrators. It was still the same routine in this era. Qin Tianyuan sighed and decided to use his old method, physical repair, kicking the machine case. The projection screen shook. And then a blank page popped up in front of Qin Tianyuan. Administrator, Qin Tianyuan. Department, 19th Bureau. Permission level, Special Class A. Do you want a query of it? No. 1. The Mobile Task Force number 212006091 has uploaded all the data. Investigators, please download and read the report for reference. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Qin Tianyuan was taken aback. Who are you? I am Su, New Jersey. A neat line of text appeared on the screen. Are you customer service? Qin Tianyuan was somewhat surprised, but then felt something was off. What are you? I am the Intelligent Analysis Program of the National Network Data Analysis and Processing Center. My name is Su, New Jersey. Qin Tianyuan stood up in shock. You are an artificial intelligence? In a certain sense, yes, according to the commonly accepted scientific definition. Wasn't it said that there is no artificial intelligence? Qin Tianyuan was astonished. He had seen those so-called intelligent programs in the 21st century. But he still felt that this Su, New Jersey was different. By popular standards, I can be referred to as a pseudo-artificial intelligence program. Qin Tianyuan sighed. He didn't understand this thing well and had no interest in researching it. Whether it was artificial intelligence or pseudo-artificial intelligence, it was just a program. Please help me retrieve the case file. Please wait a moment. Please note that investigators only have viewing and uploading permissions, with no modification permissions. Data transmission in progress. Transmission complete. As the most important investigation team at this stage, the resource-strapped 19th Bureau still grit their teeth and allocated a vehicle for them to use. But the vehicle was quite old and looked very concerning. Zhang Beigua tested the car's condition and found that, aside from having some difficulty starting, the wheel motor, electromagnetic suspension, electromagnetic levitation bearings, and electromagnetic steering were all fine. It seemed it could still be used. While he was repairing it, Qin Tianyuan walked over with a serious expression. Bagua. Can the car be used? It can be used, but it takes some effort to accelerate. There's a bit of a poor connection. Zhang Bagua wiped the grease off his hands and noticed Qin Tianyuan's strange expression. His eyes suddenly lit up. Is there a mission? Yes. There was a small truck near the murder scene yesterday. It's a cloned vehicle. We need to check it out. Qin Tianyuan sighed. He felt that the work he was doing now was no different from when he was a private detective, just running around looking for people, checking vehicles, and following. Cloned vehicle? Zhang Bagua frowned. That's hard to check. You need certain connections to get information. Do you have connections on the ground? I do have some. Qin Tianyuan stroked his chin, unsure where this guy was locked up. Forget it. I'll go find Feng Shernan and ask. Call Baoyuan. Let's go. Upon hearing they were going out, Zhang Bagua became somewhat excited and directly jumped into the driver's seat. Then, he skillfully turned on the ignition, accelerated with one foot, and off they went. Qin Tianyuan and Baoyuan hadn't even had time to fasten their seatbelts when the car shot out of the underground garage, and both of them nearly flew out. Slow down, Qin Tianyuan shouted. I haven't driven this kind of small car before. Let me enjoy it first. Saying this, Zhang Bagua turned the steering wheel and drifted stylishly around a corner, overtaking several cars along the way. Wait a minute. Qin Tianyuan's face turned pale. Can you drive? Of course. Back in the day when I was in the army, I was a professional driver. Zhang Bagua made another stylish turn. With two cars behind trying to overtake them, hold on tight. Let me show you what a true Akina mountain car god is. Damn, stop the car. Qin Tianyuan and Baoyuan both shouted. Fortunately, the car stopped after passing an intersection. Zhang Bagua finally realized he couldn't run a red light. He pouted. There are just too many traffic lights in the city. I can't speed at all. Before he finished speaking, a traffic police motorcycle stopped beside their car. And then he knocked on the car window. Sir, please show me your driver's license. What? Zhang Bagua fell silent for a long time. Then turned back to Qin Tianyuan and asked, do you need a driver's license to drive this kind of small car? Baoyuan glanced at Zhang Bagua, who was sitting quietly beside him. Zhang Ge, didn't you say you could drive? How come you don't even have a license? When I was driving tanks and armored vehicles, no one ever asked me for a license. Zhang Bagua was somewhat frustrated. Of course, who would dare check your license when you're driving a tank? Qin Tianyuan rolled his eyes. Fortunately, it wasn't a big problem. When they joined the 19th Bureau, everyone would have a full set of documents, including a driver's license. Sure enough, the traffic police quickly found Zhang Bagua's driver's license in the internal network. After verifying it, they lectured him for a long time, advising him to drive properly and not to accelerate and brake suddenly, leaving him feeling dizzy before letting them go. After that, Zhang Bagua drove much more steadily and obediently made it to the police station's entrance. After Qin Tianyuan got out of the car, he headed straight for Feng Shernan's office. As soon as he entered, he saw the white-haired captain making tea, looking leisurely, with no sign of urgency at all. Qin Tianyuan was quite surprised. It seemed as if nothing had happened yesterday. Feng Shernan was also surprised to see Qin Tianyuan. What are you doing here? Where is Shamate? Qin Tianyuan asked directly. I want to see him. Who? Feng Shernan was taken aback. Who is Shamate? Chapter 53. Searching for Clues. Part 1. Feng Shernan's counter-question stumped Qin Tianyuan. He realized he had been unaware of Shamate's real name all this time. He only remembered his colorful hair. It's that guy with hair dyed like a parrot, Qin Tianyuan said while gesturing to his own hair. Oh, it's him. Feng Shernan suddenly understood and remembered Shamate. After all, that guy's style was too memorable. What do you want with him? Qin Tianyuan certainly couldn't tell Feng Shernan the truth, so he pretended to be mysterious and said, it's a secret. Feng Shernan chuckled. With your level 3 permissions, saying it's a secret to me, a level 2? Doesn't that seem ridiculous? You misunderstood. I meant it's a secret within our private detective profession. Unrelated to permission levels, Qin Tianyuan said with a smile. I just want to ask Shamate something. Please make an exception. Aren't you from the archives? Feng Shernan looked suspiciously at Qin Tianyuan. How did you become a private detective again? I have to eat, you know. The pay at the archives is too low. If I don't do some part-time work, how can I survive? Qin Tianyuan put on a distressed expression. Being a private detective only requires finding people and taking a few photos to get paid. It's a great gig. Feng Shernan pretended to be very interested. Is it that easy to make money? How about you take me along? I want to make some money too. Qin Tianyuan's expression stiffened. Uncle Feng, please don't joke with me. My little detective agency can't afford someone of your caliber. Then there's nothing I can do. Feng Shernan put on a serious face. Follow the rules, apply for a meeting, and go through the proper channels. A lawyer must be present. Why do we need a lawyer? We're just ordinary friends meeting up. Qin Tianyuan was anxious. If they followed the procedure, the opportunity would be lost. Why else would he come to find Feng Shernan? Feng Shernan pretended to be troubled for a while, then finally nodded in agreement, but said they could meet for a maximum of 10 minutes. Qin Tianyuan was overjoyed and hurriedly shook Feng Shernan's hand repeatedly to thank him. After all, it didn't cost anything. Afterward, Feng Shernan instructed a young officer to take Qin Tianyuan to see Shamate. Watching Qin Tianyuan's retreating figure, Feng Shernan couldn't help but show a somewhat inscrutable smile. He connected to a communication device. Keep an eye on the meeting process. Make sure to record everything. I want to know what they discuss. Feng Shernan also contacted Luing Xue. Girl, don't say I'm not taking care of you. Today someone is here to see Xia Yin. What? Who is Xia Yin? It's that guy with colorful hair, Shamate. Guess who came to see him? It's Qin Tianyuan. Interesting, right? The rest you can find out for yourself. I want to get involved. After hanging up the communicator, Feng Shernan lazily leaned back in his chair, holding a teacup and humming a tune, seemingly in a good mood. Young people these days, TSK. Qin Tianyuan saw Shamate, but there was a glass wall between them. Shamate's signature colorful hair had also been shaved into a bald head. Looking like a plucked chicken, listless and no longer as arrogant as before. Originally keeping his head down and slowly shuffling into the room. Shamate secretly glanced at the other side and was taken aback. He didn't expect the person coming to see him would be someone he never thought of. Surprised, Shamate? Qin Tianyuan smiled slightly. Shamate immediately became excited, and with a thud, he knelt down, startling Qin Tianyuan, who hadn't even settled into his chair, causing him to jump up. I didn't use any skills. Why are you kneeling as soon as we meet? What's going on? Is it a conditioned reflex? Brother Qin. For the sake of our profession, help a brother out. Shamate started crying, pleading with snot and tears. Brother Qin, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you. Qin Tianyuan displayed a feigned look of pity. If I had known it would come to this, why did I bother in the first place? You should reform yourself well inside and strive to come out early and start anew. Brother Qin, you have to save me. If you don't save me, I can't get out. Shamate's cries grew louder. I save you. Qin Tianyuan expressed a difficult expression. This is a bit hard. I understand. How much do you want? Shamate said eagerly. Once I get out, I will definitely repay your kindness. Let us not talk about repayment for now. I have something to ask you. Qin Tianyuan saw that the act was almost over and went straight to the point. Do you know anyone who deals with fake license plates? Well, I think I might know someone. Shamate, still with tears on his face, began to roll his eyes. Oh, my head can't think of it right now. Qin Tianyuan's expression turned blank as he stood up to leave. Take your time to think. I'll come back when you remember. Hey, Brother Qin, don't go. I remembered. Shamate hurriedly shouted. Qin Tianyuan sat back down, looking at Shamate sideways. Are you messing with me? No, I really just blanked for a moment. Shamate chuckled. You know, those who do this kind of shady business are very sly. They aren't easy to find. If it were easy to find, why would I be here? Just give me a name, and as long as I find the right person, I'll get you out immediately. Qin Tianyuan sneered. If you dare to play tricks on me, you'll rot in here. Are you serious? Upon hearing he might be let out, Shamate immediately became excited, staring intently at Qin Tianyuan with a look of longing in his eyes. If I go back on my word, Qin Tianyuan, will definitely be killed within 3 days. Qin Tianyuan solemnly swore. Seeing that Qin Tianyuan was serious, Shamate thought for a moment and slowly said, there are 3 types of people who deal with fake license plates. One type is those who steal and sell goods. They need modifications, changing the computer system, authentication procedures, factory settings. Although these cars look completely different, they still lack proper documentation and can only use a fake plate. The second type is for those doing dirty work, who are afraid of being caught on surveillance and deliberately use fake license plates. The sources of these cars are varied. Some are stolen cars, some are scrapped cars, and some are modified cars of their own. As for the third type, I've only heard about it. I heard that some big companies also deal with fake license plates. After hearing Shamate's words, Qin Tianyuan was taken aback. He didn't expect there were so many intricacies involved. If I want to do something shady and prepare to get a car, who should I look for? Qin Tianyuan furrowed his brows and asked. You need to go find Fatty Xia outside the city. He has connections. Chapter 54. Searching for Clues. Part 2. Every city has some dilapidated and aging corners, hidden like old scars in places ordinary people cannot see. either covered by high buildings in the urban area or forgotten at the city's edge. The city is like a torch. It looks vibrant, but beneath its brightness lies darkness that cannot be illuminated, especially in bigger cities. The outskirts. The old districts are the dark corners of the city. Relatively speaking, the outskirts are a bit better, near the urban area. There is always some residual warmth from the fire, keeping it from being too cold. Traveling south from the densely built urban area, the distance between buildings gradually widened, and they became lower and older. The scenery in front of them seemed to accelerate through time, from new and prosperous to old and dilapidated. Bright buildings began to fade, with cracked exteriors, peeling walls, and even some that had fallen off, exuding a sense of age from inside to out. The once smooth roads became bumpy. No matter how skilled Zhang Beiguo was at driving, he couldn't make a broken-down car drive smoothly on such roads. The three of them swayed in the car for more than an hour before finally finding their destination after inquiring along the way. After getting out of the car, Baoyuan was a bit unsteady, swaying as he leaned against the car door. After a moment, he vomited everywhere. Zhang Beiguo looked up at the old residential building several stories high. Is this it? Before Qin Tianyuan could speak, Baoyuan, with a somewhat pale face, wiped his mouth and said, I'll go ask around. Wait for me for a few minutes. After a short while, Baoyuan returned, looking much better. He lives on the 12th floor, 1206 in this complex. He rents a place from a local resident, lives alone, but often brings women back. He hasn't been out for the past few days. As they entered the hallway, the lights suddenly dimmed, and a musty smell filled the air. The walls, turned gray-black from smoke, were covered with various graffiti, mostly small ads. Some displays that used to hang were smashed, the lighting was out, and there were no surveillance cameras. Qin Tianyuan and the others looked at the old elevator, exchanging glances. Zhang Beiguo frowned. This thing is probably older than I am. Can it still work? It should work. Qin Tianyuan was also unsure, then looked at the other two. Who is going? Before he could issue an order, Zhang Beiguo said directly, I'll take the stairs. Sighing, Qin Tianyuan looked at the elevator and said to Baoyuan, let us take the elevator. When the two reached the upper floor, Zhang Beiguo was already standing in front of the door. How do we handle this? Are we checking the water meter or bringing warmth? Can you have some technical skill? Qin Tianyuan shot him a disdainful glance, pulled out a silver needle. Watch me perform a technical lockpick. 2 minutes passed, and the door lock remained intact. Let me do it. Baoyuan couldn't stand watching anymore. He took out a small leather pouch from his pocket, pulled out a piece of wire, and opened the door in less than 5 seconds. The atmosphere instantly became awkward, and the three of them fell silent. Zhang Beiguo pushed the door open and rushed in, only to hear a scream from inside, followed by a loud crash as something heavy fell to the ground. Upon entering, Qin Tianyuan saw a fat man lying face down on the ground, with Zhang Beiguo pressing down on his head with one knee while pinning his hands behind his back. The fat man weighed at least 200 pounds, and despite his struggles, Zhang Beiguo was having a hard time holding him down. Baoyuan, get me some rope. This fat guy is a bit unruly. I'll have a good chat with him in a bit. Baoyuan pulled out a plastic zip tie from his pocket and tied the fat man's hands behind him. At this moment, Zhang Beiguo freed one hand, pulled out a gun, and pressed it against the fat man's chubby face. Qin Tianyuan squatted down and said, Don't be impulsive. We are police. Cooperate. And it'll be beneficial for both of us. The fat man immediately stopped moving, his eyes darting around as he shouted, Let me go. What right do you have to arrest me? Baoyuan searched the man and pulled out a wallet. After opening it, he threw it to Qin Tianyuan. Captain, it's him. Qin Tianyuan took it and saw an ID card inside. After comparing it with the photo, he confirmed that the fat man before him was indeed Xiang. Xiang. Stop pretending to be confused. Why do you think we came to find you? Xiang immediately shut his mouth and stopped talking, but he kept sizing them up. Director, let me have a good chat with him. I guarantee I'll make it clear for you. Zhang Beiguo pulled the fat guy up from the ground. Unexpectedly, before Xiang could steady himself, he suddenly rushed out with his head down. Qin Tianyuan, who was prepared, quickly kicked him in the stomach. Xiang's bloated body flew like a cannonball and crashed heavily onto the sofa. Beiguo and Baoyuan remained silent for a long time. Beiguo sighed, next time there's a fight, we can just stand back and shout 666. Qin Tianyuan went up and pulled Xiang up again, pressing him onto the sofa. Xiang, are you calm now? If you're calm, let's have a chat. Xiang's face turned pale, curled up on the sofa and grunted for a long time, not moving or speaking. But his eyes were darting around. Beiguo, it's up to you now. Qin Tianyuan noticed that this fat guy was still not behaving. So he had to resort to some measures. Baoyuan, go to the kitchen and bring me the cooking utensils. Zhang Beigua eagerly took off his jacket and rolled up his sleeves. Qin Tianyuan looked at this older brother in confusion. What are you doing? Setting up a feast? Of course, I came from the cooking class. I thought I should let this brother here know what a bone cutter is. Zhang Beigua took the kitchen knife from the helpless Baoyuan, skillfully twirled it, then looked at Xiang. Brother, I'll first show you some meat carving. Do you want Peppa Pig or a mantis shrimp? Xiang was directly scared silly and opened his mouth to scream. Baoyuan, quick on his feet, pulled out a cloth from his pocket and stuffed it into Xiang's mouth, forcefully stifling the scream. Qin Tianyuan couldn't help but glance at Baoyuan's pocket, wondering if he was a robot cat. How did he have everything in there? While blocking Xiang's mouth, Baoyuan warned, you need to cooperate with our work. It's your duty as a citizen. You know the policy of leniency for those who confess and severity for those who resist. Honestly, confessing is your only way out. If you continue to play tricks and do not cooperate, we will have to take necessary measures against you. Xiang looked at Zhang Beigua, who was staring at him, and the expressionless Qin Tianyuan, and quickly nodded. Baoyuan pulled the cloth out of his mouth and stepped aside. Let me ask you something. You're the one behind the business of fake license plate cars in the city, right? Qin Tianyuan looked at Xiang with a blank expression. I don't know. I don't know anything about fake license plate cars. Xiang immediately shook his head. Qin Tianyuan sighed and looked at Zhang Beigua with a swift motion. The sharp kitchen knife swept across Xiang's scalp, cutting a deep groove through his once thick hair. Oh, I'll talk. Xiang was almost crying. I'm just a middleman. I didn't do anything with the fake license plate cars. I really don't know. You don't know? Qin Tianyuan sneered. People say half of the fake license plate cars in the city are sold by you, Fatty Xia. Why are you pretending to be innocent? I just helped pass a message and find a way for others, earning a little commission. I really didn't sell the fake license plate cars. It was that grandson Dong Desheng who did it. If you want to find someone, go look for him. He has a car modification factory and sells more than 10 cars a day, Xiang explained tearfully. This has nothing to do with me. You must believe me. Police comrades. Isn't it clear that you know quite well? Qin Tianyuan realized this guy was slippery and prepared to continue questioning. Suddenly, he thought of something and subconsciously used his ability to scan. Name, Dong Desheng. Age, 31. Gender, human relationship, hostile. Threat level, low risk. Status, nervous, guilty, constructing a lie. Qin Tianyuan's eyes widened in surprise as he quickly took out the wallet from earlier. Next to the photo of the fat face on the ID card, it clearly stated. Name, Xiang. Chapter 55, Searching for Clues, Part 2. Qin Tianyuan was momentarily stunned and didn't react, still thinking that this guy in front of him was actually Dong Desheng, who had even sold himself out. Baoyuan, noticing the director wasn't speaking, quickly chimed in. You know the name of the person who runs the car modification factory and where it is located, yet you say it has nothing to do with you. It seems you don't want to talk, so let us change places. No need to fuss. This place is fine. Everything is here, Zhang Beigua said, pulling out a wire from somewhere, stripping off the insulation to expose the copper wire, and holding it up in front of Xiang. They say being electrocuted feels like flying. Don't worry, brother. I'll definitely take you to the moon. Before Zhang Beigua could make a move, Qin Tianyuan grabbed him, expressionless as he scrutinized the fat guy in front of him. The fat guy secretly glanced at Qin Tianyuan, quickly lowered his head, not knowing what to think. Qin Tianyuan suddenly shouted, Dong Desheng. In an instant, the entire room fell silent. Xiang, who had originally been looking down, froze and then suddenly raised his head, cold sweat pouring down his face. Seeing Qin Tianyuan's sharp gaze, he hurriedly lowered his head again, feeling guilty. Qin Tianyuan saw this reaction and confirmed his suspicion. Xiang was likely just a cover identity, and his real name was Dong Desheng. Dong Desheng, I didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeve. Qin Tianyuan sneered twice. It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. Forging identities, illegally modifying vehicles, producing fake license plates, participating in the creation of terror incidents. Not to mention anything else. Just your participation in creating a terrorist attack is enough for us to take you out. Dong Desheng glanced at Qin Tianyuan, looking somewhat dispirited, and said quietly, Officer, you can't just say anything. I'm just a car modifier. I haven't participated in any terrorist incidents. You need to talk with evidence. Zhang Beigua raised the wire. You see, we don't need evidence to talk. Director, quit the nonsense. Let me handle this. They say wind power is gentle and thermal power is fierce. This area is all solar power. I haven't given anyone a taste of what solar power feels like. Dong Deshang shivered in fear, instinctively wanting to back away. Have you seen the car with the license plate 580,359? Speak up. Our patience is limited. Qin Tianyuan said with a dark face, matching Zhang Beigua's intimidating actions. I'll give you 5 seconds to think. If you don't say anything, you won't be breathing after today. We'll send you on your way. Baoyuan gently advised from the side. Didn't you say it has nothing to do with you? Then just say it. It's not your doing. No need to take the blame for them. You only took some money to modify a car. There is no need to stake your life on it. The three of them took turns intimidating, causing Dong Deshang's face to turn pale and then green. I'll say, that car isn't one I modified. Wait a minute. Dong Deshang saw Zhang Beigua approaching with the wire and was startled, quickly saying, but I have seen that car. Someone contacted me in the middle of the night last night, asking me to handle the car. When I went to check, it was a brand new closed small truck. This car was either stolen or had committed some major crime. They offered me a high price to clean the car. Basically to change its appearance and do a major repair. I thought it was too risky, so I didn't dare take it and told them to find the old smokers in the old city. I was just earning a referral fee. I didn't do anything. Zhang Beigua sneered. Are you trying to fool us? People like you who take shortcuts have their own ways. The sources of the cars and the buyers are different. You each monopolize your own turf and don't interfere with each other. Even if you introduce customers to the old smokers, they won't take the job, they'd be afraid you'd trick them. Qin Tianyuan glanced at Zhang Beigua. Somewhat surprised, this guy knows a lot. But he quickly focused back on Dong Deshang. It seems you still refuse to tell the truth. Dong Deshang immediately defended. This job doesn't require handling stolen goods. Just needs to spray paint and change the number. The old smokers are best at this. And I'm afraid of causing trouble. I only passed a message. Whether the old smokers do it is their business. Oh, Zhang Beigua looked at him meaningfully. Then it was even more wrong. Changing the license plate with spray paint could be done casually at any repair shop. But the hardest part was tampering with the car's computer system and matching it with the serial number in the municipal network database. This technical work is not something just anyone can do. Dong Deshang was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. His eyes began to flicker. Qin Tianyuan pinched his brow. Sighed, Beigua, I'll leave this person to you. I want to hear a few words of truth from him later. Zhang Beigua nodded calmly, picked up the wire, and prepared to act. At this moment, Baoyuan pulled him. Zhang Ge, I think this is a bit inappropriate. Zhang Beigua glanced sideways at Baoyuan. What's inappropriate? It's too inhumane, Baoyuan whispered. I think we should use some civilized methods. Zhang Beigua immediately put down the wire. Then you show me what civilized methods are. Unexpectedly. In the next scene, Qin Tianyuan and Zhang Beigua were dumbfounded. Baoyuan pulled out a rope, tied Dong Deshang securely, pushed him onto a chair, slapped a towel on his face, then picked up a bucket of water and poured it directly over him. Dong Deshang immediately struggled desperately, kicking his legs wildly. And due to the intense struggle, he flipped over onto the ground. Wagu, help me hold him down. Baoyuan stepped on Dong Deshang's chest while continuously pouring water. This civilized method of yours is really unique, Zhang Beigua said, stepping in to help hold Dong Deshang down. After pouring one bucket, Dong Deshang began to cough violently, his whole body curling up, muscles spasming and trembling. Baoyuan removed the soaked towel, placed another one on him, and continued pouring water. This went on repeatedly, and it took Baoyuan 3 large buckets of water to stop. By this time, Dong Deshang was unable to struggle anymore, his face covered in tears and snot. Like a person about to drown, coughing heavily while gasping for air. It should be about enough. Baoyuan looked at Dong Deshang's condition, nodded, and said to Qin Tianyuan, Section Chief, you can ask now. If it doesn't work, I'll give him another round. Qin Tianyuan estimated it was about enough. If he continued, it might lead to death. Do you have anything to say this time? Cough. The car was done by me, and it's still in my shop. Dong Deshang finally caught his breath after a long time, coughing as he spoke. After I took the job last night, I modified the computer system to prevent being located. Worked all night, but other things are not finished. Who delivered the car? How many people? What did they look like? Qin Tianyuan asked sternly. Did they tell you when they would come to pick up the car? And how was the payment made? Show me the transfer records. We don't do that transfer stuff. It's too easy to get caught. We only accept valuable metals directly. Dong Deshang took a breath. There were 3 people in total. I know the driver. But the other 2 covered their faces with masks and wouldn't take them off, so I couldn't see clearly. Were they foreigners? From their accents, they are all locals. There are no foreigners. I don't take foreign jobs either. Dong Desheng shook his head in denial. Qin Tianyuan frowned. None of those three looked like the hat-wearing killer he had seen, feeling a bit disappointed inside. Where are they? Do you know where they went? Those three haven't left. They're still squatting in my shop. Dong Desheng glanced at Qin Tianyuan's bad expression and hurriedly said, I guess those three are sleeping now. If you go over, you can catch them red-handed. Chapter 56, Fierce Battle, Part 1. Qin Tianyuan feared that the longer they waited, the more problems would arise. So he didn't dare to delay any further. He instructed Biyuan to pack things up and directly escorted Dong Desheng outside. To be cautious. Zhang Beiguo went downstairs first to check around, and after confirming there were no abnormalities, he started the car and waited for everyone to get in. When Dong Desheng came down, he was still restless, his eyes darting around, not knowing what he was thinking. Qin Tianyuan noticed that this fat man was quite slippery and secretly guarded against him, fearing he might cause trouble. Sure enough, as soon as they exited the elevator, Dong Desheng suddenly lunged forward, crashing into Baiyuan. In the narrow hallway, Baiyuan was caught off guard and was knocked aside by the almost 200-pound fat man. Seeing an opportunity, Dong Desheng started to run. Qin Tianyuan was quick to react, lunging out in 2 steps, kicking Dong Desheng's knee, and with a push, sent the meatball rolling on the ground. Dong Desheng fell down, dazed, unable to get up for a while. Qin Tianyuan approached and dislocated his 2 shoulder joints and jaw to prevent him from running away. Baiyuan struggled to pull Dong Desheng up. Noticing that the fat man was sweating profusely from the pain and realized he was temporarily subdued, he then looked at Qin Tianyuan, curiously asking, You're using the bone dislocation technique, right? I haven't seen it in years. Seeing Baiyuan's accent come out, Qin Tianyuan smiled and patted him. Not many practice this stuff anymore. Where have you seen it? Before the two could finish their conversation, Qin Tianyuan suddenly felt a chill on his back and turned sharply to look, catching a glimpse of a shadow flash past a window in the residential building behind them. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if nothing was there. It felt like just an illusion. Qin Tianyuan looked at the dilapidated, pitch-black windows and had a sense of unease, as if pairs of eyes were staring at him from behind those windows. It was as if the mouths of monsters were ready to pounce and devour him at any moment. Let's go. This place isn't safe to linger. Qin Tianyuan hurriedly pushed Dong Desheng, assisting Zhang Beiguo in shoving the fat man into the car. Then the three quickly jumped into the vehicle. Qin Tianyuan opened the communicator and immediately sent a message to Shen Weiman, explaining the situation and asking what to do next. It's too dangerous to go to the modification factory. Shen Weiman quickly replied, The mobile task force is already on the way. They are responsible for supporting your investigation team, and they will handle the arrests at the modification factory. You just need to bring the person back. Qin Tianyuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was good not to have to do it himself. Otherwise, with just the 3 of them going to the modification factory to catch people, they really wouldn't know how to write the word death. Beiguo, let's head back directly. What about the modification factory? Zhang Beiguo asked. That's someone else's job. We just need to be responsible for bringing this fat man back. Qin Tianyuan glanced at the tightly tied fat man in the back seat and hurriedly said, Let's go. I have a feeling something isn't right here. Just after leaving the community, Zhang Beiguo suddenly made a sharp turn and drove into another road. Section Chief. There are 2 cars following us. Zhang Beiguo calmly glanced at the rearview mirror and said, Oh, it really is true that you fear what comes. Qin Tianyuan frowned. Beiguo. Can we shake them off? Zhang Beiguo didn't reply, directly turning the steering wheel, and the car skillfully drifted into a narrow alley. Although they couldn't see the cars following them for the moment, that sense of crisis still lingered in Qin Tianyuan's heart. He turned back to look at Dong Desheng and noticed a glint of joy in the fat man's eyes. Biyuan. Take care of the fat man and ask him who those guests behind us are, Qin Tianyuan said sternly. Baiyuan grabbed Dong Desheng at the dislocated joint, applying slight pressure, causing Dong Desheng to scream like a pig being slaughtered. Baiyuan quickly covered his mouth and kept going. Dong Desheng was sweating from the pain, his eyes wide open, desperately banging his head against the seat. Baiyuan figured it was enough, removed the cloth covering his mouth, and gently asked, Are those behind you all your friends? Dong Desheng looked fearfully at Baiyuan, nodded. They're my boss's people. Who is your boss? Qin Tianyuan asked with a grim face. My boss is the suburban king, Boss Qian. The modification factory is his. I'm just a lackey under him. Dong Desheng said with a mournful face, You can't take me away. My boss won't let you. Qin Tianyuan silently stared at the dark alley around them, not saying a word. How about this? Let me go. and we can be friends. I guarantee you will be safe. Dong Dushang's eyes turned, revealing an ugly smile. If you have anything in the future, just come to me. And I will definitely take care of it for you. There's no benefit in holding on to me like this. I've said everything that needs to be said. So why make it so ugly? As the car just emerged from the alley, a black vehicle followed closely behind, not letting up. The atmosphere inside the car became tense. Bao Yuan, feeling nervous, pulled out his gun and glanced around, noticing another vehicle nearby. Qin Tianyuan turned his head and saw a black car speeding up next to them. The window rolled down quickly, followed by the appearance of a dark gun barrel. Bao Yuan immediately raised his submachine gun and fired a burst through the partially opened window, causing the two to hurriedly dodge to the side. Qin Tianyuan also opened the window next to him, glancing at the two vans that were getting closer and closer behind them. He shouted to Zhang Beigua, "Let's go to a less populated area. There are residential areas here. And it's too easy to hurt someone. This broken car." Zhang Beigua slammed the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The second-hand electric car struggling to speed up. "Take this road, head north, and go to the suburbs." Qin Tianyuan glanced at the map and pointed to the navigation. As soon as the car turned onto the road Qin Tianyuan indicated, two black cars suddenly shot out from the side, heading straight for their second-hand vehicle. "Damn it." Zhang Beigua slammed the brakes and jerked the steering wheel, drifting to avoid them. The three of them were still shaken when a small truck crashed into them from behind. The three of them jolted violently in the car, the intense impact causing the airbags to deploy and pin them down. The truck didn't stop, continuously pushing against their car towards the guardrail. With a loud bang, the already damaged second-hand car was crushed under the pressure of the guardrail and the truck, deforming completely. The guardrail was smashed, and the battered car rolled into the ditch by the roadside, upside down. Qin Tianyuan felt the world spinning around him, the continuous rolling giving him waves of dizziness, making him feel nauseous. Then, with a jolt, it felt like his organs were about to be shaken out. At that moment, everything went dark in front of him, and the strange text reappeared. Malicious harm detected, energy gathering, shock damage, energy 500, soft tissue contusion, energy 300, bleeding damage. Energy 100, distance to next upgrade. 12001963, please continue to work hard. Qin Tianyuan felt 1,000 alpacas racing through his mind. This broken system only reminded him to keep working hard at a critical moment. "Effort, you bastard. You don't even give me a warning function. Just let me die next time." Warning plugin detected damaged, energy insufficient, unable to repair. Qin Tianyuan felt a warm liquid flowing down from his head, dripping onto the airbag in front of him. He glanced and saw it was his own blood, not cold sweat. The airbag pinned him down, and at that moment, he heard the sound of sudden braking, and more than one vehicle clearly arrived after them. He couldn't just sit and wait to die, gritting his teeth. Qin Tianyuan desperately moved his hand, trying to reach into his pocket for the steel chopsticks. Several car doors opened, and the heavy sound of boots hitting the ground became dense, with people jumping out of the cars. Just as Qin Tianyuan barely touched one end of the steel chopsticks, he gritted his teeth and tried hard to reach in to pull out the dagger. The crisp sound of a gun being chambered came through. "Hurry." Qin Tianyuan anxiously gripped his body with one hand while finally managing to grasp the dagger with the other, pulling it out quickly and stabbing it fiercely into the airbag. The sound of the airbag bursting was like heavenly music. Qin Tianyuan quickly turned and stabbed the airbag in front of Zhang Beigua. Zhang Beigua, strapped to the driver's seat by his seatbelt, remained motionless, blood covering his face. "Beigua," Qin Tianyuan shouted, but Beigua still didn't respond. "Yuan." The Bao Yuan sitting in the back was also silent. Qin Tianyuan's heart sank. Chapter 57. Fierce Battle, Part 2. I have something today. Sorry for the late update. The broken road on the outskirts of the city was full of potholes. Last night's heavy rain filled the already difficult-to-navigate surface with puddles. A small truck, commonly seen nearby, sped by, its once gray and old body appearing somewhat dark, covered with various advertisements, from miraculous remedies to recycling old appliances. The small truck skillfully darted from the main road into an alley, not slowing down even when encountering puddles, splattering mud and water on pedestrians by the roadside, drawing countless curses. The truck driver remained unfazed, driving quickly. Qin Yufeng sat in the passenger seat, wearing a smart helmet, rapidly browsing the flat images of the suburban area, drawing and marking various points with his hands. The suburban area had always been on the edge, with backward infrastructure, and it was also a region neglected by city management. Here, various illegal constructions were rampant, making the original map lose its effectiveness. The map in Qin Yufeng's hand was a real-time image taken by a rotary helicopter equipped with professional equipment, relying solely on this rudimentary intelligence and information. Qin Yufeng meticulously conducted tactical simulations on the map. At this moment, black cars whizzed by outside, filled with people of various shapes, all waving weapons and shouting. Looking extremely arrogant. Following closely was a second-hand car that darted out from the alley and directly turned onto the main road, pursued by a string of vehicles behind, with people in them occasionally firing shots. "Commander, it's the investigator team." Someone in the back seat of the small truck suddenly looked in surprise at the departing group of cars. "They're in danger. Should we provide support?" Qin Yufeng, not lifting his head, said sternly, "Our mission is to capture people, not to support the investigators. All squads, report your positions." Qin Yufeng activated the communicator, his expression exceptionally serious. "Red team in position. Blue team in position. Green team in position. Heavy support team in position. Technical support team in position." Qin Yufeng glanced at the time, pursed his lips in thought, and suddenly said, "Blue team, turn around and find the investigator group. Rescue them. Yellow team, take their place." Blue team understands. After issuing this command, Qin Yufeng looked at the map again, frowning. "Technical support team, how many drones did you bring? Deploy all of them and scan the situation in the surrounding 2 blocks as much as possible. Don't give me estimated losses. I want battlefield visibility." "Xuanji," a gentle female voice sounded. "Help me process the transmitted images and create a 3-dimensional scene model, and do an attack simulation for me." Qin Yufeng's tone softened a bit. Then he added, "Thank you. Happy to serve you, my commander." By the side of the old street, the door of a small truck slowly opened, and small drones swarmed out, silently darting into the surrounding alleys. "Other teams, listen to my orders. This operation is a standard capture operation. The targets may be mutated humans with extremely strong close combat abilities, posing considerable danger. We must take them down from a distance." Qin Yufeng's tone returned to seriousness. "The surrounding terrain is complex, and the sniper team does not have good visibility and cannot provide effective support. Each squad can use explosives to clear obstacles and open attack routes during the assault. Phantom Squad, test your equipment. You will lead the attack shortly. Everyone pay attention. There are a large number of armed gang members here. The environment is complex, and actions must be clean. If you encounter obstacles, kill without mercy." In the roadside weeds, the battered second-hand car lay overturned, with the sound of sudden braking around it, as the pursuing vehicles came to a stop one by one, with armed gang members jumping down from the cars, slowly gathering towards this location. Qin Tianyuan's eyes turned red as he suddenly yanked at the seatbelt, only to find that the buckle connection had already deformed and couldn't be undone. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, slowly closing in from all around and getting louder. At that moment, Zhang Beigua, his face covered in blood, suddenly opened his eyes and drew a handgun. The first shot hit the buckle of Qin Tianyuan's seatbelt, causing him to fall from his fixed position. The second shot struck the already cracked windshield. Qin Tianyuan turned his body with his head down and kicked the windshield open. The third shot was fired through the car window, hitting the forehead of the person at the front. The fourth, fifth, and sixth shots followed in quick succession, within 5 seconds. Zhang Beigua fired 8 shots. The first shot freed Qin Tianyuan. The second shot opened an escape route, and the remaining 6 shots hit their targets perfectly, leaving a scene of carnage around the abandoned Volkswagen. Qin Tianyuan crawled out of the vehicle, raising his submachine gun and sweeping the area with a burst of fire. At that moment, he was shocked to discover that the people who were supposed to approach were now frantically searching for cover. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Tianyuan used the front of the car as cover and continued to fire, providing cover for Zhang Beigua to crawl out of the vehicle. "Let me take over." Zhang Beigua wiped the blood from his face and fired a precise shot, taking down a nearby assassin who had just poked his head out. Qin Tianyuan dropped his gun and crawled to the rear door, shouting for Baoyuan. After calling out several times with no response, Qin Tianyuan anxiously tugged at the deformed rear door but found it impossible to pull open. He had no choice but to crawl through the window, shaking Baoyuan vigorously until he slowly opened his eyes. Qin Tianyuan dragged Baoyuan out of the car and quickly checked him over, relieved to find he wasn't seriously injured, just unconscious from the earlier impact. At the same time, Dong Deshang was slumped motionless in the back seat. Qin Tianyuan reached out to check and found that he was merely unconscious, but he couldn't afford to worry about the fat man now. He hurriedly crawled out to join Zhang Beigua. There are only a few left on the opposite side. "Should we leave any alive?" Zhang Beigua asked, calm and steady with his gun in hand, his aim remarkably accurate. hitting heads when they showed and feet when they exposed them. In no time, very few of the opposition were still standing. Qin Tianyuan scanned the area and found it particularly strange. More than half of the gang members who had come along were dead. Yet the remaining ones did not seem to lose their composure, still hiding and continuously shooting at them. This was not typical behavior for disorganized gang members. They were usually a scattered bunch that relied on momentum and would run away faster than rabbits when the tide turned. But today, these people not only stood their ground but dared to engage in a shootout with Zhang Beigua, displaying a rare fearlessness. "We can't waste time. We need to move quickly," Qin Tianyuan shouted. Just as he finished speaking, several round objects were suddenly thrown from the opposite side, rolling through the air and landing near the Volkswagen. Grenades. Qin Tianyuan's expression changed, and he pulled Zhang to roll into the ditch. Boom. Several loud explosions rang out, and shrapnel flew past the three of them as the battered second-hand car was blown to pieces. "Chief, next time we come out, let's use an armored vehicle," Zhang Beig was said with a grim expression, looking at the already ruined car. "I'd have no objections if you brought a tank," Qin Tianyuan replied. "Not in a much better state." After a moment of silence, they noticed there was no other movement and peered out to see that the remaining people had already fled far away. Seeing this, both were somewhat astonished. Then Qin Tianyuan understood why. A white smoke trail cut through the air, twisting and turning as it approached them. "Look out!" Zhang Beig was shouted. Chapter 58. Fierce Battle, Part 2. Thanks to Lu Guo for the 100,000 points reward and to Hudo for the 100 points reward. Qin Yufeng glanced at the time, and as the numbers changed, his expression gradually turned cold. The communication channel was silent, with only the sound of breathing clearly audible. "All units prepare," Qin Yufeng issued the command without expression, instantly igniting chatter across various squads and teams in the channels. Subordinate commanders relayed commands one after another, while in the background, the sounds of electrical equipment powering on. Metal clashing, firearms being loaded, and military boots marching mixed together, exuding a hint of murderous intent. A closed container truck by the roadside stood out as unusually silent amidst the noisy backdrop, its interior pitch black, with no light penetrating. After several seconds, the entire cabin slowly illuminated, transitioning from dimness to brightness, with even shadows disappearing. Dozens of individuals stood in neat rows inside the one silent cabin. All wore matching black tight-fitting combat suits, their heads covered by full-face masks. The fabric of their suits had a peculiar surface that reflected the white light in rainbow-like hues. One person stood at the front, facing the line, and spoke in a muffled voice. "Check equipment. Test pulse goggles." The others remained silent, but began to methodically check their firearms and daggers, subsequently pulling down the special goggles from their foreheads. Once the inspections were complete, those ready immediately raised their fists to signal their preparedness. When everyone had their fists up, the leader turned around, facing the rear door of the cabin. "Activate optical camouflage." With the sound of electrical currents, the light around all the individuals began to distort, gradually becoming transparent. Moments later, the cabin appeared empty, as if the dozens of people had collectively vanished. Qin Yufeng watched as the green lights indicating the status of each squad lit up one by one, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a glint of sharpness. He stood tall, stretching his arms, his joints cracking loudly. This seemingly casual movement made Qin Yufeng resemble a fierce tiger stretching before descending the mountain to hunt, exuding an overwhelming aura of killing intent. "Xuanji, I'm here." A gentle female voice rang in Qin Yufeng's ear. "Prepare the assault-type battle armor for me." Qin Yufeng opened the truck door and jumped out, turning toward the rear compartment. "At your service, my commander." A person poked their head out from inside, looking somewhat surprised at Qin Yufeng. "Commander, are you going personally?" "Luin, take over my command." "I will be the first assault operator for this operation," Qin Yufeng replied. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden explosion erupted from the east, and he turned to see flames shooting up into the sky, painting the scene in blood. The surrounding team members looked at Qin Yufeng in shock. "Commander, it's from the investigation team." Qin Yufeng turned his head, his face calm as he said softly, "Proceed as planned." As the object streaked across the sky, Qin Tianyuan felt a chill in his heart. He hadn't expected those gang members to possess such firepower. Is this what the mixed bag of the suburbs is like? Truly chaotic, he thought briefly. At that moment, everything around him began to slow down in his eyes, the white smoke trailing the object descending slowly. Qin Tianyuan turned to look at Zhang Beigua, who was staring up at the smoke trail with wide eyes filled with fear. Bao Yuan leaned against the car, eyes tightly shut and motionless, while the fat man was half inside the vehicle. In that instant, Qin Tianyuan's heart tightened as he scanned the surroundings. The roadside grassland offered no cover, with only their battered second-hand car serving as a potential shield. In a hurry, he couldn't find a suitable hiding place nearby. Further away, about 8 or 9 meters, there was a drainage ditch, less than a meter deep and half a meter wide, which would serve as an excellent cover. Qin Tianyuan didn't have time to think much, and he pulled the unconscious Dong Desheng out forcefully. He took a stance, crouched down, grabbed the collar of the hefty man, exhaled, and lifted the nearly 200-pound Dong Desheng up. Firmly planting his feet, he suddenly exerted force with his waist, swung his arms, and shouted, "Go!" Dong Desheng was thrown several meters away by Qin Tianyuan and landed precisely in the drainage ditch. Qin Tianyuan turned to Zhang Beiguo, grabbed his belt, and said in a deep voice, "Don't move." Before Zhang Beiguo could react, he felt himself flying through the air like a cloud, landing directly in the drainage ditch. He was startled, biting his teeth tightly, prepared to brace for the impact upon landing. However, he unexpectedly landed on something soft. The anticipated pain didn't come. To his surprise, he found himself sitting on Dong Desheng, who had become a makeshift cushion. "Get out of the way!" Qin Tianyuan shouted again. Zhang Beiguo saw a dark shadow flying toward him and quickly rolled aside, only to realize that it was Baoyuan being thrown over, landing once again on Dong Desheng. This whole process took less than 2 seconds. Qin Tianyuan pushed off the ground with force, propelling himself 2 or 3 meters away. As he landed, he lightly tapped his left foot on the ground, and his body shot out even faster and further, eventually making several leaps to get out of the drainage ditch. The series of actions from Qin Tianyuan was so quick that the pursuers didn't have time to react. It was only when Qin Tianyuan was already out that he remembered to shoot and block them. A series of bullets only chased after Qin Tianyuan's figure, kicking up clouds of dust behind him. Everyone watching was dumbfounded, especially at the incredible jumping ability that propelled him several meters away, as fast as lightning. Just as Qin Tianyuan landed, a wave of air rushed from behind and pushed him, causing him to stumble and fall into the drainage ditch, looking somewhat disheveled. Looking back, he saw that their dilapidated vehicle had exploded into a fireball, rising into the air as a miniature mushroom cloud, coloring the sky red, while the shockwave from the explosion forced Qin Tianyuan and the others down into the ditch. When Qin Tianyuan looked up again, he was momentarily stunned by the still visible mushroom cloud not far away. How could a group of petty criminals from the outskirts have such firepower? Zhang Beiguo wiped the blood streaming down his forehead and lay in the drainage ditch, firing a series of short bursts to suppress those attempting to shoot back. At this moment, several pickup trucks sped down the road, each carrying 3 or 4 people in the back. Before the vehicles even came to a stop, they jumped down and scattered around, encircling the area. Qin Tianyuan's face turned pale as he glanced at the still unconscious Baoyuan and then at the bloody Zhang Beiguo, feeling a sense of despair for the first time. What to do? Zhang Beiguo suddenly turned to Qin Tianyuan and said sternly, "You go." Qin Tianyuan looked at Zhang Beiguo and then at Baoyuan, silently trying to help Baoyuan up, but was unexpectedly pulled back by Zhang Beiguo. He turned around in surprise to see Zhang Beiguo's face like iron as he gritted his teeth and said, "He's a burden now. You won't get far carrying him." "What about you?" Qin Tianyuan looked at Zhang Beiguo in shock. "Hand me the grenades." Zhang Beiguo directly pulled out the 2 remaining grenades from Qin Tianyuan's pocket, gripping them tightly in his hand. He turned to Baoyuan and revealed a somewhat eerie smile. "Baoyuan, don't be afraid. Today, your brother will accompany you on this journey." Qin Tianyuan's eyes turned red instantly. Chapter 59. Always the last to arrive. I posted only 1 chapter yesterday and the day before due to health reasons, and I feel really sorry for the readers. I decided to make up for it with 3 chapters these 2 days. Qin Tianyuan felt a surge of blood rushing to his head as he looked at the densely packed figures in the distance. His eyes filled with murderous intent. He had never been this angry before, nor had he felt this helpless. A voice inside him was screaming madly. He needed power. Power to break the crisis. Power to make himself stronger. Power to shatter all dangers. Since crossing over, he had relied on his fighting skills to turn dangers into safety, which made him somewhat proud and gradually foster a sense of arrogance. He even felt that all the heroes in the world were nothing compared to him. Whether they were trained assassins or modified beings, he was not targeting anyone. You all were just trash. But now, Qin Tianyuan had been ruthlessly beaten down by this cruel society. A person's strength was ultimately limited, especially in the face of firearms. The times have changed. No, the times haven't changed. Although fists and kicks were useless now, he still had the system. Qin Tianyuan gritted his teeth, snatched the grenades from Zhang Beigua's hands, and asked, "How many bullets do we have left?" "A lot, but they are useless," Zhang Beigua said with a bitter smile, pointing into the distance. The people who jumped off the pickup trucks were quickly setting up bulletproof shields, forming a dense line as they advanced with the shields raised. The wide shields completely covered the people behind them, making them look like a moving wall of steel, with shadows of people lurking behind it. Qin Tianyuan's expression darkened as he pulled the pin on a grenade. "You watch. Muscle Master, skill activated." A person holding a shield suddenly felt weak in the legs and collapsed to the ground, dropping the heavy shield that took him down with him. Qin Tianyuan swung his arm, and the grenade flew through the gap into the crowd. Boom! A burst of flames erupted, and countless steel balls and shrapnel from the grenade swept through a radius of several meters like a storm, instantly turning the densely packed crowd into a bloody mess. And the previously impenetrable wall crumbled in an instant. Those further away who were not affected or lightly injured hurriedly scattered, trying to find cover. Zhang Beigua would not let this opportunity slip by. He drew 2 handguns, raising them to fire in both directions. Zhang Beigua shot extremely quickly, the gunfire ringing out in a series, the semi-automatic pistol giving off the momentum of a fully automatic one. What was even more terrifying was that, in this situation, every shot hit its mark. Each gunshot sent blood splattering, and with rapid-fire shots, every bullet found its target, aiming at vital areas like the chest and neck. Within 3 to 4 seconds, there was no one left standing in Zhang Beigua's line of sight. Good shooting. Qin Tianyuan stared in awe as half of the newly arrived reinforcements fell, aside from the few Zhang Beigua had taken down with his grenade. Good grenade. Zhang Beigua replied expressionlessly, shaking off the empty magazine and quickly loading a new one. Squad leader, take this chance to leave. They won't have time to focus on you. Qin Tianyuan pursed his lips, fell silent for a moment, and gritted his teeth. If we're leaving, we leave together. Don't be stupid. They'll send another wave with heavy firepower. None of us will get out of here. Zhang Beigua spat angrily. Why are you acting like a woman, hesitating like this? I don't want to die with you. Qin Tianyuan ignored Zhang Beigua's words and kept his eyes fixed on the movements across from them. It seemed that the other side had realized that these few people were too troublesome, so they shrank back and took no further action. But there were still some shadows moving in the distance, seemingly redeploying personnel. Qin Tianyuan and the others lay in the drainage ditch by the roadside, where the roadbed was relatively high and the terrain on both sides was low. The steep slope of the drainage ditch adjacent to the road formed a reverse incline. Facing such cover, the enemy's firepower suppression was completely ineffective, and they only carried submachine guns and assault rifles, which lacked sufficient firepower. Moreover, with a sharpshooter like Zhang Beigua present, the enemy did not dare to show their heads. There were also those who considered flanking from the sides. But the areas on both sides of the road were open fields with no cover, making anyone who crossed over an easy target. After Zhang Beigua took down 3 or 4 people, the enemy quickly abandoned that attempt. Thus, a strange standoff formed between the two sides, with neither daring to move. Chief, it's still time to follow the drainage ditch. Zhang Beigua sighed, his eyes fixed on the opposite side, knowing that soon it would be impossible to escape. Can you stop bothering me? Qin Tianyuan said impatiently. After observing for a while, he sensed something was off. The other side seemed a bit flustered, and some were running backward. In the distance, there were faint sounds, but it was too far to hear clearly. What is that sound? Qin Tianyuan furrowed his brows, straining to listen, and could only hear some crisp metallic clashing and a sharp whistling sound cutting through the air. After listening, Zhang Beigua's expression changed immediately. That's the sound of an electromagnetic rifle. It's the special forces. Before he could finish, a fireball erupted in the distance, followed by a series of dense explosions. It was like disturbing a hornet's nest, and the gang members who had been hiding nearby panicked and scattered, fleeing towards the residential area. The smarter ones directly discarded their guns and hurried into the alleys, while some attempted to escape by car. However, before the vehicle could get far, a missile fell from the sky, turning the car into a fireball. In just a few seconds, those who had been flaunting their power and surrounding Qin Tianyuan had scattered in all directions. The roar of engines cut through the air as 2 rotor helicopters charged in, their mounted machine guns spitting fire, unleashing a hail of bullets into the cluster of vehicles. Damn it, don't shoot the cars. I still need to use them. Qin Tianyuan lamented, slapping his thigh as he watched the armed helicopters turn rows of cars into a beehive. After wreaking havoc on the vehicles, the helicopters turned and chased after the fleeing crowd, leaving Qin Tianyuan behind, cursing and jumping in place. A painful groan came from behind Qin Tianyuan. Turning around, he saw Bao Yuan staring blankly with dazed eyes. These useless guys are running pretty fast. Zhang Beigua breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground and glancing at the still-dazed Baoyuan. Baoyuan, what's wrong with you? Probably a concussion, Qin Tianyuan said as he scrambled to his feet, carefully running onto the road, searching for any abandoned vehicles and pickups. Chief, don't bother. That car is beyond saving, Zhang Beigua curiously asked. I'm not saving it. I'm saving you. Qin Tianyuan rummaged through a vehicle and found a first aid kit, approaching Zhang Beigua to take out bandages, hemostatic spray, tweezers, and a sewing needle to get to work. During the crash, Zhang Beigua had sustained a cut on his head, which was still oozing blood, making his face look quite terrifying. Qin Tianyuan skillfully cleaned the wound, stitched it up, and bandaged Zhang Beigua's head, which looked somewhat comical. Chief, your skills are better than our unit's medics, Zhang Beigua remarked. It's just practice, Qin Tianyuan replied nonchalantly, appearing calm and unruffled. This act is worth full marks. Zhang Beigua gave a thumbs up, while the still half-conscious Baoyuan cheered 666 and laughed foolishly. Stop sitting around. Let's hurry up. If they come back to kill us, none of us will escape, Qin Tianyuan said irritably, giving each of them a slap. Zhang Beigua picked up Baoyuan and followed Qin Tianyuan, stepping carefully. The three of them ran straight out along the ditch. At that moment, the sound of police sirens echoed from the road, growing closer. Qin Tianyuan looked up to see black and blue police cars forming a long line, rushing towards them. Sigh, as expected, they're the last to arrive, Qin Tianyuan sighed, decisively discarding his weapon, walking to the roadside, and kneeling with his hands on his head. Soon, fully armed special police rushed over, pinning Qin Tianyuan to the ground and searching him thoroughly before cuffing his hands. A police car slowly stopped next to Qin Tianyuan, and after the door opened, a familiar woman leisurely stepped out. Qin Tianyuan helplessly closed his eyes. Indeed, it's true that enemies meet. Lu Yingshua's expression was icy as she scrutinized Qin Tianyuan, sneering, wow, it's quite lively today. Look who it is. Chapter 60, An Inconspicuous Small Department, Part 1. Thanks to Jian Bian for the process, Iron Blood Flag Captain. And suddenly another summer for the 100 points reward. Thanks to Ni Jiushi Shabai for the 11,000 points reward. Within the chaotic buildings, countless maze-like small paths and dark alleys were hidden, some overgrown with weeds, others piled high with garbage, seldom frequented. Even the locals rarely used these secret passages, as if afraid of getting lost within. But sometimes, these small paths and alleys became emergency exits. In the narrow, dim alley, a small thug dressed in tattered clothes and sporting a mohawk was desperately running. The garbage and debris in the alley occasionally tripped him up. The thug paid no attention to this, stumbling through the alley until he finally squeezed into a dilapidated courtyard. Contrary to its shabby exterior, the courtyard was bustling with activity. Various high-end electric vehicles filled the tall factory, and mechanical arms swiftly waved, repainting the vehicles. The thug ran breathlessly to the side of a bald, muscular man and shouted before he could steady himself, "Brother Chang, it's bad." Dong Fatty was taken by the cops. The bald man glared at the Mohawk thug and slapped him. "What the hell are you shouting about? Are you cursing us?" The thug, dazed from the slap, felt stars in his eyes, and one side of his face swelled up. However, he didn't dare to cry out in pain, only gasping for breath on the side. The bald man glared at the thug again. "Speak. What's happening outside? Are you mute?" The fleeing people chased them out, and they brought a lot of weapons. The thug said while covering his face, gesturing with his hands, "They have long guns and rocket launchers." The bald man rubbed his bald head, frowning as he muttered, "Dong Fatty got caught. Why are these fleeing people more invested than we are? Hey, this is interesting, very interesting." The thug cautiously looked around and leaned in closer, whispering, "Brother Chong, I think something's off with these fleeing people. They're secretly occupying our turf, and I don't know what they're up to." The bald man rolled his eyes but feigned indifference. "Who cares what they're doing? As long as they pay enough, I couldn't care less." "No, Brother Chang," the thug said mysteriously, glancing around. "Look at these fleeing people. They all have weapons and said they want to borrow our machine tools. But they won't let us get close. I secretly watched them yesterday. Out of our 6 lines, they only opened one." The bald man squinted at the thug. "Are you saying they're borrowing our places just to cover?" "Exactly. Last night, I saw them carry something that looked like a metal coffin off the truck. It was really ominous, and it scared me to death," the thug said with a worried face. "I've been timid since I was a kid." The bald man slapped the Mohawk thug on the head, cursing softly, "Say something useful. Who the hell cares if you're timid or not? What metal coffin?" "I didn't see clearly. It was just a long metal box that looked like it contained a person. It looked like a coffin. And I was too scared to look again, the thug said hurriedly, covering his head in fear. Just as the bald man was about to say something, a thunderous roar erupted from afar. Turning to look, he saw a mushroom cloud slowly rising in the sky. Upon seeing this, the people around were suddenly stunned by the sight. The bald man reacted the fastest, shouting, "Quick, pack up. We can't stay here." Before he could finish, several people standing at a distance suddenly collapsed to the ground, without any sound or warning. The bald man was momentarily stunned, suddenly feeling the light in front of him seem to distort, and then everything went dark. In just a few seconds, everyone in the car factory courtyard fell unconscious. And everything happened silently, appearing quite eerie. Suddenly, dense footsteps echoed through the streets surrounding the modified vehicle factory, as countless fully armed soldiers in exoskeleton armor surged out from various alleys, pouring in like streams merging into a river. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the factory, making it impossible for anyone to escape. A team of assault troops climbed over the wall and, after opening the gate, remained in the yard, all aiming their guns at the factory, but not preparing to enter the building. In the crowd, Qin Tianyuan, wearing tight-fitting metal armor, held a bulletproof shield in his left hand and parted the crowd with his right, saying, "Red Team, Group 1 and 2, follow me." As he spoke, Qin Tianyuan moved towards the factory with the shield raised, followed closely by the two teams. When he reached the entrance, he suddenly stopped, raised his right hand into a fist, and then spread his fingers outward to signal the teams to split to the sides. The two assault teams immediately moved left and right, positioning themselves at the door's sides. Qin Tianyuan raised the shield in front of him with his left hand and drew a short knife with his right, nodding to a team member beside him. The assault team member aimed a shotgun at the door lock and fired a shot, while Qin Tianyuan kicked the door open and dashed inside. A series of metallic clashing sounds erupted inside the factory, followed by the muffled sounds of knives piercing flesh and the screams of people. In the dimly lit interior, the bright short knife danced like a blazing sun, dazzling and hot, with each swing bursting forth with splashes of blood. In just a few breaths, the factory was silent again. Qin Tianyuan emerged from inside, dragging a person by the collar and casually throwing them on the ground, spitting angrily, "We missed. Just small fries inside. Clean up the scene and let the cleaners do their work." At that moment, a team member approached, handing over a communicator and whispering, "Communication from headquarters. Director Shin from the 19th Bureau is angry, questioning why we haven't gone to support the investigation team." Qin Tianyuan raised an eyebrow, coldly replying, "Didn't I send the blue team? What are they complaining about? Probably just upset that the blue team went too late. We're not their babysitters. We can't look after them all the time." Qin Tianyuan frowned. "Go back and put the blue team leader under confinement for 3 days and have him write a self-reflection for me." He glanced back at the dilapidated factory, a chill in his eyes, troublesome times. Smack! A bright desk lamp nearly hit Qin Tianyuan's face, its glaring light forcing him to squint as he quickly covered his eyes with his hands. "What's the matter, Officer Liu?" "We're familiar enough that you don't need to do this," he said. Liu Xue snorted coldly, turning off the lamp and setting it aside. "Since we're so familiar, I'll skip the formalities. Just be straightforward and confess," she said. Qin Tianyuan pondered for a moment and asked in confusion, "Confess what?" "Qin Tianyuan, are you playing dumb with me?" Liu Xue stepped closer, almost nose to nose with him. This oppressive stare made Qin Tianyuan a bit flustered, and he instinctively leaned back, trying to create some distance. "What were you doing in the suburbs this afternoon?" Liu Xue asked unhurriedly. "Who were you in a shootout with? Where did your weapon come from? I remember that a third-class C-level authorization doesn't include a gun permit, right?" Qin Tianyuan thought for a moment and replied seriously, "I haven't received any notice that allows me to explain to you, so I refuse to answer. Or you can contact my superior that can answer your questions." Haha. Liu Xue seemed to have heard a ridiculous joke, sneering several times. "Your superior? The obsolete Archive Management Bureau? Qin Tianyuan, do you really think of yourself as something special?" Liu Xue slammed her hand on the table. "I let you go last time because I was giving Fang Shernan face. Do you really think you can communicate with that unit, which doesn't even have the lowest level authorization? I don't need to communicate with anyone I catch. Anyone who comes in must bow their heads obediently." Qin Tianyuan thought for a moment and said sincerely, "Although our authorization is low, we are still a legitimate department. Please speak more politely. Otherwise, it will be awkward when we deal with each other in the future. I can't think of any other dealings besides catching you." Liu Xue said expressionlessly, "Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Suddenly, the interrogation room door swung open, and Fang Shinan poked his head in, waving to Lu Yingxue. Girl, come out for a moment. Chapter 61. An Unremarkable Small Department, Part 2. Once Lu Yingxue stepped outside, she looked at Fang Shinan in surprise. Uncle Fang, do you have any progress on your side? Fang Shinan sighed and waved his hand. 3 people here with Qin Tianyuan. One has a concussion and can only silly laugh, unable to speak. The other keeps saying his head hurts and wants to see a doctor. I've already sent someone to find a doctor for them. The scene revealed that the fat guy, Xie Xiang, has some issues. Lu Yingshue's eyes brightened. Did you find any important clues? Fang Shinan sighed again. The fat guy named Xie Xiang has a false identity. His real identity is still being verified. The Network Defense Department has received the news and is on their way here. Lu Yingshue's expression changed, showing signs of displeasure and anger. What? Do they want to interfere again? Last time, they took over the case of invading the municipal network. This time, they're back? This is my case. The Network Defense Department naturally wouldn't want others to investigate cases involving theft and identity forgery. The waters are very deep. Fang Shinan pondered for a few seconds. Girl, although I'm just here to help the Special Case Bureau, there are some things I shouldn't say. But I still want to advise you, in this day and age, some matters shouldn't be taken too seriously. Lu Yingxue raised an eyebrow. Like what? Like Qin Tianyuan, Fang Shinan said carefully. The murder case involving Jiyang Company is being closely monitored by higher-ups. The special envoy from Fuiying Nation and representatives from Jiyang Company have already arrived, constantly pressing for updates on the case. The higher-ups have demanded a deadline for solving the case. So shouldn't we focus on finding the murderer and not complicate things? Qin Tianyuan is just a witness. There's no need to waste attention on him here. Fang Shinan said as he took out a cigarette and sniffed it. Of course, this is just a suggestion. Lu Yingxue looked at Fang Shinan suspiciously and suddenly smiled slyly. Uncle Fang, has someone come to plead for you again? Fang Shinan immediately denied it. No such thing. I've been in this business for so many years, with clean hands and a just heart, fair and impartial. No old classmates or old comrades have ever come to me asking for favors, nor has any high-ranking superior ever subtly requested me to consider something. Lu Yingxue nodded. I understand. It seems Qin Tianyuan has quite a network. Fang Shinan solemnly stated, What network? We handle cases based on evidence, according to the law. We won't let a single bad person go and certainly won't wrong any good person. Lu Yingxue also nodded in agreement. Of course, Uncle Fang, I understand what you mean. However, the Special Case Bureau never needs to consider these things when handling cases. Fang Shinan was taken aback, watching Lu Yingshue's expression grow colder. She snorted and said firmly, Uncle Fang, the Special Cases Investigation Bureau is in charge of special major cases. I've captured backgrounds that are deep and connections that are extensive. These things are worthless in front of the Special Case Bureau. We investigate cases that others dare not, and we catch people that others dare not. That's what second-class A-level authorization means. I don't understand where a mere third-class C-level authorization person gets the courage to go toe-to-toe with me. Fang Shinan sighed deeply. Why do you have to go against Qin Tianyuan? What has he done to offend me? No, he hasn't offended me. On the contrary, he saved my life. Lu Yingxue said seriously. Recently, there have been frequent violent cases, and every single one involves Qin Tianyuan. Although he is not the criminal. Why is he related to every incident? This can't just be coincidence. Qin Tianyuan must have some issues he's hiding from me. This matter must be clarified. Perhaps everything can be resolved easily. If it's related to Qin Tianyuan, we've caught a big fish. If not, then there will be no obstacles between us. Lu Yingshue's reasoning is logically correct, but what she doesn't know is that she's headed in the wrong direction. After hearing this, Fang Shinan also agreed. But he felt there was something off about Lu Yingshue's words, though he couldn't pinpoint it. Lu Yingxue smiled slightly, her fair face full of determination. This time, I must pry his mouth open. If I can't get him to spill something, I'll take his surname. Just wait. At that moment, a voice suddenly floated over from a distance, directly interrupting Lu Yingshue's passionate outlook. Lu Yingxue turned in surprise and saw a middle-aged man with frosty hair approaching. Slim in build, wearing a black jacket, with sharp and clear eyes, standing straight like an arrow. Lu Yingxue was taken aback. Who are you? Let me introduce myself. I am Zhou Qingyuan, Deputy Director of the Anomalous Affairs Control Bureau. I'm here to take someone away. Lu Yingxue immediately frowned, slightly displeased. I've never heard of this department. With Class A1 clearance, you don't need to have heard of it. Zhou Qingyuan glanced at her and said in an unquestionable tone, Zhang Beiguo and Zhang Baoyuan are to be released. Lu Yingshue's face turned red. She was quite unhappy with Zhou Qingyuan's domineering manner. But the Class A1 clearance made her feel somewhat fearful and uneasy. She forced herself to remain calm and said, "I need to verify your identity. Additionally, the two of them are involved in a major case and need to cooperate with our investigation, so..." Zhou Qingyuan directly interrupted Lu Yingxue. "They are investigators from our bureau, carrying out an important task. What you call a major case is completely nonsense. My people are injured, and I need to take them away immediately." Lu Yingxue felt a surge of frustration, but there was nothing she could do. She could only suppress it. "Please show your identification. After verification, I will release the two investigators." Zhou Qingyuan casually handed over an electronic ID card, glancing around the interrogation room as if recalling something. "Oh, right. There was another person with our investigator at the time. What was his name?" "Qin." Zhou Qingyuan recalled but quickly gave up. "Just let that one go too." Lu Yingxue was somewhat stunned. "Qin Tianyuan? That doesn't seem appropriate. He's not an investigator from your department, and he's involved in a case. We need him to cooperate with our investigation. What is inappropriate about it?" Zhou Qingyuan said impatiently. "Do we need to consult you about our work?" "I said to let him go." Lu Yingxue felt a surge of anger and was about to retort, but Fang Shernan, sensing the situation was not right, immediately grabbed Lu Yingxue. "How about this, Director Zhou? Qin Tianyuan. I invited him back for an investigation because he needs to work with a forensic artist to create a criminal sketch for a previous case. The forensic artist has already arrived. Can we wait for him to finish this task before leaving?" "Sketch?" Zhou Qingyuan was somewhat surprised. This technology is quite old. "All right then. Let Qin Tianyuan hurry up. I'll wait 20 minutes. First, take me to see the two investigators' situation. This way, please. I'll take you over." Fang Shernan secretly shot Lu Yingxue a glance and led Zhou Qingyuan away. Lu Yingxue gritted her teeth in anger and rushed into the interrogation room, sternly questioning Qin Tianyuan. "What are you trying to pull?" Qin Tianyuan looked innocent, puzzled as he asked, "Officer Lu, what's wrong with me? When did you get involved with that anomalous affairs bureau?" "They came to ask me some questions and asked me to assist them in their investigation." Qin Tianyuan blinked. "As a citizen, I have the obligation to cooperate with the investigation. What's wrong with that?" "Investigating what?" Lu Yingxue angrily pressed. Qin Tianyuan looked at Lu Yingxue with a look of disbelief, silently not saying anything. Lu Yingxue quickly realized her question was somewhat foolish. She quietly calmed herself down. "Get up. Come with me." Qin Tianyuan was overjoyed. He could finally get rid of this woman, who was really annoying. How come she's everywhere? I need to stay far away from her in the future. Qin Tianyuan thought aimlessly as he followed Lu Yingxue through twists and turns, stopping at the door of a room. "Aren't you going to let me go?" Qin Tianyuan asked in surprise. "Where is this?" "Get in." Lu Yingxue kicked Qin Tianyuan into the room, leaving him with a harsh remark. "Qin Tianyuan, I'll be keeping a close eye on you." Qin Tianyuan was furious and shot back. "You can keep an eye on me for the rest of your life. Whoever backs down is a coward. Dare to bet." Turning around, he saw Duan Hongyan standing behind him with a dazed expression. Chapter 62. An Inconspicuous Small Department. Part 2. Qin Tianyuan and Duan Hongyan spent half an hour on the sketch system, finally managing to piece together a rough image of a criminal. By the end, Qin Tianyuan's eyes were glazed over. Looking at the simulated image made him doubt whether he had face blindness, as he felt something was off. However, it seemed the experts from the Special Case Bureau were quite satisfied and sincerely thanked both of them. After exiting, Duan Hongyan scoffed. "What a piece of junk. It only has fixed model stitching and can't create anything independently. If we rely on this to catch a criminal, that would be unbelievable." Qin Tianyuan sighed. "They say you have to treat a dead horse like a live one. Besides, having this thing is better than nothing. You wouldn't want them dragging us around the streets every day to identify people, would you?" Duan Hongyan stuck out her tongue. "I was just commenting on that sketch system. I could draw better myself." Qin Tianyuan looked at Duan Hongyan in surprise. "You can draw?" "Of course. I make a living by drawing." Duan Hongyan proudly raised her head, looking very pleased with herself. "I can draw much better than that broken system." Qin Tianyuan leaned closer with a sly grin. "Then draw one for me." Duan Hongyan's face flushed. "I did draw one, but I don't know if you'll like it. I just drew it casually." Qin Tianyuan was overjoyed. "Where is it?" "Show me." "It's at my house." Duan Hongyan mischievously blinked. "I recently moved into a new place. Do you want to come over for a visit?" Qin Tianyuan felt a bit awkward because Shun Weiman had already warned him to stay away from Duan Hongyan. "No, I'm just doing this for official business, with fearless courage. I'm sacrificing myself." This kind of selfless spirit should be praised. While Qin Tianyuan was doing psychological construction for himself, a large group of people suddenly appeared in the corridor, all dressed in black trench coats with unfriendly expressions. However, leading them was a woman in a gray trench coat. With a neat short haircut and a petite, beautiful face among the hulking men, she stood out remarkably. As the crowd passed by Qin Tianyuan and Duan Hongyan, the short-haired woman casually glanced at Qin Tianyuan, slightly turned her head to look at him a few times, leaving behind a meaningful gaze as she and the crowd gradually walked away into a conference room at the end. Duan Hongyan slapped him on the shoulder, scolding, "Hey, your eyes are going to fall out. What are you staring at?" Just as Qin Tianyuan was about to explain, he suddenly saw Zhang Beiguo waving from around the corner. Qin Tianyuan took off running, hurriedly only managing to leave behind one sentence, "I'll contact you later." Furious, Duan Hongyan stomped her foot in place, deciding that the next time they met, she would make Qin Tianyuan pay. As soon as Qin Tianyuan stepped out, he saw a 7-seater business vehicle parked by the roadside, with Zhou Qingyuan sitting expressionlessly in the car, watching him. Qin Tianyuan didn't dare to say much and slid into the car with Zhang Beiguo, looking rather dejected. As soon as they got in the car, Qin Tianyuan saw Bao Yuan lying listlessly in the last row. Worried, he leaned over to check and found that Bao Yuan was still conscious, which eased his mind a little. "Director Zhou, we need to take Bao Yuan to the hospital," Qin Tianyuan suggested. "That's already arranged. The best neurology expert from the Army General Hospital is ready," Zhou Qingyuan replied, glancing at Qin Tianyuan. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Not even a scratch. Qin Tianyuan patted his chest, indicating that he was strong and healthy. Then, out of curiosity, he asked, "Director Zhou, what was the reason for pulling me out this time?" "I saw Luing Xue was furious." Abnormal Affairs Control Management Bureau, Zhou Qingyuan said. "Wow." Qin Tianyuan suddenly got excited. "So my identity can finally be openly revealed? That's great." He wouldn't have to hide anymore and could proudly introduce himself as part of the Abnormal Affairs Control Management Bureau instead of the outdated Archives Management Bureau, which sounded so dull. "So can I tell people I'm from the Abnormal Affairs Management Bureau when I go out on investigations?" Qin Tianyuan asked, full of anticipation. "No." Zhou Qingyuan shook his finger, then pointed to himself and then to Zhang Beiguo and Bao Yuan, saying, "I am, he is, you are not. You are still an employee of the Archives Management Bureau." "Why not?" Qin Tianyuan was taken aback. "Because you are a formal employee, while the two of them are on secondment," Zhou Qingyuan explained. "As for me, I've always been the deputy director of the Abnormal Affairs Control Management Bureau." "What?" Qin Tianyuan was stunned, unable to understand the relationship. The business vehicle headed straight for the archives. After a tense half-day, the investigation team finally returned to their base. As soon as they entered the courtyard, several nurses rushed over to take the three of them into the infirmary, where a team of doctors was already waiting. The three underwent thorough examinations from head to toe. Qin Tianyuan was unharmed, Zhang Beiguo's wounds were rebandaged, and the doctor gave him a scar ointment, advising him to apply it on time. Bao Yuan had the most serious injuries, suffering from a mild concussion and needing to rest in bed for 2 days, but fortunately, there were no other injuries. After the checkup, Qin Tianyuan and Zhang Beiguo helped Bao Yuan back to the office, and as soon as Yao Qi saw their miserable appearance, she burst into tears. Qin Tianyuan rolled his eyes, saying, "What are you doing? We're not dead yet. Liar. You told me the mission was safe. And all three of you got hurt on this outing." Yao Qi sobbed, her heart-wrenching demeanor accusing Qin Tianyuan as if he were a heinous criminal. "We're fine. Look at us. We're all in one piece." Qin Tianyuan hurriedly reassured her. Bao Yuan weakly spoke up. "Yao Qi, what are you doing?" "We're just out on a mission. You guys are too scary. Every time it feels like a world war," Yao Qi said, struggling to hold back her tears. "I was worried you wouldn't come back." Qin Tianyuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and gently patted Yao Qi's head, comforting her. "All right, don't cry. We're back now. Go book a table at Heideleo to celebrate." Yao Qi pridefully swatted away Qin Tianyuan's hand from her head and turned to leave. At that moment, Shen Weiman stormed in with a grim expression. Zhang Beiguo and Bao Yuan immediately sensed something was wrong and quietly squatted in a corner, leaving Qin Tianyuan standing alone. Qin Tianyuan glanced at Shen Weiman's darkening face and wisely walked over to squat next to the other two. The three exchanged knowing looks, silently agreeing not to speak. Shen Weiman slowly approached them and said, "All of you stand up." Qin Tianyuan secretly glanced at Shen Weiman, whose face was growing darker, quickly standing up straight. Knowing he was about to be reprimanded, Shen Weiman suddenly asked, "Do you have anything to say about this operation?" Qin Tianyuan lowered his head and earnestly reflected. I made a mistake of leftist blind activism this time, lacking crisis awareness and not fully recognizing the severity of the situation, being complacent and careless. Stop, stop, stop. I'm not here to listen to your nonsense. Shun Weiman impatiently interrupted Qin Tianyuan's self-criticism. I want you to deeply recognize where your problem lies. You must remember that although our Bureau 19 does life-threatening work, it is not meant to send people to their deaths. Shun Weiman sighed, speaking earnestly. When I made you the team leader, I entrusted the lives of the entire team to you. Qin Tianyuan fell silent. Shun Weiman's words struck his heart like a heavy hammer. He recalled the gunfire, Bao Yuan collapsing to the side, Zhang Beigua covered in blood while fighting back, and himself being nearly useless. What would happen if he and his companions found themselves in danger again next time? Shun Weiman paused, his expression grave, and said, Of course. This incident cannot be entirely blamed on you. Our investigation force in Bureau 19 is sufficient, but we lack strong military support. The mobile task force moves slowly and stands by without saving lives. Communication between departments is poor, and this is a serious problem. It's better to rely on oneself than on others. Tianyuan, write a report on this operation, detailing the process and your reflections. Emphasize that the investigation team needs rapid, timely, and strong military support when necessary. Therefore, Bureau 19 is considering establishing a rapid response unit that can always follow the investigation team for mobile fire support. Given that Bureau 19 is small, with few personnel and a tight budget, I kindly request the higher-ups to appropriately adjust and supplement our strength. Qin Tianyuan was shocked. He looked at Shun Weiman, who was speaking passionately with righteous indignation, and suddenly had an epiphany. This situation was likely something Shun Weiman had longed for. Or perhaps he had intentionally allowed the investigation team to fall into danger. Chapter 63. Just the beginning, supplement for Sunday update. In the Special Case Bureau conference room, representatives from Jiang Company and the envoy from Fuiying Country quietly sat on one side, watching as the Special Case Bureau personnel introduced the details of the case. There wasn't much to elaborate on about the case itself, and both sides spent a considerable amount of time exchanging pleasantries. Finally, the people from Jiang Company collectively stood up, bowing deeply to the Special Case Bureau staff, saying in unison, "Thank you for your hard work. We are counting on you." Afterward, the person in charge of reception led them out. Luing Xue stretched and complained, "If I had known this meeting would be so boring, I wouldn't have come. What a waste of time." Fang Shernan smiled, but didn't say anything. At that moment, a short-haired woman leading the Fuiying delegation suddenly turned around and walked directly towards Luing Xue. "Excuse me, you must be Officer Luing Xue in charge of the case, right? I am Sato Sakura, the leader of the delegation." Luing Xue looked at the short-haired woman in surprise. "Miss Sato, what can I do for you?" Sato Sakura smiled at Fang Shernan and slightly bowed, saying, "Lu-san, I have something very important to discuss with you privately. Please make sure to agree." "I'm afraid not. I have to go handle a case and don't have time to discuss with you in detail. If you have something to say, you can find the officer at the reception desk." Luing Xue refused without a second thought, not wanting to deal with this Fuiying person. "Officer Lu, what I want to discuss is related to your case," Sato Sakura suddenly said. "I have some information that you will definitely be interested in. Please give me some time." Luing Xue paused, her gaze fixed on Sato Sakura. After a moment of thought, she said, "Then let's talk in another room." To Luing Xue's surprise, Sato Sakura suddenly made a request. "Officer Lu, I would like to ask you to arrange a room that can prevent eavesdropping. And the conversation must not be recorded or videotaped." Luing Xue looked at Sato Sakura with some confusion. "Why?" "I have my reasons. I hope you understand." Sato Sakura frowned slightly. "And since you are not an ordinary police officer, I believe you will understand." Luing Xue immediately realized. After both of them handed over all electronic devices, they entered a special room designed to prevent eavesdropping. "Officer Luing Xue, regarding today's conversation, is on behalf of myself personally. Our side will not acknowledge this meeting." After sitting down, Sato Sakura said seriously, "And the conversation is limited to this room. Once we leave this room, I will not acknowledge what I said." Luing Xue was taken aback, feeling that things were beyond her imagination. "Miss Sato, please introduce yourself." "I am from the Cabinet Intelligence Investigation Office, Internal Investigation Division, Sato Sakura." After reprimanding Qin Tianyuan, Shun Weiman encouraged him again, and then advised Qin Tianyuan to write the report carefully before turning to leave. From a distance, Qin Tianyuan could still hear Shun Weiman speaking into the communicator as he walked away. "Old Zhou, this matter must be handled seriously. We need to complain to the superior of the mobile task force. What is going on? Isn't Qin Yufeng supposed to be the best tactical commander? Slow to act and indecisive, he missed the opportunity. The three of them sat down on the ground, and no one spoke, lost in thought. Baoyuan quietly took out a cigarette from his pocket, but his trembling hand failed to light it after several attempts. Zhang Beigua glanced at him, snatched it away, and said, "Kids shouldn't smoke." After grabbing it, Zhang Beigua lit the cigarette and took a deep drag, then started coughing violently, tears streaming down his face. And he quickly extinguished the cigarette, saying, "Smoking really doesn't suit me." Qin Tianyuan looked at him and asked, "What do you think?" Zhang Beigua replied seriously, "I just want to ask, will our work always be this thrilling from now on? Earlier, I went to investigate and nearly got blown up. Then I encountered a group of robbers and got beaten half to death. After that, I was trapped in a parking lot, getting shot at with machine guns." Qin Tianyuan said expressionlessly, "If you want to talk about thrills, I think today's events haven't exceeded my psychological tolerance yet. Sai, have you ever seen a ghost?" "I've seen one before, twice." "What?" Zhang Beigua and Baoyuan were shocked, staring wide-eyed at Qin Tianyuan. Qin Tianyuan then recounted the whole case of Wei Dawei and the gunfight in the parking lot. "I thought I would need some time to adjust to life after retiring. But it turned out to be even more thrilling than before." At this moment, Zhang Beigua's face looked a bit unnatural. "So, will we have to deal with these supernatural things in the future?" Qin Tianyuan thought about the strange experiences of the past few days and realized that none of them could be separated from these bizarre events. He could only nod helplessly. "Probably, yes. So, are you thinking of resigning?" "No, I was just thinking whether I should go somewhere to get a talisman or something for protection." Zhang Beigua turned to Baoyuan. "Do you know where to buy these things?" Baoyuan lowered his head and took a deep drag from his cigarette, muttering, "I don't know. But I want to go back and pay respects to my older brother." "Why pay respects to your brother?" Zhang Beigua asked curiously. Baoyuan remained silent, continuing to smoke. When Yoqi returned with the supplies, she happened to catch the three of them smoking in the office and was immediately furious. She rushed over, snatched the cigarette butt, and extinguished it, then harshly criticized all three of them. Especially Qin Tianyuan, as the section chief, leading by example. He was teased by the young girl. While Yoqi was preparing vegetables and setting up the pot, Qin Tianyuan suddenly said to Zhang Beigua, "Beigua, when you guys are fighting, what is the most important thing for cooperation between different units?" "Smooth and timely communication of information," Zhang Beigua answered without thinking. Then he paused, looked at Qin Tianyuan, and slowly added, "Trust is also very important." Qin Tianyuan and Zhang Beigua then tacitly fell silent, staring blankly out the window. "Dinner is ready," the young girl shouted cheerfully. Next was the summary meeting for all members of the logistics department of the 19th Bureau. Naturally, the first to speak was Section Chief Qin. He picked up a piece of beef and tossed it into the pot, saying seriously, "This time we made a mistake of leftist blind activism, which is particularly serious. We acted without understanding the opponent's situation beforehand and overestimated the situation, almost causing serious consequences. This must be seriously reviewed." Baoyuan silently picked up a meatball and ate it, nodding in agreement. Next, Section Chief Long tossed a piece of luncheon meat into the pot. Of course, the review was not the focus of this meeting. Today, we mainly need to discuss several issues revealed by this operation and focus on forming a feasible plan. Baoyuan and Yao Qi scrambled to grab a few pieces of meat for their bowls, while Zhang Beigua picked up a plate and poured the remaining tripe into the pot. First, there's the problem with the vehicles. They can't run, can't keep up, and just fall over if bumped. Yao Qi was quick and grabbed a few meatballs and slices of meat, while Baoyuan, not to be outdone, scooped up a ladle of food from the pot. The vehicle issue is easy to solve. Since the cars are gone, we might as well get a new one. "I'll talk to the director about getting a bulletproof one this time," Qin Tianyuan said fiercely. "Damn it, being chased like a dog. If you have the ability, don't use a gun." "Actually, it's still a manpower issue," Zhang Beigua said somewhat dejectedly. "I thought you were going to say it was a weapon issue." Qin Tianyuan asked in surprise. "In urban combat, this level of firepower is enough. If we had even stronger firepower, we wouldn't be able to use it effectively." "I can't use heavy firepower in densely populated areas," Zhang Beigua said while rummaging in the pot, with more than a dozen on the opposite side. "We three are at a disadvantage. Be content. I'm the only one in the logistics department." Qin Tianyuan also reached for his chopsticks. But after fishing for a long time, he didn't catch anything and felt puzzled. "Where did the stuff I put in go?" Zhang Beigua was also stunned and rummaged through the clear broth, but he didn't see even a leaf of vegetable. Qin Tianyuan raised his head in confusion and saw Bao Yuan and Yao Qi slumped in their chairs, contentedly rubbing their bellies. Damn. Qin Tianyuan finally came to his senses. Nearly furious. After all his hard work, most of the food had ended up in their stomachs. It was the same when they welcomed Zhang Bagua for team building last time. These subordinates could eat so much and didn't even put their section chief in their eyes, ignoring him entirely when it came to meals. If he didn't teach them a lesson, wouldn't they rebel in the future? Fortunately, before a disaster occurred in the logistics department, Enrong sent Qin Tianyuan a notice to summon him. Qin Tianyuan was still thinking about his rented house. So he didn't have time to deal with these rebellious subordinates and hurried to Enrong's office, only to receive unexpected news. Blind date. Qin Tianyuan was bewildered. What kind of bizarre development was this? Chapter 64. Reconnected threads. Sato Sakura smiled slightly at Lu Yingxue, whose face was pale, and said, "To put it in your words, I will get straight to the point. Although I appear to be the head of the delegation from Jiang Company and the official liaison, I am actually entrusted by my government with a secret mission." From the moment Sato Sakura spoke her first sentence, Lu Yingxue's heart sank. She didn't expect to be caught off guard by Sato Sakura. Suppressing her anger, she said, "Miss Sato, the conversation is over." After saying that, Lu Yingxue turned to open the door, but Sato Sakura quickly stood up and called out, "Officer Lu, please wait a moment, let me finish speaking." Lu Yingxue paused for a moment, but did not turn back. In a deep voice, she said, "Miss Sato, according to regulations, I cannot have contact with you alone without my superior's permission. Please find someone else or wait until I have consulted." Sato Sakura remained expressionless, bowing deeply, "Then please hurry. Time cannot exceed 10 minutes. I cannot leave the delegation's site for too long." 3 minutes later, Lu Yingxue returned to the room with a gloomy expression, followed by a middle-aged man with a blank face carrying a paper notebook and a fountain pen, and finally, Fang Shernan, who looked confused. As soon as the middle-aged man entered, he found a corner to sit down, opened the notebook, twisted the cap off the pen, and sat quietly without saying a word. Sato Sakura glanced at the three of them, smiled slightly, and said, "Can I start?" Lu Yingxue, with a bad expression, nodded, "Please." The victim this time was Hirata Yoshiyuki, the executive vice president of Jiang Corporation in the Huaxia region. He also had another identity, an intelligence officer in the Cabinet Intelligence Investigation Office, specifically in the Internal Investigation section, which means he was my subordinate. Sato Sakura calmly began to explain. He was sent to infiltrate Jiang Corporation on an important mission. Before he was killed, he passed on important information to me. Jiang Corporation was secretly in contact with senior executives of Eden Group. The main business of Eden Group is bionic robots, high-precision electronic products, and human bionic prosthetics, while Jiang Corporation focuses on biotechnology. And the two companies have almost no overlapping business and had no prior cooperation. The Eden representative who contacted Hirata was named Wei David, the head of the Human Bionic Prosthetics Laboratory in the Asia R&D Department and chief engineer. Lu Yingxue and Fang Shernan were stunned and speechless upon hearing Sato Sakura's account. The news she brought was like a bombshell, instantly disrupting their thoughts. They never expected that the murder case of a senior executive of Jiang Corporation was linked to such hidden circumstances and to Wei David's case. Sato Sakura, unfazed by the surprise of those present, continued to speak calmly. The two sides had a secret meeting 10 days ago at the Samaritan Resort Hotel. Here is a photo of their meeting. My people couldn't get too close, and Hirata couldn't carry electronic devices, so we only have this photo. However, I think it should be enough to prove that the two had contact. As Sato Sakura placed the photo in front of them, Lu Yingxue opened her mouth to say something, but Fang Shernan, pretending to ponder, took out a cigarette from his pocket. When he lit it, his arm accidentally bumped into hers, causing Lu Yingxue to immediately close her mouth and swallow back her words. Fang Shernan leisurely lit his cigarette, took a couple of puffs with a slight smile, and picked up the photo from the table to examine it closely. "Interesting. Thank you, Miss Sato, for providing us with this important clue." Then Fang Shernan turned to Lu Yingxue and said, "Girl, let's not waste time here. Let's quickly follow this lead." After saying this, Fang Shernan stood up and left. Lu Yingxue also remained silent, nodded to Sato Sakura, and then stood up to follow Fang Shernan out. Sato Sakura was taken aback. She seemed not to expect such a reaction from them, and stood up abruptly. "Wait, my words are not finished yet." "Oh, really? Look at me. I'm getting old and confused," Fang Shernan said with a hint of annoyance, slapping his head, then forced a smile. "Sit down, Let's talk slowly. Girl, go get the tea from my place. As guests, we can't even offer a cup of water. Sato Sakura frowned slightly. Lu Yingxue was relatively simple-minded. But Fang Shernan was cunning and somewhat difficult to deal with. So she suppressed her thoughts and said directly, "Everyone, I came to you to seek cooperation. This information I provided is just the first step. There will be more valuable information to come. I wonder how you both feel about this." Fang Shernan slowly took a puff of his cigarette and replied noncommittally, "Cooperation means give and take. This matter is not something we can decide. But you can propose conditions first. You set the price, and we can negotiate. I want to exchange more clues about the case. We can communicate mutually," Sato Sakura said. "That's fine. As long as cooperation is reached, you can review the case files." Fang Shernan nodded. "No need for the case files. I want to meet the witnesses to the 2 murder cases." Sato Sakura's eyes flashed with light. Lu Yingxue immediately rejected firmly without thinking. "That's impossible." "Why?" Sato Sakura's gaze turned to Lu Yingxue, staring intently at her face as if trying to discern something. "Ahem, of course, it's because of the witness protection agreement." Fang Shernan coughed a few times and sighed. "Miss Sato, your request is quite difficult for us. You know, witnesses are key to the case. We cannot violate the witness protection agreement. Moreover, considering the importance of these 2 cases, I believe you understand better than us that we cannot afford any mistakes. So you need to increase the payment." Sato Sakura thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Wei David and Hirata Yoshiyuki reached a verbal agreement at Samaritan, confirming an order worth 2 billion. The goods ordered by Eden are live biological experimental samples. In fact, GN Corporation is supposed to deliver living people. This will be the largest human trafficking case in the world in nearly a century. Fang Shernan took a deep puff of his cigarette, then extinguished it without saying a word and stood up to leave. Lu Yingxue sat there in a daze for a while, then forced a smile. "Miss Sato, we will notify you about the progress of our cooperation later. Goodbye. Goodbye. Farewell." Qin Tianyuan had a natural aversion to blind dates, stemming from his painful experiences of repeated failures in blind dating before his time travel, which left him with a psychological shadow. "You can go or not." Yin Rong glared at him. "This is arranged by the director. You can handle it. Here is the information on the blind date candidates. You choose one, and I'll arrange the time and place for the date." Seeing Yin Rong throw a list onto his communicator, Qin Tianyuan was shocked and wanted to say something. But Yin Rong had already turned and left. After thinking for a moment, Qin Tianyuan called Yao Qi over. "I have a task for you. Pick one from here that is similar to my conditions, and send it to Yin Rong. Just say it's my choice." Yao Qi immediately became excited. "Don't worry, Qin, go. I will definitely pick a unique girlfriend for you." Qin Tianyuan patted the little girl's head, causing Yao Qi to pout and run off. He looked around and secretly approached Zhang Beigua, saying, "Beigua, come out with me." Zhang Beigua didn't ask much and simply said, "Do we need to bring anything?" Qin Tianyuan thought for a moment and said, "Bring more grenades, the powerful kind." "Who are we going to find?" Duan hung in. Chapter 65. Portrait Zhang Beigua slung a folding submachine gun under his armpit and put on a tactical windbreaker. The windbreaker looked like an ordinary piece of clothing, but it had many hidden pockets, and when filled with items, it became a moving arsenal. Finally, Zhang Beigua also strapped on a concealed quick-attack backpack filled with a dagger, pistol, electric baton, collapsible baton, and handcuffs, making Qin Tianyuan feel a bit startled. However, recalling the dangers he had encountered previously, he immediately felt they should increase their firepower. Due to carrying a large number of weapons, the 2 dared not take public transportation and could only push out the electric motorcycle with a new battery. The 2 rode out together. Fortunately, Duan Hongyan's place was relatively easy to find, with very convenient transportation and rather high prices. Zhang Beigua couldn't help but exclaim, "Chief, you found a rich beauty. Any secrets? I don't want to work hard anymore." Qin Tianyuan thought for a moment and said seriously, "I think this is a talent. Look at how handsome I am. That's innate, and you can't learn it." After carefully considering the power gap between the 2, Zhang Beigua sighed. "If it weren't for beating my boss and losing my bonus, I would really want to hit you." Qin Tianyuan ignored him and led him upstairs. The 2 quickly found Duan Hongyan's residence and rang the doorbell outside. "Oh, how did you come so fast?" Duan Hngyen exclaimed in surprise. "I thought you wouldn't come for a few more days." Qin Tianyuan nodded. "Yeah, I just happened to be free today." Duan Hngyen enthusiastically took Qin Tianyuan's hand. "Come in and sit down quickly. Is your injury still serious? You just got hurt a couple of days ago and are running around everywhere." Zh Ingbi Igu had an eerie look in his eyes, sizing up the pair of them while making faces from the side. Qin Tianyuan wished he could kick him, but it wasn't the right time to get rough, so he could only brush off Du Nh with a few words. I came to ask for your help. Yeah, the injury is fine. It will heal in a few days. Du Nh warmly welcomed Qin Tianyuan inside, then turned to the kitchen to prepare something. What do you want to drink? Cola? Or soda water? Oh, cola, I guess, Qin Tianyuan casually replied, sitting down and carefully observing the room. Noticing that many things in the living room were still packed in boxes. Did you just move in? Qin Tianyuan asked curiously. Yeah, I just moved in yesterday. Du Nh handed cola to Qin Tianyuan and Zh Ingbi Igu, complaining, it was so scary. That place must have some bad feng shui. Why do people keep dying there? Luckily, you were always there. I really couldn't stay there anymore. I decided to move to a place far away. Actually, I miss it a bit. The environment was nice, and it was comfortable to live in. Plus, it was close to work, but I'm afraid bad people will come back. I heard that the murderer has never been caught. Qin Tianyuan sighed. I think that place was quite good. Look at how troublesome it is for you to move so far for work now. If you're scared, why not just let me deal with that killer? Zh Ingbi Igu immediately gave a thumbs up from the side. You really are a man, Chief. You dare to brag. Qin Tianyuan shot him a glare, and he quickly pretended to look around curiously. Spotting the portrait of Qin Tianyuan drawn by Du Nh and was instantly shocked. Wow, Chief, your photo is hanging on the wall. Qin Tianyuan wanted nothing more than to hit him. What do you mean it's hanging on the wall? It sounds so bad, as if I'm dead. Then he turned his head to look, and indeed, his photo was really hanging on the wall. When did you secretly take my photo? Qin Tianyuan was dumbfounded. Du Nh turned around to look at them and smiled shyly. That's my painting, not a photo. This portrait perfectly captured Qin Tianyuan's appearance in a realistic style. In the morning light, he slightly tilted his head, holding a phone in one hand and a large paper bag in the other. The sunlight illuminated his face, accentuating his slightly shy smile, as if it radiated sunshine, and his warm eyes sparkled like stars. At first glance, the portrait looked just like a photo. No wonder it was mistaken. Qin Tianyuan exclaimed. It's beautifully painted. Artist, please accept my admiration. Du Nh asked curiously, what does artist mean? Qin Tianyuan then remembered that this world was different from his original one, and such compliments seemed to have a generation gap. It refers to someone who is exceptionally skilled at painting. You're an artist. Du Nh squinted her eyes from laughing. Actually, I'm not that talented in art. I only paint quite realistically and make a living by doing illustrations, so I can't really be called an artist. Qin Tianyuan thought for a moment and praised. To me, anyone who paints well can be called an artist. After all, painting so realistically requires both talent and skill. Du Nhn's face turned red, and feeling a bit shy, she changed the topic. Did you come to see me for something? Coincidentally, this matter was related to the portrait. Qin Tianyuan immediately showed a serious expression. Is it true that you can draw a composite portrait of the murderer? Du Nh looked at Qin Tianyuan with some confusion. You want me to draw it? Qin Tianyuan nodded. Please help me. It's very important. Okay. Du Nh stood up directly, walked to an easel, unfolded a sheet of white drawing paper, and grabbed a brush to start painting. During this time, Du Nh chatted with Qin Tianyuan to confirm some details about the murderer's facial features while her brush never stopped. Her painting method was quite peculiar. While most people would start by drawing an outline and then add details, Du Nh began from a point detail and expanded outwards, and her speed was particularly fast. Qin Tianyuan was stunned watching her, the scene reminding him of a scanning printer. In less than an hour, Du Nh finished the facial features of the man in the top hat and added color. Qin Tianyuan looked at the portrait that resembled a photo and deeply realized his own lack of vocabulary and shallow culture. All his thoughts condensed into one phrase. Wow, amazing. After finishing the portrait, Du Nhn's face was slightly pale, and she smiled wearily. Don't worry. My memory is usually good. I saw him just the day before yesterday, so I won't make a mistake. No mistake, not at all. Qin Tianyuan slapped his thigh hard. It's exactly the same. Thank you for your hard work. I'll definitely reward you later. Igu, let's go. Saying that, Qin Tianyuan pulled Zh Ingbi Igu and hurriedly ran out, leaving Du Nhing standing there, staring blankly at Qin Tianyuan's retreating figure, revealing a somewhat disappointed and angry smile, which finally turned into a sigh. "Chief, why are you running so fast?" Zhengbi was puzzled. Qin Tianyuan was running as fast as a rabbit, and he couldn't keep up. "You don't understand. Every time I meet her, something happens. I can't afford to stay longer. Otherwise, who knows what kind of accident might occur." Qin Tianyuan sighed with lingering fear. "Fortunately, I brought you along this time. We avoided a disaster." Zhengbi thought for a moment. "Does Ynring know that you came to secretly meet Du Nhing before the blind date?" Qin Tianyuan was taken aback, feeling a bit confused by this question. "What does that have to do with anything? No wonder you wanted me to bring a bunch of stuff. Don't worry. I won't say anything about this." Zhengbi sighed and patted Qin Tianyuan's shoulder, saying sympathetically, "I understand this kind of thing, man." Qin Tianyuan was puzzled. What strange things is this guy saying? What do you understand? You don't trust me. Zhengbi saw that Qin Tianyuan's expression was a bit odd and immediately patted his chest, saying, "Do I need to swear to you? I haven't said anything about you stitching up my wound. I definitely won't say anything about this." Qin Tianyuan was even more confused. "What's wrong with me stitching up your wound?" Zhengbi glanced at him, his expression heavy. "Chief, this is a legal medical practice. If the medical ethics committee finds out, you'll be in for at least 3 years. A legal medical practice? 3 years. Qin Tianyuan was stunned. How could there be such a saying? I just stitched up someone's wound, and now it's a legal medical practice? Chapter 66. So-called trust. Qin Tianyuan noticed that Zhengbi looked very serious, and he didn't seem to be joking, which left him a bit confused. The doctors who treated my wound even asked me who stitched it up. I just pretended to be unconscious to get past it. Zhengbi sighed. Chief, you need to be more careful in the future. This kind of thing is very serious. What Qin Tianyuan didn't know was that the Medical Ethics Committee had banned non-medical personnel from performing any emergency medical treatment on patients 30 years ago. Even licensed practitioners must have emergency qualification certification when operating outside of medical institutions. Violators are severely punished. Zhengbi noticed Qin Tianyuan's strange expression and asked, Chief, you seem a bit off. Qin Tianyuan quickly came back to his senses and hurriedly changed the subject. I'm fine. I was just thinking about the portrait. Saying that, Qin Tianyuan picked up the portrait and examined it closely, marveling, it's truly remarkable. Zhengbi glanced at it, nodded in agreement but remained silent. Qin Tianyuan looked at him. Don't you have anything to say? Zhengbi replied expressionlessly. You're the leader. You make the decision. Qin Tianyuan sighed, carefully folding the portrait and putting it away. It definitely couldn't be given to the director. He could only choose between Fong Sh and N and Li Weinixu. Zhang Beigua thought for a moment and said, Fong Shurinan is not easy to deal with. Indeed. That old guy has a sharp eye and is cunning. It's clear he won't be easily fooled. The most important thing is that he knows the director, which is something to be wary of. Qin Tianyuan nodded in agreement, then thought for a moment. Then let's choose Lu Yingxue. Qin Tianyuan sighed, reluctantly pulling out Lu Yingxue's contact information and sending a friend request. When did you get Lu Yingxue's contact? Zhang Beigua was somewhat surprised. Last time she caught me. I took a quick look, thinking it might come in handy someday, and sure enough, Qin Tianyuan replied. Your skills in flirting are really impressive. Zhang Beigua gave a thumbs up. You're going to flatter her with something from Duan Hongyan. Aren't you afraid Yin Rong will beat you to death? Qin Tianyuan's conscience was suddenly hit with 1,000 points of guilt, and he angrily said, Shut up. No one thinks you're a mute. The other party has rejected your friend request. Qin Tianyuan was stunned, then angrily kept adding her as a friend. I don't believe it. Ding dong. Your friend request has been accepted. Lu Yingxue. Who the hell are you? Qin Tianyuan. It's me, Qin Tianyuan. The other party retracted a message. Lu Yingxue. Qin Tianyuan. How did you know about me? Qin Tianyuan. That's not important. I have something very important to tell you. I wonder if you have time tonight? Lu Yingxue. Tonight? Oh. I know a steak restaurant that tastes good. They serve 200 grams of real beef and also provide 300 grams of imitation meat. The environment is quite nice too. Qin Tianyuan. Are you trying to treat me to a meal? I just want to talk seriously with you. Let's choose a private place, just the two of us. I'll give you a surprise. I have a treasure to show you. Lu Yingxue. 10 p.m. tonight. Wait for my message. After that, Luing Xue went silent. Qin Tianyuan felt a bit smug, thinking, trying to treat me? No way. Steak is expensive and tastes bad. Thankfully, I saw through it. Zhang Beiguo looked at Qin Tianyuan's smug expression and suddenly said, Did you choose Luing Xue because this silly girl is easy to fool? Luing Xue can lead a team in the Special Case Bureau, so she must have background and connections. I chose her because of that. Her abilities are not important. Qin Tianyuan explained, She is suitable to take on this lead. Perhaps she would be very willing to take over this clue. Young people are generally impulsive. Especially someone like her who is ambitious and holds a high position at a young age. She must be eager to achieve results. I'll give her a great opportunity. And she won't refuse. Zhang Beiguo looked deeply at Qin Tianyuan and suddenly countered, Aren't you the same? Qin Tianyuan was slightly taken aback, but quickly understood Zhang Beiguo's meaning. He replied seriously, I'm different. I won't stain my rank with the blood of my brothers. Zhang Beiguo fell silent for a moment. Why do you trust me? Qin Tianyuan glared at him. We were just beaten like fools together in the suburbs. We fought together in blood. This kind of bond is one I can trust. If I can't trust you, who can I trust? Zhang Beiguo chuckled slightly. You know, your words sound just like a classic line from a TV drama. The one saying this is actually the undercover. I won't misjudge people. My trust in you is based on reason. Qin Tianyuan got angry when questioned about his judgment. Dare to bet? Father-son bureau? If you lose, you become my son. Zhang Beiguo shot a sideways glance at Qin Tianyuan. So you never suffer a loss? Qin Tianyuan suddenly put away his smile and said seriously, Shen Weiman has been entrenched in the bureau for many years, and his roots are deep in this system. He might have all sorts of connections with other secret departments. But you're different. You were transferred from the military and are an outsider. Zhang Beiguo shook his head. You're being too careless. Both Shen Weiman and Zhou Qingyuan have been soldiers. Qin Tianyuan looked at Zhang Beiguo earnestly and said, In short, I believe in you. Just the two of us is a bit lacking, Zhang Beiguo said. Building trust is difficult. Qin Tianyuan suddenly asked, What do you think about Yuan? Doesn't he look like a spy or intelligence personnel? He should have been from a secret department or a police officer. Zhang Beiguo thought for a moment and said, This kid has skills, doesn't seem like a gunman. Then I'll take another look. Qin Tianyuan sighed. What about the little girl? Zhang Beiguo asked. Yao Qi was recruited by Shen Weiman. Hard to say. Qin Tianyuan shook his head. As for Inrong, there's no need to mention. I haven't even figured out her background. Shen Weiman is eager to expand the influence of the 19th Bureau. This is an opportunity, Zhang Beiguo pondered and suggested. Not likely. Shen Weiman will definitely place his confidants and insiders first. There might also be people trying to mix in sand and spies. The source of personnel is too mixed to identify. Qin Tianyuan shook his head. It's best to find an opportunity to let me go out alone and take charge. So you need to work hard to climb up and strive for more achievements. Zhang Beiguo thought for a moment and said with some regret, This portrait is an opportunity. But unfortunately, it has to be given to someone else. What if I hand the portrait over to Shen Weiman, and he asks me to find someone? What then? Qin Tianyuan rolled his eyes. Are we relying on just the three of us to deliver it? I'm not that reckless. Zhang Beiguo smiled but said nothing. The two fell silent for a while. Qin Tianyuan suddenly asked, Why do you trust me? For the same reason you trust me. You were also beaten up together with us, so you definitely didn't set us up. Unless you're cruel enough to set yourself up, but then I would accept it. Zhang Beiguo's expression turned a bit grim. You know, when I was executing missions before, my superior would always clarify what dangers might be ahead if something went wrong. We would accept our fate and wouldn't blame anyone because what we do is life-threatening work. But if someone deliberately sets you up, forcing you to risk your life while leaving you confused, that's a different matter altogether. Working for such people makes me feel uneasy. Qin Tianyuan didn't speak and nodded. Let's go. It's getting late. We should head back. Zhang Beiguo patted Qin Tianyuan on the shoulder. Boss. Let me give you a piece of advice. Kindness does not command troops. Your heart must be ruthless when necessary. Qin Tianyuan didn't say anything, silently following Zhang Beiguo back to the archives. As soon as he entered the office, Yao Qi rolled her eyes. Qinge, where did you run off to? Bashan was looking for you just now, and you weren't here. He asked me where you went. What did he want with me? Qin Tianyuan was startled. Chapter 67. So what is the price? Qin Tianyuan was shocked internally. His mind racing with 7 or 8 thoughts as he desperately thought of how to fabricate an excuse to avoid Shen Weiman noticing his absence. Yao Qi said. Bashan just casually asked why you weren't here. I told him you were either trying to get close to Sister Rome or looking for a place to practice how to go on a blind date. Qin Tianyuan immediately gave a thumbs up. Chi, you're a real talent. Did Boss Shin say what he wanted? He said to hurry up and submit the action report. Yao Qi looked at the time and said, the boss said if it's not finished today, we can't leave. Qin Tianyuan was dumbfounded. I've crossed over to the future world. Why do I still have to work overtime? But reality is unreasonable, no matter if you've crossed over. You're still a corporate slave. Qin Tianyuan could only sigh while racking his brains to write the report, especially since it had to follow a specific format, which made him scratch his head in frustration. After a long time, he could barely write 300 words. In desperation, Qin Tianyuan could only tearfully plead with Yao Qi. Chi, please help me out this time because of Hada Leo, I really can't write. After extorting Qin Tianyuan for a meal, Yao Qi took on the task of writing the report. The little girl was indeed a top student from Weiming University. Drafting such documents was a piece of cake for her. In less than an hour, a lengthy report of over 10,000 words was freshly produced, with beautiful prose, rigorous logic, and abundant emotion. The depiction of the battle conditions at the end was particularly harrowing, almost blood-curdling and tear-jerking. Qin Tianyuan was amazed after reading it. If the superiors were not moved by this report, they would essentially be stone-hearted. After thoroughly checking it from beginning to end, Qin Tianyuan signed his electronic signature with a flourish and sent it to Shun Weiman for review. After a while, Shun Weiman wrote on the report, read, the frontline investigators have it tough. Forward to superiors for instructions. When it was time to get off work, Qin Tianyuan hurriedly left, citing the need to organize his new home. Half an hour later, Zhang Bagua strolled slowly back to the dormitory, checked on Bao Yuan's status, patiently reminded him a bit, and then went home as well. At 10 o'clock at night, in a suburban park, deep within a secluded grove, a shadow was peering around, carefully walking and occasionally stopping to hide motionless in the bushes. The park was already closed, with no one in sight. Suddenly, a rustling sound of footsteps was heard on the path. A woman in a black trench coat was leisurely strolling. The sycamore trees on both sides of the path had started sprouting rows of leaves, rustling in the wind, adding to the quiet of the night. However, the shadows of the trees swayed in the dim light from afar, appearing somewhat eerie. The woman in the black trench coat stopped, frowning slightly. Qin Tianyuan, are you playing hide and seek with me? Suddenly, a head popped out from the shadows, sneaking a glance around, making a shushing gesture and beckoning to Lu Yingxue. Lu Yingxue looked at Qin Tianyuan somewhat speechlessly, but unexpectedly, Qin Tianyuan grabbed her arm and pulled her into the grove. Why are you dawdling? Did you come alone? Lu Yingxue nodded. Of course. Did you? Of course, for such private matters, the fewer people know, the better, Qin Tianyuan said matter-of-factly. What exactly do you want from me? Lu Yingxue asked, frowning and looking mysterious. I'm not here for a date. I have serious matters to discuss with you, Qin Tianyuan said with a serious expression. I hope we can speak frankly to avoid any misunderstandings between us. Lu Yingxue smiled slightly. Okay, then tell me your true identity first. Qin Tianyuan thought for a moment and said sincerely, I'm an ordinary private detective. Qin Tianyuan, is this how you speak frankly with me? Lu Yingxue glared at him disdainfully. You have no sincerity at all. It seems we have nothing to talk about. Wait a minute. Why are you in such a hurry? Qin Tianyuan pulled Lu Yingxue, who was turning to leave. My identity isn't important. I have a treasure to show you. Qin Tianyuan carefully took out a folded piece of paper from his inner pocket, slowly unfolded it, and shone a flashlight on it for 2 or 3 seconds. Lu Yingxue was initially puzzled, but when she saw what was on the paper, her eyes widened in shock. What is this? That's right. This is what you think it is. Qin Tianyuan nodded proudly. The legendary poster? It's surprisingly well preserved? Lu Yingxue was somewhat shocked. Did you find me to sell antiques? Although I have some connections, I don't do that. Qin Tianyuan was full of question marks. Sister, are you out of your mind? How did you figure out this thing is a poster? And how did your thought process lead you to think I'm selling antiques? Oh, although this thing does look like a poster at first glance, look closely at the face above, examine it carefully. Qin Tianyuan impatiently shook the paper. Do you see anything? Lu Yingxue shook her head. I don't know the person above. What do you want me to see? What's wrong with this person? Oh, that's right. You haven't seen that murderer, so it's understandable you can't recognize him. Qin Tianyuan finally recalled, patting his head in annoyance. The image above is the perverted killer you're looking for, the one who wiped out the Ji Yang company. Lu Yingxue's expression changed immediately as she reached for the paper. But Qin Tianyuan stepped back, stopping her movements. Where did you get this image? Lu Yingxue asked, her breath quickening with excitement. Why is this image even more realistic than our imaging system? The source of this is naturally confidential. Qin Tianyuan smiled. But I can give you this image. Lu Yingxue took a deep breath to calm herself. What are your conditions? I just like dealing with smart people. Qin Tianyuan slowly folded the paper back up, speaking leisurely. My conditions won't exceed your limits. You can rest assured. I just hope we can cooperate more often in the future. That's no problem. As long as you can provide valuable things, I naturally welcome you to get closer. Lu Yingxue smiled, squinting at Qin Tianyuan. It seems Mr. Qin has his own intelligence channels. There's no talk of channels. I just occasionally come across some things you might be interested in, Qin Tianyuan said calmly. Not at all bothered by her cheerful demeanor. If we cooperate, what do you want from me? Lu Yingxue asked. Information, connections, resources, anything is fine. Whatever you can provide. I can offer corresponding things in return. Qin Tianyuan said seriously. You're a newcomer in the Special Cases Bureau, and you need to establish a foothold and achieve results. That's tough. You need an ally, and I can help you. Lu Yingxue remained silent for a long time. So what is the price? Like me, handsome? No. I mean, there is no need for any price, just mutual assistance, Qin Tianyuan said sincerely. Just like I mentioned earlier, whatever you can offer, I can accept. Lu Yingxue suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling, smiling. It seems you're a bit desperate. Chapter 68. Standards not high. Qin Tianyuan was taken aback. Not at all bothered by Lu Yingxue's teasing, and smiled slightly. I'm not desperate. I just haven't thought about what to ask you for yet. I'll find you when I need something later. Lu Yingxue thought for a moment and said seriously, I owe you a favor. Remember to repay it. Qin Tianyuan warned earnestly, and also, don't mention how this image came about, especially never mention me. I know that already. Lu Yingxue nodded in agreement. Then suddenly remembered something. Why did you go to the suburbs to catch Xiang that day? Don't tell me it was to investigate modified cars. A first-class A-level officer, why would you suddenly check on such a trivial matter? Let me correct you. I'm not a first-class A-level officer. The two who went with me are, Qin Tianyuan said lightly, I'm only responsible for providing clues. As for why they went to catch that fat guy, we don't know, and we don't dare to ask. You've made connections with first-class A-level officers. What's up? Are you thinking about a promotion? Lu Yingxue asked tentatively. The first-class A-level department is hard to get into. Do you want to come to the Special Cases Bureau? I can apply to transfer you. I still have that little power. No, your Special Cases Bureau is too dangerous. Fighting and killing isn't suitable for me. Qin Tianyuan refused without a second thought. And please, don't keep an eye on me. It's really annoying. Lu Yingxue sighed slightly. It seems your rise is already destined. Then I'll congratulate you in advance, Mr. Qin, for your wealth and honor. That's not true. You just love to overthink things. How could I go to the first-class A-level department? That is simply absurd. Qin Tianyuan puffed out his chest, thinking that he, Qin Tianyuan, was powerless and would never get involved in such dangerous matters. My monthly salary is less than 5,000. Oh, it's getting late. I'll leave first. Lu Yingxue hesitated as she watched Qin Tianyuan's back, seemingly making up her mind, and said, There's something I shouldn't tell you. The representative from Jiang Company is here, and one of the women has requested to meet the eyewitness of the case. Qin Tianyuan turned around, furrowing his brows. I'm the witness, and I have the right to refuse to meet the parties involved. I don't want to deal with them. Lu Yingxue hesitated again, finally saying dejectedly, In any case, you should go out less recently, or find somewhere to hide. You've already been attacked before. It's hard to hide your identity now. Qin Tianyuan smiled slightly. I'll be careful. The next morning, as soon as Qin Tianyuan stepped into the office, he saw Yin Rong standing inside, looking at him expressionlessly. Qin Tianyuan felt a bit guilty as he glanced at the time, realizing he wasn't late. He cautiously greeted her. Good morning, Director Yin. Have you chosen your blind date yet? It's 11 o'clock today, Yin Rong said without expression. If you've decided, report it quickly. I've been in contact with the other party. How long have you been dragging this out? Today? Qin Tianyuan was a bit confused, feeling it was too fast. At that moment, Shen Weiman appeared leisurely with a thermos, greeting everyone inside the office with a gentle smile. Tianyuan, your report was well written. They're sending an inspector to evaluate our work in person. So you need to receive them well and not take it lightly. You need to be strategic, understand? If there are difficulties, show them. If there aren't any, create some difficulties to show. Make sure to be pragmatic and showcase our 19th Bureau's spirit of hard work and simplicity. Qin Tianyuan immediately responded confidently, determined to complete the task. It's just about playing the victim and crying poor. We're just the honorable proletariat. Do I need to pretend? It's a straightforward performance. You need to hurry up with the modified car case and find that suspicious vehicle as soon as possible, Qin Weiman reminded him. The inspector coming here is a good opportunity to show off, which will benefit your future promotions. Oh, by the way, aren't you going on a blind date today? How are you preparing for that? Blind date? Qin Tianyuan was bewildered. What time is it? And you're still talking about blind dates. Why is everyone so eager to set me up? Isn't it inappropriate to talk about this now, boss? What's wrong with blind dates? Qin Weiman suddenly laughed. A graceful lady is a gentleman's match. You're not young anymore. It's time to resolve your personal issues. I'm currently working my life away. What if I just finished a blind date and then suddenly dropped dead? How am I supposed to explain that to the girl? Qin Tianyuan felt that everything today was puzzling. The process of the blind date is important, not the result. Qin Weiman waved his hand, signaling Qin Tianyuan to stop talking. Yao Qi couldn't hold back her laughter anymore, her little face turning red, and it seemed Yin Rong was also struggling to contain her amusement. The corporate culture atmosphere was too harsh, and Qin Tianyuan sensed deep malice, realizing the leaders were focusing on the wrong things. After Yin Rong and Qin Weiman left, Qin Tianyuan sat behind his desk with a bitter expression, lost in thought about how to handle the inspector when they arrived, wondering if he could take the opportunity to gain some benefits for himself. However, he quickly abandoned that idea, realizing his foundation wasn't solid enough. If he pushed too hard, it would backfire. It was better to follow Qin Weiman's plan and slowly bring some benefits to the 19th Bureau. When the tide rises, he wouldn't miss out. While he was thinking, Yao Qi walked in carrying a set of clothes, reminding him, Brother Qin, wear this for your blind date at noon. Hurry up and wash up and change. Thank you so much for remembering to prepare clothes for me amidst my busy schedule. But since I'm so busy, could you help me come up with an excuse to cancel this event? Qin Tianyuan gritted his teeth, extremely averse to blind dates. Just as he was thinking about how to decline, Yao Qi always appeared at the right moment to remind him, and now she had even prepared his outfit. Yao Qi instinctively shrank back, carefully looking at Qin Tianyuan's expression, and said cautiously, You didn't turn it down in front of Boss Shun, so you might as well go along with it. Besides, supervising your blind date is a task assigned to me by the organization. If you don't go, I won't have a good explanation. Qin Tianyuan glared, about to explode. Yao Qi quickly added, Brother Qin, if you don't go, Sister Rong will come looking for you again. So what if she comes? Do you think I'm afraid of her? Although he spoke defiantly, he obediently changed into the clothes. I don't think it's good to keep dodging like this. Yao Qi hesitated for a moment before asking with confusion. Oh no, it's almost 11 o'clock. You're going to be late for your blind date. Yao Qi exclaimed as she looked at the clock, pushing Qin Tianyuan out. We'll think about this later. We need to hurry to the restaurant, or there will be a long queue when it gets crowded. Didn't we say coffee shop? Qin Tianyuan was bewildered. What is going on? We still have to pay for lunch? What is just coffee supposed to mean? Yao Qi was speechless at Qin Tianyuan's straightforward thinking. The blind date location Yao Qi chose was in a nearby shopping mall. As noon approached, the number of people in the mall increased. Qin Tianyuan grimaced at Yao Qi. Who was pulling him along? Could you please let go? I'm not going to run away. That is not possible. If you run off, Sister Rong won't let me off the hook. Yao Qi didn't believe him, fearing he would turn around and escape, leaving the girl waiting. With Qin Tianyuan's ironclad straight male personality, he could definitely do something like that. Once we get there, I'll hand you over. Don't worry. I want to sell you off. Look at the conditions of the blind date partners. They're all too high. A designer with an annual salary of $1 million who is also beautiful. She definitely won't be interested in me. Qin Tianyuan rolled his eyes, not understanding how this blind date was arranged. He only earned over $5,000 a month. How could he possibly match up with a girl earning $1 million a year? Don't worry, Sister Rong's standards for you this time aren't high, Yao Qi replied with a smile. Look, it's that girl in the white dress. As soon as Qin Tianyuan stepped into the restaurant, he saw his blind date sitting quietly by the window in a white dress. She was holding a book, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her delicate features radiating a gentle charm, and a pair of black-framed glasses perched on her fair face, exuding an air of sophistication. Where do you all find these people? Qin Tianyuan sighed deeply, having to admire the standards of the 19th Bureau. What do you mean by not high standards? Chapter 69. A unique blind date partner. Hi, we're here. Yao Qi excitedly waved her hand, pushing Qin Tianyuan over. The girl in the white dress gently set down her book, looked up at Qin Tianyuan, and smiled, inviting him to sit. Hello, please have a seat. All right, I brought him here. You two chat. I won't disturb you. Yao Qi greeted them and turned to leave. The two sat across from each other, saying nothing. silently sizing each other up. Name, Guiyuan. Age, 23. Species, human. Female. Status, cautious, probing, somewhat satisfied. Are we going to follow the procedure or just eat? Qin Tianyuan broke the silence first. The girl looked a bit surprised. It was her first time encountering such an opening line, then smiled gently. What do you mean by following the procedure? Self-introduction. My name is Guiyuan. Her eyes sparkled like clear springs, radiating an indescribable gentleness. A name that means beauty for the one who pleases you. What a lovely name. Qin Tianyuan said instinctively, genuinely impressed. Thank you for the compliment. Guiyuan politely smiled. Unsure how to address him. My surname is Qin Tianyuan. Qin Tianyuan appeared somewhat reserved. This was his old habit of feeling tense during blind dates. Guiyuan, on the other hand, was poised and graceful. Where do you work, Mr. Qin? Qin Tianyuan suddenly froze, picking up his phone and saying, Please hold on a moment. Guiyuan looked at Qin Tianyuan holding the phone in confusion and said, Chi, which unit are we from? How did you tell her? You have to ask me this? Yao Chi was about to go crazy. Of course it's the Bureau of Old File Management. You can just tell her directly. Finally clarifying the question, Qin Tianyuan awkwardly hung up the phone, smiled at Guiyuan, and said, Hello, I'm a minor employee of the Bureau of Old File Management. My salary isn't high. Isn't the welfare quite good then? Guiyuan seemed completely unconcerned about Qin Tianyuan's situation and continued to ask with interest. It's okay. Qin Tianyuan didn't know how to respond. He hadn't noticed any benefits, but there were plenty of bullets. As they chatted, he felt increasingly uneasy. Guiyuan was a graduate student in cultural media, working at a famous internet company, with a bright future ahead, and both her parents were university professors. A genuine scholarly family. In contrast, Qin Tianyuan came from an ordinary family, had no background, and was in a mysterious department holding a trivial position. After this exchange, he noticed Guiyuan remained very interested, rather than looking at him like a fool. Qin Tianyuan felt a bit frustrated. He initially wanted to leave a negative impression so he could exit without awkwardness, but it turned out to be useless. Qin Tianyuan awkwardly took a sip of coffee and glanced at the book on the table, casually asking, What book are you reading? Water Margin. Guiyuan gently closed the book. Qin Tianyuan was stunned. He had thought Guiyuan would read some modern literature, like San Mao or Yu Qiuyu, or perhaps Shakespeare. However, he felt that reading Dream of the Red Chamber would suit Guiyuan's temperament the most, but he didn't expect it to be Water Margin. Guiyuan was quite interesting. You have a pretty special taste in books, Qin Tianyuan said with an awkward smile, quickly changing the topic. I heard you like music and are good at playing instruments. What do you play? Suona. Qin Tianyuan thought for a moment and decided to continue discussing Water Margin. Which version are you reading? The 120, 100, or 70 chapters? Upon hearing Qin Tianyuan's words, Guiyuan couldn't help but look at him with admiration. Mr. Jin Shintan's commentary on Water Margin. Qin Tianyuan clapped in admiration. Great. It seems the lady is also a kindred spirit. After finding a common topic, Qin Tianyuan spoke animatedly, discussing Lin Chan's Snow Night at the Mountain God's Temple. Mr. Shurnian's logic is meticulous and interlinked, which led to Lin Chong avenging his enemy on a snowy night. The snowstorm was both a coincidence and a necessity. This segment was written with great vigor. Qin Tianyuan spoke with enthusiasm. The conversation with Guiyuan was quite engaging, and he couldn't help but feel like they were kindred spirits, noticing Guiyuan's expression shift to one of fondness. Then, he felt something was off. Was he overacting? Guiyuan, caught up in the moment, suddenly noticed Qin Tianyuan's gaze wandering, and curiously asked, Mr. Qin, what's wrong? Qin Tianyuan awkwardly picked up his teacup and took a sip of water. Nothing. Are you hungry? Let's start ordering. Actually, he had planned to sip tea for free and chat with the girl for a while before leaving, but now, realizing he still had some dignity left, he could only brace himself to eat. After some polite exchanges, Guiyuan smiled and picked up the menu to start ordering, while Qin Tianyuan was calculating how to awkwardly ruin this blind date. Just as Qin Tianyuan was lost in thought, he caught a glimpse of a few sneaky figures outside the window and immediately frowned. Two people stood by the window pretending to take photos together while actually aiming the camera at Qin Tianyuan and Guiyuan, and another pretended to be lining up at the entrance. Qin Tianyuan glanced around. His position offered the best view, allowing him to see all other spots in the restaurant. And being close to the window also let him observe the situation outside, with an escape route available in case of emergency. He tried using his detection skill, but got no feedback, clearly out of range. Qin Tianyuan sighed, feeling his ability was useless. Just as he thought about whether to move closer to observe, a man in a gray trench coat approached, seemingly looking for his seat. Qin Tianyuan looked up and saw. Name, Suzuki Kina. Age, 27. Race, human male. Status, observing in the shadows. After seeing this status, Qin Tianyuan didn't know how to comment on his system, but the observing in the shadows was quite fitting. As Suzuki Kinta passed by their table, he coincidentally met a waiter delivering food, immediately stepping aside to make way while discreetly supporting himself on the table. Qin Tianyuan glanced at Suzuki Kinta as he walked away, reached under the table, and discovered a small electronic listening device, then casually pocketed it. After greeting Guiyuan, Qin Tianyuan stood up and walked outside. He needed to confirm whether these Japanese were after him. Sure enough, as soon as Qin Tianyuan stepped out, the two people who had been taking photos followed him, leaving only the one pretending to queue at the door. Qin Tianyuan felt a surge of anger. Yesterday, Luing Xue had reminded him, and he hadn't expected these Japanese to find him so quickly, choosing this moment. The Japanese were definitely here regarding the incident from that night, wanting to gather information. But how could Qin Tianyuan possibly tell them anything? He should have just stayed in the office for 10 days or 8 months instead of coming out for a blind date. Now he was in trouble. What could he do? He felt hopeless. After all, it was Shen Weiman who had sent him out. He couldn't let his leader take the blame. As for how the Japanese found him, Qin Tianyuan was a bit surprised. If it was because of the Wei Dawei case that exposed him, he could understand. When Wei Dawei died, it caused a huge stir, and reporters swarmed like sharks smelling blood. He had been photographed back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been blocked on the road that night. He couldn't blame himself for being careless. He hadn't expected the Wei Dawei case to be so deep. But after the mutated killer fled the scene that night, the police arrived and sealed off the area, keeping outsiders away. After he was questioned, he had sneaked away. Aside from those directly related to the scene, no one should know he was involved. So where did the problem lie? Could someone have leaked his information? Chapter 70. Please feel free to insult me. A few people flashed through Qin Tianyuan's mind, all suspicious but unlikely. For a moment, he felt a headache. He had been involved in too many troublesome matters, and now his current identity was on the verge of being exposed. Not to mention, that punk had put his information up for sale online, and before the Special Case Bureau discovered and deleted it, it had already sold several copies. Fortunately, this identity was an official fake one. Otherwise, his family background would be thoroughly investigated, and his parents and relatives would inevitably be implicated. Watching the people tailing him, Qin Tianyuan felt extremely displeased and wanted to turn around and beat a few of them up. However, it was not a good time to stir up trouble, so he could only helplessly give up. When Qin Tianyuan returned to the restaurant, he found the dishes had already been served, and Guiyuan was quietly sitting there, not having touched her chopsticks. Qin Tianyuan quickly expressed his apologies, and after some courteous exchanges, they picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Guiyuan's posture was very elegant. Her slender fingers held the chopsticks delicately as she picked up the food, taking small bites, every movement pleasing to the eye. Watching Guiyuan sip soup with her pinky raised, Qin Tianyuan suddenly felt a bit dazed, recalling past memories. That distant memory seemed like it was just yesterday. Reminiscing about the aroma of home-cooked meals made his nose tingle. The two of them silently ate for a while, neither of them speaking. After finishing their meal, Guiyuan stood up and went to the bathroom. Qin Tianyuan was deep in thought, wondering if mentioning the meal expense system to Guiyuan would turn her good impression of him negative. A figure approached him, gently bowing. Qin sang, "Sorry to disturb you." Qin Tianyuan looked up to see a delicate face wearing an apologetic smile, her eyes fixed on him, without blinking. "My name is Sakura Sato. Nice to meet you." Name, Sakura Sato. Age, 25. Race, human female. Status, alert, observing. Threat, low. Sakura Sato was wearing a long red dress and black knee-high leather boots, quietly standing to the side, continuously watching Qin Tianyuan. "May I sit down?" Sakura Sato asked softly, her sparkling eyes never leaving Qin Tianyuan. "No," Qin Tianyuan rejected without hesitation. "Please forgive my rudeness." Sakura Sato bowed again and then directly sat down across from Qin Tianyuan. Qin Tianyuan sighed, helplessly putting down his chopsticks. "Miss Sato, do you have something to discuss? My time is quite valuable. I have something very important to discuss with Qin sang, and I had no choice but to do this. Please forgive me," Sakura Sato said sincerely. Qin Tianyuan maintained a stern expression. "I don't think I can help you. I apologize for this," Sakura Sato said, lowering her head again to express her regret. "What do you want?" Qin Tianyuan had already guessed that this group of people from the east was acting strangely. I am an envoy from Shuryan Corporation, and I need your assistance with a matter, Sakura Sato said, taking out a photo and placing it on the table. This person is the executive vice president of Shuryan Corporation in the Huaxia region, named Hirata Yashiki. I don't know him. Qin Tianyuan glanced at the photo, finding it unfamiliar and feeling a bit strange. However, Sakura Sato's next words made Qin Tianyuan's heart tighten. The night before last, there was a murder in the Huayuan community, and one of the victims was Hirata Yashiki. Qin Tianyuan expressionlessly asked, "What does this have to do with me?" Sakura Sato smiled slightly, Qin saying, "You were a witness at that time. We would like you to truthfully tell us what happened that night, during the investigation phase of this case. All information related to it is confidential." Qin Tianyuan coldly stared at Sakura Sato. "Although I am a witness, I cannot disclose any information without police permission. Please forgive me." Qin sang, "This matter is very important to me. I hope you can assist us," Sakura Sato said earnestly. "I'm sorry, but I don't think I can help you." Qin Tianyuan interrupted Sakura Sato without hesitation, finding her annoying and wanting to send her away. Moreover, as someone from the 19th Bureau, he instinctively wanted to keep a distance from intelligence personnel from the East. "Mr. Qin, I heard that you previously worked at a detective agency called Zuanshang as a private detective," Sakura Sato said without any irritation, smiling at Qin Tianyuan. "Oh? It seems you have done your homework on me. What do you mean by that? Threatening me?" Qin Tianyuan changed his posture, leaning back in his seat. "I already said that during the investigation of the case, I must keep all information confidential. I have nothing to say to you. Please leave. I think you misunderstood." Sakura Sato immediately denied, changing the topic. "I wonder how your income situation is?" "I refuse to answer that question," Qin Tianyuan said angrily. As he hated being asked about his income, Sakura Sato took out her wallet, pulled out a check, and gently placed it on the table. "We are not clear about your financial situation, but I think it must be quite difficult for you to live in this city with your income. This is our small token of appreciation." "What? Are you trying to bribe me?" Qin Tianyuan looked sideways at the check on the table. Sakura Sato pushed the check gently toward Qin Tianyuan. "You misunderstand. We do not mean to insult you. This is just a gift." Qin Tianyuan glanced at the number on the check and couldn't help but feel his heart race. "Well, at this price, I would say, please feel free to insult me." Sakura Sato smiled broadly. "This is just part of the gift. If you can provide us with valuable information, we can also sponsor you to travel to the East." Qin Tianyuan placed his hand on the check and slowly pushed it back towards Sakura Sato, regretfully saying, "It's a pity, but I really can't help you." Sakura Sato's smile instantly froze. She realized that Qin Tianyuan was harder to deal with than she had thought. She couldn't help but coldly say, "Mr. Qin, there is a saying in Huaxia, those who know how to adapt are the true talents. I hope you can think this through." I've thought it through." Qin Tianyuan pretended to ponder for a moment. "Can I ask you to stay away from me? The further away, the better." Sakura Sato calmly looked at Qin Tianyuan. "Mr. Qin, I cannot understand your actions. You only need to provide a little information, and you can get a large sum of money. Your stubbornness seems quite foolish to me. What does it have to do with you?" "Mr. Qin, you still live in the international home community in Zone 2, right?" Sakura Sato said with a smile. "Are you threatening me?" Qin Tianyuan sneered. "I'm not easily intimidated. With your skills, even if a few of you came, you'd have to kneel before me. I advise you not to court death. I won't be so polite next time." Facing Sakura Sato's threat, Qin Tianyuan secretly found it amusing. As the previous detective agency had already closed down, and he had moved from Zone 2 several days ago, Sakura Sato was speechless, and after a long pause, her expression darkened. After a while, she calmed herself down, took a deep breath, and pushed the check back again. "Mr. Qin, I apologize for my earlier words. I hope there are no misunderstandings between us. And if you have any conditions, please feel free to mention them." Qin Tianyuan grabbed Sakura Sato's hand, stopping her from pushing the check, and smiled. "Can I really mention any condition?" Sakura Sato looked at Qin Tianyuan's hand, smiled seductively. "Yes, it's up to you, Mr. Qin." Just as Qin Tianyuan was about to say something, he suddenly felt something was off. He turned around to see Gu Yuan standing silently behind him, watching the two of them with a blank expression. "Should I go back and wait for the notification?" Gu Yuan looked at Qin Tianyuan meaningfully and asked softly. Chapter 71. The Mantis Stalks the Cicada, Part 1. Thanks to those who generously supported. Meisher Xiaoguan, love watching rabbits. Cat, Iron Blood Flag Captain. Meow Meow, doesn't like Meow Meow. Eden Building, top floor executive office. This 99-story skyscraper consists of 3 buildings, with a lotus-shaped helipad built in the air between them, surrounded by lush plants. Against the dense aerial forest, the rooftop looks like a flower about to bloom from a high vantage point. On the top floor, a genuine leather chair faced away from the large desk. Wei Peters sat motionless, quietly gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at something unknown. Directly opposite the desk stood three people, their faces somewhat tense, all lowering their heads, not daring to speak. The atmosphere in the large office was particularly oppressive. The chair slowly turned around. Wei Peters squeezed his eyes tightly, sniffed, took out a purple handkerchief from his coat pocket, carefully wiped the corners of his eyes, blew his nose, and casually tossed it into the trash can. Sigh, I think of my tragic death again. It's really pitiful, and I'm still so young. Wei Peter murmured to himself, his eyes red. My brother will definitely avenge me. The three people at the desk still dared not breathe, silently lowering their heads. Wei Peter sighed, pulled out a purple handkerchief, gently pinching one corner, and glanced at the three people. Don't you have anything to say? The three exchanged furtive glances. But no one spoke. Luo Ziji, you are my assistant. Can you tell me what's going on? A man in a black suit suddenly raised his head, in his 20s. His young face already showing some maturity. He cleared his throat lightly and cautiously said, Chairman Wei, I have checked. The company's research laboratory currently has a total of 12 major projects and 175 minor projects, especially in the fields related to brain research and cognitive development. None of the connected projects have any abnormalities. So, does that mean that the ghost has nothing to do with the Eden Research Institute? Wei Peter expressionlessly played with the handkerchief in his hand, folding and unfolding it like origami. Actually, there is still a connection. Luo Ziji's face turned a bit awkward. His speech hesitant. I found a project in the abandoned project list called the Human Nervous System Scanning, Printing, and Restoration Plan, applied 6 months ago. But there is only the project name, and all related data has been deleted. Wei Peter raised his eyes and glanced at an old man in a white lab coat. Professor Jiang. The silver-haired Professor Jiang jolted, instinctively adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, and pondered for 2 seconds before saying, The artificial nerve project is currently proceeding steadily as planned. We have successfully cultivated Golgi type 1 and type 2 cells. The artificial neurons are functioning well in simulating signal transmission. But there are some minor obstacles in signal transmission between the artificial neurons and primary neurons, and the results are not ideal. We are adjusting the experimental parameters. All project progress is under control. Chairman Wei can rest assured. Wei Peter carefully placed the folded handkerchief, now shaped like a paper crane, on the desk, then leaned over it, tilting his head to look at it, and sighed softly, Rest assured? Of course, I am at ease. As your brother. I heard that I trusted Professor Jiang very much during my lifetime, relying on him as my right-hand man, and even appointed you as the chief of the project laboratory, which shows how much I trusted you in life. Wei Peter suddenly raised his head and looked at Professor Jiang. Professor Jiang, can you explain to me what that abandoned project is about? Professor Jiang adjusted his glasses with slightly trembling hands, pondered for 2 seconds, and said calmly, Li Yiba is a person with outstanding academic ability and high talent. I have high hopes for him. Since he came to the company, I made him my first assistant, carefully training and guiding him, treating him like my own disciple. Sigh, who would have thought? Professor Jiang's face showed a hint of regret and pain. I know he can be arrogant because of his talent. After all, he achieved a lot at a young age. But I didn't expect that he became blinded by these empty names and became arrogant, occasionally coming up with some whimsical ideas. Later, he became completely mad. His logic became chaotic, started talking nonsense, and would go crazy in the laboratory, not even listening to me. Later, I worried about his mental state and let him take a break to see a psychologist. His research ideas were all thrown out when his mental state was unstable, some of which didn't even have basic scientific foundations, so I didn't even look at them carefully and rejected them. After all, the laboratory's funds are limited. We can't waste them on useless projects. Wei Peter clapped his hands and said, Well said, that's great. Our Eden needs someone of Professor Jiang's high moral standing to lead the scientific research work. Professor Jiang modestly nodded, Chairman, this is what I should do. Wei Peter smiled at Professor Jiang. How many of the 12 papers you published last year were written by Li Yiba? Professor Jiang's face suddenly stiffened. He is your disciple. It's only natural for him to write a few papers for you. After all, you've done this many times. Wei Peter's expression gradually darkened. He is so capable, bringing you a lot of fame and fortune. Why did you cruelly send him to a mental hospital? Oh, I heard he was going to report you. Wei Peter looked at Professor Jiang, whose face was already pale, saying he heard that your living expenses accounted for 18 of the research funds. And there were also issues with 27 of the funding usage. Professor John's face was already sweating. He trembled as he took out a handkerchief and wiped his face, nervously saying, "This is completely slander. Slander. Is it slander?" Wei Peter did not care. He shook his finger. "After all, I didn't care when I was alive. And I care even less now that I am dead. As your brother, I just want to know one thing. Does Li Ba have anything to do with my death?" Professor Jiang fell silent. "Jiang, old man, I give you 3 days to find the missing project data. Otherwise, I'll send you to the underwater pavilion to have tea with me." Wei Peter's tone became very cold. "Yuanxing." The burly man standing aside straightened his body and respectfully replied, "Chairman, please give your orders. You also have 3 days to find Li Ba, whether he is a person or a ghost, especially the complete set of relevant data and equipment." Wei Peter glanced at Yuanxing. "The company does not plan to pursue the matter of the last failed operation, but my brother wants to say one more thing. If you fail this time, don't come back." Yuanxing immediately straightened his body and loudly replied, "Please rest assured, Chairman. Get out." Wei Peter picked up the paper crane from the desk and threw it into the trash can. The three wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and fled as if escaping. At that moment, the secretary outside happened to walk in, quickly stepping up to Wei Peter. "Chairman, Ms. Huang Xinmei is waiting to see you outside." Chapter 72. The Praying Mantis Catches the Cicada, Part 2. Huang Xinmei's high heels clicked on the marble floor, making Wei Peter frown slightly, seemingly annoyed. "Chairman, you are really a busy person. It's not easy to meet you." Huang Xinmei smiled charmingly at Wei Peter. "I have been waiting outside your office since this morning." Wei Peter tilted his head to look at Huang Xinmei and said seriously, "My brother is very busy. My corpse is still warm, and there are many matters left over from my life to deal with. If you are really impatient, you can choose not to come." Huang Xinmei's smile faltered for a moment but quickly returned to normal. "Chairman, you are still so humorous. I am here for something very important, the matter we discussed before. To correct you, it was the matter I discussed before my death. I am dead now. My brother is taking over." Wei Peter looked at Huang Xinmei seriously. Huang Xinmei deeply felt that this guy's mental illness was indeed beyond cure, but that was not important. As long as the business was still salvageable, it would be fine. "Chairman, we had previously agreed with your company on 10,000 living experimental samples." Huang Xinmei's smile faded, her tone serious as she said, "The first batch of 3,000 samples will arrive at the port tonight. Do you want to go with me to take a look? Cash on delivery?" Wei Peter didn't answer but turned his chair to look at the overcast sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window. "It looks like it will rain tonight." "Chairman?" Huang Xinmei frowned, tentatively calling out, "Miss Huang, do you believe in fate?" Wei Peter suddenly asked. Huang Xinmei scoffed, "I only believe in money. I don't believe in fate. Does this mental patient want me to give a discount?" She became secretly vigilant, and after thinking for a few seconds, she said, "Mr. Wei, our prices are already very low, and considering our long-standing relationship, we've given you a 20% discount. We really can't go any lower, or we won't even cover our costs." Wei Peter turned around and said, "You know, the cargo ship from Jiang Company will also dock tonight. Perhaps this is fate. Allowing two competitors to meet on the same night, a bond of old grievances." "Fate, my foot!" Huang Xinmei exclaimed angrily. "They are clearly trying to mess with me. Didn't the people from Jiang Company already die? How can they come to deliver goods again? I want to report them." Wei Peter glanced at Huang Xinmei expressionlessly and asked seriously, "Do you really want to report them?" Huang Xinmei was just venting her frustration. They were all involved in illegal businesses. Breaking the unspoken rules of the underworld was a serious matter. After all, they were all in the same game and wouldn't play the "you report me, I report you" game. They would surely rally their peers to eliminate your organization. Huang Xinmei looked at Wei Peter with some anxiety and cautiously asked, "Then what about our deal?" Wei Peter thought for a moment and said, "I'll go with you to take a look tonight. If there are no problems, then we'll accept the goods." Huang Xinmei was overjoyed, threw a flirtatious glance at Wei Peter, and after agreeing on a time, she left gracefully. After Qin Tianyuan exited the mall with a grim expression, he opened his communicator and found Luing Xue to send her a message. "Qin Tianyuan, how could you sell me out?" Luing Xue, "I didn't." Qin Tianyuan, "Then how did Sato Sakura find me?" "She cornered me during lunch today." Luing Xue, angrily, "I don't even know where you were having lunch. How could I sell you out?" Qin Tianyuan, "Luing Xue, can you be reasonable? Don't pin every black pot on me." Qin Tianyuan, "What do you know about Sato Sakura?" Luing Xue, "I can't tell you." Qin Tianyuan, "Do you remember what you said last night?" Luing Xue, 10 o'clock tonight. Same place, face to face. After Qin Tianyuan turned off the communicator, he began to ponder how Sato Sakura found him. Was it a chance encounter, or did she receive information in advance? A chance encounter seemed too unlikely. If she had gotten the information beforehand, who leaked it? Qin Tianyuan thought about it and realized that only a few people knew he was going on a blind date at noon. Who could it be? He went through the members of the 19th Bureau one by one, but couldn't find any leads. He became increasingly paranoid, even suspecting Gu Yueran. Since he couldn't find any clues, Qin Tianyuan started to consider Sato Sakura's motives. The main reason Sato Sakura came to him was to understand the case of the murder of senior executives at Jiyang Company. But was she simply interested in the details of the case, or did she have other intentions? Could it be that Sato Sakura also noticed something unusual about the case? Was her target that mutated killer? Perhaps she knew some other inside information? Qin Tianyuan couldn't sort out his thoughts and began to doubt whether he had become overly sensitive lately. However, reflecting on everything that had happened since his arrival, he felt that being cautious was never too much. Qin Tianyuan even seriously considered whether he should make a deal with Sato Sakura to exchange information if he couldn't obtain anything from Luing Xue. However, he quickly dismissed this idea as it was too risky. He didn't know Sato Sakura's background well enough, and rashly contacting her could lead to trouble. It seemed he would have to avoid Sato Sakura in the future. If she truly came for the Jiyang Company's murder case, she would definitely want to obtain some clues from this matter. And as the only witness at the time, Qin Tianyuan suddenly jolted. Realizing he had overlooked a very important issue, there was another person at the murder scene. Duan Hongyan. Thinking of this, Qin Tianyuan took off running, opened his communicator, and found Zhang Beiguo pressing the voice input switch. Beiguo, grab your gear and head to Duan Hongyan's place, quickly. Zhang Beiguo immediately responded with a hand gesture. Within 10 minutes, Qin Tianyuan directly stopped a taxi, almost shouting out Duan Hongyan's new address, urging the taxi to speed up. Duan Hongyan's new home was not far from the mall. After getting on the highway, it took only 5 minutes to reach the vicinity. And 3 minutes after exiting the highway, he arrived at the neighborhood where Duan Hongyan lived. Qin Tianyuan kicked the car door open and jumped out without caring about the taxi driver's threats, sprinting toward the neighborhood. When he knocked on Duan Hongyan's door, he finally felt relieved, looking at the pleasantly surprised Duan Hongyan. Suddenly, he didn't know what to say. Duan Hongyan looked at the dazed Qin Tianyuan, feeling very happy, and enthusiastically pulled him into the house. Have you eaten? Do you want me to make something for you? Before Qin Tianyuan could respond, Duan Hongyan began to think about what dishes to prepare, opening the refrigerator to rummage for ingredients. Just as Qin Tianyuan was about to stop her, there was a knock on the door. Huh? It might be the property maintenance. Duan Hongyan stood up to open the door. The property just called me, saying there was an abnormality with my water pipe pressure and they were sending someone to fix it. Why are they here so quickly? Qin Tianyuan immediately became alert and blocked Duan Hongyan, reaching into his pocket, gripping the gun handle tightly. You keep tidying up. I'll go take a look. Who is it? Qin Tianyuan pressed himself against the wall, grabbing the doorknob with his left hand and drawing his gun with his right. Property maintenance. Is Ms. Duan at home? The voice from outside sounded a bit muffled. Qin Tianyuan held the gun behind his back and gently opened the door. Seeing a maintenance worker wearing a baseball cap standing at the door, head down, with a shoulder bag slung across one shoulder, one hand reaching inside. Name: Fujiwara Yuichi. Age: 27. Race: human male. Relationship: hostile status, intent to kill, nervous threat, dangerous. Chapter 73, The Yellow Sparrow is Behind, Part 1. Yesterday's update was too late, so today I'm posting a 3,000-word chapter as an apology. Qin Tianyuan opened the door and looked expressionlessly at the person outside. The other party seemed a bit taken aback upon seeing Qin Tianyuan, as if surprised. Fujiwara Yuichi quickly adjusted, his expression becoming particularly respectful. One hand tightly gripping the handgun hidden in the bag. Sir, I'm here to repair the water pipe. I apologize for the disturbance. Please step aside. Qin Tianyuan smiled slightly and leaned forward, delivering a sharp elbow strike. Bang! With a loud sound. Fujiwara Yuichi felt as if he had been hit by a car in the chest, his vision going dark as his body flew out like a cannonball. Just as he stepped out the door, he caught sight of 2 dark figures standing nearby, and his heart sank. It turned out there were 2 people lying in ambush by the wall, but before they could react, they saw Fujiwara Yuichi being sent flying, both of them stunned. Without thinking, Qin Tianyuan kicked out, hitting the person in front in the abdomen, causing both he and the person behind him to be slammed against the wall. rolling into a heap. Then, as the corridor lights illuminated them, Qin Tianyuan recognized these two people. One was Suzuki Kenta and the other was Matsuda Shinichi. These two guys were following Qin Tianyuan in the mall and were both under Sato Sakura's command. "Hong in, lock the door and don't come out," Qin Tianyuan said. Anger rising in his heart, he turned around and slammed the door shut, clenching his fists as he slowly walked toward the two men. Seeing Fujiwara Yuichi being knocked out scared them, and they instinctively took a few steps back, trying to distance themselves from Qin Tianyuan. Unfortunately, Qin Tianyuan didn't give them the opportunity. He stepped forward, raised his hand, and slapped them hard across the face. The first to be thrown out was Yuichi Fujiwara, who curled up on the ground, groaning in pain, one hand clutching his chest while the other fumbled in his pocket for a syringe filled with blue liquid. "The prophet has come. I shall live forever," Yuichi Fujiwara shouted angrily as he plunged the syringe into his neck. The blue liquid quickly entered his bloodstream, causing his body to convulse violently. Veins began to bulge from his neck, spreading across his face, his eyes wide open and bulging, making him look terrifyingly grotesque. Qin Tianyuan was startled. Is it now popular to take drugs when you can't win a fight? In the dim light of the hallway, the scene before him was particularly bizarre. Watching the guy convulsing on the floor made Qin Tianyuan shiver. After injecting the drug, Yuichi Fujiwara began to swell like an inflated balloon, his muscles bulging, and with a series of tearing sounds, his clothes ripped apart. Qin Tianyuan slowly pulled out his handgun, took a couple of deep breaths to steady himself, aimed directly at Yuichi Fujiwara, and decisively fired several shots. Yuichi Fujiwara, hit by the bullets, suddenly stopped convulsing and lay still, seemingly dead. Qin Tianyuan's expression changed suddenly as he realized that Yuichi Fujiwara's threat level had escalated from dangerous to extremely dangerous. Before he could shoot again, the swollen Yuichi Fujiwara abruptly opened his eyes, with a beast-like green glow in his pupils, and sprang up from the ground. Lunging at Qin Tianyuan, Qin Tianyuan felt a gust of foul wind rushing at him and dodged to the side. Yuichi Fujiwara's massive fist brushed past Qin Tianyuan's head, smashing heavily into the wall and creating a large dent. Debris from the shattered wall flew out, leaving several blood marks on Qin Tianyuan's face. At that moment, Qin Tianyuan paid no attention to this. His adrenaline surged, and his body reacted faster than his mind, landing a punch in Yuichi Fujiwara's armpit. Before Yuichi Fujiwara could retract his fist, Qin Tianyuan struck again at the joint of his armpit. This infuriated Yuichi Fujiwara, who retaliated with a sweeping blow. Qin Tianyuan ducked down, taking advantage of the opening, and rushed in, aiming his gun at Yuichi Fujiwara's armpit, firing 3 shots that severely injured him. Yuichi Fujiwara let out a howl, staggering back a few steps, his left shoulder drooping, clearly incapacitated. Qin Tianyuan sighed in relief, only then realizing that his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. When he threw that first punch, he felt as if he had struck a tree trunk. The impact was painful, and he quickly switched to his gun. The effect was immediately evident. Qin Tianyuan steadied himself, preparing to exploit the next opening in his opponent's attack to take him down. While he pondered how to proceed, the two men on the ground, seeing Yuichi Fujiwara injured, were clearly stunned and decisively pulled out identical syringes. What the hell? Qin Tianyuan was momentarily dumbfounded. Were they planning to take drugs as a group? The two exchanged glances, their faces twisted with ferocity as they shouted in unison, "The true God has come. I shall live forever." Then, Shinichi Matsuda was the first to stab the syringe into his neck. Kina Suzuki hesitated for a moment but was kicked by Qin Tianyuan on the hand. With a cracking sound of bones breaking, Kina Suzuki's entire hand was deformed, and the syringe flew out of his grasp. Immediately after, Qin Tianyuan kicked him on the head, knocking him unconscious. Meanwhile, Shinichi Matsuda, who had injected the drug, was still struggling, and Qin Tianyuan stepped on his head, firing several shots directly at it, only to find in horror that the bullets were all lodged in the muscle, unable to penetrate even the skull. Just as he was at a loss, Yuichi Fujiwara lunged at him again, reaching out with his remaining hand. With one arm immobilized, Yuichi Fujiwara lost his balance due to the excessive force. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Tianyuan released Shinichi Matsuda, tripped Yuichi Fujiwara, and pushed him heavily to the ground. Then, he executed a flying elbow strike, using his body weight to slam down on Yuichi Fujiwara's neck. However, to his surprise, the heavy blow had no effect. Qin Tianyuan felt as if he had slammed his elbow against the ground, his entire arm aching. Although Yuichi Fujiwara was hit hard, he had not lost his combat effectiveness and struggled to get up. Qin Tianyuan quickly wrapped his arm around Yuichi Fujiwara's neck, pressing his knee against his back, and shouted, pulling Yuichi Fujiwara's head back with all his might. For a normal person, this would have been enough to break their cervical spine. However, Qin Tianyuan felt a significant resistance. At that moment, Shinichi Matsuda stopped convulsing, his muscles bulging even more, and slowly began to rise from the ground, his beast-like eyes fixed on Qin Tianyuan. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Shinichi Matsuda's body jolted, slowly turning to look behind him. Bang bang, 2 more gunshots followed. The massive Shinichi Matsuda took 2 steps back, swayed a bit, and then steadied himself. What the hell is this? Came Zhang Bei's astonished voice from the other end of the hallway. Aim for the eyes. Not the forehead. It won't penetrate. Qin Tianyuan shouted angrily as he was straining against Yuichi Fujiwara, his face turning red from the effort. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Qin Tianyuan felt a surge of energy, gritted his teeth, his neck veins bulging, and shouted as he added more force to his arms. A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and Qin Tianyuan felt the resistance ease. Yuichi Fujiwara stopped struggling and completely slumped to the ground. After 2 gunshots rang out, blood blossomed on Shinichi Matsuda's face, and he immediately roared like an injured beast, wildly swinging his fists and smashing everything in sight, creating a large dent in the hallway walls and sending bricks and stones flying. Qin Tianyuan was startled and shouted, Beigua, didn't I tell you to aim for his eyes? I did. Zhang Beigua replied, dodging Shinichi Matsuda's attacks, feeling frustrated. I blinded his eyes, and now he's gone mad. Although Shinichi Matsuda could not see, he still had his hearing, and upon hearing Zhang Beigua's voice, he lunged toward him. At this moment, Zhang Beigua was cornered at the other end of the hallway, with the balcony window behind him, having nowhere to retreat. He raised his gun and fired several shots at Shinichi Matsuda's head. But it still couldn't stop him from getting closer. Get down! Qin Tianyuan shouted angrily, charging forward, pushing off the ground with his left foot, and leaping to kick Shinichi Matsuda from behind. The kick sent Shinichi Matsuda crashing into the balcony window. Quick-witted, Zhang Beigua slid down to the ground, wrapped his arms around Shinichi Matsuda's legs, and yanked him up, throwing him out the window. A few seconds later, a loud crash was heard as Shinichi Matsuda hit the concrete ground below. Zhang Beigua sat on the ground, panting in shock. He must be dead now. Qin Tianyuan looked outside and found nothing but darkness, slowly sitting down, trembling as he said, This is the 26th floor. He should be dead. What the hell is this? Zhang Beigua asked, glancing at the corpse on the ground. I don't know. It's probably some kind of enhanced stimulant, Qin Tianyuan replied, trembling all over, his hands shaking violently. Boss, are you okay? Zhang Beigua looked at Qin Tianyuan with concern, noticing something was off. I'm fine. It's just that it's my first time killing someone, Qin Tianyuan whispered. You'll get used to it. Zhang Beigua patted Qin Tianyuan on the shoulder. I was shaking too when I killed someone for the first time. Seeing Qin Tianyuan silent, Zhang Beigua quickly changed the subject. Who are these people? People from Sakura Sato. Qin Tianyuan rolled his eyes. They followed me during my blind date at noon. What the hell? Zhang Beigua looked at Qin Tianyuan in shock. Leader, when did you provoke a woman from fleeing again? What did you do to her? She is making such a big fuss, trying to kill you. Chapter 74. The Yellow Sparrow is Behind, Part 2. Qin Tianyuan and Zhang Beigua sat on the ground for a while, dazed, before they gradually came to their senses. Qin Tianyuan patted Zhang Beigua on the shoulder, stood up, and found the syringe that had been knocked away. Fortunately, the syringe was undamaged. Qin Tianyuan carefully put it away in his pocket, feeling slightly relieved, and then securely tied up the still unconscious Suzuki Kenta. At that moment, a trembling voice came from inside the room. Xiaoyang, are you there? I'm here. Qin Tianyuan opened the door and saw Duan Hongyan standing by the door with a kitchen knife, trembling all over. However, upon seeing Qin Tianyuan, she forced a calm smile, then suddenly burst into tears and rushed into Qin Tianyuan's arms. Qin Tianyuan held her tightly, gently patting her shoulder and whispering words of comfort. Duan Hongyan quickly calmed down, pushed Qin Tianyuan away, and hurriedly wiped her tears, her face slightly flushed with embarrassment. Is it safe outside? Duan Hongyan tiptoed and stretched her neck, constantly looking outside. It's fine, just a few petty thieves. Qin Tianyuan pulled her back and closed the door casually. I'll call the police, and then you can go out. Qin Tianyuan walked into the bathroom, turned on the faucet with his still slightly trembling hand, and placed one hand on the back of the other, carefully rubbing them. Duan Hongyan stood aside, watching Qin Tianyuan wash his hands, feeling he was particularly serious. His fingers of both hands constantly rubbed against each other. Then he turned his palms over, meticulously rubbing his palms. That focused expression was as if he were performing a sacred task. After applying hand soap 3 times and rinsing carefully, Qin Tianyuan finally stopped. He slightly turned around and suddenly froze, his wet hands suspended in the air. Looking a bit dazed, Duan Hongyan handed him a towel, but he didn't take it, still standing there, flashbacks of past scenes appearing in his mind. When he was in school, during internships, he would carefully wash his hands every time before putting on gloves. Washing hands used to save lives. Now, washing hands meant killing. Hey, what's wrong with you? Duan Hongyan called out to him. Qin Tianyuan suddenly came back to his senses and took the towel to dry his hands. Seeing the worried look in Duan Hongyan's eyes, he smiled slightly. I'm fine. I just zoned out for a moment. Duan Hongyan wanted to say something. But Zhang Beigu's voice came from outside. Chief, can you come out for a moment? Duan Hongyan was taken aback. Chief? What is that title? Qin Tianyuan smiled and said nothing, stepping out to look at Zhang Beigua and asking, what is the matter? Zhang Beigua frowned and looked around. The commotion we made is too big. It's not easy to handle. Qin Tianyuan thought for a moment and decided to let Shen Weiman handle it. He should be good at this kind of thing. Shen Weiman, who received Qin Tianyuan's call, listened in silence as Qin Tianyuan fabricated the sequence of events, then sighed deeply. I just wanted you to go on a blind date, and you managed to stir up so much trouble. Qin Tianyuan immediately began to plead his case, explaining. How can this be my fault? I just went out to eat. Didn't T know I was being targeted? I've been quite low-key lately. Haven't T left the office at all? How could my whereabouts have leaked? Director, this needs to be investigated thoroughly. Shen Weiman pondered for a moment. Sato Sakura's identity is a bit complicated. I'll explain it in detail when you return. Qin Tianyuan also tacitly stopped mentioning the leak of his whereabouts and asked. So what should we do now? Stay where you are, call the police. Fang Shernan is quite experienced in handling your matters. Shen Weiman immediately reminded Qin Tianyuan. Once it's over, come back quickly. There is an operation tonight. After hanging up on Shen Weiman, Qin Tianyuan felt puzzled. Operation tonight? That sounded strange. Previously, the outdated Archives Management Bureau would avoid trouble whenever possible and never got involved. Why have they become so proactive lately, even planning operations? Qin Tianyuan thought carefully. Wait a minute. There are only a few people in the Bureau right now. What kind of operation could they possibly be planning? An attack on a kindergarten? Or clearing out a nursing home? While he was lost in thought, the police had already arrived. They proceeded with normal procedures, sealing off the scene, interviewing witnesses, and investigating the site. When Fang Shernan saw Qin Tianyuan, he sighed. I knew meeting you wouldn't lead to anything good. You're simply a jinx. So, who died this time? Qin Tianyuan immediately felt displeased. What do you mean meeting me is bad luck? Why don't you reflect on yourself? Every time you appear at the scene, there's a corpse. Aren't you like a death omen? Qin Tianyuan's words left Fang Shernan momentarily speechless. He seriously thought about it. It was indeed true that there was always a body whenever he showed up. Perhaps he should go pray to a deity. The police profession really didn't suit him. Fang Shernan suddenly became angry. Isn't that obvious? I'm the chief of major cases. Isn't it normal to find a body at the scene? Qin Tianyuan continued to argue. So this is related to the profession. You can't say I'm just a jinx. Fang Shernan waved his hand. You almost made me dizzy. Now tell me, what exactly happened? This involves a friend of mine. Qin Tianyuan thought for a moment and prepared to start fabricating from when he had lunch, thinking about how to pin the blame on Sato Sakura. After all, these attackers were all her subordinates. He wasn't wronging her. Wait a minute. What friend? What is your friend's name? Contact information? Address? Fang Shernan interrupted Qin Tianyuan. Qin Tianyuan was suddenly at a loss for words because he didn't know either. Fang Shernan sneered. What happened? Why did you stop talking? I don't know this information. How can I say it? Qin Tianyuan looked dazed. Aren't you friends? Fang Shernan pressed on. To be honest, I was actually going on a blind date at noon today, Qin Tianyuan said with a. Fang Shernan instantly understood and asked with great interest. How did the blind date go? Did the girl like you? Qin Tianyuan rolled his eyes. Officer Fang. Can we talk about serious matters? Fang Shernan nodded. Continue. Qin Tianyuan opened his mouth and started to babble. While I was eating, suddenly a woman popped up, claiming her name was Sato Sakura, insisting on being friends with me. I'm a decent guy. How could I be so casual? I decisively rejected her. But she got angry and wanted to do something inappropriate to me. Fang Shernan frowned. Who are you talking about? Sato Sakura? Qin Tianyuan said, feeling aggrieved. Yes. She made a pass at me and even asked if I wanted to go to flaying with her. Of course, I refused. Then she started saying some weird things, asking me about someone named Hirata Yoshiyuki. How would I know? Fang Shernan understood roughly what was going on upon hearing this, and he directly ignored Qin Tianyuan's comments about being forced or not complying. As soon as he heard the name Sato Sakura, Fang Shernan knew that this case was no longer under his jurisdiction. Thus, Fang Shernan pulled Qin Tianyuan to a secluded place and said, "The situation here is a bit complicated. According to regulations, I have to report this to the Special Cases Bureau. Will Luing Xue take over?" Qin Tianyuan said with "I don't want to see her. You know we don't get along." Fang Shernan nodded. "Naturally, it has to be handed over to her. Please spare me." Qin Tianyuan said with a mournful face, "I've had enough bad luck today. Did you see the corpse? The killers all injected themselves with drugs, turned into green giants, and immediately wanted to kill me. Have you ever seen anything like this before? Don't say I haven't seen it. I've never even heard of such a thing in all these years." Fang Shernan, feeling a bit frustrated, lit a cigarette. "I realized that ever since I claimed to know you, strange things have happened one after another. You'll get used to it in the future," Qin Tianyuan comforted him. "Look at me. I'm not even surprised if a superhero suddenly pops up." Suddenly, a frantic voice came from the side. A tall and thin forensic doctor was jumping up and down, cursing loudly. "I had a dinner date with my girlfriend tonight, and you guys dragged me over here. Then just left me sitting here. Where's the body? Give me a body." Qin Tianyuan walked over and patted the very agitated forensic doctor. "Don't be angry. The body fell from upstairs and shattered into pieces. They're still looking for it, and with it being so dark, it'll probably take a while." Upon hearing this, the forensic doctor immediately grabbed Qin Tianyuan's arm, glaring with wide eyes and shouting, "What did you say? It shattered into pieces?" Yes." Qin Tianyuan was startled, fearing that this forensic doctor would go mad from the shock. Falling from the 26th floor would inevitably lead to such a situation. The forensic doctor suddenly clapped his hands and jumped up. "Great. I love shattered bodies. Damn." Qin Tianyuan nearly spat out blood. What a freak. At this moment, Fang Shernan also walked over, managing to calm the excited forensic doctor down, then introduced him to Qin Tianyuan. "This is Bao Ziming, a forensic expert at the Forensic Center and the best among the younger generation. It took a lot of effort to get him here. He also examined the body from the murder case in the apartment the day before yesterday." "Oh, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you." Qin Tianyuan immediately put on a smiling face, warmly shaking hands with the other party. "Bao forensic doctor, it's not easy to know a forensic doctor these days." "What?" Bao Ziming was taken aback, looking at Qin Tianyuan with a strange expression. "What's so good about knowing a forensic doctor? I only treat dead people, not living ones." Cough. Cough. Qin Tianyuan was immediately at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Fang Shernan quickly intervened. "This is Qin Tianyuan, a particularly interesting person. All the bodies you've recently taken over were contributed by him." Qin Tianyuan's face darkened. "What kind of talk is this? What do you mean all contributed by him?" "Director Fang, aside from the one upstairs that I killed, the others have nothing to do with me." "What about the one that shattered into pieces?" "That one was because he couldn't stand still. It's considered suicide." Bao Ziming scrutinized Qin Tianyuan for a moment before suddenly asking, "Did you study medicine before?" "Absolutely not." Qin Tianyuan immediately denied it. "You're lying," Bao Ziming suddenly said. Chapter 75, The Yellow Sparrow Gets Shot, Part 1. "You're lying," Bao Ziming said, looking seriously at Qin Tianyuan. Qin Tianyuan was startled internally, but maintained a calm facade. "How can you accuse someone of being innocent without evidence?" Bao Ziming said confidently. "Your gaze when looking at people is the same as when you look at dead people. I'm very familiar with it. I usually look at people like that." Qin Tianyuan weakly replied, "We're not the same. You're thinking about how to dissect them, while I'm genuinely wanting to kill them. It's the same." Bao Ziming stubbornly insisted. The two stared at each other, neither willing to back down, and a strange atmosphere spread between them, with both scanning each other's bodies, seemingly assessing where it would be easier to strike. However, Luing Xue soon appeared, directly interrupting the intense gaze between the two. Yet, Luing Xue seemed a bit distracted. She walked around the scene, asked a few questions to the investigation personnel, then fell silent, watching the police take notes from Qin Tianyuan. However, taking notes was meaningless. Qin Tianyuan was rambling and constantly shifting blame to Sato Sakura. Zhang Beiguo remained silent, and when pressed, would only say he had no comment. He had top-level authority, and no one could do anything about him if he chose not to speak. After finishing his conversation with Fang Shernan, Qin Tianyuan brought up the safety issue regarding Duan Hongyan and asked him to send someone to protect her, which Fang Shernan agreed to. Before leaving, Qin Tianyuan gave Lu Yingxue a look that asked if they would meet again tonight. Lu Yingxue rolled her eyes and replied with a look that said she had something to do tonight and would talk about meeting tomorrow, signaling she would contact him later. The two of them somehow understood each other's complex gazes, exchanged looks, and then parted ways. Fang Shernan thoughtfully pulled out a cigarette, smelling it under his nose. Sato Sakura finally made contact with the eyewitness. Was there tacit approval? Lu Yingxue shook her head, saying the cooperation agreement was reached. However, she saw Qin Tianyuan as an unexpected factor. Fang Shernan asked in surprise, "Unexpected?" Lu Yingxue nodded. "Yes, it was unexpected. I checked. Sato Sakura was planning to dine at a restaurant on the top floor of the mall and unexpectedly ran into Qin Tianyuan, who was also heading to his reserved restaurant. Sato Sakura had booked her spot the day before, while Qin Tianyuan only made his reservation that morning. She couldn't have predicted his appearance." Fang Shernan took a puff of his cigarette and suddenly said, "Did you know Qin Tianyuan was going on a blind date?" Lu Yingxue glanced at Fang Shernan. "This has nothing to do with the case, does it?" Fang Shernan smiled. "I was just saying it casually. What does Sato Sakura say about it? Should we summon her?" "No need. She'll be at the command center during tonight's operation. We can ask her face-to-face then," Lu Yingxue said, looking up at the sky. "The moonlight should be bright tonight." Fang Shernan looked up in confusion. The sun was already touching the horizon, red like it was stained with blood, casting a blood-red hue across half the sky. At that moment, a convoy of black armored vehicles approached. As the lead vehicle came to a stop, a person in black exoskeleton armor jumped down, shouting loudly, "Who's in charge? Come sign. We're here to transport the bodies." Fang Shernan was taken aback and hurriedly approached. "Which department are you from? Who sent you here?" The leader revealed a somewhat shy smile. "We're from the mobile patrol team, acting on orders from above to transport the bodies from the scene to the forensic identification center." While he was speaking, a team of people jumped down from the armored vehicles and rushed towards Bao Ziming, who was investigating the scene, quickly wrapping up the bodies for transport. "Hey, what are you doing? I haven't finished looking yet." Bao Ziming protested loudly, but unexpectedly, two individuals grabbed his arms and directly dragged him to the vehicle. "Let go of me. Let go of me." Fang Shernan frowned, sizing up the person in front of him. "I feel like I've seen you somewhere. Have we met? What's your name?" "Mobile Patrol Team, 2nd Squad, Qin Yufeng." Qin Yufeng waved his hand for his team to load the bodies onto an armored vehicle. Then he pulled out a tablet and handed it to Fang Shernan. "Officer Fang, please sign here. Our handover will be complete, and the Forensic Identification Center is waiting for us to deliver the bodies for autopsy." "Oh, how's your team leader, Tian?" Fang Shernan casually asked while signing. "Our team leader's surname is Song." Qin Yufeng replied expressionlessly. "There's no team leader named Tian in our entire squad." "Oh, I must have remembered wrong." Fang Shernan didn't feel embarrassed at all, casually responding, "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first." Qin Yufeng turned and signaled to his team, jumping onto the armored vehicle. Watching the convoy leave, Fang Shernan shook his head, feeling a bit overly sensitive lately. The most important thing now was still the operation tonight. That was a big job, and nothing must go wrong. In the archives, Qin Tianyuan took out a syringe from his pocket, examined it carefully, and nodded with satisfaction. He could use this to report to Shen Weiman. Zhang Beigua silently took out a wristwatch communicator from his pocket. "I found this on those people. Should I submit it?" Qin Tianyuan thought for a moment. Better to keep it. It might come in handy someday. "What if Shen Weiman asks you why you want to find Duan Hongyan?" Zhang Beigua suddenly asked. "He did say to keep your distance from her." Qin Tianyuan sighed. At this moment, he had to rely on something else to persuade Shen Weiman. As he spoke, Qin Tianyuan took out a folded piece of drawing paper from his pocket. When unfolded, it was the restored portrait of the hat-wearing assassin painted by Duan Hongyan. Zhang Beigua was somewhat surprised. "Didn't you give it to Lu Yingxue?" "What I gave her was a replica. This is the original." Qin Tianyuan smiled slightly. "Just watch how I'll trick Shen Weiman." Zhang Beigua nodded. "Okay. I won't say anything." The two walked calmly into Shen Weiman's office. As soon as they sat down, Qin Tianyuan prepared to speak after a moment of contemplation. Unexpectedly, Shen Weiman suddenly asked, "How did your blind date go today?" Qin Tianyuan was directly taken aback. "Director, why are you not following the usual script? I was waiting for you to ask about today's attack, but your first question is about the blind date." "Oh, it was okay." Qin Tianyuan awkwardly scratched his head. "There were a few unexpected situations during the blind date." "What did that girl think of you?" Shen Weiman interrupted Qin Tianyuan again. Qin Tianyuan was somewhat confused. I think it was all right. As long as she doesn't dislike you, that's good. You should pay attention to your appearance and how you speak. Don't make the girl dislike you. Shen Weiman started to educate Qin Tianyuan earnestly. If the girl doesn't hate you, you can arrange another date. If she agrees to meet you a second time, then it's basically settled. You have to seize the opportunity. It's not easy for the Bureau to find a blind date for you. Just doing the background check took half a year. This is the organization's care and concern for you, so don't let down the hard work of the logistics staff. Qin Tianyuan was dumbfounded, listening to Shen Weiman's endless lecturing. Zhang Beigua shot Qin Tianyuan a disdainful glance. Weren't you going to trick Shen Weiman? Why don't you say something? Shen Weiman looked at the dazed Qin Tianyuan and suddenly asked, "What is going on between you and Luing Xue?" Qin Tianyuan was startled, almost jumping up.